Young Li Yuan was once a terminal brain tumor patient with only a short time left to live. Unexpectedly, a sudden voice echoed in the minds of billions worldwide, announcing the random selection of 3 billion people to enter the war continent. Li Yuan was chosen and miraculously given a new lease on life in this perilous, diverse world. In 7 days, a terrifying first-level beast tide would arrive, with a death rate as high as 99%. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Yuan had no intention of meeting his end so soon. The only hope for survival lay in recruiting troops. He quickly stepped out of the dilapidated ancient castle and approached a small, dark red altar in the courtyard. Above it floated 9 black diamond-shaped crystals, emitting an eerie black glow. As Li Yuan examined them closely, a virtual display panel appeared before his eyes. Shadow Legion, a unique troop type, comprised of 9 divisions: Ghost Shadows, Claw Shadows, Giant Shadows, Flying Shadows, Helmet Shadows, Soft Shadows, Devouring Shadows, Pincer Shadows, and Scythe Shadows. Each division hails from the mysterious Shadow Kingdom, able to transform into shadows and traverse the darkness, leading the summoner through space jumps. The soldiers are clad in black, with only their crimson eyes exposed. Even if they fall on the battlefield, they can be reborn from the shadows. Except for the 9 generals, the rest remain silent. This was the troop type Li Yuan had dreamed of as a child, and now it had become his exclusive force. At that moment, the barracks crystal emitted a brilliant light, and a virtual prompt appeared, asking if he wished to recruit immediately. Li Yuan confirmed without hesitation. Moments later, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the crystal, transforming into pairs of blood-red eyes, bowing at his feet. Though these 2 soldiers were from the Ghost Shadows division and only started at the 3rd tier, their growth potential reached the Holy Domain. The other 8 divisions were likely the same, not to mention the 9 Shadow Generals, who probably started at the Divine Realm. With 9 immortal, infinite Holy Domain legions and 9 Divine Realm Shadow Generals, who could stand against him on the war continent? The thought made Li Yuan's breath quicken and his blood boil with excitement. Just then, a row of dark gold virtual buttons appeared before him. Personal info, my friends, private chat, world chat, trade plaza, everything was there. Li Yuan hesitated briefly before clicking on personal info. The display read, Li Yuan, Lord, power level 0. This meant he was currently just an ordinary, healthy person. However, by killing enemies and recruiting troops, he could upgrade his territory. Additionally, defeating enemies and conquering other territories could yield valuable resources such as energy stones, essence crystals, and equipment. Clearly, expecting Li Yuan, a 0-level lord, to kill enemies was unrealistic. For now, he could only rely on the Shadow Legion. To gather the resources needed to upgrade the barracks, he would have to either kill enemies or seize other territories. The war continent was merciless. If you didn't provoke others, they would come after you. Even if he survived the first-level beast tide in 7 days, the future would be filled with bloodshed and strife, with no peace, only a fight to the death. In summary, if you don't get stronger, you'll have no way out but death. Li Yuan looked at his 2 loyal shadow soldiers, and finally felt a bit more confident. Unfortunately, due to the current level of the barracks, he could only recruit 2 soldiers for now. This was obviously a limitation for him, forcing him to start from scratch like other lords. Otherwise, if he could summon an unlimited shadow army right from the start, how would other lords even stand a chance? Fortunately, the barracks produced new soldiers every day. As the level increased, he would be able to recruit more. When the shadow soldiers numbered in the millions, their immortal nature would make them an unstoppable force. After familiarizing himself with his personal panel, Li Yuan clicked on other buttons to explore. Having just arrived in War Continent, his friends list was empty. However, the world chat channel was buzzing with activity, as 3 billion Earthlings had descended, causing messages to flow rapidly and almost non-stop. Li Yuan paused the chat to read the messages. Some complained about their Tier 1 slimes being too weak, maxing out at Tier 3. Others boasted about their dark elves, reaching the sanctuary level. Some even mentioned their trolls starting at Tier 3 and maxing out at demigod level. There were even the lucky ones who recruited legendary frost dragons. All sorts of powerful units were being discussed. Seeing someone question the fairness of this competition, Li Yuan paused. On second thought, it actually seemed fair. The strength of the units was based on luck, and everyone had a random chance. Most of the other discussions were complaints about their units, so he didn't pay much attention. As for the trade market, it was currently empty. After briefly browsing through these sections, Li Yuan turned his gaze to the fog-covered area outside his castle. With a 7-day protection period, he needed to grow stronger quickly to face the first wave of beast attacks after 7 days. To get stronger, he couldn't just sit around. Although the area outside the castle was fraught with danger, it was the only way to gather resources. Li Yuan walked into the courtyard and signaled the 2 shadow soldiers to follow. Although he was currently at 0 tier and couldn't leave the protective barrier, he could send the shadow soldiers to scout the area. The shadow soldiers didn't hesitate and passed through the milky white barrier. As they ventured further, the fog around the castle began to dissipate, revealing the landscape outside. The view showed a wilderness with dense vegetation. Not far away, 3 large black wild boars were rooting around in the underbrush. Each of these wild boars weighed 300 to 400 pounds, with bristly hair and sharp tusks. Sensing the shadow soldiers approaching, they raised their heads and charged aggressively. The shadow soldiers' eyes glinted coldly, and in a flash, they produced shurikens, aiming straight for the boars' heads. With 2 swift sounds, 2 boars fell instantly, their massive bodies rolling several meters before coming to a stop, lying dead at the shadow soldiers' feet. The remaining boar, seeing this, turned to flee. One shadow soldier vanished and reappeared in its path, leaping up to deliver a crushing blow to the boar's skull. With a deafening crash, the last boar fell dead as well. Meanwhile, kill notifications popped up, showing that Yuan had gained 15 energy points. The ease with which the Tier 3 shadow soldiers dispatched the Tier 1 wild boars was expected. At that moment, Yuan felt a surge of energy within him, rapidly enhancing his body. This was the energy gained from killing monsters, used to increase a lord's level and power. Shortly after, the shadow soldiers dragged the 3 boar carcasses back to the castle. Looking at the spoils, a prompt appeared in front of him. Beast carcass found. Would you like to collect it? Without hesitation, Yuan commanded. Collect immediately. The boar carcasses vanished, replaced by 10 units of fresh meat, 4 sharp tusks, a piece of dried hide, and a thumb-sized gray-white energy stone. Energy stones were essential for upgrading the barracks, making this a significant haul. Yuan instructed the shadow soldiers to store the resources in the warehouse and ordered them to continue hunting and bringing back the spoils. The shadow soldiers silently disappeared from the castle. Compared to other units, the biggest advantage of shadow soldiers was their immortality. Even if they died, they could be reborn from the shadows. So Yuan wasn't worried about their safety. Constantly hunting monsters to grow stronger was the way to go. Although there were only 2 shadow soldiers, their immortal nature made them more formidable with each kill, never losing strength. Over time, Yuan received repeated kill notifications and energy gains, steadily increasing his own power. The shadow soldiers frequently returned with beast carcasses for him to collect. Perhaps because the beasts near the castle were generally low level, the shadow soldiers didn't die even once the entire afternoon. As the sun set, Yuan finished collecting another batch of spoils when a new prompt appeared. Your castle is yet to be named. Please give your territory a resounding name. For someone bad at naming things, this was quite a challenge. After thinking for a moment, Yuan said, let's call it Shadow Castle. As soon as he spoke, a series of castle information popped up. So, to upgrade from a basic castle to an intermediate one, a massive amount of stone and wood was needed. He frowned, dismissing the idea for now. After all, it was just the first day on War Continent, and rushing to upgrade the castle wasn't necessary. The priority was to enhance the strength of his units, or upgrade the barracks. Only then could he establish a foothold in this world. The strength of the troops is the key to victory. Castle upgrades are just the icing on the cake. Yuan quickly noticed the faction tab on the system panel. Could it be that lords can form alliances in the future? He pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he decided to leave it alone. The system would surely provide prompts when the time came. At that moment, 2 shadow soldiers had already left the city again to hunt beasts. With nothing else to do, Yuan opened the world chat channel for entertainment. The chat messages were scrolling rapidly, so he decisively clicked pause. Otherwise, he couldn't read any of it. Someone was lamenting that their goblin had been devoured by wolves right after leaving the city. Another exclaimed that there was a winged tiger outside their castle. Yet another person was crying that they couldn't even kill a rabbit, with one troop dead and another severely injured, shouting how difficult it was. There was also a lord complaining that castle upgrades required stones, but there were none nearby. What should they do? Seeing these tearful complaints, Yuan felt secretly relieved that he had summoned the shadow troop. The food and supplies piled up in his warehouse were the best proof of his success. He closed the world chat and opened the flashing trade market. Unlike the previous blank slate, the trade market now had some purchase requests, almost all for food. This was understandable. Both lords and troops needed food, or the lords would starve, and the troops' loyalty would drop, possibly leading to rebellion. After half a day of hardship, the lords had realized the importance of food. However, despite the numerous food requests, very few were willing to trade food. This was not surprising, given that hunting was difficult with scarce troops, making food hard to come by. In contrast, Yuan's warehouse was well stocked, with the shadow soldiers having hunted for a long time, amassing 55 units of food. Since shadow soldiers didn't need to eat, all the food was his. 1 unit was 1 kilogram, and over 100 pounds of food was enough to last him more than half a month. And the shadow soldiers were still tirelessly hunting and killing. Li Yuan had a sudden idea and began studying the trade market rules. He could use food to trade for stone, wood, and even the precious energy stones. Earlier, he had thought it unnecessary to rush castle upgrades and planned to let the shadow soldiers focus on hunting and leveling up. But now it was different. Trading food wouldn't affect the shadow soldiers since food was just a byproduct of their hunts. Seizing the opportunity to upgrade the castle was a must. The trade market guidelines listed the reference values of items. 5 units of food could be exchanged for 1 energy stone. 1 unit of food could be traded for 10 units of wood or 5 units of stone. Of course, these were just references, and lords could set their own prices. Li Yuan reviewed the few food trade listings, all of which had inflated prices. The most recent transaction had a shocking threefold markup. Just 1 unit of food had been traded for 30 units of wood. Considering this was still the early stage, with food scarce and wood and stone also hard to come by, such markups were not surprising. The current food trade listings offered at most 10 units per transaction. Clearly, no one could provide large quantities at once. Other requests were for trading wood and stone for food. Compared to hunting, gathering wood and stone was obviously much safer. Li Yuan made a swift decision and listed 50 units of food for trade. Shadow Fortress Lord seeking trades. 1 unit of food for 1 energy stone, or 50 units of wood, or 25 units of stone. Up to 50 units of food available, 5-fold markup. If 3-fold prices were in high demand, why worry about 5-fold? Especially with 30 billion players on War Continent. If he weren't concerned that no one could provide hundreds or thousands of wood or stone, he would have dared to ask for 10-fold or even 100-fold. After filling out the trade information, Li Yuan waited for results. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, transaction notifications started popping up. You sold 1 unit of food for 50 units of wood. You sold 1 unit of food for 25 units of stone. In just half a minute, all 50 units of food were snapped up. His warehouse now held an additional 1,500 units of wood and 500 units of stone. He was only short by 500 units of wood and stone to upgrade to a mid-level castle. At this hunting rate, he might be able to trade again soon. He might even upgrade the castle before nightfall. The thought made Li Yuan beam with joy. Getting all the necessary resources while doing nothing felt fantastic. Meanwhile, in the world chat, the name Shadow Fortress Lord was rapidly gaining fame. People were buzzing about his background, amazed at his lavish trade of 50 units of food. Some were curious about his troops, while others were begging him to show up and support them. Li Yuan was oblivious to the chatter about him. The friend request notifications were incessantly beeping. Seeing they were all requests for food, he set them all to reject. At this stage, there was no need to add friends. Just then, 2 shadow soldiers returned to the castle, dragging a line of beast corpses. Among them were wild boars, giant wolves, black dogs, and large snakes. After dropping off their spoils, they silently left to continue hunting. Li Yuan collected the spoils, gaining 3 energy stones, 25 units of food, and some wolf teeth and snake skins. Suddenly, he sharply looked outside the castle. In that instant, he sensed that both shadow soldiers had died simultaneously. The 2 ghostly figures were both 3rd-tier masters. They could retreat unscathed even when facing 4th-tier beasts, and 3rd-tier or lower beasts were no match for them. But now, both had been killed simultaneously, which could only mean the enemy was at least a 5th-tier powerhouse. However, Li Yuan was not worried. The ghostly figures resurrected and immediately resumed their slaughter. It was through their tireless efforts that Li Yuan's energy soared rapidly, nearing a breakthrough. An hour later, golden light showered down, and a system notification popped up. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. Your level has increased from 0 to 1. With a humming sound, Li Yuan felt a surge of power within him, 10 times stronger than before. With such strength, he could punch a wild boar's head clean off, let alone a large buffalo. Of course, his power was still insignificant compared to the ghostly figures. They could kill a 1st-tier wild boar in one strike. If it came to a solo fight, he'd likely be the first to fall. Level was one thing, but combat power was another. But this was just the beginning. With the 1st tier achieved, could the 2nd and 3rd be far behind? Moreover, as the castle lord, his shadow army was his greatest asset. Just as he finished speaking, the 2 ghostly figures returned, dragging a string of corpses. Though their levels hadn't changed, their results were impressive. After several rounds of harvesting, Li Yuan's gains were substantial. 12 energy stones, just 88 short of upgrading the barracks, numerous other resources, and 60 units of food. He decisively reopened the trading plaza, offering 50 units of food in exchange for stone and wood. Inspired by this, more people were willing to trade their food, though the quantities were still a drop in the bucket. However, those with such resources clearly had formidable troops. Li Yuan didn't mind. He firmly believed his shadow army was unparalleled, unmatched by any other troop. This time, the trading post was instantly swamped the moment his offer went live. Many lords were waiting, ready to exchange food at any moment. The trading page was filled with laments. Seriously? Just filled out the form and it's gone. Michelin, come exchange. I'll give you Muyu stones. My troops are starving, save us. Isn't that the Shadow Lord who offered 100 units of food? Oh man, what kind of godlike troops does he have? What else? Must be dragons or behemoths. Who cares? As long as they're invincible. I'm so jealous. Envy and hate. Big shot. Please take me under your wing. As Li Yuan was about to exit, he noticed another lord named Angel Lord, also offering 60 units of food. Could it be that they had actually summoned a bunch of angels? After all, angels were revered as divine messengers, if not deities themselves. But then again, with 30 billion people, there were bound to be a few chosen ones. Leaving the trading plaza and returning to his warehouse, Li Yuan found that his wood and stone reserves were not only sufficient, but even surplus. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared. Shadow Lord, you have met the requirements for upgrading your castle. Do you wish to upgrade immediately? Upgrade now. Li Yuan responded excitedly. As soon as he spoke, an invisible force enveloped the castle, which began to glow brilliantly. After about half a minute, the light faded, and the dilapidated castle had transformed into a towering, imposing fortress. The new castle attribute panel appeared. The intermediate castle's territory expanded to a radius of 500 meters, and its prestige value reached 800 points. Immediately following, two significant notifications arrived. One declared Li Yuan's ownership of all resources within his territory, while the other was alarming his castle upgrade had attracted the attention of the native forces of the Red Moon Forest. These native forces were likely the original inhabitants of the land. To them, Li Yuan and other transmigrators were unwelcome intruders. Now that his castle had been upgraded, it had caught their attention, which was not a good sign. Fortunately, there was still a 7-day protection period, so he didn't have to worry about native forces for now. However, in the coming days, it was crucial to enhance the castle and troop strength. Only with great power could he resolve any crisis, whether it came from other lords, beasts, or multiple races. At that moment, the two ghostly figures set off again for another round of hunting. Every second counted during the 7-day period. As they departed, a tempting notification appeared. Your castle has been upgraded to intermediate, granting you a chance to draw a divine skill. Do you wish to draw now? Li Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. No matter how strong others' troops were, nothing compared to having unparalleled personal power. Draw now, he instinctively shouted. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. In this draw, you have obtained the dragon talisman. The notification glowed brightly, and a small crimson dragon emerged, silently merging into Li Yuan's body. In that instant, he felt a surge of intense, fiery power coursing through his veins. Who would have thought that the mighty Shadow Legion possessed 12 matching talismans? Each talisman embodies the divine power of the 12 zodiac animals, holding unique and formidable abilities. Among them, the dragon talisman is the most powerful offensive one. By using the dragon talisman, one can wield the flame burst skill. The scorching flames it unleashes can melt anything in their path, and the explosive force is unstoppable. Li Yuan clenched his fist slightly, and a layer of intense firelight immediately enveloped him. The surrounding air distorted from the heat, indicating its extreme temperature. If he weren't inside the city, he would definitely test the power of the flame burst. Undoubtedly, once he activates this skill, he could easily obliterate a first-tier beast like a ghostly shadow. Even second- or third-tier fierce beasts might not escape unscathed. However, Li Yuan also realized that he couldn't fully control the power of the dragon talisman yet. It seemed related to his own cultivation level. This meant that as his strength increased, the power of the flame burst would grow exponentially. The stronger he became, the more terrifying the dragon talisman's power would be. Thinking of this, Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement that he could hardly contain. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the firelight on his body, but the joy on his face was unmistakable. With the dragon talisman, he now had a certain degree of self-protection even if he left the castle. This series of unexpected gains gave Li Yuan a new perspective on upgrading his castle. While upgrading the barracks was important, the castle itself couldn't be neglected. Compared to the barracks, upgrading the castle was significantly easier. The barracks required a large number of energy stones and crystals, whereas the castle only needed wood and stone, which could even be traded for food. Should I go out and hunt monsters too? This thought flashed through Li Yuan's mind but was immediately dismissed. After all, Ghost Shadow had just died once, and he was unfamiliar with the outside world. Acting rashly was too risky. It was better to take things slowly. Time passed slowly amidst Ghost Shadow's slaughter, and before long, night had fallen. However, this night was eerie, with the entire world shrouded in a layer of blood-red light. The bright moon in the sky cast a crimson glow over the Red Moon Forest, likely the origin of its name. Li Yuan had a vague feeling that the Red Moon Forest harbored a significant secret. But since he didn't dare leave the castle, what did it matter to him? The more mysterious a place, the greater the danger. Under the blood-red shroud, the sounds of beasts roaring in the forest became more frequent. Even standing at the fortress gate, Li Yuan could see numerous shadows moving through the blood-red light, all nocturnal beasts searching for food. Compared to the daytime, the outside world was clearly more dangerous at night. At this time, most lords would have their troops return to the city to rest and avoid accidents. Besides his ghost shadow, other troops also needed rest. But shadow soldiers were different. They were born of darkness, children of the night. At night, their combat strength doubled. Therefore, Li Yuan didn't recall Ghost Shadow but let them continue hunting. Though the night was indeed perilous, and despite Ghost Shadow's increased nighttime strength, death notifications still appeared occasionally. Fortunately, the overall efficiency was not inferior to the daytime, as high-tier monsters and low-tier magical beasts were more numerous at night. As night fell, Li Yuan sat on the castle steps, waiting for Ghost Shadow to return. Just as he yawned, he saw a pair of ghost shadows dragging several beast carcasses appear at the gate. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the ghost shadows seemed even more powerful. Could they have leveled up again? He quickly brought up the attribute panel, and sure enough, the two ghost shadows had advanced from Tier 3 to Tier 4. This meant that their hunting efficiency would further improve. Moreover, he could recruit 2 more soldiers tomorrow. With 4 ghost shadows working together, what was there to fear? Although Ghost Shadow couldn't speak, Li Yuan still thanked them for their hard work. The ghost shadows silently turned and disappeared into the night again. Li Yuan didn't mind and immediately started collecting the beast carcasses. Before long, the warehouse was filled with food and materials, with just the meat alone reaching 67 units. However, he didn't rush to trade. This amount of food wouldn't exchange for much wood and stone, far from enough for the castle upgrade. Yawning again, Li Yuan, feeling utterly exhausted, decided to sleep first and continue tomorrow. He first went to the warehouse to get some ingredients and cooked a simple meal in the kitchen. To improve his strength, he had neglected eating and drinking. After wolfing down his meal and taking a hot shower, Li Yuan collapsed onto his soft bed and fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, the 2 tireless ghost shadow warriors continued their relentless hunt outside. In the castle courtyard, the pile of beast carcasses grew higher and higher. The next morning, the gentle sunlight streamed through the window, warmly illuminating Li Yuan's sleeping face. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. After a moment of confusion, he sprang out of bed and quickly walked to the window. In the courtyard, the pile of beast carcasses had formed a small mountain, quite a pleasing sight. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Ghost Shadow had never let him down. With these spoils, the food should be enough to trade for the wood and stone needed for the castle upgrade. After quickly washing up, he went downstairs. But instead of heading straight for the pile of carcasses, he went to the shadow crystal in the barracks. A night had passed, and it was time to recruit new soldiers. The shadow crystal still emitted its mysterious glow, exuding an eerie aura. The barracks are fully charged. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers now? The prompt suddenly sounded. Yes, Li Yuan ordered decisively. Immediately, 9 diamond-shaped crystals began to rotate slowly, and 2 shadows fell from them. Shadows swirled on the ground, forming 2 black-robed figures standing before Li Yuan. One of them was identical to the ghost shadow recruited yesterday from the Ghost Shadow Legion. However, the other one was noticeably different and wore a mask on his face. That's not a mask. Li Yuan squinted and realized that the figure's appearance was naturally like that. With loose green hair down to the shoulders, a broad forehead, and eerie pink skin, the figure had 2 golden horns protruding from its head. The only thing that matched the ghostly figure were the crimson eyes. The entire face was terrifyingly grotesque, especially with those sharp fangs that added a menacing aura. The black robe didn't cover the head and hands, revealing skin tinged with red and long, sharp nails. Emerging from the shadows, the figure immediately knelt on one knee before Li Yuan and exclaimed, "Nijia, at your service, my king." This sight filled Li Yuan with joy. The ghost shadow general, Nijia, recruiting one of the 9 generals on just the second attempt was like a gift from the heavens. Crystal had mentioned that the current odds of recruiting a general were only 1 in 10,000. Such luck was unparalleled. Li Yuan barely contained his excitement and commanded, "Rise." Simultaneously, Nijia's information panel appeared before him. Ghost Shadow General Nijia. Power level, Tier 5. Loyalty boost through kills, 100. Growth cap, Divine Realm. As expected, the growth cap for the 9 generals was indeed the Divine Realm, promising future capabilities akin to gods. Even more astonishing was that Nijia's initial rank was already Tier 5, far surpassing the usual Tier 3 of common ghost shadows. Just then, the 2 old ghost shadows returned, dragging the carcasses of beasts. They had now reached Tier 4, slightly ahead. Li Yuan quickly called them over. Nijia and the ghost shadows all bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at Li Yuan, showing absolute obedience. Recruiting Nijia was an unexpected delight, but Li Yuan hadn't forgotten his main task. He directly ordered Nijia, take them out to hunt wild beasts and scout the area around the castle. Report back to me when you're done. By your command, my king. Nijia responded immediately, leading the three ghost shadows out of the castle. Although Li Yuan wanted to venture out himself, the unknowns outside posed too great a risk. The ghost shadows could go out, but they only knew how to follow orders and couldn't communicate effectively with him. Now, with the articulate Nijia, this problem was solved. Watching Nijia and the others depart, Li Yuan smiled knowingly and turned toward the main gate. There lay a mountain of beast carcasses, waiting to be harvested. A few minutes later, Li Yuan had harvested all the bodies, yielding substantial gains. Including the warehouse reserves, he now had 36 energy stones and 213 units of food. This showed how rampant the two ghost shadows had been last night, practically slaughtering machines. Unbeknownst to him, during that long night, the ghost shadows had faced countless dangers and narrowly escaped death, probably falling over 100 times. Arriving at the trading square, Li Yuan listed 200 units of food at the previous day's price. As soon as the news broke, the world channel exploded. Wow, the shadow boss is trading food again. 200 units, my gosh. Hurry, grab it. We haven't eaten in a day and a night. I'm really curious where the shadow boss gets so much stock. The day hasn't even fully dawned. Could it be that he was also hunting beasts last night? Aren't there height-ear night beasts everywhere over there? The only explanation is that the shadow boss's troops are not only powerful but can also fight day and night. Incredible. I'm so jealous. Stop talking, guys. The 200 units are already gone. The world channel was abuzz, and the trading square was equally lively. In just a minute, Li Yuan's 200 units of food were snapped up. He received 6,510 units of wood and 1,750 units of stone in return. With the leftovers from the previous day's castle upgrade, he was still about halfway to his goal of upgrading to a high-level castle. But that wasn't a big problem. At this rate, 2 more trades would surely be enough. Li Yuan felt that the food trade's profitability was nearing its end. As more people recruited troops, hunting would become easier, and the demand for food would naturally decrease. Unfortunately, no one had yet traded energy stones. Understandably, those who could gather energy stones likely didn't lack food. With Nijia still not back, Li Yuan, feeling bored, opened the world channel. Having been in the war continent for a day, he wanted to see how others were faring. Just as he was about to pause, Li Yuan suddenly noticed that he might have missed an important message yesterday. At the top of the channel was a pinned announcement, basic information about the war continent. Li Yuan's eyes widened, and he quickly opened the announcement, eager to read. The content was extensive, taking him more than 10 minutes to finish. The gist was as follows. The war continent is a boundless world teeming with wild beasts and magical creatures, along with countless native kingdoms and empires. 3 billion earthlings were scattered across the wilderness, kept at a distance from powerful native forces, providing a growth buffer to prevent immediate annihilation. It also provided a brief introduction to the types of troops summoned by the lords. The variety was vast, including humans, demi-humans, beastmen, elves, dragons, liches, and more. Generally, these were fantasy-style species. These troops varied in strength, with 99 of lords randomly summoning the weakest ones. Only a select few chosen ones could recruit truly powerful beings. Even Li Yuan's proud Ghost Shadow Legion, in terms of individual combat, might not match the top-tier troops. However, the Ghost Shadow Legion excelled in other areas of mortality, stealth, and most importantly, limitless growth potential. Ordinary Ghost Shadow soldiers could reach the sacred domain, while the 9 generals aimed for the divine realm. As long as Li Yuan didn't recklessly seek death, he was destined to have a significant share in dominating the war continent. After reading for a while, Li Yuan suddenly looked up at the gate. He saw Nijia returning with the others, having been gone for just over half an hour. With the formidable Tier 5 Nijia in charge and a new soldier added, this mission's gains were bound to be unprecedented. There weren't many beast carcasses, but their ranks were generally high, either Tier 3 or Tier 4. Nijia was carrying 2 Tier 5 giant boars, each with tusks half a meter long and bodies as towering as small mountains. The weaker prey were no longer of interest to the shadow phantoms, who now targeted only high-tier beasts. The higher the tier, the richer the yield of energy and resources. Near the castle, Tier 1 and 2 beasts had become scarce, mostly wiped out or driven away by the shadow phantoms. Since yesterday, wild boars had become a frequent sight on the spoils list. Li Yuan speculated that there must be a wild boar nest to the west of the castle. From his collection, just this haul alone amounted to 210 units of food, nearly matching the previous night's gains, plus 14 energy stones. Including their existing reserves, the total number of energy stones was now over half of what was needed, with just 50 more required to upgrade the barracks. However, they still lacked one crucial core crystal, which remained elusive. After tidying up, Yuan turned to Nija and asked, "What did you find during your reconnaissance?" "Your Majesty." Nija bowed and reported, "The southeast is surrounded by forests teeming with powerful creatures, so I did not dare venture deep. 3 miles north, there's a werewolf tribe occupying a hillside. To the west, there's a wetland filled with wild boars. The rest are scattered groups, not many in number." Hearing this, Yuan began to map out the terrain around the castle in his mind. The southeastern forest was likely the infamous Red Moon Forest, known for its extreme dangers. Nija's decision to avoid it was wise. No one wants to risk their life, not even the resurrected shadow phantoms. Forests are always hunting grounds for fierce beasts, and it's likely that after 7 days, the beast tide attacking the castle would come from there. The southeastern defenses would need to be strengthened. The werewolf tribe to the north seemed to be a local force drawn by the presence of the Shadow Castle. To settle near the Red Moon Forest, they must be formidable. If the castle were to continue growing, this would be a significant threat. As for the wild boar nest to the west, it confirmed Li Yuan's earlier suspicions. In summary, the biggest current threat was the Red Moon Forest, followed by the werewolf tribe. In comparison, the wild boar herd and other scattered groups were less of a concern. After pondering for a moment, Li Yuan asked, "What's the situation at the wild boar nest? How strong are they?" Nija replied, "There's a tier 5 wild boar king." He paused, then added, "An extraordinary tier 5, with strength equivalent to tier 6. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. A tier 5 elite with tier 6 strength was a treasure trove in most games, capable of yielding a bounty of valuable items. He stroked his chin and asked, "Can you take down this wild boar king?" "I will present its carcass before your majesty," Nija declared confidently, bowing. Li Yuan nodded and said, "Good. Then seize the opportunity and kill it." "As you command," Nija responded, leading 3 shadow phantoms into the ground, disappearing in an instant. Watching them leave, Li Yuan's gaze shifted between the western wetland and the Red Moon Forest. Would this wild boar king yield a core crystal? As for the Red Moon Forest, it remained his most troublesome issue. As the castle upgraded, the territory would inevitably expand. Eventually, it would encroach upon the Red Moon Forest. The castle couldn't be moved, so Li Yuan had to face this forest. Additionally, the werewolf tribe 3 miles to the north was another obstacle to territorial expansion. "I'm still too weak to be worrying about all this," Li Yuan encouraged himself. "Once I'm strong enough, what need I fear of werewolves or the Red Moon Forest? I'll have werewolves as guards and the Red Moon Forest as my backyard." Just as he was about to open the trading plaza to exchange for wood and stone, a loud noise erupted from outside the castle. It came from the west. It had to be Nija attacking the wild boar nest. Quick work, Li Yuan thought with a smile. With such disciplined warriors, what need was there to fear the forest and werewolves? However, his smile quickly faded. After the loud noise, 3 shadow phantoms had already perished, leaving only Nija. Is the wild boar king really that formidable? Li Yuan wondered, quickly heading to the gate and leaping onto the high wall. The sky was clear, the mist thin, and he could see far into the distance. In the western wetland, a herd of wild boars was rampaging through the mud. Loud crashes echoed, mud flying everywhere. At the front of this herd were the 3 resurrected shadow phantoms, desperately fleeing. The herd included several tier 5 boars, with the rest no less than tier 3 or 4. A few, the shadow phantoms could handle, but against an entire herd in relentless pursuit, they had no choice but to fight and retreat simultaneously. Where was Nija? Li Yuan anxiously searched and finally spotted Nija on the other side of the wild boar herd. He was facing off against an enormous wild boar king, its black body towering over Nija. In an instant, Li Yuan realized the strategy, a decoy maneuver. The 3 shadow phantoms had deliberately drawn away the herd, leaving Nija to face the wild boar king alone. This was indeed their plan. The 3 shadow phantoms' goal wasn't to eliminate the boars, but to distract them. As the commander, Nija had the ability to think independently. The wild boar king, with its tier 6 strength and herd support, was a formidable opponent even for Nija. The 3 shadow phantoms had risked themselves to successfully draw the herd's attention. Could Nija really take on the wild boar king alone? Li Yuan couldn't help but worry. After all, Nija was only tier 5, while the boar king was an elite. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the 3 shadow phantoms emerged from the shadows, surrounding the wild boar king. The ordinary wild boars were now far away, lost and directionless. On the battlefield, Nija faced the wild boar king hidden, while the 3 shadow phantoms watched from the flanks. The wild boar king, furious, pawed the ground with its front hooves, nostrils flaring with foul white vapor, clearly enraged. Nija shouted, quick and decisive. Let's not keep our king waiting. Without waiting for a response, he gripped his blade with both hands, its silver gleam flashing, and charged at the wild boar king. The boar king roared, its tusks sharp as crescent moons, aiming straight for Nija's throat. With a thunderous clash, Nija's long blade struck the wild boar, unleashing an earth-shattering force. With just one blow, the outcome was clear. The massive body of the wild boar king was sent flying, crashing into the mud with a splash of debris. As the dust settled, Nija sheathed his blade and summoned the 3 shadow phantoms. He had never feared the wild boar king. He called back his subordinates because he couldn't wait to present the victory spoils, not wanting to waste a single moment. Although Nija was only a 5th-rank general, his extraordinary talent promised limitless growth. As a genius, suppressing opponents of the same rank or defeating higher-ranked foes was commonplace for him. He recalled his shadow warriors, aiming to slay the wild boar king as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, he would have returned to the city with the boar's head after at most half an hour of combat. But half an hour felt like an eternity to him. Nija knew how eagerly Yuan was to see the boar killed. How could he keep the king waiting? With a single slash, the wild boar king was sent flying, its massive body rolling in the mud, splattering dirt everywhere. The shadow warriors paid no heed, unleashing a barrage of kunai and shurikens that darkened the sky and rained down on the wild boar king. Ding ding dang dang, the hidden weapons struck the boar's thick hide, but ordinary arms couldn't harm such tough skin. The shadow warriors weren't foolish. They immediately shifted their attack towards the boar's eyes. Whiz, 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 a shuriken finally pierced one of the boar's eyes, causing blood to spurt out, dyeing its head crimson. Roar! The wild boar king let out a piercing scream, regaining its footing and shaking its head violently. Besides the blinded eye, a half-meter-long wound on its shoulder was also bleeding profusely. Nija's earlier strike had broken through its nearly impenetrable hide. Hearing their king's wail, the distant wild boar herd halted and frantically charged back to rescue their leader. Nija, however, was unfazed, raising his blade once more and charging at the wild boar king with a chilling gleam in his eyes. 3 shadow warriors burrowed underground, suddenly emerging from the shadows at the boar's feet and launching it into the air. At that moment, Nija's long blade struck. The clash of metal resounded thunderously as he brought his sword down heavily on the wild boar king's head. Blood rained in the air, and the boar's head plummeted straight into a mud pit with a resounding crash. Boom! The wild boar king created a large crater, its head buried in the mud. Luckily, the soft marshland cushioned the impact. Otherwise, its head might have been driven into its stomach. It kicked its legs furiously, using all its strength to pull its head out. But just then, 2 shadow warriors appeared on either side of it, each wielding a sword aimed at its eyes. The shadow warriors' weapons, formed from shadows, could change shape at will. The boar's head was still buzzing from the impact, and before it could react, both eyes were pierced by the long swords. Roar! 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 The wild boar king howled in agony, its tusks shattering the shadow warriors to pieces. 2 shadow warriors fell in battle. In that fleeting moment, Nija's figure flashed, landing on the boar's neck. Die! He shouted coldly, plunging his blade straight into the boar's forehead. With a sickening squelch, the sword sank halfway in, red and white matter splattering onto Nija's face. The wild boar king's struggle ended there. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous thud, lifeless. What should have been a half-hour battle was resolved in just 2 minutes, thanks to the seamless cooperation between Nija and the 3 shadow warriors. The only cost was the loss of 2 shadow warriors. But for these undead shadow warriors, could that be considered a cost? On the city wall, Yuan watched in stunned silence. After all, it was a boar king. Defeating it so quickly and effortlessly seemed almost disrespectful. Close combat, long-range attacks, vanishing and reappearing at will, this was the terrifying power of the shadow warriors. The wild boar king wasn't weak. The shadow warriors were simply too formidable. Just then, a golden light flashed and a message appeared. Shadow Lord, your troops have slain the elite wild boar king, earning 120 energy points. In an instant, Yuan ascended from 1st rank to 2nd rank. This wasn't unexpected. Nija and his team had already pushed him to the peak of the 1st rank. Now, his main concern was whether the boar's corpse would yield the coveted energy crystal. Meanwhile, the newly summoned shadow warrior had risen to the 4th rank, though Nija and the other 2 shadow warriors hadn't broken through. It seemed that the experience from defeating higher-ranked foes couldn't compare to that from same-rank monsters. Nija jumped off the boar's corpse, about to instruct the shadow warriors to transport the spoils, when he suddenly looked towards the castle. Simultaneously, Yuan, standing at the gate, also looked up. The sky had suddenly darkened, but it was broad daylight. Where had the darkness come from? Upon closer inspection, It was a gigantic creature flying out from the depths of the Red Moon Forest, circling above the castle. The creature was over 20 meters long, with a wingspan nearly 100 meters wide, its feathers gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Atop its head was a plume of jet-black feathers, its feet ending in golden claws, and its eyes were a piercing blue and aerial overlord in every sense. A magical beast, the black-crested golden eagle. It was this eagle that blocked out the sun. Boom. The sound of a sonic boom finally reached Li Yuan's ears, a testament to its incredible speed. The black-crested golden eagle was now hovering over the marshland, its blue eyes locking onto the boar's massive corpse. In the next moment, it dove straight for the boar's body, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Not good. Li Yuan's face turned pale. Nija also realized the gravity of the situation, knowing he couldn't defeat the golden eagle. Clearly, the boar's corpse was its true target. Retreat. We'll escape through the shadows. As the golden eagle closed in, Nija made a decisive call, and he and the 3 shadow warriors vanished with the boar's corpse. The black-crested golden eagle halted in midair, puzzled as it scanned the surroundings. Where had those little pests and the boar gone? Could they use spatial magic? Never mind, they were lucky to escape. The eagle didn't dwell on it, flapping its wings and heading towards the trembling boar herd nearby. Under its oppressive presence, the wild boars lay on the ground, not daring to move. The eagle devoured them one by one, savoring them like tiny shrimp. Meanwhile, Nija and the 3 shadow warriors had returned to the castle through the shadow space. The wild boar king's corpse lay intact in the courtyard. Li Yuan remained on the wall, intently watching the black-crested golden eagle feast. Below the 5th rank, creatures were merely beasts or monsters. Only those above the 6th rank were considered magical beasts, possessing intelligence rivaling humans. So, what rank was this black-crested golden eagle? 7th, 8th, 9th, or had it already entered the sacred realm? Li Yuan glanced towards the Red Moon Forest, swallowing nervously. Could it really become his backyard? The Red Moon Forest, a nest of magical beasts, was home to hidden dangers, and this single eagle could easily destroy his castle. The black-crowned golden eagle is incredibly powerful, completely overwhelming the current Nija. Even through the castle barrier, Li Yuan could feel its overwhelming presence. This beast must have reached the Saint Domain, or if not, it's at least an 8th or 9th tier legendary beast. Emerging from the depths of the Red Moon Forest, could it be the king of this vast woodland? If there are such powerful creatures here, could there be even more terrifying beasts lurking? The thought weighed heavily on Li Yuan's mind. The arrival of the black-crowned golden eagle made him truly realize the terror of the forest. With a Saint Domain beast perched on the hill behind the castle, how could he feel at ease? The castle's protection period had only 6 days left. Would he be able to sleep once the barrier disappeared? Li Yuan's face darkened as he jumped down from the city wall, his gaze finally fixing on Nija. Things weren't hopeless yet. As long as Nija could break through to the Saint Domain within these 6 days, there was still a chance. Nija at the Saint level would definitely not be inferior to the black-crowned golden eagle. From now on, you only have one task: kill monsters at all costs and increase your strength. Li Yuan ordered sternly. Whether they could reach the Saint Domain in 6 days, only time would tell. If they could, great. If not, they would think of another way. Waiting for death was never his style. That's exactly what I intend to do. My current strength is too weak to protect our king. Nija nodded solemnly, and before finishing his sentence, he and 3 ghost shadows vanished into the ground, diving into a new round of battles. Li Yuan glanced towards the wetlands. The black-crowned golden eagle had devoured the entire herd of wild boars and was now circling high in the sky, as if surveying its territory. It glanced at the castle but did not approach, seemingly wary of the barrier. Li Yuan didn't notice. He was busy harvesting the boar king's corpse. The ghost shadows needed to get stronger, the castle needed to get stronger, and he needed to get stronger. The sense of crisis brought by the black-crowned golden eagle made his desire for power far surpass the first wave of beasts. All talk of a great war among the races was nonsense. Survival was the priority now. Collection successful. Obtained 100 units of pork, 1 elite tusk, 10 energy stones, and 1 primal crystal. Killed an elite monster, gaining an additional 50 units of elite pork. Seeing the spoils, Li Yuan finally showed a hint of a smile. The boar king had dropped the coveted primal crystal. With the 10 energy stones, he was now only short of 40 stones to upgrade the barracks. The food totaled 360 units, enough to exchange for wood and stone to level up the castle again. What was the difference between elite pork and regular pork? Li Yuan picked up a piece and went to the kitchen, soon returning with a plate of fragrant roast pork ribs, realizing the benefits of elite ingredients. It turned out that eating them could provide energy. 1 serving of pork ribs could give 2 energy points. Although the amount was small, as a hidden attribute, it was good enough to enhance strength and fortify the body. Li Yuan kept some for himself, and put the rest in the trading plaza. This time, he listed regular and elite foods separately. 160 units of regular meat were exchanged for wood, 150 units for stone, with the same five-fold markup. 40 units of elite pork ribs were listed at 1 energy stone per serving, with a special note highlighting their unique effect. Previously, no one was willing to exchange energy stones for regular food. Would the elite ingredients tempt them this time? If all 40 servings were traded, his barracks could be upgraded immediately. Soon, the regular food started to be exchanged, although at a much slower pace than before. Yuan checked the trading channel and found that many powerful lords had also begun hunting, listing their spoils at much lower prices. Even the angel lord who had left a deep impression on him was selling at the original price. With more troops and easier access to food, the supply-demand relationship had changed. However, Yuan did not adjust his prices. If the food didn't sell out, he could wait a bit longer. The elite pork ribs, though, had no takers yet, likely because they involved energy stones. He wasn't worried. It was a gamble anyway. Little did he know, his elite ingredients were causing quite a stir on the world channel. Meanwhile, Yuan received notifications of elite pork ribs being traded. Although only one serving at a time, they were gradually being exchanged, and at this rate, they might sell out. As he waited for the transactions to complete, far away on the plains outside the Red Moon Forest, a fair-skinned, beautiful young woman hovered in midair. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a pair of pure white wings that allowed her to soar through the skies. In front of her, several half-human-tall angels were besieging a few gray giant wolves. This woman was Ishue, the angel lord who had been selling food at the original price in the trading plaza. At this moment, Ishue was staring at the world channel in shock, her delicate face full of astonishment. He actually killed an elite monster? Ishue murmured in disbelief. Elite monsters were the cream of the crop in this world, and someone had managed to do it within just a few days. Just how powerful was this Shadow Lord? A hint of doubt arose in her heart. Ishue's recruited troops are unique angels. Only she can summon angels on the continent of war. Even the weakest of her angels are at least tier 3, with growth potential up to demigod. Just this morning, she recruited a tier 4 archangel, with a potential reaching divine status. In her view, even if they aren't the strongest, they are definitely among the elite units. She should be ahead of most lords. Her angel castle had already upgraded to intermediate level last night, and she had gained a divine skill. When Yuan brought out a large amount of food at the trading plaza, Ishue didn't pay much attention, even though he might have also upgraded his castle to intermediate level. He's just an opportunistic merchant, not a true powerhouse. Maybe his troops are good at killing low-tier beasts, or perhaps there are many low-tier monsters around him. Everyone needs food right now, but in a few days, Yuan's true abilities will be revealed, making him even less significant. But now, this Shadow Lord has put elite wild boar meat up for trade. An elite mini-boss, which surpasses tier 5 and has combat power comparable to tier 6, is already on the threshold of becoming a magical beast. Near Ishue's castle, there's also an elite wolf king. This morning, she took 4 angels to challenge it, but all 4 were severely injured, forcing her to retreat to preserve their strength. If Yuan's wild boar king is on par with this wolf king, then his troops must have the combined combat power of tier 6. What kind of troops did he recruit? In this Western fantasy world, what could be stronger than angels? After all, angels are the messengers of the supreme deity. What's even more unsettling is that Yuan is using elite boar meat to trade for energy stones, indicating he's preparing to upgrade his castle to a high level. Cheryl, kill monsters with all your might and get strong enough to kill the Wolf King. Ishue angrily flapped her wings and personally joined the battle against the gray giant wolf. Master, it's dangerous. The four-winged angel Cheryl exclaimed, rushing to protect her. Give me a weapon. I can't let you take such risks. I said, give me a weapon. Under Ishue's stern command, Cheryl reluctantly waved her hand, summoning a silver longbow and respectfully handing it over. At the same time, she chanted, and a set of snow-white armor materialized, arming Ishue from head to toe. Ishue held the bow in one hand, her almond eyes brimming with killing intent. Don't mind me, just kill. Today, my angel castle will also upgrade to high level. Aside from Ishue, other lords with top-tier troops were also provoked by Yuan. Each of them started frantically killing monsters to level up, refusing to fall behind. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Castle, Yuan was oblivious to the commotion in the chat channel. Outside the castle, under Nija's lead, the shadows were slaughtering wildly. Energy points kept popping up for Yuan, and they were increasing rapidly. Nija was going all out, leading the shadows to charge into the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest multiple times to hunt stronger beasts. The scene outside the castle was chaotic, with beasts roaring everywhere. As for the black-crested golden eagle, it had long disappeared, either returning to the depths of the forest or heading elsewhere. The shadows were dying more frequently, and even General Nija had perished several times, fully executing Li Yuan's orders to the extreme. However, the results were significant. In just 50 minutes, Li Yuan was close to reaching the peak of Tier 2. 3 shadows also reached the peak of Tier 4, and Nija's aura grew even stronger, with all members on the verge of advancing. At this moment, all the regular food Li Yuan had listed in the trading plaza was sold out. With this, the materials needed to upgrade the high-level castle were complete. Shadow Lord, you have the necessary materials to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the castle now? Upgrade immediately. Li Yuan responded decisively. In an instant, starlight descended from the void, enveloping the entire castle. In the blink of an eye, the original castle vanished, replaced by a more magnificent fortress. The main castle stood over 20 meters tall, with 6 floors. Flanking it were 2 3-story auxiliary castles, guarding the main castle. The shadow crystal in the courtyard had disappeared, now located in the main hall, unchanged in appearance. At the top of the main castle, a fist-sized crystal core appeared. The crystal core contained gray-white energy, forming an additional layer of defense under the protective barrier. Before Li Yuan could think further, the castle's attribute panel appeared before him. Castle name: Shadow Castle. Castle level: High-level Castle. Castle core: Tier 6 defense. Territory range: 1,500 meters radius. Buildings: Shadow Crystal, Warehouse. Town upgrade materials: 50,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of refined iron. Faction: None. Reputation: 1800. Tip 1. If the core is destroyed, the castle will be destroyed. Your current core can withstand Tier 6 power. Tip 2. Your reputation has increased significantly, and local forces in the Red Moon Forest are likely to attack your castle. The newly added protective barrier at the top of the castle was evidently the core's effect. According to the prompt, this barrier could withstand attacks below Tier 6, providing the castle with self-defense. However, it wasn't particularly strong. Fortunately, there was still an invincible shield for the next few days, so there was no immediate concern. But it's worth noting that local forces might attack. The beast tide might not even arrive before the local forces do. The known local force is the werewolf tribe discovered by Nija, only 3,000 meters from the castle's territory. No, after the upgrade, it's only 2,000 meters now. Nija should scout their strength to see if they have any Tier 6 combatants. If not, they should be eliminated to prevent future trouble. But if they have Tier 6 or higher combat power, another strategy will be needed. Regarding the town upgrade, Li Yuan furrowed his brow. The demand for stone and wood had increased exponentially, and he also needed to gather 10,000 units of refined iron. He hadn't seen any refined iron yet. It might need to be obtained from magical beasts. Upgrading the town quickly seems unrealistic, Li Yuan sighed. However, the massive resource requirements will be key to widening the gap between me and other lords. No worries, I can still upgrade the barracks. He reopened the trading plaza and saw that 20 portions of elite boar meat remained unsold. It seemed only a few were willing to trade energy stones for it. But he only needed 11 more stones, so it wouldn't take long to gather them. Nija's recent slaughter had already yielded 8 energy stones. Just then, a new prompt appeared. Your castle has upgraded to high level, granting you a chance to draw a divine skill. Would you like to draw now? Li Yuan was overjoyed. Yesterday, he drew the dragon talisman from the Chinese zodiac series. What would it be this time? Another talisman? Or something different? Eagerly, Li Yuan commanded. Draw. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You've drawn the Thunder Demon Chi this time. Li Yuan was taken aback by the notification in front of him. Instead of a talisman, he received one of the 8 demonic energies Thunder Demon Chi. This power, from the same story universe as the 12 talismans and the Shadow Army, was very familiar. The 8 demon Chi originated from 8 great demons, and those who absorbed it could wield the corresponding demonic powers. Thunder Demon Chi came from the Thunder Demon, Zhongsu. Before Li Yuan could ponder further, the Thunder Demon Chi swiftly integrated into his body. Sparks of electricity crackled around him, making him feel like he had become the embodiment of thunder and lightning. It wasn't an illusion. Li Yuan truly gained the ability to control thunder at will. However, similar to the dragon talisman, the power he could exert depended on his own strength. The higher his level, the stronger the thunder he could command. Compared to the dragon talisman, the Thunder Demon Chi had a broader range of applications. It not only allowed him to control thunder, but also to attack freely. While the dragon talisman could control fire, it mainly relied on the explosive skill, Flame Burst. Of course, this didn't mean that the 8 demon Chi was stronger than the 12 talismans. They each had their own strengths. For example, the dog talisman and horse talisman from the 12 talismans, though not providing direct combat power, offered unparalleled support abilities. The dog talisman granted its holder immortality and immunity to all lethal attacks. The horse talisman could eliminate any foreign force within the body and restore any damaged material to its original state. These supportive abilities were something the 8 demon chi couldn't match. Regardless, obtaining the Thunder Demon Chi undoubtedly boosted Li Yuan's combat prowess. With both the Dragon Talisman and Thunder Demon Chi, dealing with 3rd and 4th tier beasts became a breeze. Just then, more good news arrived. Golden light cascaded down as Li Yuan successfully broke through to the 3rd tier. He sensed that Nika had advanced to the 6th tier, and the 3 Shadow Phantoms had all reached the 5th tier. The entire team's strength had significantly increased. In his advanced castle, the highest combat power was tier 6, capable of battling tier 7, and the barracks were about to be upgraded. Reaching this level on the 2nd day was something few lords could achieve. Li Yuan was confident that he was among the top lords, if not the very best, certainly in the top 3. Li Yuan checked the trading plaza again and found that the elite wild boar meat had not been fully traded, and he still lacked the energy stones needed to upgrade the barracks. Reluctantly, he had to wait. By evening, there were still 2 units of elite wild boar meat left untraded. The impending barracks upgrade left him anxious. At that moment, Nika and the 3 Shadow Phantoms finally returned. Following Li Yuan's instructions, their primary goal was to increase their strength, so they had not immediately brought back the beast corpses after hunting. As night fell, they brought back a massive haul of beast corpses in batches. The courtyard was piled high with a total of 128 beast corpses, including 2 elite beasts. This showcased the fruitful results of Nika and the 3 Shadow Phantoms' efforts. Looking at the corpses, Li Yuan couldn't help but regret not instructing Nika to bring them back sooner. With so many corpses, they could surely gather enough energy stones for the upgrade. Good job. Li Yuan nodded appreciatively at Nika and the others before starting the collection process. 10 minutes later, all the beast corpses were processed. The haul was impressive. 1,360 units of regular food, 100 units of elite food, and various other items. Most importantly, they obtained 42 energy stones and 1 Yuan crystal. This was an unprecedented bounty. Li Yuan immediately turned to the Shadow Crystal, ready for the long-awaited upgrade. Shadow Lord, you now have enough resources to upgrade the barracks. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade immediately. Li Yuan responded without hesitation. As he spoke, the Shadow Crystal glowed brightly. Moments later, the light faded, and while the barracks exterior seemed unchanged, the information panel showed significant differences. Shadow Crystal, unique unit barracks, containing 9 battalions, Shadow Phantom Battalion, Claw Shadow Battalion, Giant Shadow Battalion, Flying Shadow Battalion, Armor Shadow Battalion, Soft Shadow Battalion, Devourer Shadow Battalion, Pincer Shadow Battalion, and Scythe Shadow Battalion. Level 2. Production capacity. Can nurture 5 Shadow Soldiers daily, with battalion types chosen randomly. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance to recruit a Shadow General. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 energy stones, 50 Yuan crystals. Though the appearance hadn't changed much, the level 2 Shadow Crystal could now summon 5 Shadow Soldiers daily. Clearly, the higher the barracks level, the more types of units could be recruited. For Li Yuan, the true strength of the Shadows lay in their endless numbers, making this great news. Can we recruit today? Li Yuan asked. You have already recruited units today. The Shadow Crystal is recharging and cannot recruit. The notification was clear. Li Yuan had to wait, looking forward to tomorrow's recruitment. By then, he would have 1 general and 8 shadows under his command. Although the chance of recruiting another general was slim, he would at least get other types of Shadow Soldiers. After all, the first 2 days had been random Shadow Phantoms. The 3rd day should bring different units. Next, Li Yuan took stock of the remaining resources. After upgrading the castle and barracks, he still had a substantial amount. Regular food, 1,368 units. Elite food, 100 units. Stone, 750 units. Energy stones, 40. Yuan crystal, 1. Other items like fur and teeth filled the corners of the warehouse in large quantities. However, these resources were far from enough for the next upgrades. Upgrading the town required 50,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wood, and 10,000 units of refined iron. Upgrading the barracks required 1,000 energy stones and 50 Yuan crystals. The vast amounts needed made Li Yuan feel the pinch. Though over 1,000 units of food seemed substantial, even if traded entirely, it wouldn't meet the castle upgrades demands, let alone the barracks. Additionally, after 2 days, the trading plaza prices had dropped to standard levels. Li Yuan checked multiple times and found that while food was still in demand, it wasn't as popular as before. Instead, the demand for stone and wood was rising, indicating that everyone was preparing to upgrade their castles. Despite this, Li Yuan decided to put all the food up for trade. Even at standard prices, every bit would help. At that moment, Nika approached respectfully, saying, "My lord, I have something to report." "What is it?" Li Yuan turned to ask. Nika solemnly replied, "On our way back, we found suspicious intelligent creatures on the outskirts of our territory." Suspicious intelligent creatures were discovered within the territory. Nija specifically used this term to describe them, indicating they were not ordinary beasts. Li Yuan frowned and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Were they werewolves?" "The werewolf tribe 2 kilometers away, the one you reported earlier, is the closest native force to our territory." Nija shook his head, his expression serious. "No, my lord. These were small humanoid creatures with long ears, green skin, and ugly faces. We encountered a scouting party of 7 members, all wearing tattered leather armor and wielding simple weapons. The strongest among them was a 5th-tier elite, while the rest were 3rd or 4th-tier. I suspect they were gathering intelligence on our territory. They fled as soon as they saw us." He paused and added, "Without your orders, we chose not to pursue them further." Li Yuan's eyes flashed with understanding. He murmured, "Green skin, long ears, and ugly faces, could they be goblins?" He nodded firmly. "Uninvited guests are thieves. They might return tonight, and we need to find their lair. Goblins typically live in underground burrows. They're cowardly yet cunning, so it's understandable that Nija and his team didn't catch them immediately." Li Yuan's gaze sharpened as he continued, "Now that we know, we must ascertain their exact situation. Their sneaky approach suggests ill intent. If they're easy targets, I don't mind eliminating them outright." His thoughts raced. Wiping out these local forces should come with rewards. We also need to quickly assess the strength of the werewolf tribe. Li Yuan sighed. "I thought the nearby werewolf tribe was our only concern. Who knew there was also a goblin outpost? It's a minor surprise, but compared to the holy black-crowned golden eagle and the impending beast tide, it's nothing." Nija then led his shadow squad out of the castle to hunt beasts and keep a close watch on the goblins' movements. Li Yuan didn't delay. He quickly listed over 1,000 units of food on the trading plaza. He carefully set the trading terms: ordinary food for stone and wood, while elite food would be traded for energy stones, refined iron, and Yuan crystals. 1 unit of elite food could be exchanged for 1 unit of refined iron or 1 energy stone, and 5 units for 1 Yuan crystal. As soon as the food was listed, the world chat channel buzzed with excitement over Li Yuan's trading information. Lords were astounded and began to discuss. "I'm stunned. Nearly 1,500 units of food, that means he killed over 100 beasts. Did Black Shadow raid a beast den? Man, this guy must have recruited a deity. It's terrifying. I can't even imagine. Hey, new items are up for trade. Black Shadow wants refined iron. I know Yuan crystals are for upgrading barracks, but what's refined iron for? Making weapons?" Someone speculated. "I'll bet it's for either upgrading barracks or the castle. My castle is at the intermediate level, and upgrading to advanced doesn't require refined iron. I bet it's for the barracks. Black Shadow must have upgraded his barracks after killing so many elite monsters." Just then, a user named Angel Lord chimed in, "No, refined iron is for upgrading a castle to a town. If you have any, you can trade with me too." Other lords were amazed. "Whoa, is that really you? Thanks, Angel Lord. You're the first to sell food at standard prices." So, according to Angel Lord, does that mean Black Shadow has also upgraded to an advanced castle? Comparing myself to them is frustrating. My castle is still at the basic level. Angel Lord and Black Shadow both have advanced castles. Are there any other top lords? Is Angel Lord male or female? Li Yuan ignored the chatter in the world chat channel and focused on his trades. Soon, he noticed Angel Lord had also listed a request for refined iron, indicating they too had upgraded to an advanced castle and were gathering resources to upgrade to a town. Clearly, they were ahead of most lords. Li Yuan pondered, "I wonder where this Angel Lord is. They are strong and will likely become a formidable rival to the Black Shadow territory." Time passed slowly as food was gradually exchanged for stone and wood. He managed to trade for a few energy stones, but hadn't yet obtained any Yuan crystals or refined iron. Li Yuan considered resting but decided to stay up a bit longer, anticipating the goblin's potential return. He was curious about the local forces, especially since the world chat announcements about the war continent were vague. Capturing a few goblins might reveal more information. At 10 o'clock, Li Yuan stood on the 6th-floor balcony of the castle, gazing at the surrounding forest. The moon was dim, and the occasional beastly roar added to the eerie atmosphere. Shadow Squad hadn't reported any goblin incursions yet. Li Yuan sat on a wooden chair and opened the trading plaza. Earlier, Nija and his team had returned with beast carcasses, collecting 300 units of ordinary food, which Li Yuan also listed on the trading plaza. All ordinary food had been traded, yielding 11,000 units of wood and 7,500 units of stone. He exchanged elite food for 12 energy stones, leaving 88 units. He still hadn't obtained any Yuan crystals or refined iron. Li Yuan mused, Yuan crystals can be gathered from killing elite monsters, but refined iron I am not sure if it's directly mined, or needs to be smelted from iron ore. Just then, a notification appeared before Li Yuan. Black Shadow Lord, you have reached the limit of 50 million private messages from strangers. Please clear them promptly. Li Yuan was taken aback. 50 million private messages? Since he started listing food for trade, many lords had messaged him, mostly to haggle or request food at lower prices, which he ignored. He didn't expect to accumulate 50 million messages in just 2 days, a staggering number. Considering there were 3 billion humans reincarnated on the war continent, the number wasn't that surprising. Li Yuan opened the chat interface and quickly found the button to clear all messages. However, just as he was about to click it, his hand paused. Li Yuan's peripheral vision had caught a glimpse of the last message, containing 2 words that piqued his interest. It was none other than the iron essence that Li Yuan had been longing for. The last private message came from a user named Little Fairy Lord. You want iron essence? This fairy has plenty and can supply more regularly. But your food prices are too high. Can we add each other as friends to discuss? Li Yuan stared at the screen, frowning slightly. This tone and self-reference suggested the other party was likely a young girl. Who else would name their territory Little Fairy? Instinctively feeling a bit skeptical, his finger hovered over the delete key for a moment before he decided to clear all the private messages. However, iron essence was crucial for upgrading his town. Sitting in front of the computer, Li Yuan's fingers tapped the table unconsciously. After some hesitation, he opened the friends window, searched for Little Fairy Lord, and clicked Add Friend. Iron essence was so rare, it was worth a shot. If it turned out to be unreliable, he could always delete her later. After sending the request, Li Yuan anxiously waited, but the screen remained silent. Just as he was about to give up, a message popped up. Little Fairy Lord, are you the Shadow Lord with lots of food? Li Yuan, yes, that's me. You mentioned you have iron essence. How much do you have? Little Fairy Lord, not much right now, only 20 units just smelted, but I can get a lot more soon. Li Yuan, smelted? Little Fairy Lord, yes, there's an iron mine right at the entrance of my territory, and I've recruited dwarf craftsmen who can smelt iron essence. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Dwarf craftsmen were indeed known for their forging skills, but he decided to probe further. Li Yuan, I need a large quantity. Can your craftsmen meet that demand? Little Fairy Lord, how large? The dwarf uncles say that if they're well fed, they can provide 100 units of iron essence a day. 100 units a day. Li Yuan's eyes widened. In just 2 days, she must have recruited 4 units, just like him. Mining and smelting simultaneously seemed impossible. His finger moved towards the delete key again. Then, another message came from Little Fairy Lord. Little Fairy Lord, is that not enough? When my furnace is upgraded to mid-level, it can produce 300 units a day. Little Fairy Lord, oh, by the way, the furnace is a special building. I got the blueprint while collecting stones. The dwarf uncles use it to smelt iron essence. A special building? A blueprint? Li Yuan was stunned. These new terms made him start believing her again. A typical scammer wouldn't come up with such details. Li Yuan, what's your asking price? Little Fairy Lord, I need 600 units of food a day, but for now, I can only give you 100 units of iron essence daily. Is that okay? Li Yuan, why do you need so much food? 600 units a day, are you feeding giants? Little Fairy Lord, not storing it. We consume it all daily. Over 100 mouths to feed. Li Yuan, you recruited 100 dwarves in just 2 days? Li Yuan was in disbelief. A level 1 barrack could only recruit 2 units, and a level 2 5 units. Did she break the rules? On the first day, the 2 dwarf uncles I summoned encountered over 80 local wandering dwarves while collecting stones. They all followed them back, saying they wanted to work for me. I couldn't get rid of them, so I had to feed them. Luckily, they help with mining and gathering materials, but they eat a lot 2 units of food per meal. All the stones I've gathered these days went to food. Otherwise, my castle would have been upgraded by now. Li Yuan didn't know how to respond. Local forces coming to pledge allegiance? This was a game changer. No wonder she could provide 100 units of iron essence daily. She had over 100 laborers. Such luck was unbelievable. Among the 30 billion lords, this little fairy probably had the largest number of troops. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuan replied, 600 units of food for 100 units of iron essence. Deal. Little Fairy Lord, can we start with the 20 units? Some of the uncles are starving. Li Yuan, sure, initiate the trade. Soon, Li Yuan received a purchase request from Little Fairy Lord. He inputted 120 units of food, grateful he had a reserve of 200 units. After the trade was completed, his castle's warehouse was filled with 20 fist-sized black iron chunks iron essence. Little Fairy Lord, got the food. I'll contact you tomorrow once the iron essence is smelted. So sleepy, this fairy is going to bed. Good night. Li Yuan. All right, good night. Watching her name dim on the screen, Li Yuan smiled. He decided to pay more attention to the World Chat channel to gather more information about other lords. This was a perfect example. Had he not received the prompt and added her as a friend, he wouldn't have found iron essence. If Little Fairy could really provide a steady supply of iron essence, upgrading his town would be within reach. He could even monopolize the iron essence market. Any lord wishing to upgrade their town would need iron essence. Others might also have dwarf craftsmen, but not everyone would be as lucky as Little Fairy, with an iron mine at her doorstep and over 100 laborers. In these early stages, iron essence would be a highly sought-after resource, just like food in the past 2 days. From their conversation, Yuan sensed that Little Fairy was indeed young and somewhat naive. If he played his cards right, he could make a significant profit. Of course, the key was whether Little Fairy was reliable and could maintain a long-term supply. Soon, Yuan yawned deeply, feeling the onset of sleepiness. He glanced at the time, just past midnight, and muttered, "No goblins tonight? Fine, I'm going to bed." Standing up from his chair and stretching, Yuan was about to head to his bedroom when he suddenly remembered it was already a new day. He could recruit new shadow units. Yuan descended the stairs and entered the lobby. Recruit the new soldiers first. Sleep can wait, he thought. With the upgraded level 2 barracks, he could recruit 5 shadow soldiers at a time. This meant there would be 5 more shadows tonight, making a total of 8 for monster hunting, greatly increasing efficiency. Time is of the essence, and maximizing its use is crucial. While other lords' troops couldn't operate at night, his shadows were unaffected. This advantage, along with the inherent strength of the shadows and their nighttime agility, allowed him to pull ahead. Widening this gap would be highly beneficial for the future. Under the bright light, the shadow crystal appeared even more mysterious. Shadow crystal fully charged. Recruit shadow soldiers now? Recruit immediately. Black light enveloped the area, and 5 shadowy figures separated from a diamond-shaped crystal. Yuan guessed that each of the 9 crystals represented a different troop type. However, they all looked identical, making it hard to tell them apart. But he would soon know if there were new recruits. Moments later, 5 shadows emerged from the darkness. Yuan looked up and smiled with satisfaction. It turned out that a single crystal didn't just represent one troop type. It was random. This time, there were 2 ghost shadows and 3 from a new troop. These new recruits were towering, standing about 2.5 meters tall, dressed similarly to the ghost shadows in black robes. Their crimson eyes glowed like lanterns, and their muscular arms were incredibly imposing. Each one looked like a walking fortress. These were the giant shadows, also known as the giant trolls. Of course, they weren't the trolls from Western fantasy, but they resembled massive demons. Giant shadows were enormous, incredibly strong, and had unmatched defense, making them walking fortresses of destruction. Their only drawback was slightly lower agility. The 2 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows knelt on one knee, silently expressing their loyalty and respect to Yuan. The giant shadows were tier 4 soldiers, whose loyalty increased with each kill, with a growth potential reaching the sanctuary level. The 2 ghost shadows were also tier 4 initially. It seemed that the level 2 barracks had raised the initial tier level, as the previous recruits were tier 3. Even General Nija was only tier 5 when recruited. Though the tier 4 giant shadows weren't as strong as Nija, they weren't necessarily weaker than the tier 5 ghost shadows. Unfortunately, he didn't recruit another general this time, given the 1 in 10,000 chance. Yuan examined the giant shadows, feeling quite satisfied. He hoped to recruit from the other troops next time, and eventually gather all 9. As for the 8 generals, that would take time. Each of the 9 shadow troops had unique abilities, and were all formidable. For instance, the flying shadows resembled bats with wings, excelling in aerial combat. Recruiting them would significantly enhance control over his territory's airspace. At that moment, Nija suddenly emerged from the shadow space and reported respectfully, "My lord, those hideous green creatures are approaching the territory cautiously." "How many?" 2 squads, 14 in total. The 2 leading are tier 5 elites. Yuan thought. They sent 1 squad at dusk, and now 2 more. It looks like they're planning an attack on the castle. A group of fools. Yuan pondered. Don't make a move yet. Let them get closer, and leave none alive. "Yes, my lord." Nija bowed and took his orders. To avoid alarming the goblins, Yuan even dimmed some of the castle's lights. About 10 minutes later, under the dim moonlight, shadows moved through the forest, approaching the castle. He could vaguely see their green skin and skinny limbs. They were short, with odd appearances like aliens from a movie. In the faint light, Yuan got a clearer view. Indeed, they were goblins. They stood just over a meter tall, with green, oily skin. Their eyes and noses were large, ears long and pointed, and teeth crooked. Wearing tattered leather armor, they carried a variety of weapon swords, clubs, axes, you name it. The 2 leading goblins were slightly taller and had more intact armor. One wore a black and red robe over his armor and held a half-meter staff with a crystal embedded at the top, resembling an elemental crystal. Was he a goblin mage? Yuan and Nija hid in the shadows, observing the other goblin. This one was sturdier, wielding a spiked club, with bulging eyes and a fierce look. Both goblins had the aura of tier 5 elites. Yuan judged that one was a frontline warrior, and the other a ranged mage. The goblins whispered among themselves in the forest, seemingly reaching an agreement. The mage waved his staff, and the tattered armor on the other goblins began to glow faintly, boosting their aura. It was clearly a support spell, enhancing their defense and attack. Under the lead of the goblin warrior, the group charged at the castle, weapons raised. The mage cast an attack first, swinging his staff to shoot a barrage of ice spikes from the crystal. Hundreds of ice spikes rained down towards the castle, but shattered upon hitting the protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier glowed with a milky white light, remaining unscathed. In contrast, the ice spikes turned to dust. The 7-day invincibility was no idle boast. A mere tier 5 elite mage couldn't even scratch it. Even gods would be powerless against it. The sanctuary-level black-crowned golden eagle had wisely left upon sensing the barrier. These goblins were just too weak and foolish. The other goblins reached the barrier, attacking it desperately, only to be repelled instantly. What a powerful magic barrier. More, retreat. The goblin mage stared in horror at the castle's impenetrable shield and immediately shouted to the warrior beside him. They had been scouting this castle for a long time and had meticulously prepared for this attack. Most of the few black-clad figures in the city were out hunting monsters. They had chosen this moment to strike, hoping to take advantage of the absence of Nika and her team and plunder some treasures from the city. Who would have thought the castle was protected by a magic array, and a 9th tier one at that? This meant the castle lord's power was at least 9th tier, if not higher. Even if the lord wasn't that powerful, they must have a 9th tier backer. Their small squads were no match for this. Escape. They had to escape. The castle lord had probably noticed their attack, and if they didn't leave now, they'd all be doomed. Before he finished speaking, the goblin mage turned and ran. The other goblins quickly followed suit, retreating in panic. Running already? Cowards, Yuan sneered inside the castle, then instructed Nika. Go, bring back 2 alive, leave no others. Yes, my lord. Nika bowed and disappeared into the ground. Yuan understood the goblin language because it was the common tongue of the war continent, a language naturally mastered by all lords who crossed over. Soon, the sounds of battle and screams echoed from outside the castle. Nika and the shadowy figures were mercilessly reaping the goblins' lives. As creatures of the night, the shadows held a natural advantage. They could appear beside any goblin at will, their flashing blades and spurting blood marking the end of goblin lives one after another. In no time, the 2 goblin squads were nearly wiped out. Only a few goblins were left fleeing in terror, including the charging warrior and the mage. The mage ran the fastest, even using his staff to fly. But it was futile. Once the other goblins were dead, the shadows pursued them relentlessly. The goblin warrior frantically ran through the forest, but in the next second, 3 shadows emerged from his own shadow and severed one of his arms. With a scream, the shadows captured the unlucky goblin. The fleeing mage, hearing the screams behind him, was terrified out of his wits and tried to speed up. Just then, a blade of light slashed down from the void. The mage hastily retreated, chanting incantations and raising a magic shield with his staff, his body also covered in magical armor. But these defenses were like tofu before the blade of light, shattered in an instant. The blade pierced the mage's chest, blood gushing out as he fell from the sky. Nika appeared, grabbed the severely injured goblin mage without a second thought, and vanished, reappearing back in the castle. Meanwhile, 3 shadows were busy hauling goblin corpses into the city, piling up several mounds of greenish bodies. The one-armed warrior lay curled on the ground, his legs bound by ropes, his wounds still bleeding. My lord, the invading creatures have been annihilated. As you wished, we left 2 alive. Nika reported, throwing the mage beside the warrior. The 2 goblin leaders exchanged a hopeless glance. Their entire force had been obliterated. They had brought 2 elite 5th-tier squads, and even when they scouted the neighboring werewolf tribe, they had only lost 3 men before retreating safely. But this time, invading the human castle, only the 2 of them survived out of 14. Seeing Yuan and the 3 shadows towering over them, their hearts sank. This mysterious human castle was terrifying. Yuan glanced at the 2 captives without a word and walked towards the pile of goblin corpses. These were intelligent beings, different from wild beasts or monsters. Could they be harvested? Detected goblin corpses, proceed with collection? A prompt confirmed Yuan's guess. He wondered what the yield would be. Proceed with collection. Instantly, the corpses vanished. Collected goblin corpses, obtained 5 sets of 1st-tier leather armor, 5 1st-tier weapons. Equipment ranges from 1st to 9th tier, with sacred and divine artifacts. The message enlightened Yuan. The main yield from intelligent beings' corpses was equipment, not food or energy stones. The warehouse now contained 5 sets of leather armor and 5 swords, similar in quality to what the captives wore, all 1st-tier equipment. The rest of the dead had been carrying junk. However, this equipment was useless to the Shadow Army, which could conjure any weapon they needed. Li Yuan didn't even glance at the lowest tier equipment. Ignoring the spoils for now, he refocused on the two captives. Li Yuan walked up to them and snatched the staff from the mage, examining the crystal at its head. This turned out to be a Yuan crystal, needed to upgrade the barracks. Though it was only one, he still needed 48 more, but it was a pleasant surprise. Toying with the loot, Li Yuan addressed the captives in common tongue. I need information about the Red Moon Forest and its surroundings, including your goblin tribe. Who will speak first? A goblin warrior will never betray his tribe, the warrior shouted defiantly. Li Yuan sneered and looked at the shadow beside him. Immediately, a fist larger than the goblin crashed down on the warrior. When the fist lifted, the warrior and his first-tier armor were nothing but a bloody pulp. The mage, trembling in fear, stammered, "Respected human, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The goblin mage Jirding was terrified and answered all of Li Yuan's questions truthfully. Their small tribe, numbering over 1,800, had taken refuge in a natural cave outside the western swamps of Shadow Castle. Decades ago, they were a defeated division of the Goblin Kingdom, wandering to this place after their loss. Goblins, after all, are just a lower-tier version of goblins, often serving as cannon fodder. The strongest in the tribe was the chieftain, a 9th-level warrior who used to be their commander. Additionally, they had an 8th-level mage and 5 or 6 7th-level fighters, making them a formidable force. Without such strength, they wouldn't have been able to establish themselves here. As for the mysterious Red Moon Forest, Jirding described it as being located in the eastern part of Andira State on the continent of War. Legend has it that a deity fell there many years ago, causing the moonlight to turn blood-red and making it a dreaded forbidden zone. Its danger is not unfounded. The forest is teeming with wild beasts and high-level magical creatures. Surrounding the Red Moon Forest, besides their goblin tribe, the only other intelligent beings were a werewolf tribe located 3 kilometers to the north. The werewolf tribe had been around longer and was even stronger, with a leader who had reached the semi-saint level. Under him were 2 9th-level warriors, one a fighter and the other a mage. As for the elusive black-crowned golden eagle Jirding mentioned, it had indeed reached the saint level and would fly out of the Red Moon Forest every 10 days for reasons unknown. Li Yuan then asked if any other human castles had been discovered nearby. Jirding hesitated and stammered that just 2 days ago, a castle had suddenly appeared near their tribe. What happened next? That's all. It turned out that shortly after the castle appeared, a few goblins who had been enslaved by humans came out to gather stones, looking very hungry. Jirding and his tribe secretly contacted them and offered food. They learned that these unfortunate goblins were being mistreated by humans and persuaded them to lure their masters out. When the humans came out, they were swiftly killed. Li Yuan sighed after hearing this little story. Essentially, this earthling he had never met summoned a few goblins right at the enemy's doorstep. The goblins, starving, were easily swayed and ended up betraying their master. The real kicker was that this fool left his castle on the first day, practically asking for trouble. Didn't he know about the 7-day invincibility period? Now, he was dead, killed by his own troops. What a twist of fate. Li Yuan shook his head and curiously asked about the castle's fate. Jirding answered truthfully that after the master's death, the castle vanished. However, they found 500 energy stones and 2 essence crystals at the original site. This number startled Li Yuan. Could this be the reward for killing other lords? This realization would undoubtedly intensify the battle among the 3 billion lords. Just 500 energy stones were enough to upgrade a barracks to level 3. And this was just a basic castle. The rewards for mid and high-level castles would be even more substantial. Li Yuan quickly caught on and sarcastically asked, "So, you set your sights on me?" Jirding smiled bitterly and nodded. Li Yuan could understand. He might also be tempted by the lure of hundreds of energy stones. The key was that the unfortunate fellow brought it upon himself. If he had stayed in the city, those goblins wouldn't have had a chance. Jirding timidly asked, "Honorable human lord, I've told you everything. Can I go now? Did I say you could leave?" Li Yuan retorted. Before Jirding could react, his neck was snapped by Nija. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, and Li Yuan's cultivation broke through to the 4th level. However, the 4th level seemed insignificant given the upcoming crisis. He ordered Nija and the shadows to continue hunting outside, while he enjoyed a hot bath and relaxed in a soft bed. Before sleeping, he reviewed the day's gains and pondered future plans. The information Jirding inadvertently revealed was valuable. Not only did their tribe have 500 energy stones, but they were also a significant source of profit. Once Nija reached the 8th level, they could confront the 9th-level chieftain. The werewolf tribe was powerful, but it was best to avoid provoking them for now. As for the iron essence needed to upgrade the town, even if the fairy kept her promise of supplying 100 units daily, reaching the target of 10,000 units was still a long way off. Other methods would be necessary. Trading for stone and wood couldn't be neglected either. He wondered if anyone would be willing to exchange those scavenged leather armor and weapons. The next day marked the third day since 3 billion Earthlings arrived on the continent of war. After 2 days of development, many lords were faring much better than they did upon their initial arrival. In 3 days' time, at least 6 types of troops could be recruited. Although the strength of these troops varied, they were sufficient to ensure basic survival. In the trading plaza, the demand for food had dropped by 70-80. Now, everyone was frantically seeking stone and wood, indicating that the lords were preparing to upgrade their castles. After all, once the 7-day period was over, the beast tide would come. Only sturdy castles and high-tier troops could help them survive this first life-or-death challenge. Yes, it was indeed a life-or-death challenge, akin to a brutal elimination round. Only those who survived could qualify to compete in the grand stage of the battle among myriad races. Of course, all of this is secondary. The key was to survive the beast tide. Staying alive meant you could choose to conquer or to live in hiding. If you died, it was game over. This wasn't a game. What lay before everyone was the harshest reality. Without a doubt, the beast tide would claim the lives of many lords, perhaps half, or even more. No one wanted to be on the death list. Therefore, countless lords were racking their brains and exerting every effort to enhance their strength. Yuan slept in today. He had expended too much energy dealing with goblin provocations last night and didn't wake up until 10 a.m. After washing up and having a meal, he was only 70 full before leisurely stepping into the courtyard. The corpses of wild beasts were piled up like a mountain, at least 150 of them, indicating that the efficiency of the Shadow Army had significantly improved. Yuan couldn't be bothered to count them individually and directly collected everything with a single click. He obtained 2,300 units of regular food, 260 units of elite food, 28 energy stones, and 2 Yuan crystals. Without a second thought, he threw all the food into the trading plaza, exchanging regular food for wood and stone, and elite food for energy stones, refined iron, and Yuan crystals. Although the demand for food had significantly decreased, there were still those willing to trade. Some had abundant wood and stone, but their troops consumed vast amounts of food, and their territories lacked sufficient supplies. Of course, he kept 600 units of regular food as a reserve. He couldn't forget that the little fairy needed to supply him with refined iron, so he had to stock up on provisions. Opening his friend chat, Yuan found the little fairy's avatar still grayed out. Was the refined iron not ready yet, or was she simply sleeping in? With nothing better to do, he opened the trading plaza again. The 6 sets of first-tier leather armor and 5 first-tier weapons he obtained from killing goblins last night could now be used to trade for other items. After checking the standard prices, Yuan cursed inwardly. A mere set of first-tier equipment was only worth 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stonehouse stingy, but then he thought he had no use for them, and they were just wasting space in his warehouse. Selling them could at least fetch some pocket change. Just as he was about to list them at the standard price, he noticed an auction button on the left side of the trading plaza. Without hesitation, he deleted the original trade information and threw all the leather armor and weapons into the auction system. He looked around and saw that no one else was auctioning equipment, making him a trailblazer in this regard. Indeed, he didn't think much of this batch of junk, but for other lords, having equipment made a significant difference. If their summoned militia donned leather armor and wielded weapons, their hunting efficiency would greatly improve. No one would turn down more equipment, even if it was of low quality. The auction rules were simple: a 2-hour time limit, and the highest bidder wins. Confirming all the details, Yuan let it be, knowing the results would come in due time. He then opened the friend window and sent a message to the little fairy lord. I have 600 units of food ready. Is your refined iron done? After a while, there was no response. Shaking his head in resignation, Yuan decided to check the world channel to see what other lords were up to. The chat logs were still rapidly scrolling, making it hard to keep up. After some careful research, Yuan discovered that the chat channel refresh rate could be customized. You could set refresh intervals, filter keywords, and block certain speakers, quite a powerful feature. He slowed the refresh rate by 1,000 times, making it barely manageable. Just then, his auction listing sparked a new wave of discussion in the channel. Whoa, monsters drop equipment? Check the trading plaza. The Shadow Lord is auctioning gear. No way, that's the same leather armor worn by the goblins that attacked my place yesterday. So, the Shadow Lord is taking out local forces? I bet he's the strongest among us lords. But this equipment is so basic, who would want it? Don't underestimate it. My militia is still shirtless. They come back from hunts covered in wounds, just missing a few pieces of armor. Bye. My professional lumberjacks have loads of wood. Where's the Shadow Lord's territory? Is it near me? Can he take me in? Keep dreaming. Seeing these comments, Yuan was somewhat surprised. It seemed his actions over the past few days had earned him a bit of a reputation. It was probably due to the large quantities of food he sold, far exceeding others. However, he had no intention of joining the chat. After browsing for a while, he found no valuable information. Everyone was just shooting the breeze, with no substance. Honestly, given the dire situation, it was baffling that these people still had the leisure to joke around. While Li Yuan shook his head in private, on an island in the endless sea, a young man was strolling along the beach. Several golden dragons were hunting in the sea, tearing apart a group of sea beasts. Glancing at the world channel, the young man chuckled, "Shadow Lord, I see your name every day. What kind of troops did you summon?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on his golden dragons. These were the kings of the dragon race. Though still in their juvenile stage with limited strength, they started at tier 5. Once mature, each would reach the saint tier, and their potential could even touch the divine realm, comparable to gods. Hopefully, you survive the beast tide, or you won't be worthy of being my opponent. The young man smiled slightly, a faint pressure emanating from him, causing the sea beasts to tremble. This was his new power, Dragon Emperor's Awe, obtained after upgrading his castle. Having summoned golden dragons, the young man feared no beast tide. His goal was to reach the pinnacle of all races. He firmly believed he would become the true overlord of the continent of war. In the state of Andira, on the vast Tucker Plains, a towering castle stood majestically, piercing the clouds. At the castle's peak, a pristine statue of a six-winged angel gleamed brilliantly. This was Ishua's angel castle. Judging by its size, the castle had clearly been upgraded to a higher level. At this very moment, Ishua had just completed the upgrade of her second-level barracks. She had put in great effort, personally hunting beasts for days to gather the necessary energy stones and crystals. However, her joy turned to bitterness when she saw that Li Yuan had already begun auctioning off his spoils. Ishua suspected that Li Yuan had upgraded his barracks to level 2 as early as yesterday. Even though she followed closely behind today, she was still a step late. To make matters worse, Li Yuan had already begun wiping out the Goblin tribe. Coincidentally, not far from Ishua's angel castle, there was also a Goblin tribe. Unfortunately, with her current strength, she wasn't yet capable of launching an attack. "I will surpass you." Ishua clenched her fists and ordered the newly upgraded barracks, "Recruit angels." She could have summoned new troops early in the morning, but she deliberately held back, waiting for the barracks upgrade to recruit more angels. This showed that her intelligence matched her beauty. In fact, in other corners of the war continent, any lord who recruited top-tier troops shared the same belief. Even if Li Yuan was temporarily ahead, they remained confident. They believed their increasingly powerful troops would help them catch up in no time. Of course, Li Yuan was unaware of this. At this moment, he was busy harvesting the 32 beast carcasses brought back by Nija. After the inventory, he instructed Nija to stay behind, saying, "Don't go hunting for now. Instead, scout the Goblin tribe to the west and the Werewolf tribe to the north. Be extra careful." "Yes, my lord." Nija bowed and disappeared into the shadows. Although they had already obtained some intelligence from a Goblin captive, Li Yuan knew that seeing is believing. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one win 100 battles. Especially the Goblin tribe, those 500 energy stones were a tempting prize, and Li Yuan was determined to get them. As for Nija's safety, Li Yuan wasn't worried at all. With Nija's stealth abilities, she could move undetected. Besides, this mission was just reconnaissance, not direct confrontation. It's worth mentioning that all the Goblin armor and weapons were snapped up at the auction. Li Yuan had amassed 7,000 units of wood and 1,200 units of stone. Including the food he had sold, his warehouse now held 33,000 units of wood and 9,200 units of stone. He was still far from the goal of upgrading his town, not to mention the scarce iron essence, of which he had only gathered 20 units so far. With 53 energy stones and 4 crystals, he was still far from meeting the requirements for a level 3 barracks. Li Yuan calculated silently, wondering if he could stockpile everything before the beast tide struck. He only hoped that before the impending catastrophe, he could upgrade both his castle and barracks once more. Although it seemed unrealistic to upgrade twice in 7 days, as this recent upgrade had almost depleted his resources, the next round would be even tougher. The 7-day invincibility shield had its limits, and without a miracle, even one more upgrade would be difficult. Given this, Li Yuan decided to focus on enhancing his shadow soldiers and his own strength in the coming days, putting resource collection on the back burner. Especially for Nija, his key general, she needed to be pushed to level 9 as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if the castle upgraded to a town and the barracks to level 3, they might still struggle against the sacred golden eagle. Not to mention, the beast tide, known as the first elimination round, would be a formidable challenge. This was also why Li Yuan was eager to take down the Goblin stronghold. Compared to simply hunting beasts, conquering territories was far more efficient. Ordinary beasts might drop a few energy points, but he then had to trade them for other resources. But capturing the Goblin tribe would bring a significant influx of energy points, along with 500 energy stones and countless weapons and equipment. If his strength permitted, Li Yuan would also want to take down the werewolf tribe. After defeating the goblins and utilizing the resources, he might be able to challenge the werewolves. While Li Yuan was deep in thought, his friend window suddenly flashed. It was Xiaoxian, sending a message. He quickly opened it to find a crying emoji. Oh? Li Yuan was puzzled. Shadow brother, can you give me more food every day? Xiaoxian pleaded with a sad face. What happened? Li Yuan was even more confused. Uncle Dwarf just brought back 50 more wandering dwarves. How am I supposed to feed them all? Li Yuan was speechless. Local forces joining was one thing, but this was the second wave. Did Xiaoxian have a passive skill that attracted wanderers? Don't worry, I'll make sure you have enough food. Li Yuan reluctantly agreed. Great. With more hands, production will increase. Starting today, I can supply you with 400 units of iron essence daily. Xiaoxian said excitedly. Besides you, no one else can afford to keep me fed. Oh, and my castle just upgraded, and I recruited a blacksmith too. I can forge equipment for you in the future. Deal. Li Yuan agreed immediately, but I have one condition. From now on, your iron essence and equipment can only be sold to me. This time, it was Xiaoxian's turn to be silent. After half a minute, she hesitantly replied. How about this? Let me become your vassal and make my territory yours. Li Yuan was slightly taken aback by this message. He knew that territories could form alliances or become vassals. Alliances were equal, with mutual assistance based on agreements. Vassalage, however, meant total subordination, like the difference between a main city and a subsidiary city. Once the contract was made, it couldn't be undone without dire consequences. To his surprise, Xiaoxian directly proposed becoming his vassal, which left Li Yuan astonished. Once the fairy's domain becomes a vassal of the Shadow territory, she will lose her qualification to compete in the war continent. Everything under her command, including her troops, would fall under Li Yuan's control. Although she would still be in charge of recruiting her troops, they must prioritize obeying Li Yuan's orders. Does the mighty Shadow Lord not wish to take me in? Understandable. Your territory is so powerful. Why would you look at a weak domain like mine? The fairy felt a bit dejected. Rationally speaking, there was no need to annex a vassal so early. The best time to recruit vassals would be when the grand stage of the war between lords unfolds, allowing for both territorial expansion and troop reinforcement. However, upon second thought, once the vassal contract was signed, everything the fairy owned would belong to him. It seemed like a win-win for him. Li Yuan pondered for a long time before finally replying. If you are willing, then initiate the vassal contract. The fairy didn't say much and promptly sent over a signed contract, her decisiveness surprising him. Li Yuan carefully reviewed the terms, which were nothing more than the principles of lord and vassal, with clear hierarchies. The vassal territory must unconditionally obey the suzerain, even if attacked or destroyed, and the suzerain can choose whether to provide aid without any obligation. This was far simpler and more straightforward than an equal alliance. Li Yuan stared at the contract for a long time before solemnly signing his name. Just as he signed, a notification box suddenly popped up. Shadow Lord, congratulations on successfully annexing a vassal territory. You have earned a chance to draw a divine skill. Would you like to draw now? Seeing this, Li Yuan almost jumped for joy. Who would have thought that by inexplicably gaining a vassal, he would also get a chance to draw a divine skill? This was a reward typically reserved for upgrading the castle. Just for this alone, the deal was absolutely worth it. As Li Yuan eagerly prepared to draw the divine skill, the fairy sent another message. Mighty Shadow Lord, can you send me some food now? Everyone's clamoring for lunch. Li Yuan quickly replied. I'll send you 600 units now and another 300 later. Is that enough? More than enough, thank you, mighty Shadow Lord. I'll send you all the iron essence I have. Moments later, Li Yuan's warehouse indeed saw an increase of 215 units of iron essence, 15 more than promised. It was clear this was all the fairy had left. As the suzerain, Li Yuan had access to all information about the vassal territory. He saw that Imo Shanshan's domain was a mid-level castle, and she herself was at the second tier. The recruited troops were mountain dwarves, and besides the warehouse, there was a dwarven crystal and a mysterious forge. There were no energy stones, but she had 62 crystals. The warehouse was filled with thousands of units of stone, the food Li Yuan had just sent, and some colorful ores. As for the number of dwarves, Li Yuan had heard rumors but was still surprised by their loyalty. The 6 recruited dwarves had a loyalty rating of 99, and the 138 wandering dwarves who had surrendered all had ratings above 80, with many even reaching 90. How did Imo Shanshan achieve this? It was incredible. The only downside was that none of the dwarves were particularly strong, most being in the 3rd or 4th tier, with many still in the 1st. Overall, the fairy's domain was quite formidable and could easily outshine 90 of the lords. Just in terms of numbers, she was undoubtedly the leader. By the way, where are you located? Li Yuan decided to ask more. Since she was now his vassal, he should take good care of her. If they weren't far apart, mutual assistance would be easier. Though the fairy's strength was decent, it still paled in comparison to his. Without a protective shield, Nika could annihilate her in minutes. The wandering dwarves said we're in the Amogo Desert, in a place called Andal Estate. The fairy answered uncertainly. Amogo Desert? Yuan had never heard of it. Even the goblin prisoner hadn't mentioned such a place nearby. But since they were in the same state, it shouldn't be too far. Ask them if they've heard of the Red Moon Forest, Yuan continued. Okay, I'll find out. They said it's not far, just across the Takan Plains. Mighty Shadow Lord, are you in the Red Moon Forest? The fairy asked excitedly. Yes, I'll visit you when I get a chance. Since his coordinates were already exposed, Yuan didn't mind. The fairy was bound by the contract and wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions. The loyal dwarves wouldn't rebel either. Great. I'll be waiting for you. The fairy replied joyfully. That's settled then. Have them work hard. I have plenty of food to send, Yuan instructed. Yes, sir. The fairy respectfully replied. Amogo Desert was a barren wasteland, filled with rocks and devoid of greenery. Amidst this rocky terrain stood an ancient castle entirely built of stone. To the right of the castle was a massive chimney over 20 meters tall, belching thick smoke. Everywhere, dwarves could be seen bustling about, pushing giant stones into the castle, working the bellows at a huge forge, or tossing ores into the furnace. The sound of their chanting was ceaseless. At that moment, a young girl in a princess dress joyfully ran into the courtyard. She was about 15 or 16 years old, the owner of this domain, Shanshan. Everyone, I have great news, Shanshan exclaimed, waving her small fists excitedly. I've secured us a long-term meal ticket. As long as we work hard, we'll never go hungry again. Let's do our best and live a good life. Long live the fairy lord. Long live. The dwarves cheered in unison, their spirits lifted. Shanshan beamed as she returned to the castle, looking at a bearded dwarf beside her. This dwarf, half her height, was the first she had summoned. Uncle Green, didn't you say you saw many wandering dwarves in the wilderness? Shanshan asked with her big, bright eyes. Next time you see them, make sure to bring them all back. The dwarf named Green hesitated for a moment before replying in a deep voice. But won't we run out of food? Don't worry. I just said we have a long-term meal ticket. Shanshan smiled sweetly. With the mighty Shadow Lord backing us, we can support as many people as we want. Hearing this, Green immediately kneeled and said, As you command. After he left, Shanshan walked to the balcony, overlooking the busy dwarves below, and couldn't help but smile. She was just an orphan, growing up on the charity of others, learning to be self-reliant. When she first arrived, she was lost and scared. But gradually, she adapted to everything in this land. As for the grand war among races, she never dared to dream of it. She just wanted to live peacefully with these kind-hearted dwarves. Thinking of this, Shanshan couldn't help but mutter to herself, the mighty Shadow Lord seems very powerful. He should be a good protector. But her cheeks flushed. What if he's a bad man? How would a delicate girl like me resist? As she thought about it, her face turned red, and she ran off shyly. Little did she know, her girlish thoughts were already evident. Yuan had no idea that Shanshan was already contemplating how to face him when they met again, even preparing for the worst. Clearly, the little fairy had great confidence in him, believing he would definitely withstand the upcoming beast tide. She also had strong faith in her fortress, as there were hardly any beasts on the Amagobi plain. Additionally, with such a massive army of dwarves under her command, she had every reason to be unafraid of the beast tide. Having dealt with the little fairy, Yuan eagerly began to draw his divine skills. Draw now, he ordered decisively. He had already acquired the dragon talisman and the thunder demon chi, and he was curious about what surprise awaited him this time. Soon, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have drawn the horse talisman. Before the voice had even faded, a small horse neighed and soared into the sky, instantly merging into Yuan's body. The horse talisman. Yuan was ecstatic. He had never expected to draw this talisman. It was truly a stroke of luck from the heavens. Among the 12 talismans, the horse talisman and the dog talisman were the two divine skills he had always dreamed of. The dog talisman, of course, bestowed immortality upon its holder. The horse talisman, on the other hand, represented supreme healing and restoration power, capable of curing any injury caused by external forces. It could heal not only the human body but also repair any broken object. What Yuan valued most was the horse talisman's ability to heal the human body. With it, as long as his opponent couldn't annihilate him instantly, he could quickly recover to his peak state. To some extent, this was comparable to immortality. While the dog talisman could grant eternal youth and immunity to all lethal attacks, it was still different from the horse talisman. Only by combining the two could one truly achieve immortality. Now that he had obtained the horse talisman, could the dog talisman be far behind? Feeling the new, dazzling power within him, Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. It seemed that the little fairy's good luck had indeed brought him considerable fortune. At that moment, Yuan's brow furrowed. Through his telepathic connection with Nija, he sensed that she had seemingly died once. Had she fallen to goblins or werewolves? In the next instant, Nija reappeared before him, carrying the aura of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Yuan scrutinized Nija and asked with a frown, "What happened?" For someone to prevent Nija from escaping, their strength must be at least at the 8th tier. Both goblins and werewolves had such power. Nija bowed respectfully and reported, "Your Majesty, I was investigating the werewolf tribe when I encountered a battle. A golden-haired human in silver armor, riding a unicorn, was chasing a demon beast. Out of curiosity, I approached to observe the fight, but was discovered by the knight. He wielded a long sword formed of holy light and struck me down in an instant. This person is extraordinary. Under his holy light, even shadows have nowhere to hide. Of course, I know my own strength is insufficient. If I ever reach the holy domain, killing such a person would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken." Yuan pondered for a long time after hearing this. There were actually native humans nearby. He concluded that other lords, no matter how fast they evolved, couldn't possibly achieve the strength to kill Nija with one strike in just 3 days. Silver armor and a unicorn mount, could it be a holy light knight? He suddenly remembered that there had been mentions of a similarly dressed force in the World Channel announcements. They were from the Holy Court, a vast organization spanning 7 continents. Every Holy Court knight considered themselves a pioneer of holy light, dedicated to cleansing the world of all filth and darkness. Thinking of this, Yuan asked again, "How do you think his strength compares to the black-crowned golden eagle?" Nija carefully compared and then replied, "In terms of aura and pressure, I'd say he's even stronger than the golden eagle." Yuan nodded. It seemed this person was indeed a holy light knight from the Holy Court. This title was reserved for holy domain level warriors, while those below the holy domain were merely called glory knights. He should just be passing through and poses no threat to us, Yuan calculated. According to Nija, this knight was pursuing a demon beast, and Nija's death was purely her own fault. If she hadn't approached, she wouldn't have been killed. Yuan put the matter aside for now and returned to the main topic. "Tell me about the information you gathered." Nija nodded and began to recount her findings. The Goblin tribe's situation was roughly in line with what Jirding had previously reported. The tribe consisted of about 1,900 members, led by a 9th-tier warrior and an 8th-tier mage. When Nija was investigating, they were holding a meeting to discuss the disappearance of the 2 squads Jirding had sent. With no news, they assumed the squads were either captured or annihilated. Some goblins suggested sending more scouts to the castle, while others preferred not to stir up trouble. After much debate, they reached no conclusion. Whether they came or not, Yuan planned to visit the goblin stronghold eventually. The werewolf tribe was indeed formidable, with 3 9th-tier experts, one of whom had an incredibly strong presence, likely a semi-saint. However, something Jirding didn't know was that the werewolf tribe also had an altar. At the center of the altar was a wolf's skull, exuding an aura of chaos and savagery. Since the semi-saint werewolf guarded the altar, Nija didn't dare get too close and retreated after a brief look. Yuan instructed, "Keep an eye on the goblin tribe's movements, and as for the werewolves, don't engage them unless they provoke us." He murmured the old saying, "Pick the soft persimmons to squeeze." The werewolf tribe gave him a vague sense of foreboding and mystery. At this moment, high above the northern part of the Red Moon Forest, a figure bathed in radiant holy light stood proudly. The silver armor gleamed, and beneath him was a white horse with a horn. His handsome face, blue eyes, and flowing golden hair exuded an aura of natural authority. This was the holy light knight who had just slain Nija and was hunting the demon beast. On the ground, there was a large patch of blood, not yet dry, left by his prey. A holy domain blood-eyed demon ape and its young. Enough for 2 holy light baptisms to help me advance further. But they escaped into the Red Moon Forest. Damn it. The holy light knight gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with frustration. However, as he looked at the nearby Red Moon Forest, a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Ultimately, he chose to turn away reluctantly. Even though the demon ape was gravely injured, he wasn't willing to risk entering the forest to retrieve its body. With a squeeze of his horse's sides, the holy light knight soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Just as he left, his brow furrowed suddenly, his gaze falling on the southern edge of the Red Moon Forest. There, he glimpsed a towering ancient castle. Another one of these castles. The holy light knight gazed at the towering fortress with a conflicted expression. Without a doubt, it was Yuan's shadow castle. Over the past days of chasing the blood-eyed demon ape, he had seen many similar fortresses along the way, all of which gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. Oddly enough, the creatures within these castles were surprisingly weak. The blood-eyed demon ape, whose strength was on par with his own, had been injured after colliding with one of these fortresses. This allowed the knight to relentlessly pursue it all the way to the Red Moon Forest. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, the severely wounded ape managed to escape deep into the forest. The Holy Light Knight sensed a powerful protective force enveloping this castle as well, making him uneasy. Even a saint-level warrior would find it hard to shake, and a direct assault would only invite humiliation. I need to return to the Holy Court and find out what's behind these suddenly appearing castles. Could it be some long-hidden power? Deciding to retreat for now, the knight transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the clouds. Caution is always wise when dealing with the unknown, even for a saint-level warrior. Moreover, this was the infamous Red Moon Forest, known to be the burial ground of countless saint-level and even divine-level warriors. Many gods had fallen here. As a high-ranking member of the Holy Court, he knew far more than low-level goblins like Jirding. Any force that dared to trespass here was courting death. The land never spared the souls of the dead. There were no exceptions. Naturally, the Holy Light Knight's brief presence did not escape Li Yuan's notice. But at that moment, Li Yuan was busy gathering the carcasses of wild beasts, including 2 6th-tier magical beasts. With this harvest, Li Yuan acquired 930 units of regular food, 110 units of elite food, and 8 energy stones. To his delight, just 1 6th-tier magical beast had yielded 4 energy stones, proving that hunting high-tier beasts was highly rewarding. Unfortunately, despite also killing a 5th-tier elite beast, he didn't obtain any Yuan crystals. However, there was some good news. 3 of his initially recruited ghost shadows had advanced to the 6th tier, while the 2 newer ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows had reached the 5th tier. Even Ghost Shadow General Nija was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier. Li Yuan himself had reached the mid-4th tier. At this rate, Nija would likely break through tonight, allowing him to face 8th tier enemies. Then, they could focus on hunting magical beasts. Magical beasts not only provided more energy stones, but also offered abundant energy to help his subordinates advance quickly. Once they underwent another round of transformation, it would be time to confront the Goblin tribe. Taking out their stronghold might not upgrade the castle, but the Shadow Crystal would undoubtedly advance to the 3rd tier. While Nija and his team continued hunting, Li Yuan transferred 300 units of food to the Little Ferry and threw the rest into the trading plaza. Time flew by as the ghost shadows and giant shadows worked tirelessly, day and night. By evening, they returned with another batch of beast and magical beast carcasses. Adding to the previous stock, the food inventory neared 2,000 units, and other resources were also plentiful. Just as Li Yuan had anticipated, as night fell, Nija broke through the barrier and advanced to the 7th tier. At that moment, Nija was leading the ghost shadows on a hunt at the edge of the Red Moon Forest. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was busy preparing dinner in the castle. As the aroma of meat filled the air, a sudden thunderous noise erupted outside, shaking the ground and trembling the mountains. Li Yuan's face changed instantly, and he darted into the courtyard. In a flash, Nija and his subordinates abandoned their dying prey and rushed back to the castle. The 3 giant shadows shielded Li Yuan, surrounding him tightly. Nija stood guard at the gate while the 5 ghost shadows spread out, ready for battle. However, Li Yuan paid them no mind, his eyes fixed on the colossal figure outside the castle. The Shadow Castle stood over 20 meters tall, yet the giant creature was half again as tall. Though it was several dozen meters away, it seemed almost within reach. Its body was pitch black, as if carved from stone, resembling a mountain that had risen from the ground. Even the towering giant shadows appeared as tiny ants before it. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic ape, its massive body covered in wounds, none of which were unscathed. Deep, bone-revealing gashes and large patches of corroded, burnt flesh were horrifying to behold. Its blood-red eyes, like 2 blood moons, stared intensely at the Shadow Castle. In the dim light, its half-skeletal face showed a complex array of human-like emotions: anger, reluctance, pain, and struggle. Nija seemed to recognize the giant ape and reported solemnly, "My lord, this is the beast the knight has been chasing." Li Yuan's heart stirred, but he kept silent. Being hunted by the Holy Light Knight, this ape must be a saint-level entity. Despite the shock, he was not afraid. The castle was still under protection, and the ape could not get close. He was curious why the giant ape had suddenly appeared. His instincts told him that the ape had no intention to kill, and its aura was not particularly violent. Just then, the giant ape let out a long, earth-shaking roar that echoed for miles. Wild beasts and magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest fled in all directions. As the roar subsided, the giant ape lowered its head, bared its teeth, and locked its blood-red eyes on the Shadow Castle once more. Then, it raised its enormous fist and swung it towards the castle. The colossal fist tore through the air, creating a sonic boom. Protect our lord. Nija quickly stepped back, joining the giant shadows in shielding Li Yuan. Despite knowing the castle had a protective barrier, his instinct drove him to protect his master. This was their purpose. Through the gaps between the giant shadows, Li Yuan watched the fist approaching the castle with unstoppable force. No creature below the saint level could possess such intelligence. He and the shadow castle had never offended this ape, so why was it attacking? Before the fist could make contact, a milky white shield appeared above the castle, rippling with energy. But in an instant, the fist stopped. It wasn't the shield that stopped it. The fist halted on its own. It dropped powerlessly to the ground, followed by the giant ape's body crashing down, causing a massive tremor. Trees around the castle were crushed and shattered by the impact. Dust and debris filled the air, almost engulfing the entire castle. After a long while, everything calmed down. The moonlight was hazy, and the surroundings were silent. The giant ape lay on its side, head tilted, eyes closed, facing the shadow castle. Its outstretched fist lay near the gate, less than half a meter from the shield. Is it dead? Li Yuan pushed aside the giant shadows, staring at the ape in disbelief. Allow me to check. Nija volunteered, swiftly moving outside the castle to cautiously approach the giant ape. Moments later, he reported back, "My lord, the ape shows no signs of life. Its saint soul has extinguished. It is truly dead. Dead. Really dead." A saint-level magical beast had died at his doorstep. Wait, a saint-level magical beast? Li Yuan suddenly realized. This was a saint-level magical beast's corpse, wasn't it? It hadn't been killed by the ghost shadows, so could it still be harvested? If so, this could be a tremendous gain. The black-crowned golden eagle is a holy beast that has been a constant threat to Shadow Castle since its appearance. At this moment, Li Yuan faced the terrifying holy beast, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He knew clearly that with his current strength, he stood no chance against such a formidable creature. Even if he teamed up with Shadow, they would likely end up being crushed by the holy beast. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Li Yuan had no choice but to retreat. He was well aware that even the werewolf tribe, with their semi-holy strength, was not something he could afford to provoke at this time. He decided to leave them for later and not engage for the moment. However, a hint of anticipation crept into Li Yuan's heart. If he could slay a holy beast, the rewards would be immense. In a game world, a holy beast would be akin to a superboss in a dungeon. And now, an unexpected event unfolded. A holy beast had died right at the gates of Shadow Castle. It was like a gift from the heavens. Ecstatic, Li Yuan quickly made his way outside the castle to investigate. The giant ape's body was enormous, standing at 40 to 50 meters tall and weighing hundreds of tons. It couldn't fit in the courtyard, let alone the castle gate. Li Yuan had to step outside the castle to closely examine the giant ape's corpse. At this moment, Li Yuan had only one thought in his mind: harvest it quickly. He was eager to know how many energy stones he could get from the giant ape's body, how many precious crystals there would be, and if there were any other rare items. Standing before the giant ape's corpse, Li Yuan gazed at it with burning eyes, waiting for the harvesting prompt to appear. Finally, the usually dull and boring prompt appeared, now looking exceptionally beautiful and captivating in Li Yuan's eyes. Beast corpse detected. Would you like to harvest it now? Overjoyed, Li Yuan was about to issue the harvest command when his expression suddenly changed. He turned swiftly and sprinted back into the castle, hiding behind the protective barrier. Just moments ago, the giant ape's fist, which was lying at the castle gate, had moved. And now, one of its fingers was twitching. Li Yuan stared at the giant ape's fist, feeling a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the giant ape wasn't fully dead? No, the system prompt to harvest the corpse indicated that the giant ape was indeed dead. Was it a nerve reflex causing the twitch? But this nerve reflex was lasting way too long. Li Yuan couldn't help but shiver. He realized that if the giant ape wasn't truly dead, his impulsive actions moments ago could have gotten him killed with just a flick of its finger, like squashing a mosquito. While Li Yuan was still reeling from the shock, a frantic squeaking sound emerged from the giant ape's fist. A golden monkey, about half the height of a human, leaped out from between the giant ape's fingers. The little monkey squeaked continuously, hopping towards the giant ape's chest, seemingly trying to wake its mother. However, the holy beast giant ape had fallen into an eternal slumber and could no longer lift the little monkey onto its shoulder as it once did. In the courtyard, Li Yuan watched this scene in silence, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, he recalled the giant ape's final punch towards the castle. It dawned on him, no wonder he hadn't sensed any killing intent from the giant ape. It wasn't attacking Shadow Castle. It was using its last bit of strength to deliver its child to the castle. Otherwise, how could its fist have landed precisely at the castle gate? Looking at the little golden monkey still wailing, Li Yuan sighed. Although the monkey was only at the third tier of strength, It couldn't survive alone in the dangerous Red Moon Forest. Did you want me to protect your child? Li Yuan muttered to the giant ape's corpse. You overestimate me. I'm struggling to protect myself, with one crisis after another. However, when Li Yuan approached the giant ape's body again, the little golden monkey jumped to the ground, its fur standing on end, baring its teeth to block Li Yuan. Seeing this, Nija quickly grabbed the little monkey. A mere third-tier monkey was no match for Nija. It was then that Li Yuan noticed a special contract rune on the little golden monkey's Foredata master-servant contract. Clearly, this was something the giant ape had prepared for its child before it died. It hoped that through this contract, the little golden monkey could receive the protection of the castle's master. People are not heartless. I must say, your mother has successfully moved me, Li Yuan said solemnly, looking at the little golden monkey held by Nija. From now on, you will follow me. Consider it as the payment for your mother's sacrifice. With that, Li Yuan placed his hand on the little golden monkey's forehead. The contract rune emitted a dazzling light, gradually merging with Li Yuan's aura. A new prompt appeared before Li Yuan. Contract Beast, Mutant Blood-Eyed Demon Ape. Strength level, 3rd tier. Loyalty, 100. Growth potential, Divine Realm. Li Yuan was astonished. He thought he had only gained the corpse of a holy beast, but now he had unexpectedly acquired a potential powerhouse. Even the 9 Shadow Generals had a growth limit of only the Divine Realm. After the contract was established, Li Yuan had Nija release the little golden monkey, which obediently stood by his side, its eyes filled with attachment and trust. Go say goodbye to your mother, but don't take too long, Li Yuan said in a low voice. Hearing this, the little golden monkey immediately ran to the giant ape's body, clinging to its mother's arm with reluctance. After a long while, it finally jumped down, looking back at every step as it walked towards Li Yuan, looking pitiful and helpless. Remember who killed your mother. Etch that hatred deep in your heart, Li Yuan suddenly said, his tone icy. One day, you will avenge your mother with your own hands. With that, Li Yuan covered the little golden monkey's eyes and began harvesting the holy beast's corpse. Only the system's prompt could be heard again. Beast corpse harvested successfully. You have obtained. The final rewards were yet to be known. Having successfully collected the monster's corpse, Li Yuan instantly gained 200 energy stones and 10 Yuan crystals. Although this amount was still short of what was needed to upgrade the castle and barracks, it was a substantial windfall. What excited Li Yuan even more was the special building blueprint he had collected. He vividly remembered that the fairy lord had once found a furnace blueprint inside a stone, which allowed the dwarves to forge precious iron essence. According to Li Yuan's understanding, these blueprints weren't limited to buildings. They could also include equipment, magical skills, or other special functions. Moreover, blueprints were categorized into different grades: low, medium, holy, and divine. To determine the specific grade and function of a blueprint, it had to be appraised, a process that relied entirely on luck and didn't require any skills. Simply obtaining the blueprint would automatically activate the appraisal process. Li Yuan didn't appraise it immediately. Instead, he first took the little golden monkey back to the castle to settle it in. The little creature, having lost its mother, looked despondent. Li Yuan tossed a piece of meat to it, but didn't have the time to offer more comfort. The future could take care of itself, and he wasn't about to play nanny. Keeping the little monkey alive was already enough. After settling the little golden monkey, Li Yuan eagerly headed to the warehouse and pulled out the mysterious building blueprint. The blueprint was a piece of parchment covered in messy lines and runes, making it impossible to discern what it was. Li Yuan muttered, a building blueprint? What's its grade? Since it came from a holy beast's corpse, it should at least be of medium grade, right? As soon as he picked up the parchment, the appraisal process automatically initiated. A dazzling light flashed across the blueprint, and then clear information appeared before Li Yuan's eyes. Holy Grade Building Blueprint, Sacred Source Tower. Function 1. Increases troop loyalty to the Lord. Function 2. Unconditionally raises the Lord and troop strength by 1 tier within the territory. Function 3. Contains abundant energy that quickly enhances the strength of the Lord and troops. Construction materials: 10,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of wood, 500 units of refined iron, and 10 Yuan crystals. Great luck! A holy grade building. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes sparkled with joy. He carefully pondered the 3 main functions of the Sacred Source Tower. The first function, increasing loyalty, was somewhat redundant for Li Yuan. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion were already fiercely loyal to him, so there was no issue with loyalty. But the second function was extraordinary, unconditionally raising the Lord and troop strength by 1 tier within the territory. Currently, Li Yuan was at Tier 4, and with the Sacred Source Tower, he could jump to Tier 5. Nija could leap from Tier 7 to Tier 8. Of course, this only worked within the territory. However, The Shadow Castle's territory spanned a considerable 1,500 meters in radius. The third function was equally enticing. The Sacred Source Tower contained abundant energy, making training within it much more effective. It was practically a legendary training ground. Indeed, although the war continent seemed like a game, it was a real world. Besides killing monsters, training also boosted strength. However, Yuan usually relied on the shadows to kill monsters and level up, neglecting his own training. Without any guiding techniques, his energy absorption was as slow as a snail, barely reaching 100 points a day. But with the Sacred Source Tower, he could enjoy the benefits of the Shadow's monster kills while accelerating his training with the tower's energy. How wonderful! In summary, aside from the somewhat redundant first function, the other two functions lived up to the name of a holy grade building. As for the resources needed to construct the Sacred Source Tower, the amount wasn't too outrageous. 10,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of wood, 500 units of refined iron, and 10 Yuan crystals. Yuan could gather these all at once. After today's food trade, the warehouse had 15,000 units of stone and 46,000 units of wood. Including the 10 Yuan crystals just obtained from the blood-eyed demon ape's corpse, there were now 14 in total. The only slight shortfall was in refined iron. The warehouse currently held just over 200 units. However, according to the domain information, the Fairy Lord had smelted over 300 units of refined iron today. This was surprising, as it was previously said that only 300 could be produced in a day, and now it was close to 400. Once this refined iron was transferred over, it would be more than enough to build the Sacred Source Tower. In other words, as long as Yuan gave the nod, the Sacred Source Tower could be constructed immediately. But at this crucial moment, he hesitated. These resources were initially saved for upgrading the castle and barracks. If they were all used to build the tower, wouldn't the upgrades have to be postponed? It seemed necessary to weigh the priorities and figure out the sequence of actions. Ultimately, Yuan decided to build the Sacred Source Tower first. Given the current situation, the benefits of building the tower were greater. Especially the second function, which was tailor-made for defense. It effectively weakened all invading enemies by one tier. This advantage could be crucial in the upcoming Beast Tide. As for upgrading the castle and barracks, as long as the barracks were upgraded before the Beast Tide arrived, it would be fine. Upgrading the castle to a town required a lot of refined iron, which was challenging to gather, unless the Fairy Lord could consistently supply 3,000 to 5,000 units. Moreover, building the Sacred Source Tower only required Yuan crystals used for upgrading the barracks, not energy stones. With 14 Yuan crystals in hand, and needing over 30 more for the barracks upgrade, using them to build a tower wouldn't be an issue. With the Shadow's increased strength, they could kill more elite monsters and raid the Goblin lair to gather the needed Yuan crystals. Yuan was always a man of action. Once he made a decision, he acted immediately. He promptly messaged the Fairy Lord, asking her to transfer all the refined iron she currently had. It was still early, and the Fairy Lord hadn't gone to bed. She swiftly transferred 390 units of refined iron to Yuan upon receiving the message. As a subordinate city, it was only natural to obey the main city's orders. Even if the Fairy Lord was unwilling to hand it over, Yuan could use his authority to empty her warehouse. At that moment, another message from the Fairy Lord popped up. Shadow Lord, my food stock seems to be running low again. Yuan was stunned when he saw the message. Was the Fairy Lord eating gold or silver? How could the food run out so quickly? What's going on? We're out of food again. Yuan hurriedly checked the information on the fairy castle and was dumbfounded. No wonder the amount of refined iron had increased. More than 50 dwarves had joined them. Boss, 59 more poor dwarves have come. I've taken them in. Is that okay? The fairy's message came through, filled with anticipation. 400 units of food, coming right up. Yuan replied through gritted teeth. At this rate of new arrivals, about 100 a day, it was becoming hard to keep up. Hooray for the Great Shadow! The fairy responded excitedly. Yuan reluctantly closed the chat window. Actually, the more dwarves the fairy had, the better it was for him, as it meant a steady supply of refined iron. In the trading plaza, a few lords were already looking to buy refined iron, mostly offering energy stones in exchange. It was clear that everyone was focused on upgrading their castles. After all, upgrading a castle was easier. Materials like stone and wood were readily available. Upgrading the barracks, however, required energy stones and elemental crystals, which were much harder to come by. Rather than hoarding these scarce resources, it was more practical to trade them for refined iron to upgrade the castle. But the trading volumes were small. 10 units were considered a large transaction, highlighting the scarcity of refined iron. Yuan felt a tinge of relief. If there were enough refined iron to go around, he could have made a fortune selling it. However, he wasn't in a rush. As long as the fairy didn't bring in hundreds of dwarves at once, he could still manage to feed them all. Speaking of which, the corpse of the blood-eyed demon ape seemed like such a waste. As a holy beast, Its 100 body could have provided a massive amount of food. Unfortunately, not a bit was left. Oh well, just getting the blueprint for the sacred source tower was worth it. Thinking of the sacred source tower, Yuan couldn't wait to start building it. He rushed back to the courtyard and began construction. In no time, a black tower rose from the ground on the left side of the castle. The tower stood about 10 meters high, its body pitch black with crimson lines running along its walls, exuding an aura of mystery. The tower had 3 levels, each with a specific function. The first level increased energy absorption efficiency, the second enhanced the strength of the lord and troops, and the third solidified loyalty within the territory and its forces. However, the system noted that the sacred source tower only affected beings below the holy domain. That's not mentioned in the blueprint, Yuan muttered. But it seems this loyalty boost could be useful in future conquests. Of course, it was still too early to think about that. Yuan couldn't wait to experience the tower's power and rushed inside. You have absorbed 5 points of energy. You have absorbed 5 points of energy. System notifications popped up continuously, almost one every second. This meant that staying in the sacred source tower for 1 second was equivalent to killing a first-tier beast outside. 5 points of energy might not seem like much at first glance, but in 1 minute, that's 300 points more than killing 2 fifth-tier elites. At this rate, he could accumulate over 40,000 points of energy in a day. To put it into perspective, Yuan could only absorb about 100 points of energy a day through his own cultivation. The sacred source tower boosted efficiency by over 400 times. Yuan quickly did the math. It took him about 40,000 points of energy to advance from the 3rd to the 4th tier. Now, to move from the 4th to the 5th tier, he needed double that 80,000 points. If the shadows took a day off, Yuan could still reach the 5th tier in a day just by training in the sacred source tower. Such an incredible boost in efficiency truly made the sacred source tower worthy of its name. The only downside was that the tower only worked for beings below the holy domain. But that was hardly a limitation. With more shadow troops in the future, the tower would help rapidly enhance their strength. Ultimately, conquest couldn't rely on Yuan alone. No matter how strong he was, he would only be a ruler defending his territory. To conquer new lands, he needed the support of his shadows. In summary, the sacred source tower was practically a divine artifact. Though it consumed a lot of resources, it was a worthwhile investment both in the short and long term. Just as Yuan was lost in thoughts of a bright future, he sensed that Niga and the others had returned. However, when he stepped out of the tower, he was surprised to see only the corpses of 3 fourth-tier beasts. My lord, there were no living creatures in the territory tonight, Niga quickly explained, seeing Yuan's confusion. Yuan understood immediately. The commotion caused by the blood-eyed demon ape's death must have scared away all the beasts and monsters in the area. After all, it was a holy domain-level creature. At that moment, Niga suddenly exclaimed with joy, "My lord, I've advanced to the 8th tier." Yuan glanced at the sacred source tower behind him and smiled knowingly. Niga had only recently reached the 7th tier. It was impossible to advance so quickly. Clearly, this was the tower's doing, not a true advancement. As they collected the beast corpses, Yuan explained the reason to Niga, who seemed a bit disappointed, having been excited for nothing. Move my bed into the sacred source tower. Yuan decided firmly. Apart from eating, drinking, and other necessities, he would be camping out in the sacred source tower from now on. In the Shadow Castle, within the sacred source tower, Yuan astonishingly decided to sleep right inside the tower. He absorbed energy passively, without expending any effort. Ninja, ghost shadows, giant shadows, and even the little golden monkey were all gathered in the sacred source tower, frantically absorbing energy. After some inquiry, Yuan learned that the 7th tier Ninja could absorb 10 energy points per second, twice as much as he could. At this rate, for Ninja to advance to the 8th tier, factoring in the energy obtained from killing beasts, it would take at least 500,000 energy points. Unfortunately, time was running short. Only 4 days remained until the beast tide. Ninja and the others couldn't stay in the tower to cultivate. They needed to go out and hunt for resources. Moreover, for higher tiers, killing beasts of the same level provided far more energy than what the sacred source tower could offer. By hunting a few dozen 6th-tier beasts, Ninja could gain tens of thousands of energy points, much more efficient than staying in the tower. It made sense. If you could surpass hard work by simply sitting back, it would be too unfair. As night fell, Yuan was already deep in sleep. Suddenly, Ninja opened his eyes and walked straight to Yuan's bedside. My king, Ninja whispered. Is it time? Yuan mumbled in response. Yes, just past midnight. Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, got out of bed swiftly, and headed straight outside the tower. In front of the shadow crystal, the system prompt appeared as expected. Barracks fully charged. Do you wish to recruit shadow soldiers now? Recruit immediately. Moments later, 5 brand new shadow soldiers appeared before Yuan. Unfortunately, they were still 2 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows, only at the 4th tier. It seemed that recruitment relied heavily on luck. Li Yuan sighed inwardly and led the new recruits back to the sacred source tower. Everyone, continue your cultivation. Nija, you go out and hunt beasts. It's late at night, so the beasts might be back. Just you go, no one else, and try to take down higher tier ones. Understood, my king. Nija responded and left. The night passed peacefully, and the next day dawned bright and sunny. When Li Yuan woke up, he found that he had broken through to the 5th tier. Clearly, Nija had made significant gains during the latter half of the night. Relying solely on the sacred source tower's supply wouldn't have allowed him to advance so quickly. Stepping outside the tower, he found over 30 corpses piled up in the courtyard, mostly 5th and 6th tier beasts, and even one 7th tier beast. Li Yuan collected them all, gaining 1,300 units of food, 18 energy stones, and 3 energy crystals. Although the quantity wasn't much, each item was of high quality, far superior to lower tier materials. All the food in the trading plaza had been sold out. Currently, the warehouse held 8,500 units of stone, 22,000 units of wood, 279 energy stones, 7 energy crystals, and 110 units of refined iron. So poor. Li Yuan decided to transfer all the food to the little fairy. They had 200 mouths to feed, and who knew if more dwarves would come seeking refuge today. While having breakfast, a timely message came from the little fairy. Shadow Lord, the food has been received. Why is there an extra 200 units? Keep it, just in case more dwarves come to seek refuge, Li Yuan replied calmly. How did you know? Prepared for the little fairy's surprise, Li Yuan asked. How many? The dwarf elder said not many, just about 200, and they're on their way to the castle. Li Yuan almost spat out his food. Just 200? Is Imo Shanshan treating him like a food dispenser? But on second thought, with 200 more dwarves, iron production would double, potentially reaching 800 units a day. Just 2,500 units of food, a small price to pay. No problem, I can feed thousands of mouths. Li Yuan replied. Great, I was worried you'd be upset. I heard there's been a rebellion in the dwarf kingdom, lots of unrest. If I encounter any refugees, I'll take them in. Li Yuan quickly closed the chat window. Enough, anymore and he might really get angry. It seemed that the native forces on the war continent were also in turmoil. For the 3 billion newly arrived lords, this was good news. If the native forces were united, the situation would be far more severe. After breakfast, Li Yuan drove all the ghost shadows and giant shadows out of the sacred source tower. Nija continued solo, targeting high-tier beasts. At this rate, Nija might reach the 8th tier after a full day of hunting. When that happens, his power alone would be enough to crush the Goblin tribe. Nightfall enveloped the Shadow Castle, and under the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, Nija exuded the terrifying aura of a 9th tier powerhouse. As Li Yuan had anticipated, after a day of fierce battles, Nija finally broke through to the 8th tier by the afternoon. The price was dozens of deaths, but such is the cost of desperation. Not only did Nija advance to the 8th tier, but he also helped elevate Li Yuan to the peak of the 5th tier. The other shadow phantoms and giant shadows also made significant progress, greatly increasing their strength. At this moment, Li Yuan's forces included 1 8th tier general, 2 7th tier shadow phantoms, 5 5th tier shadow phantoms, and 6 5th tier giant shadows. Such power undoubtedly placed him at the forefront of the 3 billion lords. However, Li Yuan felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. This time, he had to take matters into his own hands. While Nija and the others might retrieve the stored supplies from the Goblin tribe, the equipment and weapons collected from the corpses would be another matter. Over 1,000 Goblin corpses could yield at least 1,000 pieces of equipment. Even if they were only first-tier items, the accumulation would still be significant wealth. Besides, Li Yuan was no longer the same as before. At the peak of the 5th tier, armed with lightning demonic energy, dragon talismans, and horse talismans, he feared no enemy below the holy domain. If he couldn't win, he could always escape into the shadows with the shadow phantoms. More importantly, Li Yuan wanted to see what this war-torn continent was truly like. He had been here for 4 days, but hadn't had the chance to properly explore the outside world. Despite Nija's repeated attempts to dissuade him, Li Yuan remained resolute. Enough chatter, let's move. In an instant, Li Yuan stood behind a massive rock. 3,000 meters covered in a blink. He scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto his target, the Goblin burrows in the valley ahead. Li Yuan immediately gave the order. Nija, take the 2 7th tier shadow phantoms and go straight for the chieftain. The rest of you, hold your positions. Attack only when chaos erupts outside, and leave none alive. Yes, sir. The shadowy soldiers responded in unison. Nija left a 5th tier giant shadow to protect Li Yuan and then, with the 2 7th tier shadow phantoms, vanished into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, they returned, and soon the sounds of battle and angry roars echoed from the chieftain's cave. Yuan glanced at the remaining shadows and calmly said, "Your turn." In an instant, screams filled the air. The goblin tribe was utterly decimated, suffering heavy casualties. An elderly goblin mage suddenly appeared, chanting spells and firing multiple fireballs at the shadows with his staff. Unfortunately, the shadows that were burned to ashes reappeared elsewhere, continuing to slaughter goblins, resurrecting with terrifying persistence. The enraged mage howled in midair, but soon a cold gleam flashed, and he was cut in half, his two halves falling lifelessly to the ground. Nija dragged a plump goblin and casually tossed him down the mountain. It was the goblin chieftain. With Nija and the 7th-tier shadow phantoms joining the fray, the battle quickly drew to a close. In just half an hour, the goblins lay dead in pools of blood across the hillside. The goblin tribe, over 1,800 strong, was completely annihilated. Under the protection of the giant shadow, Yuan descended the slope, gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, marveling at the terrifying strength of the shadow army. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, showing mercy would only harm oneself. When darkness descends, kindness is meaningless. Yuan understood this well, and thus felt no remorse for slaughtering over 1,000 goblins. The winner takes all, the loser is left to perish. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. The annihilation of the goblin tribe went smoothly, just as Yuan had expected. With the help of several giant shadows, the goblins' bodies were quickly thrown into the ravine. Rather than collecting immediately, Yuan instructed the shadows to ransack the caves for useful supplies first. The warehouse yielded a large amount of leather armor and weapons, along with precious staffs and energy stones, as well as elemental crystals. The chieftain's cave held an unexpected bounty of 200 energy stones and 5 elemental crystals. While the giants were busy transporting the loot, Yuan collected all the goblin corpses. Over 1,000 sets of equipment and weapons were secured. Then, Yuan cast a dragon spell, and a fire dragon ravaged the valley, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The flames not only erased the goblins' traces, but also cleansed the shadows' tracks. "Let's go," Yuan ordered. Nijia led the shadows into the ground, and they swiftly returned to the outskirts of their territory. This expedition not only conquered the goblin stronghold, but also gave Yuan a chance to enjoy the night scenery. The outlines of the castle and the Red Moon Forest were faintly visible. Though the details were blurred, they painted a grand picture. The vast forest stretched endlessly, making the castle's territory seem like a mere speck. Looking at the castle, an unprecedented sense of pride surged in Yuan's heart. He had come to this world just to survive. With the beast tide approaching and the sanctuary beasts eyeing him hungrily, the message was clear: get stronger, or face death. Who would have thought that in just a few days, he would transform from having nothing to becoming a formidable force capable of launching attacks? Leading the shadows, he effortlessly wiped out a local power. The transformation had happened so quickly and unexpectedly. Now, Yuan no longer feared the beast tide. Even the sanctuary-level black-crested golden eagle no longer intimidated him. A battle for supremacy among various races? Bring it on. The goblins' annihilation and the brutal slaughter had subtly changed Yuan's mindset. He fully embraced the rules of this game. From now on, he would lead the shadows to dominate this continent and create his own kingdom, the Shadow Kingdom. At this moment, ambition sprouted in Yuan's heart, and the fire of a king's spirit burned brightly. "I came, I saw, I conquered. Everything in sight shall be my domain." Upon returning to the castle, Yuan didn't slack off. Nijia led the team out to continue hunting monsters, while Yuan entered the sacred source tower to inventory the spoils. The total number of energy stones had reached an astonishing 712. There were 24 elemental crystals and thousands of pieces of equipment. What excited Yuan the most was a rare set of 5th-tier silver armor. Undoubtedly, this was an unprecedented haul. In terms of value, the goblin tribe's loot even surpassed what the shadows had earned from 4 days of monster hunting. Looking at the wealth in the warehouse, Yuan beamed with joy. He had almost given up on upgrading the town and planned to focus on the shadow crystal. But now, it seemed both were within reach. The energy stones in the warehouse were already enough to upgrade the shadow crystal, only 16 elemental crystals short. At Nijia's current pace of hunting high-level monsters, they should be able to gather them by tomorrow night. A level 3 crystal was practically guaranteed. The next priority was to collect the materials needed for the castle upgrade. The requirements for stone and wood remained relatively stable at 13,000 and 36,000 units, respectively. Thanks to a steady supply of refined iron from the fairies, the current stock had reached 840 units. Although the daily production capacity of refined iron was around 900 units at full capacity, gathering the 10,000 units needed to upgrade the castle before the beast tide seemed unrealistic. Yuan would have to try his luck at the trading plaza. Opening the trading plaza, Li Yuan searched for refined iron but found little success. However, the supply of weapons and equipment, aside from what he had previously auctioned, was non-existent. This was understandable, as units that didn't need equipment, like the Shadows, were rare. Even if someone conquered a local power and obtained some equipment, they would be reluctant to sell it. After weighing his options, Li Yuan decided to auction off all first and second-tier equipment. Nearly 1,300 sets of leather armor should be enough to trade for a substantial amount of stone and wood. He would use low-tier items to stir up interest and then capitalize on it. As expected, once Li Yuan's auction information was posted, it caused an uproar in the world channel. My eyes are blinded. The mysterious Shadow Lord has appeared again on the world channel, and this time he's dropped over 1,000 pieces of equipment. This must mean he's wiped out an entire local tribe. That's right, the Shadow Lord is that powerful. He must have tracked down and completely annihilated the Goblin tribe he encountered last time. No wonder he hasn't been trading much food today. He must have been focused on attacking local forces. Over 1,000 pieces of equipment. Imagine how many local forces he had to defeat to amass that. Last time, he took down goblins. This time, it must have been the goblins again. Who else could single-handedly wipe out an entire local tribe like him? Wait, it looks like there are even tier 2 pieces among the loot this time. But for someone like me, who has tier 4 units, tier 2 gear isn't that big of a deal. Still, there's a saying. The well-fed never understand the hunger of the starving. The Shadow Lord's move is simply top-notch. This time, the Shadow Lord is only trading for stone and wood. Perfect. I can trade some since I can't upgrade my castle any further anyway. The person above is right. Even if the gear isn't high tier, it's better than having none at all. The world channel was buzzing with excitement as numerous lords flocked to the trading plaza. Stone and wood are essential for upgrading castles, and everyone is in short supply. With the beast horde arriving in just 3 days, most people can only upgrade their castles to intermediate level. Dreaming of reaching the advanced level is just theta dream. Instead of letting the stone and wood rot in the warehouse, it's better to trade them for some equipment to fend off the impending beast horde. The powerful lords were once again stunned by the Shadow Lord's actions. Last time, a few sets of equipment didn't seem like much, but this time it's over 1,000 sets. Keep in mind, it's only the 4th day since the war continent opened. The top lords have already encountered local forces and know how terrifying their combat power is. If a tribe has over 1,000 pieces of equipment, it means it has at least 1,000 members. Such tribes are bound to have many tier 7 or tier 8 fighters, and possibly even a tier 9 powerhouse. Now, the top lords might have a dozen units at best, and even they struggle to wipe out 1,000-strong local tribe. No wonder other lords are left in awe. Meanwhile, in the Angel Castle on the Tucker Plains, the beautiful Lord Ishua lay on a lounge chair, lost in thought. Her small mouth slightly open, her delicate face was full of disbelief. Last night, her angel squad was ambushed by goblins on the way. Though they wiped out the enemy, it came at a high cost, with all the angels injured. And that was against just 15 goblins. At this rate, Ishua estimated her squad could handle at most 30 goblins before collapsing. She couldn't believe the Shadow Lord could annihilate an entire goblin tribe. Usually confident in herself, Ishua couldn't help but feel discouraged. But she quickly dismissed the thought, vowing to catch up to the Shadow Lord. In the golden castle of the endless sea, a young man in white had just led his golden dragons to massacre a merman tribe. He thought he could rest easy, but then he saw the Shadow Lord's feats on the world channel. A mere 200-strong merman tribe, with its strongest at tier 7, paled in comparison to the Shadow Lord's conquests. Looking at the golden dragons guarding his castle, the young man in white couldn't help but mutter, "Golden dragons, the pride of the dragon race, are among the top-tier units on the war continent. Yet, compared to the Shadow Lord, they seem lacking. What kind of units does this guy have?" Across the 7 continents of the war continent, countless lords speculated about the Shadow Lord's true identity. Though reluctant to admit it, everyone had to acknowledge that in terms of strength and achievements, Li Yuan was far ahead. Li Yuan glanced at the auction post he had put up in the trading plaza, feeling a mix of emotions. The replies ranged from flattery to jealousy. Most people were focused on what price his equipment would fetch. Unfortunately, Li Yuan had set the auction time for 2 hours, but half an hour had passed, and only a few hundred people had placed bids. At this rate, auctioning off over 1,000 pieces seemed impossible. Maybe it was because it was late at night? Li Yuan consoled himself with this thought, and then quietly extended the auction time to 24 hours. However, what troubled Li Yuan the most was the lack of iron ore. If even tier 1 and tier 2 equipment were unwanted, who would trade iron ore for it? Maybe he should wait until tomorrow to see how things go, and if it doesn't work out, give up on upgrading the castle. Li Yuan was not one to hesitate. He decisively closed the trading plaza page. As midnight approached, it was time to recruit new troops. Just then, 3 towering men, each over 2 meters tall, appeared outside the Goblin tribe Yuan had decimated. Looking at the ruined Goblin burrows, the leader said, "All dead, not a single survivor. This must be the work of those otherworldly visitors from the Red Moon Forest." "Exactly," another man replied. "Only they around here have that kind of power. Word from the peaks of the 7 continents is that the land is crawling with otherworldly visitors." "Who are these people?" "Who cares?" the last man snorted. "If they dare mess with us, we'll leave none alive. We're not lowly goblins. By the way, those otherworldly visitors are all humans, right? I wonder what they taste like." "Stop thinking about eating human flesh," the leader glared at him. "Just hold on. Soon we'll be back at the peaks of the 7 continents. We've been stuck in this cursed Red Moon Forest for 200 years. The 3 chatted idly for a bit, then transformed into 3 massive black wolves, disappearing into the night. Unaware of all this, Yuan was focused on the summoning circle under the shadow crystal, waiting for new troops to appear. 10 minutes later, the long-awaited prompt finally appeared, barracks fully charged. "Recruit now? Summon," Yuan commanded. 9 crystals began to spin rapidly, and 5 shadows emerged. What appeared before him were a ghost, 3 giants, and a blue-skinned warrior clad in armor. Overjoyed with such a bounty, Yuan couldn't contain his excitement. But a tough battle awaited, and Yuan knew he couldn't afford to be careless. Yuan never imagined that he could recruit one of the 9 generals of the Shadow Army, aka the Helm Shadow Commander. With blue skin, dark gray armor, and an imposing figure, EKA emerged from the shadows and knelt on one knee. Yuan was overjoyed. "Rise, General EK. No need for such formalities," Yuan said with a smile. He never expected to summon the Helm Shadow General, who led the warrior regiment. Recently, he had only managed to recruit ghost shadows and giant shadows, but today, EKA had joined him. Checking Aka's information panel, Yuan was even more delighted. It read, "Helm Shadow General EKA, level 7 strength, loyalty increases with kills, unlimited growth." When he recruited Nija, the shadow crystal was only at level 1, and Nija started at level 5. Now the crystal was at level 2, and EKA arrived at level 7, just 1 level below Nija. The other ghost shadows and giant shadows were only at level 4. "EK, go out and slay some beasts to increase your strength," Yuan ordered. "In 3 days, the beast tide will strike. You need to reach at least level 8, preferably level 9. If both you and Nija reach level 9, I'll have 2 saint-level warriors. With the amplification from the Holy Source Tower, we'll even surpass the saint level within our territory. I shall not disappoint you." EKA responded promptly, disappearing into the ground. Yuan then summoned the ghost shadows and giant shadows back and reorganized his troops with the new recruits. Veteran soldiers leading the new ones would be more efficient. The focus now was on Nija and EKA. The others could afford to be weaker. Back in the Holy Source Tower, lying in bed, Yuan pondered his plans for the next 3 days. Having the shadows merely hunt monsters was a waste of time. They wouldn't find any iron essence that way. Forget upgrading the castle barracks. Better to focus on training Nija and EKA to level 9. Even if the barracks didn't improve, stronger shadows would still benefit him. Saint-level strength was the priority. If he were strong enough now, he could directly attack the werewolf tribe, and Nija might reach level 9. The benefits of wiping out the goblin tribe were still fresh in his mind. Unfortunately, the werewolves had a half-saint and 2 level 9 experts. Attacking now would be futile. With these thoughts, Yuan slowly drifted into sleep. At dawn, a booming voice suddenly echoed across the sky, jolting Yuan awake. "Attention all lords. Only 3 days remain until the level 1 beast tide. Can your cities and troops survive the onslaught?" Yuan jumped out of bed and rushed to the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. This voice was the same as the one he heard when he first reincarnated. At this moment, countless lords across the war continent were looking up, while the natives remained unfazed. Clearly, only the 3 billion otherworldly lords could hear this voice. In 3 days, the beast tide will arrive. Those who can withstand it will receive generous rewards. Only the top 1 million lords in overall performance will qualify. The lucky one in first place will receive a unique, special prize. Lords, kill to your heart's content. Don't cower in your cities. Only by fighting your way out can you reap more rewards. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Yuan frowned. This sounded just like a game event. The so-called rewards were just like in-game announcements. Yet everything castles, troops, beasts, and natives felt undeniably real. Was this a game or reality? If it was a game, who was the mastermind? He laughed at himself for overthinking. It was too early to worry about that. Even if someone was behind it all, anyone capable of reincarnating 3 billion earthlings and creating such a realistic world was not someone he could contend with now. Life is like being raped. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Maybe when he became powerful enough to rule the world, he could uncover the truth. For now, He needed to focus on the beast-tied rewards. The top 1 million lords would receive prizes. It seemed like a large number, but out of 3 billion, that's just 0.03. Only 3 out of every 10,000 would win. Of course, it was uncertain how many of the 3 billion would survive the beast tide. There would always be some who were clueless, like that poor guy who got killed by goblins earlier. Making it into the top 1 million shouldn't be a problem, Yuan thought. But what about aiming for first place? He wasn't arrogant enough to think he was the best among 3 billion. There could be someone out there with extraordinary talent and luck. Maybe someone had already recruited a deity to work for them. And comprehensive performance surely involved more than just combat strength. There's always someone better out there. Ranking in the top million shouldn't be a problem for Yuan. But can he clinch the top spot? This is the first official event, and its special rewards are bound to be extraordinary. Just like the rich get richer, this reward will drastically widen the gap between the winner and other lords. As for those beyond the millionth rank, they are destined to be cannon fodder. Initially, Yuan planned to delay upgrading his town, but the appearance of this special reward changed his mind. The performance of the castle, barracks, and troops in resisting the beast tide will clearly be crucial in the overall evaluation. It seems he needs to go all out. Yuan shook his head with a smile, his eyes shining with determination. He was always a man of action. Since he decided to go for first place, he would give it his all, no matter the cost. After a night of hunting, the shadows returned with a large haul of beast and monster corpses. Yuan collected everything, gaining over 5,000 units of food and 18 energy stones. To his surprise, there were even 2 precious Yuan crystals. In high spirits, Yuan immediately transferred all the food to the fairy lord. With those pieces of equipment, he no longer needed to sell food. Although the market price of food had dropped by half, 1 unit of food could still be exchanged for 5 units of wood or 2 units of stone. After handling these tasks, Yuan went to the warehouse to grab some food for breakfast. As he ate, he opened the world chat channel. Due to the appearance of that mysterious voice, the channel was buzzing with lively discussions. Top million lords can get rewards. Let's go, brothers. Forget first place, but we can still fight for the top million. I'm going all out. Today, I'm personally going out to slay monsters. In 3 days, I'll change my fate. What's the point? My slimes are almost all eaten by wild monsters. I'm doomed. By the way, what will the first place reward be? None of your business. Stop worrying about things that don't concern you. Brothers, never give up. Keep fighting. You're all so idle. Only 3 days left, and you're still chatting nonsense here. Pathetic. Speaking of first place, can the Shadow Lord do it? Who knows? Maybe some big shots have been quietly leveling up, never showing themselves. True. Never mind. Back to work. Such conversations filled the chat, causing many lords to feel restless. Yuan skimmed through the messages and then directly opened the trading plaza. More bidders now. The goblin weapons and equipment he listed last night had few takers initially, but now, not only had the number of bids surged, but they were also still climbing. Yuan quickly deduced the reason. It had to be that mysterious voice. Its appearance had thrown the lords into a frenzy. Whether to fend off the beast tide or to compete for the rewards, becoming stronger was the only way. 3 days isn't long, but it's enough time for these lords to do everything they can to improve themselves. Equipping their troops is undoubtedly a prime choice. They might have been reluctant to part with their wood and stone before, but now they have no choice but to go all out. You have to give to receive. By evening, under the leadership of Nija and IKA, the 19 shadows had once again hunted furiously. The castle courtyard was piled high with beast and monster corpses. As the shadows grew stronger, their prey also became more formidable, naturally leading to greater harvests. In this round, Yuan gained 32 energy stones and 3 Yuan crystals. This brought his total to 1,163 energy stones and 36 Yuan crystals. He had long gathered enough energy stones to upgrade the shadow crystal, and he was only 14 Yuan crystals short, which was within reach. Meanwhile, after a whole day of battle, the newly recruited Giant Shadow and Ghost Shadow had both reached the 5th tier. Although General IKA was still at the 7th tier, he was close to advancing to the 8th. The shadows set out again, and before long, Nija and IKA returned to the castle. Yuan greeted them in the Holy Source Tower, somewhat surprised. What's going on? General IKA bowed and reported, My lord, we discovered a group of mutated lizards. These lizards have dragon blood. Are they strong? Yuan asked skeptically. Normally, when Nija and the others found monsters, they would just kill them without specifically reporting back. Nija nodded. Not exactly strong, but they are deep in the Red Moon Forest. Hearing this, Yuan frowned. Nija usually hunted on the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest, never daring to venture into its depths. The forest's core housed many 9th-tier monsters, some even elite ones, rivaling Holy Domain experts. Though Nija feared no death, Dying in vain without killing the opponent would be a waste of time. Hence, Li Yuan had ordered them not to enter the forest depths. Looking at Nija, Li Yuan asked, "Do you want to team up to kill those mutated lizards?" "Exactly," Ika replied. "What's the reason?" Nija clasped his hands and said, "My lord, of today's 4 Yuan crystals, 3 came from those lizards, and we only killed 5. Explain in detail." Li Yuan was immediately intrigued. With so many monster corpses, he never had the time to inspect each one. Recently, he had been collecting them without even looking, not paying attention to lizard-type monsters. 5 mutated lizards yielding 3 Yuan crystals? That drop rate is insane. Nija quickly recounted the events. This afternoon, he and Ika were hunting on the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest, initially working separately. Coincidentally, they ran into each other and stumbled upon the lizards. They killed 5 in total, and 3 of them yielded Yuan crystals during collection. As the slayers, Nija and Ika could sense every time Li Yuan collected from a corpse. Knowing how much Li Yuan needed Yuan crystals, they paid special attention to the mutated lizards and came back to report the find. The drop rate of 3 out of 5 is as high as 60%. Moreover, the drops are primordial crystals. A glint of excitement flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a serious expression. According to Nija and Ika's descriptions, this group of lizards is not to be underestimated. The strongest one is a 9th-tier elite mutant lizard, comparable to a half-saint, Nija said gravely. Additionally, there are 2 other 9th tiers and 5 8th tiers. In total, there are about 50 of them. Li Yuan frowned in thought, recalling the northern werewolf tribe. They also have a half-saint, along with a 9th-tier warrior and a 9th-tier mage. In terms of high-level power, this lizard group is on par with the werewolf tribe. Can you guys team up and wipe out this lizard group? Li Yuan asked in a deep voice. Nija glanced at Ika and replied, "If Ika can level up midway, it should be no problem. He's already close to the 8th tier." Li Yuan's gaze fell on Ika, and he indeed sensed the peak of the 7th tier. An 8th tier Ika could definitely contend with a 9th tier opponent. It seemed these 2 generals planned to ambush a few lizards first to help Ika level up, and then annihilate the entire lizard group in one go. "Since you already have a plan, go ahead." Li Yuan nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of anticipation for the operation. If the drop rate truly reaches 60%, this lizard group could provide him with a substantial amount of primordial crystals needed to upgrade his barracks. Of course, this assumes Nija and Ika succeed. Beyond the potential rewards, Li Yuan also viewed this mission as a rehearsal for raiding the werewolf tribe. If Nija and Ika could successfully deal with the lizard group, combined with other shadow figures, they might have the strength to launch an attack on the werewolf tribe. As night fell, the 24-hour auction period for Li Yuan's weapons and equipment at the auction house also came to an end. Riding the wave of rewards from the beast tide, all the equipment sold successfully. Although the prices weren't particularly high, they were acceptable. This batch of equipment brought in a total of 380,000 units of stone and 860,000 units of wood. Such a massive amount of resources likely made Li Yuan the lord with the largest stockpile of these materials. Just this one auction was enough to upgrade Shadow Castle to a town. This was within Li Yuan's expectations. However, what he truly needed was refined iron. In the past few days, the little fairy Imo Shanshan had already transferred 2,180 units of refined iron to him, but he still needed 4/5 of the required 10,000 units. Thinking of his large stockpile of stone and wood, Li Yuan opened the chat window with the little fairy. "Come out." Li Yuan sent a brief message. "What's your command, Shadow Lord?" The little fairy replied instantly. "Your castle is currently at the intermediate level. If you upgrade it to advanced, will the refined iron output increase?" Li Yuan got straight to the point. "Huh. Are you asking me to upgrade my castle to advanced level?" The little fairy was surprised. "Focus on the question and answer it," Li Yuan urged impatiently. "Shadow Lord, it doesn't seem like it will," the little fairy explained. "The furnace is a separate building, and upgrading the castle doesn't affect its output." Li Yuan frowned, thinking of his own sacred source tower. As a sacred building, it also seemed unrelated to the castle's level. At that moment, the little fairy added, "Shadow Lord, my furnace is a growth-type building and can be upgraded, but it's already an advanced building, and upgrading it to sacred level requires a lot of resources. What do you need?" Li Yuan immediately asked. 300,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of wood, and 100 energy stones. The little fairy answered honestly. "A sacred furnace. How much will the output increase?" Li Yuan pressed for the crucial detail. "I think it will double," the little fairy replied. The next moment, the little fairy was stunned. Her warehouse suddenly received 300,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of wood, and 100 energy stones. "Shadow Lord, you..." The little fairy was incredulous. "Upgrade the furnace quickly," Li Yuan commanded, "and upgrade your castle to advanced level while you're at it." After speaking, he transferred another batch of stone and wood to the little fairy. With his current excess of resources, upgrading the town wouldn't use up nearly as much. It made more sense to convert them into immediate benefits. Without a doubt, giving these resources to the little fairy was the best choice. Upgrading the advanced castle would only enhance its defense, but upgrading the furnace would bring high returns. A sacred furnace doubling its output meant the little fairy could provide nearly 2,000 units of refined iron daily, instead of the current 1,000. In the bedroom of the little fairy's castle in the Armo Desert, Imo Shanshan stood on her bed, her face full of disbelief. The sudden arrival of tens of thousands of units of resources made her feel like she was dreaming. If she had been paying attention to the trading plaza recently, she might have been somewhat prepared. The furnace was already at the advanced level, and Imo Shanshan had never thought of upgrading it to the sacred level, as the required resources far exceeded her capabilities. She had just casually mentioned the resources needed in response to Li Yuan's inquiry, never expecting him to actually provide such a massive amount of materials, and even ask her to upgrade her castle to advanced level. Imo Shanshan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that her decision to become Li Yuan's subordinate was incredibly wise. However, Imo Shanshan was also well aware that there are no unearned favors. Li Yuan's generosity was not out of concern for her, but for the refined iron the furnace could produce. This was precisely where her value lay. Jumping off the bed, Imo Shanshan solemnly replied, "Shadow Lord, I will do my best." Her simple words conveyed her determination. "Good, keep it up," Li Yuan replied. "By the way, can you increase the number of dwarves?" "Don't worry, the more, the better." "I understand, Shadow Lord," Imo Shanshan responded. "I'll have Uncle Green keep an eye on it." Upgrading the furnace and increasing the number of dwarves clearly indicated that the main city needed a large amount of refined iron, and the more, the better. Li Yuan closed the chat window with Imo Shanshan, a smile appearing on his face. Refined iron would undoubtedly become a highly lucrative resource in the future. His gaze was already set on the distant future. Reopening the trading plaza, Li Yuan listed more weapons and armor for auction. Tier 3 leather armor and weapons, 208 sets, starting bid 100 units of refined iron. Tier 4 iron armor, 10 sets, starting bid 200 units of refined iron. Tier 5 silver armor, 1 set, starting bid 500 units of refined iron. Li Yuan waited patiently, eager to see how much refined iron this auction would bring him. The trade of refined iron had been slow to pick up at the trading plaza, but Li Yuan firmly believed that Imo Shanshan wasn't the only one on the continent of war who had acquired a forge. He keenly sensed that others might have spotted the same business opportunity as he did. After all, upgrading towns was an inevitable path for every lord, and refined iron was an essential resource for this process. At this point, most lords' castles were still at intermediate or advanced levels, with some even stuck at the basic stage. For now, refined iron seemed to have little use. However, Li Yuan foresaw that as castles upgraded to higher levels, the demand for refined iron would skyrocket. In the trading plaza, apart from primordial crystals, few items could rival refined iron. This explained why the trade volume of refined iron remained moderate, with transactions being small in scale. The equipment and weapons Li Yuan had put on the market this time were of significantly higher quality than before. The lowest tier was Tier 3, and the highest reached Tier 5, including leather armor, iron armor, and silver armor. Compared to the Tier 1 armor, this batch of equipment was undoubtedly much more valuable. Previously, Tier 1 equipment was not favored because most lords' initial units were Tier 1. For them, Tier 1 or 2 equipment was merely a luxury. But now, Tier 3 to 5 equipment could significantly enhance their units' combat effectiveness. Not all lords, unlike Li Yuan and his allies, had top-tier units that could be upgraded to Tier 6 or 7 in just a few days. Currently, the majority of lords on the continent of war had units stuck at Tier 2 or 3, with Tier 4 or 5 being exceptional. Acquiring high-tier equipment would undoubtedly boost their strength significantly. Li Yuan chose refined iron as the medium for trade with the intention of drawing out lords who possessed it. Lords with powerful units might hold back, but those with weaker units would surely be tempted. Li Yuan's strategy was clear. First, exhaust the refined iron held by these lords, then dominate the entire market, not only the refined iron market, but also the weapon and equipment market. This also explained why Li Yuan so strongly supported Imo Shanshan's little fairy lord. Besides the immediate need for refined iron, he also targeted weapons and equipment. The little fairy had mentioned that her dwarves were setting up a forge, which would be another vast market in the future. While the current demand for weapons and equipment was not as evident, it would become apparent over time. Imagine recruiting thousands of units and you need to equip them with weapons? Li Yuan's plan was meticulous. Since he had decided to compete for dominance, he had to prepare in every aspect. Personal strength was crucial, but these auxiliary measures were equally important. As soon as the Tier 3 and above weapons and equipment were launched, they once again caused a stir in the World Chat channel, especially after the previous batch of over 1,000 pieces of equipment had already created a buzz. "Oh my gosh, Tier 5 equipment. Am I seeing this right? From a distance, I saw a minotaur in silver armor, and that's an 8th tier native powerhouse. No need to guess, Shadow must have wiped out a goblin tribe. Indeed, this tier 5 armor is something only a tribe leader could afford to wear. Haha, that's because you haven't seen the true native powerhouses. To them, tier 5 armor is trash. Talking big, do you even have tier 5 armor? If you do, then you can talk. Most of those making a fuss were lords with weaker forces. The truly powerful lords had no time for idle chatter, which was why Li Yuan rarely paid attention to the chat channel. At this moment, Li Yuan was intently watching his auction listings at the trading plaza. Thanks to the buzz in the world chat channel, his auction items had started to attract attention. The first bid was on the tier 5 silver armor, with a starting price of 500 units of refined iron. Li Yuan noticed that the bid came from someone named number 1 lord in the world, a rather arrogant name. From this name, it was impossible to discern what kind of units the bidder had recruited. A few minutes later, the price of the tier 5 silver armor remained unchanged, but bids began to trickle in for the tier 3 and tier 4 equipment. Li Yuan chuckled to himself. It seemed everyone was holding back their best offers. He had set the auction duration to 18 hours, meaning the results would be out by noon the next day. With any luck, he would have enough refined iron to upgrade his castle by then. As night fell, the roars of magical beasts echoed through the Red Moon Forest. Over the past 5 days, at least 2,000 beasts and magical creatures had fallen to Shadow's hand. Despite this, beasts and magical creatures were still frequently encountered outside, indicating the sheer number of these creatures near the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan stepped out of the sacred source tower and summoned a 7th tier shadow specter. At the same time, Nija and Ika returned to the castle and appeared before Li Yuan. Li Yuan glanced at Nija and asked, "What's the situation?" Nija bowed and replied, "Ika and I have cleared most of the magical beasts near the mutant lizard group. They haven't noticed and are still in their original position. We've also stationed other shadow giants on the periphery to block other magical beasts." "Good, let's move out," Li Yuan said as he headed outside. Yes, Li Yuan planned to head out tonight with Nija and Ika to hunt down the mutant lizard group. He had made this decision suddenly in the afternoon. With only 2 days left until the beast tide, Li Yuan knew he would have to join the battle. He couldn't stand by idly. After all, his number of units was still insufficient, and every bit of strength counted. His own strength wasn't weak, having reached tier 6. Coupled with the dragon talisman, horse talisman, and thunder magic, his combat power should not be inferior to tier 7. However, he lacked practical combat experience, so he planned to go out over the next 2 days to enhance his combat skills. Ika hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, the mutant lizard group is near the inner part of the Red Moon Forest, where 9th tier magical beasts often appear. We can't be sure if a 9th tier beast might suddenly show up. If a 9th tier beast appears, the other shadow giants won't be able to stop it. If you want to improve your combat skills, you can have the shadow specters take you to the outskirts." "No need to persuade him, Ika. Once our lord has made a decision, he won't change it easily," General Nija interrupted, recalling how he had tried to dissuade Li Yuan when they went to the Goblin tribe, but to no avail. "It's fine. If we encounter something we can't handle, I'll retreat. Combat experience is important, but my life comes first," Li Yuan said, glancing at the 7th tier shadow specter he had summoned, which then merged into his shadow. Seeing this, Ika said no more. She exchanged a glance with Nija, then stood by Li Yuan's side, and together they transported him to the Red Moon Forest. The Red Moon Forest stretches endlessly, spanning tens of thousands of miles. At the forest's edge stands the Black Shadow Castle, its territory extending barely 1,000 meters into the forest. As night falls, the forest is shrouded in darkness, with only the faint outlines of towering trees visible. Li Yuan, now advanced to the 6th tier, possesses extraordinary night vision. Guided by Nija and Ika, the trio silently moves through the shadows, eventually reaching the border of their territory. Although still some distance from the mutated lizard horde, they proceed with caution, aware of the high intelligence of these advanced beasts. Their mission is a surprise attack, not a direct confrontation. The 3 approach their target carefully, wary of alerting the mutated lizard horde. With over 50 height-tier beasts in the group, even Nija, with his 9th tier strength, would struggle to handle them all at once. Originally, Nija and Ika planned to lure a few mutated lizards out, with Nija providing support while Ika executed the kills to level up. Once both reached the 8th tier, only the elite 9th tier lizard would pose a threat. However, Li Yuan's inclusion necessitated a slight adjustment to the plan. They decided to split into 2 groups, Li Yuan and Nija in one, and Ika operating solo, executing a 2-pronged attack. The surrounding beasts had been cleared, so the area was temporarily calm. The trio advanced slowly, arriving at an area littered with fallen trees. The air was thick with a foul stench, laced with a thin layer of toxicity. For ordinary people, Inhaling it would be fatal. Fortunately, Li Yuan was no ordinary person. The poison had minimal effect on him, and any minor harm was quickly countered by the horse talisman's expulsion abilities. Your Majesty, there's a waterhole ahead, and the lizard horde is there. Please wait here, Nija said, scanning the area before exchanging a glance with IKA. Move out, he commanded. Instantly, the two melted into the shadows, leaving Li Yuan alone with the lurking ghost shadow at his feet. Li Yuan scrutinized the surroundings, focusing on the waterhole Nija indicated. Despite the trees obstructing most of his view, he could faintly see numerous green glows, the reflected light from the lizard's eyes in the moonlight. He also sensed a powerful, oppressive presence in the distance, likely the elite 9th-tier lizard. Although not as formidable as the black-crowned golden eagle Li Yuan had encountered before, it was still a significant threat, a half-saint. Not yet at the sanctuary level, but formidable nonetheless. About 5 minutes later, a low growl emerged from the waterhole. Nija appeared suddenly, his expression grave. Your Majesty, the situation has changed. 5 lizards are heading our way, including a 9th-tier one. You should return to the castle. What about the others? Li Yuan asked, frowning. According to the original plan, they were supposed to lure out 6th-tier lizards, not encounter a 9th-tier one. Nija quickly replied, 1 9th-tier, 4 6th-tier. After a brief moment of thought, Li Yuan responded, I'll handle 2 of the 6th-tier ones. You take care of the rest. Your Majesty. Nija wanted to protest, but the ground began to shake as several large figures rapidly approached. Be careful. Nija turned and charged at the incoming lizard horde without further delay. With a loud boom, Nija instantly killed 1 6th-tier mutated lizard, and then turned to engage the others. In the blink of an eye, he was battling 3 lizards, including a 9th-tier one covered in sparse golden scales. The 3 lizards surrounded Nija, spewing toxic gas that obscured the battlefield. Only their thick tails could be seen whipping through the air. Li Yuan watched in silence as Nija, who was supposed to leave 2 lizards for him, had already killed one. As the remaining lizard was about to join the attack on Nija, a fiery dragon illuminated the forest. A fireball, conjured by Li Yuan, struck the mutated lizard's chest. The lizard, as large as a dinosaur and covered in tough scales, was only slightly marked by the fireball. However, the attack made it aware of another intruder. With a series of thuds, the lizard charged at Li Yuan, using its limbs to propel itself over the fallen trees like a roller coaster. My first real battle. Fight! Li Yuan shouted, eyes burning with determination. He leaped, narrowly avoiding the lizard's charge. The creature was not only fast but also agile. It quickly turned and lunged at Li Yuan with its gaping maw, spewing toxic gas. In midair, Li Yuan unleashed a dragon talisman flame burst. Flames enveloped his hand, forming a fireball that he hurled at the lizard. Boom! The fireball hit the lizard's head. Although Li Yuan aimed for its open mouth, the beast dodged, sensing the fireball's destructive energy. The flames engulfed the lizard. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Li Yuan from behind, sending him crashing into a tree. The lizard, despite being hit by the fireball, had swung its tail in a strange arc, striking him. A 7th-tier ghost shadow appeared before Li Yuan, ready to assist. Stand down, Li Yuan ordered, getting back on his feet. He had underestimated the lizard's intelligence and resilience, expecting his fireball to kill it instantly. Instead, the beast had counterattacked while under assault. This was a harsh lesson for the novice fighter. Li Yuan wiped his mouth, eyes locked on the wounded lizard. Though heavily injured, it remained standing. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he approached. Let's go again. Li Yuan's steps quickened, and he charged at the lizard. Its tail swept towards him once more. Unfazed, Li Yuan's right hand crackled with electricity, forming a sharp lightning blade. In an instant, he vanished, leaving only 2 blue arcs in the air. Moments later, the lizard's tail was severed, followed by its head. The wounds cauterized by the lightning blade. No blood flowed. Li Yuan landed, observing the fallen lizard. The lightning blade dissipated, and though pale, he quickly recovered, a smile spreading across his face. Real combat is no joke, Li Yuan thought. Without the horse talisman's protection, the tail strike could have been fatal. This battle taught him a valuable lesson. Always remain vigilant and give it your all to avoid unexpected setbacks. The 6th-tier mutated lizard stood no chance against Li Yuan. With lightning-fast sword strikes, he severed its tail with one blow and beheaded it with another, swiftly neutralizing the threat. Meanwhile, Nika had also finished her battle. It should have taken her longer, but when she saw Li Yuan injured, she flew into a rage. She launched a ferocious attack, sacrificing herself once but instantly killing the 9th-tier lizard. As the fight concluded, Nika teleported to Li Yuan's side, her face pale with worry. Your Majesty, are you all right? She asked anxiously. Li Yuan shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I'm fine, just got a little scratch. Although the horse talisman had already healed his injuries, the excruciating pain from the wound still lingered in his memory, as if his internal organs had been smashed to pieces. Nika knelt on one knee, blaming herself. I failed to protect you, Your Majesty. Please punish me. Another 7th-tier shadow warrior also knelt beside her, bowing his head to the ground. Yuan sighed and said, It's not your fault. I'm fine, aren't I? Get up, both of you. He changed the subject and asked, How's Ika doing over there? Nika stood up and glanced in Ika's direction. He should be all right. The 9th-tier lizard that was alerted came after me. He only has to deal with 2 8th-tier, 1 7th-tier, and 1 6th-tier lizard. Yuan nodded. All right, let's wait a bit. Soon, Yuan sensed that Ika had died once but quickly reappeared in front of him. Ika bowed and said, Your Majesty, mission accomplished. I have advanced to the 8th tier. Yuan confirmed Ika's advancement, noting that he now possessed the combat power of a 9th-tier warrior. He commanded, All shadows, gather here. Immediately, a dozen shadow warriors assembled. Turning to Nika, Yuan asked, Is there a chance for you to break through to the 9th tier this time? Nika thought for a moment and cautiously replied, I can't guarantee it. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th tier requires an astronomical amount of energy, millions of units. If I were fighting these mutated lizards alone, I might be able to upgrade. But with 3 of us sharing the energy points, it might not be enough. Yuan nodded in understanding. That's all right. You two go ahead. The other shadows and I will stand guard outside. Even if Nika couldn't upgrade, Ika would become stronger. In 2 days, Nika would have enough opportunities to advance to the 9th tier. Yuan led the other shadow warriors to patrol the perimeter, hunting down any stragglers. Nika and Ika exchanged a glance and quietly disappeared into the darkness. Soon, sounds of intense battle echoed from the depression. Yuan kept receiving notifications of energy absorption, but the pace was slower than he expected. He frowned, moved closer, and climbed a tall tree for a better view. In the depression, a larger mutated lizard appeared, its scales mostly golden and shimmering under the moonlight. Yuan deduced that this must be the elite 9th-tier mutated lizard. If all its scales turned gold, it might ascend to the sacred realm and even transform into a dragon. Nika was locked in a fierce battle with the elite 9th-tier lizard, while Ika was surrounded by dozens of lizards, having died once already. This was their prearranged plan. Nika would hold off the elite 9th-tier lizard while Ika dealt with the others, and then they would team up against the elite. Nika was in a tough spot, repeatedly knocked back by the elite lizard, clearly at a disadvantage. Yet he persisted, not dying once, even finding moments to assist Ika. Ika's situation was worse, dying every few seconds, but taking a mutated lizard with him each time. Half a minute later, only 6 lizards remained around Ika. Sensing the dwindling numbers of its kin, the elite 9th-tier lizard let out a thunderous roar. Its golden scales gleamed brightly as its speed surged. It caught the fleeing Nika with a claw and bit him in half, swallowing him whole. Enraged, the elite lizard charged at Ika, seemingly intent on devouring him as well. At that moment, Nika reappeared at its jaws, forcefully prying them open. Ika! Nika shouted. Ika understood instantly, abandoning the remaining lizards. His body emitted blades formed from shadows, spinning wildly as he turned into a whirlwind, diving straight into the elite lizard's mouth. Nika released the lizard and began slaughtering the other lizards. Inside the elite lizard, Ika rampaged like a drill. Roar! 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 The elite lizard howled in agony, its massive body thrashing wildly, toppling nearby trees. Soon, the elite lizard's body glowed gold again, shrinking significantly. Moments later, Ika reappeared beside Nika, clearly having died once more inside the lizard. Damn it! The dragon blood I painstakingly gathered is being burned away. The now smaller elite 9th-tier lizard suddenly spoke in human language, its voice filled with fury. You will all die. Typically, only magical beasts that reach the sanctuary level can speak human language. Not only can they talk, but they can also transform into human form. This 9th-rank elite lizard, although not yet at the sanctuary level, is a mutated beast. The dragon blood within it grants it dragon-like abilities, allowing it to speak. Initially, the massive 9th-rank elite lizard did not speak. Its cold, vertical pupils looked down on the 2 tiny insects before it, clearly not considering them a threat. However, the situation changed abruptly. The combined attack of Ika and Nija inflicted severe damage on it, forcing the lizard to take drastic measures. Inside the lizard, the pure dragon blood accumulated over years began to boil. This dragon blood was the key to its transformation into a dragon, but now it had to be burned in large quantities. With an earth-shattering roar, the lizard's wounds healed instantly, and it became even stronger, almost touching the threshold of the sanctuary level. Meanwhile, Nija's sword gleamed as other mutated lizards fell one by one. The ninth-rank elite lizard, witnessing the extinction of its kin, was consumed with rage. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a stream of scorching flame-strewn dragon breath. The air ignited instantly, surrounding trees caught fire, and the flames surged towards Nija and Ika. Facing this unprecedented foe, Nija and Ika's expressions grew serious. They knew that individually, they were no match for this lizard. However, such a direct attack was ineffective against them. Just as the dragon breath was about to reach them, the two of them sank into the ground, moving through the shadow realm. The night provided them with natural cover. Nija and Ika emerged from the shadows on either side of the lizard, launching a pincer attack. But the elite 9th-rank mutated lizard reacted swiftly, snapping its jaws at Ika while its tail swept towards Nija. This time, the lizard did not repeat its mistakes. It bit down on Ika, tearing his body in half. Nija was also struck by the tail, sent flying into the forest. The outcome was clear in a single strike. Roaring, the lizard charged towards the fallen Nija, ignoring the reborn Ika behind it. Ika seized the opportunity, climbing onto the lizard's leg and thrusting his sword at its joint. However, the blade only sparked against the scales, unable to penetrate. Disgusting undead creature. Let's see how many times you can die, the lizard bellowed, its scales shifting as it shattered Ika once more. From a distance, Yuan observed the lizard's peculiar behavior. Its scattered scales were returning to their original positions, as if forming an independent armor. He surmised that this mysterious armor might be the key to the lizard's mutation. The battle continued, with Nija and Ika being killed repeatedly, only to be reborn each time. The lizard grew perplexed, unable to understand why it couldn't permanently eliminate these two opponents. Meanwhile, Nija and Ika noticed that the power the lizard gained from burning its dragon blood was gradually waning. Eventually, the elite 9th-rank lizard became exhausted, its strength falling back to that of an ordinary 9th-rank magical beast. Panting, it demanded, "What are you? Why can't I kill you?" Nija and Ika exchanged a knowing smile without answering. By this point, the lizard was no longer a match for them. Ironically, the final blow to the lizard came from Ika, the one it had killed the most. When the elite 9th-rank mutated lizard fell, Yuan leisurely approached. This battle had allowed him to break through to the 7th rank, and both Nija and Ika had also improved. As Yuan walked, he began collecting the corpses of the other lizards, his smile growing wider. Reaching the body of the elite 9th-rank mutated lizard, Yuan touched its surface. The cold sensation confirmed his suspicion this was likely a special piece of armor that granted the lizard dragon blood and the potential to transform into a dragon. Based on his previous experience, Yuan decided to collect the armor directly rather than having his shadow servant strip it. He knew that collecting it would yield a relatively intact piece of equipment. "Collect it immediately," Yuan ordered, eager to see what surprises this mysterious armor might hold. The collection of the monster corpses was successful. Notifications kept flashing before Yuan's eyes, each one making his smile even brighter. 500 units of elite food, 85 energy stones, 3 Yuan crystals. Yuan silently counted his haul. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A divine armor dragon blood armor, and a special building blueprint. No wonder this was a 9th-tier elite mutated monster. The loot was incredibly rich. Yuan felt a surge of joy but didn't immediately tally all his gains. He turned to Nija and Ika beside him and said, "You guys continue. I'm heading back." The two nodded in tacit agreement and vanished instantly. Other shadows dispersed as well, continuing their tireless monster hunting. Only the 7th-tier ghost shadow remained to escort Yuan back to the castle before rejoining the group. Back at the castle, Yuan couldn't wait to inventory the night's spoils. He skipped over the food and focused on the more valuable items. There were a total of 140 energy stones. Although the Yuan crystals didn't hit the expected 60% drop rate, he still collected 18 of them. However, what excited Yuan the most were the dragon blood armor and the special building blueprint. He retrieved the golden armor from the warehouse, and a detailed information panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Dragon blood armor, made from divine dragon scales, tempered with divine dragon blood. Yuan carefully read the equipment description. Reduces subdivine attacks by 50% and can activate dragon blood to unleash dragon's breath. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This gear is pretty powerful." Yuan quickly realized that this complete set of dragon blood armor was far superior to the damaged piece from the mutated lizard. He silently rejoiced, deciding to keep this divine artifact for himself rather than sell it. He was already envisioning how equipping Nija and Ika with it would make them not only match 9th-tier enemies, but possibly even obliterate them in a single strike. After storing the dragon blood armor, Yuan took out the special building blueprint. He chose to appraise it immediately, hoping for a divine blueprint. However, The appraisal revealed it was merely an advanced building blueprint, a magic defense tower. Though slightly disappointed, Li Yuan carefully studied the blueprint's functions and construction requirements. After weighing his options, he decided to store the blueprint for now and consider building it once the town upgraded. Finally, Li Yuan checked the auction status at the trading plaza. Seeing that equipment prices were steadily rising, he remained patient, knowing he could wait for better offers. At this point, Li Yuan's attention turned to the Shadow Crystal. Tonight's gains were enough for an upgrade. He had amassed 1,203 energy stones and 54 Yuan crystals, far exceeding the 1,000 energy stones and 50 Yuan crystals needed for the upgrade. With excitement, Li Yuan approached the Shadow Crystal, ready to embark on a new chapter. Killing that group of mutated lizards took quite a bit of time. Li Yuan returned to the castle to tally his gains, which also took some time. Now, it was almost midnight. The stone walls of the castle gleamed with a cold sheen under the moonlight, and the air was filled with a sense of tension. Standing before the Shadow Crystal, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After upgrading, he could finally recruit more shadows. He had been preparing for this upgrade for a long time. Yuan crystals were extremely difficult to obtain. If not for the high drop rate of those mutated lizards, he would have had to wait another day or two. Tonight marked the 5th night, with the shadow of the initial beast tide looming. As Li Yuan approached the Shadow Crystal, a flashing prompt suddenly appeared. Shadow Lord, you have sufficient resources to upgrade the barracks. Do you wish to upgrade now? Upgrade immediately, Li Yuan said without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the Shadow Crystal burst into a brilliant light. Moments later, the light faded, leaving the crystal seemingly unchanged on the surface. But Li Yuan knew its essence had undergone a dramatic transformation. A new information panel appeared before him. Shadow Crystal. Unique unit barracks containing 9 major core. 9 core, Ghost Core, Claw Core, Giant Core, Fly Core, Armor Core, Soft Core, Devour Core, Clamp Core, Scythe Core. Level 3. Production. Can generate 10 Shadow Soldiers daily, with a random core type and a 0.1 chance of recruiting a Shadow General. Upgrade items. 5,000 energy stones, 200 Yuan crystals. A smile of delight spread across Li Yuan's face. The production had doubled, from the original 5 per day to 10. Before the beast tide arrived, he could recruit twice more, making it 20 shadows. If time permitted, he could recruit once more at dawn on the 8th day, adding another 10 shadows. Of course, this all depended on the exact timing of the beast tide's arrival. Regardless, the increase in numbers was a significant advantage. After all, the purpose of upgrading the Shadow Crystal was to summon more shadows. Currently, the number of shadows was far from reaching the endless horde Li Yuan envisioned. But with the Shadow Crystal upgraded to level 3, his shadow army was bound to grow steadily. Besides the quantity, the chance of recruiting a general had increased tenfold. The shadow army had a total of only 9 generals, and Li Yuan had already recruited Yika and Nija. Although the odds were still slim compared to the endless shadow army, it was nonetheless an improvement. Li Yuan had always been lucky, recruiting 2 generals in just a few days. Now, with 10 shadows recruited at once, the chances of getting other core types should also increase significantly. So far, Li Yuan had only recruited soldiers from the Giant Core and Ghost Core, with 7 other core yet to appear. The Ghost Core was a versatile basic unit with decent combat abilities. The Giant Core could serve as tanks but lacked agility. Each of the other core had its own strengths, and assembling all 9 would significantly boost overall combat power. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan refocused on the Shadow Crystal. Recruit immediately, he shouted. However, the crystal remained unresponsive. Li Yuan realized it was still a minute before midnight. He patiently waited, eyes fixed on the castle clock. As the clock struck 12, the Shadow Crystal's prompt reappeared. Shadow Crystal is fully charged. Do you wish to recruit now? Recruit immediately. Li Yuan responded without hesitation. 10 shadows flowed from the crystal, forming 10 shadow soldiers before Li Yuan. His eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my luck is indeed good. I've recruited other core." Among the 10 shadow soldiers, 2 were familiar ghost ninjas, and 2 were towering giants. Additionally, there were 2 shadows with bat-like wings, hovering midair. These belonged to the Fly Core, capable of fast flight and special lightwave attacks, suitable for both ranged and melee combat, though their defense was weak. There were also 2 mantis-like claw shadows with slender, long arms ending in sharp claws. They belonged to the Blade Core, excelling in close combat. Finally, 2 armored shadows from General Yika's warrior core stood ready. Li Yuan was overjoyed, having recruited 3 new core types in one go. Though the numbers were small, the diversity in unit types had greatly increased. These newly recruited shadows had an initial strength of Tier 5. Given the urgency, Li Yuan decided to have a Tier 7 ghost lead them, sacrificing some energy to help the new shadows level up quickly. His goal was to have all shadows reach Tier 7 before the beast tide arrived. Li Yuan had already prepared for tomorrow's recruitment, planning to have Nija lead the team to gain experience. He was confident that with over 30 Tier 7 shadows, plus Nija and Yika, the so-called Beast Tide would be no threat. Confidence gleamed in Li Yuan's eyes, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. After sorting out the shadow groups, they each went off to hunt monsters. Li Yuan returned to the sacred source tower, contemplating his plan for self-improvement. As a 7th-rank powerhouse, he knew the difficulty of further advancement was significant, but he remained hopeful. The sacred source tower provided a continuous supply of energy, combined with the energy obtained from the shadows killing outside. This dual approach filled Li Yuan with confidence about reaching the 8th rank. Although the 9th rank remained a distant dream, the threshold for the 8th rank seemed within reach. As night fell, Li Yuan realized he hadn't freshened up. He returned to the castle, enjoyed a relaxing hot bath, changed into soft pajamas, and went back to the sacred source tower. Taking advantage of this break, Li Yuan took stock of his iron essence reserves. The original 2,180 units mostly came from contributions by the little fairy, Imo Shanshan. After her furnace was upgraded to the sacred level, the output doubled, and it was expected to provide another 2,000 units by tomorrow. Including his current stock, the total would reach around 4,200 units. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He continued calculating. By the 7th day, another 2,000 units could be added, bringing the total to over 6,000 units. Additionally, the income from the auction at the trading plaza could conservatively add a few thousand more units. As long as nothing goes wrong, my castle will be upgraded to a town by tomorrow at the latest. Li Yuan smiled slightly, drifting into a deep sleep with this expectation. In his dream, Li Yuan saw himself winning first place in the upcoming Beast Tide event, receiving abundant rewards. In the future Lord battles, he was invincible, with the entire war continent under the Shadow's rule. Wherever the Shadows went, it became the territory of the Shadow Kingdom. While Li Yuan was immersed in his dream, a corner of the sacred source tower witnessed a transformation in the long-forgotten infant mutant blood-eyed demon ape. Over the past few days, the little monkey's rank had skyrocketed from the 3rd to the 6th, absorbing energy at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, a powerful aura erupted from the little monkey. The sleeping Li Yuan was startled awake by this aura. He threw off his covers and focused his gaze on the little monkey in the corner. Li Yuan observed intently as the little monkey's body underwent dramatic changes. Energy from the sacred source tower surged into the little monkey, with an absorption rate of tens of thousands of points per second, far surpassing Li Yuan's own rate. Under the massive influx of energy, the little monkey's originally yellow fur turned a dazzling gold at a visible speed. Its body grew rapidly, from half-human height to over 2 meters, becoming more robust. Most striking were its eyes, which changed from pure red to a blend of gold and red, matching its golden fur. Li Yuan watched in awe, guessing that this might be some kind of bloodline evolution. In just over 10 minutes, the little monkey's aura continuously rose, climbing from the 6th to the 7th rank at an astonishing speed. As time passed, the last trace of crimson in the little monkey's eyes was replaced by gold. In an instant, an even more powerful aura burst forth, breaking through the 7th rank barrier and advancing to the 8th rank. Li Yuan was dumbfounded, thinking, this upgrade speed is faster than drinking water. At that moment, the golden light on the little monkey gradually receded, and its body size shrank back to half-human height. Although its appearance remained youthful, its eyes had become exceptionally steady, as if it had instantly matured from a child to an adult. Unexpectedly, the little monkey spoke in the common language of the war continent. Greetings, master. Li Yuan then remembered that the little monkey was marked as a mutant beast on its information panel, an anomaly among blood-eyed demon apes, with a divine-level potential. Even so, being able to speak at the 8th rank still surprised Li Yuan. What happened to you? Li Yuan asked curiously. The little monkey replied honestly, my bloodline evolved. My father had the bloodline of an ancient golden sacred ape, which has now been activated within me. Golden sacred ape? Li Yuan muttered, and the little monkey's latest information appeared before his eyes. Contract beast, golden sacred ape. Strength level, 8th rank. Loyalty, 100. Growth potential, divine realm. Note, the golden sacred ape is an ancient divine beast, often preying on dragons. It reaches the divine realm upon maturity, unmatched in combat. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Although the golden sacred ape's potential remained at the divine realm, being able to prey on dragons suggested it was a top-tier existence within the divine realm. After all, dragons were also top-tier creatures on the war continent, typically reaching the holy or divine realms upon maturity. Li Yuan was delighted. Having such a highly potential 8th rank expert greatly enhanced the strength of his castle. The only downside was that the little monkey wasn't a shadow and couldn't enjoy the privilege of rebirth. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Li Yuan's mind. Could the little monkey be assimilated into a shadow? Although divine realm experts were formidable, they paled compared to the 9 generals. The 9 generals' immortal attributes were truly invincible. If the golden sacred ape could be transformed into a shadow, granting it the immortal attribute, it would be an incredible force. Li Yuan shook his head, setting aside this unrealistic idea for now. He glanced at the sky, intending to go back to sleep, but the little monkey spoke up. Master, may I go outside? Li Yuan frowned. Your strength isn't that high yet. What do you want to do outside? He could sense the little monkey's inner hatred, clearly not forgetting the scene of its mother's tragic death. The little monkey shook its head and explained, Master, you worry too much. I am aware of my limitations. I know I'm not yet a match for the Holy Court. In my inherited memories, the Holy Court has countless divine realm beings. Even if I reach the divine realm, I can't rashly seek revenge. However, I must kill that human. The little monkey's body exuded a chilling, killing intent, and its eyes flashed with golden light. Pausing briefly, the little monkey continued, this bloodline evolution has granted me many divine abilities. I want to go out and practice these skills in real battles, enhancing my combat prowess. If I master them, I might even be able to fight above my rank. Additionally, now that I'm an 8th rank, relying solely on absorbing energy in this tower to advance further is unlikely in the short term. Li Yuan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, you can go. Be careful. Thank you, Master. The little monkey grinned. I won't die until I've killed that Holy Court knight. Li Yuan's expression turned stern, and he corrected, You're wrong, little monkey. Your life belongs to me. If I don't permit it, you can't die, understand? The little monkey, as if struck by lightning, quickly replied respectfully, Understood. It then realized that it had signed a master-servant contract with Li Yuan, with its life and death under Li Yuan's control. The pride brought by its bloodline evolution had made it forget itself for a moment, but Li Yuan's reminder brought it back to reality. Ordinarily, a golden sacred ape would never willingly become a human's contract beast. But this opportunity was bought with its mother's life. Without Li Yuan, this 3rd-rank little monkey would have long become prey for other beasts in the Red Moon Forest. Seeing this, Li Yuan softened his tone. He understood the little monkey's eagerness for revenge and consoled. Don't worry, if the opportunity arises, I'll let you personally exact your revenge. Thank you, Master. The little monkey replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Li Yuan waved his hand, reminding, Go, but don't stray too far from the territory. If you encounter a beast you can't defeat, retreat immediately. Within the territory, your strength will increase by 1 rank. As Li Yuan's contract beast, the little monkey could also enjoy the Sacred Source Tower's rank boost, providing an extra layer of protection. Nowadays, Niga and IKA have reached the peak of the 8th tier, already capable of challenging 9th tier opponents. With the support of the Sacred Source Tower, they can even rival Holy Domain experts. The newly joined little monkey, a golden holy ape, is no less powerful than Niga and IKA, although it lacks the immortality of Shadow. Apart from the newly recruited Shadow tonight, the other Shadows have all been promoted to the 7th tier, and with the Sacred Source Tower's boost, they now possess 8th tier combat power. Li Yuan, the Lord himself, is not weak either. Also at the 7th tier, he has the strength comparable to the 8th and even 9th tiers. In just over 5 days, the high-end combat power of the Shadow Castle has become quite formidable, far surpassing the 4th and 5th tier levels of other lords. After the little monkey left, Li Yuan fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 10 in the morning. He went through his usual routine of washing up, making breakfast, and eating, before heading to the front yard to deal with the beast corpses. There were many, including height-ear beasts as well as ordinary 4th and 5th tier beasts. Li Yuan didn't count the amount of food he collected. He simply transferred all the resources to Ma Shan's little fairy castle. The Shadows continued to bring back more beast corpses. The Shadows recruited at dawn had also completed their upgrades, rising from the 4th to the 6th tier, proving the effectiveness of Li Yuan's grouping strategy. With the addition of Armor Shadow, Flying Shadow, and Claw Shadow, the efficiency of eliminating beasts had significantly improved. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Having had a late breakfast, Li Yuan didn't plan to prepare lunch just yet. He was focused on checking the weapon auction at the trading square. With 3 minutes left until the auction ended, all the weapons and equipment had already received bids. The bid for 208 sets of 3rd-tier leather armor and weapons had reached 300 to 400 units of refined iron. 10 sets of 4th-tier iron armor, which started at 200 units, had climbed to 600. The most eye-catching was the 5th-tier silver armor. Li Yuan had set a starting bid of 500 units of refined iron the previous day, and the highest bid had now soared to 3,200 units. As Li Yuan had anticipated, these lords did have refined iron, but they had been unwilling to part with it before. Perhaps they wanted to keep it for themselves or didn't want to strengthen others. However, the beast-tide activity, combined with the practical weapons and equipment Li Yuan provided, finally made them willing to bid. Despite this, The bid amounts indicated that the Lord's refined iron reserves were limited. A few minutes passed quickly, and the auction ended. Li Yuan's weapons and equipment disappeared from the warehouse, replaced by a large pile of refined iron. Checking the trade backend, he found that the auction had earned him 88,000 units of refined iron. This amount seemed impressive, but was negligible compared to the needs of 3 billion lords. However, combined with his existing stock, it was enough for Li Yuan to upgrade his town 8 or 9 times. Yet, Li Yuan changed his mind. It was too early to upgrade the town. The timing wasn't right. Just then, Mozhan sent a message. Shadow Lord, I have 300 more mountain dwarves here. Oh, and I transferred the refined iron to you. Li Yuan checked the warehouse and found over 2,000 units of refined iron, doubling the previous amount. But compared to the nearly 90,000 units he had just acquired, this amount seemed insignificant. After a moment of thought, Li Yuan replied, the more people, the better. Just let me know if you need more food. Mozhan responded, we have enough for now. There are over 8,000 units of food in the warehouse. Li Yuan continued to ask, have you upgraded the castle? Yes, it's now a high-level castle. Thank you, Shadow Lord. Mozhan replied. Li Yuan inquired further. What about the blacksmith shop you mentioned earlier? Can it produce weapons and equipment now? Mozhan answered, I was just about to tell you. Uncle Green and the others have finished it, and we can start this afternoon. Curious, Li Yuan asked, what tier of weapons can they make initially? After asking, Mozhan replied, Uncle Green said third-tier weapons and equipment are no problem, and they can attempt 4th and 5th tiers depending on luck and materials. Li Yuan was surprised, having thought the wandering dwarves could only forge low-tier weapons at best. Do you have a weapon master? He asked. Mozhan explained, not quite a master. Uncle Green's teacher used to be the royal blacksmith for the dwarf kingdom and has forged 6th-tier weapons before. He said he could probably forge 6th-tier weapons if given top-quality materials. Li Yuan couldn't help but admire Mozhan's luck. Not only did local forces voluntarily join her, but they were also highly skilled. 6th-tier weapons were considered quite decent on the continent of war. Even the Goblin tribe chief only wore 5th-tier armor. Li Yuan immediately decided, I have plenty of materials here. I'll send them all to you. He transferred all the unused materials like teeth, fur, and bones from his warehouse to Mozhan. He had never paid much attention to these items before, focusing mainly on resources like energy stones, crystals, and refined iron. Mozhan was astonished upon receiving them. Shadow Lord, did you kill thousands of wild and magical beasts? Li Yuan calmly replied, something like that. Excited, Mozhan said. I showed them to Uncle Green and Uncle Longbow, and they were thrilled. They said most of these materials are high quality and can be used to forge 3rd and 4th tier weapons and equipment, and some high-tier magical beast materials could even make 5th or 6th tier items. Li Yuan instructed, use them well. Dedicate a team to focus on forging weapons and equipment. You can slow down the refined iron production for now. Mozhan asked, okay, but don't you need refined iron, Shadow Lord? Li Yuan explained, I do, but it's not urgent. By the way, you can trade a small amount of refined iron at the trading square for stone and wood. Mozhan was puzzled. Why? I'm not in a hurry to upgrade the castle. Li Yuan insisted, no, trade for them. I'm running low on stone and wood. If I had more, I could upgrade your castle right now. Mozhan asked in surprise, what's going on? Li Yuan explained, you're my subordinate territory. The stronger you are, the better it is for me. Just follow my instructions. If you lack anything, I'll transfer it to you. Mozhan agreed happily. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Shadow Lord. Li Yuan gave final instructions. All right, that's settled. Have the dwarves forge high-tier weapons first. Don't worry about the materials. Just aim for the highest tier possible. Try to get them done by tomorrow noon. Mozhan readily agreed. Got it. I'll let them know right away. In the afternoon, Li Yuan took some time to browse the global chat channel. With just over a day left until the beast tide struck, the atmosphere in the channel had noticeably become more tense. Although the flow of messages had slowed down a bit, most discussions still centered around the impending beast tide. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the 3 billion Earthlords. Even a formidable lord like Li Yuan couldn't underestimate the threat of the beast tide. The discussions in the channel varied widely. Some worried about the increasing number of nearby magical beasts, others reminded everyone not to let their guard down even after the beast tide, and some pointed out the hostility of native forces towards these otherworldly visitors. Li Yuan silently read through these messages, agreeing with some points while dismissing others. He particularly disagreed with the notion that lords and native forces were entirely opposed to each other. He thought of the fairy Lord Imo Shanshan, who had nearly 1,000 mountain dwarves under her command and had gathered various talents. However, Li Yuan had to admit that, overall, they were indeed invaders in this world. Most native forces would inevitably see them as enemies. He agreed with those who said the beast tide was merely the first hurdle after leaving the newbie village. The real challenges lay ahead. As Li Yuan pondered the future situation, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. Your troops have killed a goblin, earning 250 energy points. This message surprised Li Yuan. The last time they had wiped out a goblin tribe, it was merely a vassal of the goblins and a fleeing squad at that. Now, goblins were appearing near his castle? Could it be that the destruction of the goblin tribe had caught the attention of the goblin kingdom? Several similar kill notifications followed, prompting Li Yuan to summon Nija and Ika. After inquiring, he learned that these goblins appeared near the former location of the goblin tribe. Li Yuan immediately dispatched Ika to investigate. Half an hour later, the news Ika brought back made Li Yuan frown. It turned out that the goblin tribe they had previously eliminated wasn't a defeated army but a group sent by a noble from the goblin kingdom to monitor the werewolf tribe. This unexpected discovery piqued Li Yuan's interest. He recalled that Nija had sensed a crisis at the werewolf tribe and wondered if there was indeed a secret there. Li Yuan asked about Nija's progress in advancing and learned she was close to reaching the 9th tier. He decided to investigate personally and ordered Ika to continue hunting monsters alone. Soon, Li Yuan, accompanied by Nija, arrived at the former goblin cave location. The goblin troop had set up camp in a mountain hollow, with several tents pitched. These goblins were taller and sturdier than the goblins, and their equipment was clearly superior, with most wearing 4th tier iron armor or 5th tier silver armor. The 9th tier goblin leader wore golden armor, obviously of a rank above the 6th tier. Li Yuan and Nija hid in the shadows, quietly observing the goblins' conversations. They learned that this troop came from the Goblin Kingdom's capital and belonged to the 3rd-ranked Haiba family. The golden-armored goblin didn't intend to let the killers of their subordinates go easily and planned to act once the castle's protective magic wore off. Hearing the goblins' conversation, Li Yuan realized that the native forces had a deep understanding of the lords. His curiosity about the werewolf tribe's secret grew, but the immediate priority was to deal with the current threat. Li Yuan turned to Nija and whispered, "Let's move. Capture the one in golden armor first." To Li Yuan, the nobility of the Goblin Kingdom were nothing more than ants. The Haiba family, the 3rd family, these renowned names meant little to him. In his eyes, the entire Goblin Kingdom was merely a feeble race, slightly stronger than goblins, on the war continent. Li Yuan had already offended the dragon race, the supreme race that dominated the entire continent when he acquired the dragon blood armor. If he wasn't afraid of dragons, why would he care about mere goblins? At Li Yuan's command, Nika moved silently. When he reappeared, he launched a surprise attack from behind the tent. The goblins were caught off guard, and before they could react, Nika was already charging straight at the golden-armored goblin, completely ignoring the others. "Protect the lord!" The silver-armored goblins shouted in panic as they swarmed forward. However, these 8th-tier goblins were no match for Nika. His fists flew, and the silver-armored goblins were sent flying one after another. Despite this, the brief hindrance gave the golden-armored goblin time to react. He conjured a giant axe out of thin air, its blade made of some unknown metal and its handle fashioned from a hand bone. "How dare you attack a member of the Haiba family?" The golden-armored goblin roared, charging at Nika on his short legs. The outcome was predictable. After a few exchanges, Nika disarmed the golden-armored goblin and lifted him into the air. "Back off, all of you!" Nika barked coldly. His fierce expression and thunderous voice sent the silver-armored goblins scurrying away in fear. The golden-armored goblin struggled in the air, shouting, "Do you know who I am? I am the 3rd steward of the Boar family. Release me, or the Boar family will kill you, no matter who you are." Nika ignored him, waiting for Li Yuan to arrive. Moments later, Li Yuan descended from the mountain with a few leaps. "An accomplice!" some goblins exclaimed, closing in. Nika, however, leaped over them, bringing the golden-armored goblin to Li Yuan. "Back off or I'll kill this guy," Nika threatened, lifting the golden-armored goblin higher. The goblins, intimidated, had no choice but to retreat. Li Yuan glanced at the golden-armored goblin with disdain and took a step back. "This guy stinks. He probably hasn't bathed in ages," he said with a frown. "I'll ask, and you answer. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I might let you live." "Human. Outsider human." The golden-armored goblin spat angrily. "What do you think you are? A bunch of evil creatures from another world. Not only does he stink, but his mouth does too," Li Yuan said coldly. "Kill him." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Nika raised the goblin's own axe and beheaded him. "Lord! Lord!" The goblins screamed in terror, but none dared to step forward. Li Yuan didn't spare a glance at the headless corpse. He turned to the other silver-armored goblins. "Now, is there anyone who can speak to me properly?" The goblins looked at each other, their leader's death leaving them at a loss. Suddenly, one silver-armored goblin turned and fled. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Despite being an 8th-tier goblin, He couldn't withstand Li Yuan's lightning magic combined with the power of the dragon talisman. Li Yuan stood motionless, as if nothing had happened. Now, can someone answer my questions properly? Finally, a silver-armored goblin stepped forward, trembling. My lord, what do you wish to know? The werewolf tribe, what are they planning? Li Yuan asked directly. The silver-armored goblin gritted his teeth, seemingly resigned to his fate. They plan to summon a wolf god that died in the Red Moon Forest. A wolf god? Did a god really fall in the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan asked, surprised. The silver-armored goblin nodded. Yes, many gods died in the Red Moon Forest, especially 800 years ago, when a group of gods tried to explore the forest's depths and provoked a white-robed human. They were all killed. There were at least a dozen gods. Li Yuan was shocked but kept his composure. He continued to ask, you said the werewolves are trying to summon their dead wolf god. Is it to resurrect that god? If they can do it, why haven't other gods done the same? The silver-armored goblin patiently explained. No, my lord. They aren't trying to resurrect the dead wolf god. They're using the wolf god's remains to perform a special ritual and reforge the god's divine essence. This is a secret technique only the werewolf tribe possesses, so other races can't do it. Li Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, if they reforge the divine essence, does that mean they can create a new god? Yes, my lord. Even if they can't create a god, they can create a demigod, the silver-armored goblin replied honestly. Do you know their current progress? Has the divine essence been reforged yet? It should be soon, but I'm not sure, the silver-armored goblin said weakly. Li Yuan nodded, temporarily setting the matter aside. He looked around at the goblins and said, I've asked what I needed. Now you have a choice. Submit or die. The goblins' faces changed drastically. Fortunately, the silver-armored goblin who had just spoken knelt first, placing his right hand on his chest. My lord, I purred, am willing to submit. With a leader, the other goblins quickly followed suit. My lord, we are willing to submit. Li Yuan glanced at Nika and ordered, have them all sign master-servant contracts. Yes, sir. Nika responded and began the process. Soon, all 82 goblins had signed the contracts. Among them were 3 8th-tier goblins, while the others ranged from 5th to 7th tier. After dealing with the goblins, Li Yuan collected the golden armored goblin's corpse, obtaining a 6th-tier armor and a 6th-tier axe. The charred remains of the silver-armored goblin also yielded a blackened set of silver armor, which could be cleaned and used. Once everything was settled, Li Yuan instructed Nika to escort him back to the castle and then bring the goblins along. However, the goblins were not allowed inside the castle and had to set up camp a few hundred meters away in the swampy area. On the 6th night, dusk settled quietly over the castle, signaling the impending end of its protection period after one more night and day. Li Yuan stood atop the sacred source tower, looking down at the bustling scene below and reflecting on his recent conversation with the fairy Imo Shanshan. Earlier that evening, Imo Shanshan had ingeniously auctioned off refined iron, successfully gathering all the wood and stone needed to upgrade her town. Li Yuan had generously contributed over 10,000 units of refined iron, without which Imo Shanshan's stockpile would have been insufficient for the upgrade. Just moments ago, she had excitedly announced that her castle had been successfully upgraded to a town. Li Yuan speculated that Imo Shanshan might be the first, or at least one of the earliest, lords to upgrade to a town. However, this wasn't his primary concern. He was more interested in the specific stats of the fairy's town. Territory: town name, fairy town. Town level, basic town. Town core defense, level 9. Territory range, 5,000 meters radius. Buildings, dwarven heart, warehouse, forge. Resources for next upgrade, 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of wood, 100,000 units of refined iron. Faction, under Shadow Lord. Reputation, 8,000. Li Yuan carefully analyzed these stats. The town core's defense being upgraded to level 9 meant that only attacks of level 9 or higher could penetrate it. The territory's expansion to a 5,000 meter radius was a significant enhancement. While the resources needed for the next upgrade were substantial, they were not unattainable. The only thing that left Li Yuan feeling somewhat frustrated was Imo Shanshan's astonishing reputation score of 8,000 points. In comparison, he only had 1,800 points, which explained why so many wandering mountain dwarves chose to join her, while he had to forcibly recruit goblins. However, Li Yuan quickly shifted his focus to more critical matters. His support for Imo Shanshan's town upgrade had a strategic purpose: to test the effects of town expansion, particularly the increase in territory range. A 5,000 meter coverage meant that once his shadow castle was upgraded to a town, it could easily encompass the werewolf tribe located 3,000 meters away. Li Yuan had already devised a plan to attack the werewolf tribe. Learning that they were regrouping to restore their divine essence only solidified his resolve. Conquering the werewolf tribe would not only eliminate a threat, but also secure a precious divine essence, potentially creating a demigod-level warrior. With such power, the beast tide would no longer be a threat, leaving only the Red Moon Forest to worry about. Nevertheless, Li Yuan decided to delay the attack on the werewolf tribe. He realized that the expansion of territory following a town upgrade could serve as a powerful tactical weapon. Imagine, when countless magical beasts besiege the castle, the shadow territory suddenly upgrades to a town, instantly bringing the 5,000-meter area under control, suppressing all beasts by one level. The scene would be spectacular. Next, Li Yuan considered constructing defense towers. Upon checking the warehouse inventory, he found ample stone and wood but faced a bottleneck with primal crystals. Each defense tower required a primal crystal, which was quite a consumption. However, once upgraded to a town, these defense towers would possess attack power equivalent to the core's defense level, essentially becoming level 9 turrets. Given the limited number of shadows, having more defense towers was undoubtedly a wise choice. Unfortunately, due to the previous upgrade of the Shadow Crystal, which consumed 50 primal crystals, the warehouse now only had 12 left, 8 of which were recently collected by shadows after defeating magical beasts. Suddenly, inspiration struck Li Yuan, and he immediately summoned Nija. When Nija appeared in the sacred source tower, Li Yuan was thrilled to discover that he had broken through to level 9. Although this was expected, Nija's breakthrough as the territory's top warrior was a significant boon. Level 9 strength was comparable to a demi-saint, and with the sacred source tower's boost, it was on par with a saint-level warrior. Li Yuan did not forget his primary task and instructed Nija to collect the Goblin Mage's staffs. Soon, Nija returned with 6 staffs embedded with primal crystals. This increased Li Yuan's total number of primal crystals to 18. At that moment, Imo Shanshan sent a shocking message. A saint-level mountain dwarf had arrived at her territory, offering to stay and protect the town and gifting 20 primal crystals as a token. Hearing this, Li Yuan felt a mix of emotions. He thought about the hardships he had endured over the past few days, waiting for Nija to grow into a saint-level warrior, while Imo Shanshan effortlessly gained the loyalty of a saint-level expert and additional primal crystals. He couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. After a long silence, Li Yuan managed to send a congratulatory message. He then straightforwardly asked Imo Shanshan to transfer the primal crystals to him. Seeing her prompt and agreeable response, Li Yuan felt somewhat comforted. Regardless of how many fortuitous encounters Imo Shanshan had, she was still his reliable ally, and that was what mattered most. Surprisingly, the number of elemental crystals the fairy brought over exceeded expectations 20 in total. Li Yuan's interest was piqued. Clearly, Imo Shanshan had made some gains over the past few days. He stowed the crystals away, bringing the total count in his storage to 40. Li Yuan quickly calculated that this was equivalent to the power of 40 fixed 9th-level experts. Other materials were also fully prepared. The 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, and 100 units of refined iron needed for the defense towers had long been stockpiled by Li Yuan. Wasting no time, he stepped out of the sacred source tower and began contemplating the placement of the defense towers. After careful consideration, Li Yuan decided to build the defense towers within the castle walls. This decision was based on 2 factors. Firstly, the towers were immovable and would be vulnerable to destruction if placed on the perimeter. Secondly, the main force against the beast hordes was still the Shadow Army, with the towers serving as a secondary line of defense to take down any stragglers. Soon, 40 defense towers stood evenly along the castle walls. Each tower's top was adorned with a floating elemental crystal, connected to the castle's core by faint threads, enabling energy sharing. These towers resembled massive magical staffs, capable of automatically attacking intruders without the need for a mage's control. Their 9th-level power could easily obliterate any beasts below the 9th level. Although currently limited to the castle's 6th-level defense capability, the tower's 6th-level attacks were still a significant relief for the Shadow Army. With the setup complete, Li Yuan sought out Nija. As a newly promoted 9th-level assistant, Nija was tasked with staying put, while other high-level beasts were assigned to the Sunto Breakthrough IKA. With only 1 day left, IKA was likely to reach the 9th level by tomorrow. Li Yuan didn't remain idle. He dispatched goblins to the werewolf tribe to gather intelligence. Using the pretext of investigating the goblin tribe's destruction, the goblins smoothly infiltrated the werewolf territory. Nija accompanied them, leveraging her keen perception to gather more information. Li Yuan learned that the Red Moon Forest was under the Goblin Kingdom's jurisdiction, and the werewolf tribe's sacrificial activities were actually sanctioned by the Goblin Kingdom. As for the Goblin Kingdom's stance on the werewolves condensing a divine spark, Li Yuan set that aside for now, having already considered that divine spark as his own. Back at the Sacred Source Tower, Li Yuan initiated a new round of auctions. This time, the items included 2 sets of high-level equipment, a 6th-level gold armor and a 5th-level silver armor, with starting bids of 10,000 and 5,000 units of refined iron, respectively. Given the time constraints, the auction duration was shortened to 4 hours, ending at midnight. Additionally, Imo Shanshan contributed over 50 sets of 3rd-level leather armor, which Li Yuan also put up for auction. As the auction commenced, Yuan turned his attention to the global chat channel. To his surprise, the channel was abuzz with discussions about his exploits. From defeating the goblins to subduing the goblins, Yuan's reputation had spread far and wide. However, with the beast tide approaching, some less resilient lords began to show signs of panic. At that moment, news about another powerful figure emerged in the channel. Someone had auctioned over 5,000 sets of weapons and armor, including several 5th-level pieces, allegedly from the werewolf tribe. This caused quite a stir, with many speculating that this mysterious lord might be even stronger than Yuan. Yuan remained unfazed. As long as the opponent didn't have a divine entity in their ranks, he was confident that his shadow army could sweep through the werewolves. Nonetheless, he decided to visit the trading plaza to see what this mysterious lord was truly capable of. Not only Yuan but also other top-tier lords in Angela State were immensely curious about the mysterious lord who suddenly unveiled thousands of sets of weapons and equipment. In the trading plaza, an auction announcement caused quite a stir. 5,000 sets of werewolf gear from an unknown player named Heavenly Lord. This move was not just about trading for iron essence. It was more like a declaration of existence to everyone. Top lords from various states started paying close attention to this rising power, speculating wildly. On the Tucker Plains, Ishua of the Angel Castle stood atop a high tower, gazing into the distance. She clenched her fists, her emotions mixed. The Shadow Lord had always been her target, and now there was another challenger. Yet, she was not disheartened. Her confidence grew stronger. After all, her power was rapidly increasing. A level 3 barracks, a town soon to be upgraded, level 6 personal strength, and her most powerful angel, already at level 8. On an island in the endless sea, the young lord of the Golden Castle also closely monitored the unfolding events. The world chat channel buzzed with heated discussions about the Heavenly Lord. Some speculated that he had indeed recruited divine troops, while others recycled old theories about Yuan being a necromancer or an undead summoner. Yuan scoffed at these guesses. He knew that even divine beings were not invincible in this world. His shadows were not far from divinity, and he himself was about to reach level 8. Given enough time, surpassing Nika and IKA was within reach. As the discussions raged on, more powerful figures emerged. Some auctioned off large quantities of equipment, others showcased rare items, and some even brought out dozens of elemental crystals. In the World Chat channel, self-proclaimed top-tier lords boasted about their prowess. Yuan ignored the clamor. He knew that the real struggle was not in words, but in the imminent beast tide. As night fell, the shadows returned with rich spoils, 5 elemental crystals and 67 energy stones. At midnight, Yuan stood before the shadow crystal for the final recruitment during the protection period. Although no new generals were recruited, the addition of 10 new shadows left him quite satisfied. Yuan quickly reorganized his shadows, assigning high-level shadows to lead the newly recruited lower-level ones in hunting high-level beasts to accelerate their growth. IKA was sent off to level up independently, aiming to reach level 9 as soon as possible. The next day, Yuan didn't pressure himself too much. He patrolled around the castle and added 9 more defense towers, bringing the total to 49. By noon, good news arrived. IKA had successfully broken through to level 9, becoming another sanctuary level force of the Shadow Castle. In the evening, the fairy Imo Shanshan delivered 5,000 units of iron essence and 800 sets of weapons, including 10 sets of premium level 5 gear. However, Yuan's focus was entirely on the impending beast tide. As night fell, Yuan personally led the team, leveling up under Ika's guidance. Eventually, he also advanced to level 8. Before midnight, all shadows except Nika returned to the castle. To everyone's delight, the golden sacred monkey had also reached level 9 within just 2 days. At this moment, the combat power of the Shadow Castle was at its peak. Yuan, level 8, capable of reaching level 9 with the Holy Source Tower's blessing, and wearing dragon blood armor, could rival sanctuary level combatants. IKA, level 9, could battle at the sanctuary level with the Holy Source Tower's blessing. Golden Sacred Monkey, level 9, also capable of sanctuary level combat with the Holy Source Tower's blessing. 37 shadows, all level 7, could reach level 8 with the Holy Source Tower's blessing. Nika, though at the werewolf tribe, also level 9, capable of sanctuary level combat with the Holy Source Tower's blessing. 49 defense towers. This was the result of Yuan's 7 days of hard work and the full strength of the Shadow Castle against the beast tide. On the castle's high tower, the clock ticked away. 5 minutes remained until midnight. In 5 minutes, the beast tide would arrive on schedule. Time was running out, only 5 minutes left. Yuan stood atop the Shadow Castle, surveying the surroundings. The protective barrier's glow was fading, signaling the end of the 7-day invincibility period. Around the castle, countless pairs of crimson and eerie green beast eyes glimmered in the darkness, accompanied by the incessant roars of wild creatures and monsters, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yuan took a deep breath, silently counting the remaining seconds. He knew that once the barrier vanished, all lords would face a life-and-death trial. Although the castle's internal energy shield could still offer some protection, it was nowhere near as effective as the invincible barrier. Suddenly, the world chat channel erupted with unprecedented activity. Lords voiced their thoughts, some in panic, some in despair, and others brimming with confidence. Those with powerful troops even envisioned the upcoming beast tide as a stepping stone to greater conquests. 2 minutes left, everyone. The protective barrier is fading. Doesn't matter, we're doomed anyway. Fight with all you've got. There's no other way. If I die, I curse the one who brought me here forever. I have a horde of monsters here. 20 serpent men can't hold them off. You still have 20 troops. I'm down to just 2. Beasts are closing in on my castle, and there are monsters behind them. My shield's already taking hits from the beasts. Brothers and sisters, I hope you all survive this. Stop the defeatist talk. Charge. Even if we die, make them pay. As time ticked away, the chat channel gradually fell silent. Yuan moved to the shadow crystal, hovering in midair. He knew that once midnight struck, he could summon 10 more shadows. This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. No matter what he summoned, 10 fifth-tier immortal shadows would be a formidable force. Yuan donned his divine dragon blood armor, gripping a silver long sword, his eyes fiercely scanning the castle's perimeter. The shadows had already dispersed according to his commands, guarding all sides of the castle. Defense towers began to gather energy, preparing to launch magical projectiles. With the final 10 seconds ticking down, Yuan took a deep breath and shouted, "Charge! Fight our way out." With Niga absent, Ikar and the golden sacred ape responded in unison. The sacred ape revealed its true form, a towering figure nearly 20 meters tall, standing guard at the rear of the castle, protecting the direction of the Red Moon Forest. The moment the protective shield vanished, all shadows shot out from the castle like arrows. Yuan swiftly issued the summoning command to the shadow crystal, then dashed towards the gate, ready to defend it personally. Outside the castle, the sounds of battle and agony erupted. The fight had begun. Yuan knew this would be a brutal struggle, but he believed that if they held on, the shadow castle would survive the beast tide. 3 billion lords suddenly lost the protection of their invincible shields, plunging the entire war continent into a brutal and bloody chaos. It wasn't just the lords from Earth who were affected. Many native factions were also caught in the turmoil. Ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures went on a rampage, some launching indiscriminate attacks on all living beings in the war continent, though their primary targets remained the Earth-originated lords. The beasts and monsters seemed to have lost all reason, driven solely by an instinct to destroy the lords' castles. Outside the Shadow Castle, an endless tide of beasts and monsters surged forth. Lower-tier beasts charged at the front, while more powerful monsters gathered their strength at the rear. The Fortinine defensive towers continuously fired magical projectiles, sweeping waves of light across the lower-tier beasts. Shadows reaped the lives of the ferocious beasts like grim reapers, especially the 7th-tier shadows, leaving bodies strewn everywhere they went. However, they were acutely aware of even more powerful monsters lurking in the background, waiting for their chance to strike. Among them, IKA, the 9th-tier general, was the most eye-catching. His armor evolved with his increasing power, almost ignoring the attacks from other beasts and monsters. In the darkness, he was like a human-shaped bomb, each appearance taking down dozens of ferocious beasts. Newly recruited 5th-tier shadows also unleashed a frenzy of slaughter among the beast horde. Though they were frequently overwhelmed and killed, they would soon be reborn elsewhere, continuing the fight. Within mere minutes, these shadows had already ascended to the 6th tier. Outside the castle, corpses piled up like mountains, including many 6th-tier monsters felled by the high-tier shadows. Yet, the ferocious beasts and monsters continued their relentless assault on the castle. Suddenly, Yuan frowned. In the second wave of the beast horde, he spotted a large number of ghoul beasts. These undead creatures were rotting, emitting a nauseating stench. Their appearance was highly unusual, as ghoul beasts typically only emerged in areas rich with necrotic energy. Around 30 ghoul beasts charged towards the main gate, their decaying flesh falling off as they ran, exuding dense necrotic energy. Although the other shadows noticed these creatures, they adhered to Yuan's orders and focused on their defensive tasks. Wielding a long blade, Yuan advanced towards the ghoul beasts. Empowered by the Holy Source Tower, he possessed 9th-tier combat strength, far surpassing these elite 7th-tier ghoul beasts. He swiftly reached the beast horde but stayed near the castle gate to prevent other beasts from taking advantage of the situation. Yuan's blade flashed like lightning, instantly slaying 3 ghoul beasts. Their green, toxic blood splattered on the ground, corroding it into black holes. Realizing the unique nature of these monsters, Yuan immediately ignited flames on his blade. Using the 9th-tier power of the Dragon Rune Fire control ability, he easily reduced the 6th-tier ghoul beasts to ashes. In just a minute, over 30 ghoul beasts were reduced to about 10. As Li Yuan struck down another ghoul beast, a massive figure pounced from above. It was the elite 7th-tier ghoul beast, its enormous rotting hand larger than Li Yuan's body, spewing jets of green venom. Prepared for this, Li Yuan twisted his blade, releasing a burst of blue lightning. A thunderstorm formed in front of him, sweeping towards the elite 7th-tier ghoul beast. The blue glow of lightning replaced the fiery light of the dragon talisman, illuminating the darkness. The rotten, foul-smelling hand sizzled and split open before even touching the electric glow. At that moment, Li Yuan's long sword descended like a flash, severing the decayed hand along with the arm. The severed limb, entwined in lightning, fell to the ground, turning to charcoal and crumbling into black ash at the slightest touch. The 7th-tier elite ghoul beast let out a piercing scream as green blood sprayed into the air. However, its wailing was abruptly cut short. Li Yuan, standing on lightning, unleashed both electricity and fire dragon power, cleaving the creature in two, instantly reducing it to ashes. Amidst the bifurcated remains, Li Yuan's godlike silhouette emerged, flickering. Though a 7th-tier elite beast posed no real threat to Li Yuan, he still struck with full force, leaving no chance for his enemy. This was a habit he had developed after nearly being critically injured by a mutated lizard. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he attacked with all his might until the enemy was completely lifeless. With the fall of the elite ghoul beast, the surrounding low-tier beasts were also slaughtered. High-tier beasts began to slowly advance toward the castle from the rear. They were the real threat. Meanwhile, far off in the Amagobi Desert, Shanshan faced an incoming beast tide. However, the number of beasts here was sparse, less than 1,000. Her castle had been upgraded to a town, and the 9th-tier crystal defense made it impenetrable to ordinary beasts. Over 500 fully armed mountain dwarves fought bravely, with a saint-level warrior among them. Despite this, the 16-year-old Shanshan felt a surge of fear. She stood at the third-floor window of her castle, her face pale, yet she resisted the urge to hide. She shouted to encourage the dwarves, "Uncle Green, be careful. Uncle Iver, help Rand, there's a huge wolf behind him. Uncles, keep fighting." Her trembling voice stood out amidst the roars and clashes of the beasts. Hearing her, the dwarves' morale soared, and they shouted in unison, "Protect the fairies' territory, protect Lord Shanshan, kill these beasts." Even as some dwarves fell in battle, they did not retreat. These former slaves and servants now fought to the death for Shanshan, who had given them a new life. Whenever a dwarf fell, Shanshan's eyes filled with tears. Clenching her fists, she thought, "If only I could go out and fight the beasts too." Unfortunately, with only third-tier strength, she couldn't join the battle. Simultaneously, in the depths of the Takgon Plains, the Angel Castle was also resisting the beast tide. Ishue, clad in light armor, continuously fired pure white arrows, piercing the beasts. Her angels wielded various holy spells, their sacred light illuminating the night. In the endless sea, the Golden Castle faced an assault from aquatic beasts. A giant octopus flailed its tentacles, but it couldn't withstand the majestic golden dragon soaring above. The moonlit sea turned crimson with blood, corpses floating on the waves. In a certain valley, a gray castle had already fallen. Beasts ran out from the castle, carrying human remains in their mouths. With a final scream, the castle's core was crushed by the beast horde, causing the entire structure to collapse with a thunderous crash. Across the war continent, similar scenes unfolded everywhere. Some handled the beast tide with ease, others fought desperately, and some had already met complete destruction. This brutal and bloody war starkly drew the line between life and death for all the lords. Around the Shadow Castle in the Red Moon Forest, the number and strength of magical beasts have been steadily increasing over time. Beasts of the 6th tier or higher have become the norm. 7th tier elites appear frequently, and even 8th tier beasts occasionally show up. Only 9th tier and holy domain level beasts have yet to join the fray. Li Yuan stood at the castle gates, wielding his long sword against a pack of 9-headed flesh-winged giant wolves. Each of these 8th tier beasts stood nearly 10 meters tall, with wings sprouting from their backs and invisible wind blades spewing from their mouths, posing no small challenge to Li Yuan. Despite the wounds on his arm healing rapidly thanks to the horse talisman, Li Yuan still needed to stay fully focused to handle these ferocious opponents. Lightning and fire flickered around Li Yuan as he darted through the wolf pack like a streak of light. Even when their wings were severed, these resilient giant wolves continued their relentless assault on the castle. Suddenly, a blue figure descended from the sky. Ika had arrived. He grabbed one of the giant wolves by the head and flung it into the air, then used it as a weapon to smash the other wolves. Empowered by the shadow force, the wolf transformed into a double-edged axe, pulverizing its companions before exploding into pieces in midair. "My lord, are you all right?" Ika asked. Li Yuan shook his head. "I'm fine." Continue assisting elsewhere. Ika nodded and swiftly departed. Li Yuan wasn't being arrogant. He genuinely believed he could handle these wolves. Besides, their massive forms served well to block the advance of other magical beasts. Around the castle, the shadows continued to kill the incoming beasts. Half an hour passed, and not a single beast breached the walls. However, the beasts seemed determined to destroy the castle, with a large number of high-tier beasts pouring in from all directions, including several ninth-tier beasts. Under such pressure, the fewer than 40 shadows began to struggle. At this critical moment, Ika, like a human cannonball, charged through the beast horde, taking down several ninth-tier beasts in succession. However, this gave other beasts the opportunity to break through. The 6th-tier strength of the 14 defense towers proved inadequate against beasts above the 7th tier. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from behind the castle. A visible shockwave spread rapidly, causing all the attacking beasts to momentarily freeze. It was the roar of the golden holy ape, imbued with powerful mental attacks that temporarily incapacitated the beast horde. The shadows seized the moment, mowing down the stunned beasts like wheat. Within seconds, the beasts regained their mobility and resumed their assault on the castle. Li Yuan also launched his full offensive, with lightning and fire raining down from the sky. With the power of a 9th-tier warrior, these attacks were almost instant kills for any beast below the 9th tier. In no time, charred corpses littered the ground outside the castle gates, blue arcs of electricity and flames dancing across the bodies, painting a gruesome scene. With the combined efforts of Li Yuan, Ika, and the shadows, more than half of the beast horde was soon eliminated. Piles of beast corpses formed a circular barrier around the shadow castle. The remaining beasts continued their assault, but their numbers had significantly dwindled. In the end, only a few dozen 9th-tier beasts and 2 elite 9th-tier beasts remained. However, they no longer posed a threat to the shadow castle. Before long, these beasts were also slain. Li Yuan retreated into the castle, leaving the battlefield to the golden holy ape and the other shadows. He frowned as he looked into the distance, pondering that while the intensity of this beast tide exceeded what 99 of other lords could withstand, it still fell short of his expectations. After all, no holy domain-level beasts had appeared from start to finish. Just then, Li Yuan felt the ground suddenly begin to shake violently. In the midst of the beast tide, upgrading the town was a plan that Li Yuan had long prepared. His gaze swept over the warehouse filled with mountains of stone, wood, and refined iron, calculating in his mind. This move was not only to counter the potentially massive beast tide, but also to avoid attracting even stronger enemies after the upgrade. However, the first wave of the beast tide was far less powerful than expected, and Li Yuan and the shadows easily repelled it. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, another gathering beast tide outside the castle forced Li Yuan to reconsider. Especially when he spotted a saint-level magical beast leading the charge, Li Yuan knew the time for upgrading had come. Upgrade the town. As soon as Li Yuan's voice fell, the resources in the warehouse began to disappear at a visible rate. The ground shook violently, more intensely than the tremors caused by the beast tide. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire shadow castle. A few breaths later, the golden light dissipated. Li Yuan was astonished to find that an area of 2,000 meters around the castle had turned into a flat expanse. The original trees and boulders had vanished, leaving only a smooth surface. The distant magical beasts fell into temporary confusion, looking around and growling in low, puzzled tones. The changes to the town were not limited to this. The exterior of the shadow castle had undergone a transformation, with the dark golden walls rising 7 or 8 stories higher, appearing even more majestic. While the shadow crystal and the sacred source tower hadn't changed much, the crystal core at the top of the castle had clearly enlarged. The protective barrier surrounding the castle also became thicker, continuously supplying energy to the 14 defense towers. With the town's upgrade, the attack power of these defense towers and the defense of the town's crystal core instantly soared to the 9th level. Long-range magical projectiles began to fire at the invading beasts. Li Yuan marveled at the fact that the defense tower's attack range now covered the entire territory, which had expanded to a full 5,000 meters after the upgrade. The magical beasts quickly recovered from their shock and launched another charge towards the castle. The shadows also sprang into action, meeting them heat. Li Yuan did not immediately join the fray but instead carefully observed these beasts. Without the obstruction of trees, he could finally see the true scale of the beast tide. This wave of the beast tide was not larger than the first, but it was significantly stronger. Li Yuan was surprised to find that all the magical beasts were of the 7th or 8th level, with no lower-level beasts or wild animals among them. More unsettling was their organized and disciplined attack. Thick-skinned beasts led the charge, flying beasts provided aerial cover, and long-range attackers supported from the rear. This coordinated combat strategy made Li Yuan wary. Li Yuan's gaze fell on the rear of the beast horde, where a tiger sat, a saint-level magical beast, and the only one in this wave. Its size was not much larger than an ordinary tiger, but its golden striped fur gleamed under the sunlight. The most striking feature was the eerie red king's mark on its forehead. Could it be related to the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan wondered, glancing back at the forest behind him. Although the cleared area now extended 2,000 meters, it was just a small retreat in the vast expanse of the Red Moon Forest. At that moment, the saint-level tiger seemed to sense Li Yuan's gaze and looked towards the castle gate. A faint glow flickered across its body, and the massive tiger gradually transformed into a human figure clad in golden robes. The humanoid saint-level tiger scrutinized the castle with amusement, its lips moving slightly. Though no sound was heard, Li Yuan distinctly heard a playful voice in his ear. "So, you're the human black old third mentioned?" Li Yuan's expression changed, alarm bells ringing in his mind. These beasts not only retained their intelligence, but might not be attacking the castle due to the beast tide at all. The voice of the golden-robed figure came again. "Black old third must be messing with me. Your strength is far greater than he described. This place is quite something, able to enhance combat power. A 9th-level magic array, both offensive and defensive, impressive. You humans from another world are indeed intriguing." Li Yuan's expression grew more serious. This saint-level tiger was no ordinary foe. It had immediately discerned the sacred source tower's combat enhancement for the shadows. As soon as the words fell, the humanoid saint-level tiger extended a hand. This seemingly ordinary hand rapidly enlarged, transforming into a massive tiger paw that descended toward the castle. Sensing the imminent threat, the protective shield around Shadow Castle flared with a brilliant white light. However, under the immense pressure of the giant tiger paw, the shield trembled violently, with the area beneath the paw continually denting, on the verge of collapsing. At the critical moment, the golden sacred ape suddenly appeared. Its body rapidly expanded, raising its arms to block the descending paw. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook. The golden sacred ape's legs bent slightly, its feet sinking deep into the ground. Despite this, it successfully halted the tiger paw. The paw then dissipated, and the castle's protective shield returned to normal. Perched on an armored rhino dragon, the golden-robed figure smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the failed attack. Interesting, a variant of the blood-eyed demon ape, the golden sacred ape. What a pity, a future god-level beast bound by a master-servant contract with an otherworldly human. Truly a pity. Had I known, I would have saved your mother back then. The golden sacred ape panted heavily, clearly strained from the effort of stopping the tiger paw. The power disparity was now evident. Despite the Sacred Source Tower's combat boost elevating the golden sacred ape to saint level, it was still no match for the tiger. Saint level beings also have tiers: low, mid, and high. Clearly, the golden sacred ape, boosted by the Sacred Source Tower, was just a novice, a low-tier saint level. In contrast, the tiger was a master, at least mid-ear, possibly high-tier saint level. The golden sacred ape spoke with some self-reproach. "Master, I'm no match for him. He must be mid-ear saint level." IKA returned to the gate at this moment, warily eyeing the golden-robed figure. Li Yuan nodded, his expression grave as he looked at the figure. The other beasts were not the main concern. This tiger was the greatest threat to him and the castle. Many thoughts raced through Li Yuan's mind. Could the golden sacred ape and IKA together win? Should he call back Nija? At that moment, the golden-robed figure spoke again. "Hey, human from another world. How about you break the contract with that golden sacred ape, and I'll spare your life? Of course, this castle can't stay. You and your subordinates just need to leave the Red Moon Forest." The figure in the golden robe looked down at Li Yuan with disdain in his eyes. He made an offer. If Li Yuan broke his contract with the little monkey, he would let him go. While this seemed generous to the sacred tiger, to Li Yuan, it was a blatant insult. Li Yuan sneered inwardly. The limitations imposed by the Shadow Castle were as good as a death sentence. If the castle stood, he stood. If it fell, he perished. Otherwise, he would have left this forbidden land long ago. Negotiations were no longer possible. Silently, he activated his dragon blood armor, and its glow intensified instantly. At that moment, Nika was on a mission at the werewolf tribe. Li Yuan calculated that summoning her back hastily might disrupt their plans. They had agreed that once the town was upgraded, Nika would deal with the werewolf tribe. Now that the town's territory encompassed the tribe, Nika, empowered by the Sacred Source Tower, possessed sacred domain strength. Her goal was not to annihilate the werewolves, but to seize the precious wolf god's divine core. Li Yuan thought, perhaps Nika would soon succeed in return. Even without her, he, along with the golden sacred ape and IKA, might still hold off the sacred domain tiger. Moreover, other shadows could assist in dividing their forces. As long as they blocked the 9th rank beasts, the 7th and 8th ranks could not breach the castle's defenses. Seeing Li Yuan activate his dragon blood armor, IKA and the golden sacred ape understood they were ready to fight to the end. The sacred domain tiger's eyes gleamed with greed as he saw the divine armor on Li Yuan. He added another condition. Leave the armor, and you can leave the Red Moon Forest. Before he finished speaking, Ika's figure suddenly emerged from the ground, his sword aimed at the tiger's back. However, the sacred domain tiger merely sneered. Ika's attack slowed to a crawl, as if mired in quicksand. Worse, Ika's armor began to crack, and his face twisted in pain. Moments later, Ika's form exploded into nothingness. The sacred domain tiger had barely lifted a finger to obliterate him. The reason the sacred domain is called the sacred domain is because it can manifest a domain, the tiger boasted. Special enhancements may grant you sacred domain strength, but not domain power. My gravity domain ensures you can't even get close. Li Yuan's heart sank as he realized he had overlooked this crucial issue. The sacred source tower's enhancement granted IKA and others sacred domain strength but not domain power. Within the domain, the caster was the absolute ruler. There were only two ways to break a domain. Either counter it with another domain or shatter it with brute force that exceeded its limits. Unfortunately, Li Yuan's side could do neither. Li Yuan made a quick decision to abandon the direct assault plan. He whispered to IKA, who had already resurrected in the shadows, use that move. IKA silently left Li Yuan's shadow. The sacred domain tiger roared impatiently, if it weren't for my boss forbidding wanton slaughter, you'd all be dead by now. My patience is limited. Don't push me to kill you all. Hand over the golden sacred ape and the armor, and… Before he could finish, a sword light grazed the tiger's cheek, leaving a bleeding wound. Enraged, the tiger grabbed the attacking IK. Damn it, you dare wound me. Huh, it's you. He stared at IKA in confusion. Had he just killed him? At that moment, IK suddenly self-destructed without warning. The explosion of sacred domain-level energy obliterated the iron armor dragon at the tiger's feet. Though the tiger quickly raised his domain, he was still left disheveled. Damn it, you've angered me. You're all dead, the tiger roared. Before he finished speaking, IKA reappeared. The tiger was bewildered. You again. IK didn't respond and self-destructed once more, shouting, everyone, self-destruct those beasts and come here to deal with this one. Instantly, explosions echoed throughout the castle like firecrackers. The shadows abandoned direct combat, opting for a frenzy of self-destruction. Self-destruct, resurrect, and self-destruct again in an endless cycle. Amidst this relentless bombardment, the second wave of beasts was quickly cleared. The shadows swarmed the sacred domain tiger in a suicidal assault. The continuous blasts forced the tiger to retreat, his domain materializing and teetering under the relentless onslaught. What the hell are you things? The tiger finally realized these bizarre enemies could resurrect infinitely, each time at peak strength with no sign of weakening. At the castle gate, the golden sacred ape was dumbfounded. But Li Yuan smiled, for the Shadow Legion was now revealing their unparalleled might. IKA led dozens of shadowy figures in a breathtaking suicide attack. Each explosion was accompanied by a deafening blast, followed by an immediate rebirth, creating an endless cycle of destruction. Despite its formidable strength, the sacred domain tiger beast struggled against such a relentless tactic. Especially when IKA, with his sacred domain power, initiated a self-destruction, the impact was astounding. In just a few minutes, IKA and the shadows had self-destructed over 100 times, forming a seamless chain of explosions. The sacred domain tiger beast was forced to retreat repeatedly, roaring in fury, damn you, you bastards. His domain trembled continuously, and his internal energy surged chaotically. If his domain were forcibly breached, he would likely suffer severe injuries. Even without the protection of his domain, the sacred domain tiger beast did not fear IKA and his followers in direct combat. However, if his domain were broken and the enemy continued with this shameless tactic, he could very well be blown to pieces. From birth to his rise to the sacred domain, the sacred domain tiger beast held a significant status in the Red Moon Forest. Yet now, he found himself in an unprecedented predicament. He had thought he could easily crush his opponents, only to be suppressed to the point of suffocation. Humans from another world, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this. The sacred domain tiger beast, unwilling but compelled, decided to adopt the enemy's tactic, self-destructing his domain to create an opportunity to escape. With a thunderous roar, his domain shattered into pieces, and the violent energy swept away the residual explosions from IKA and his shadows. Taking advantage of the gap, the sacred domain tiger beast reverted to his original form, a majestic golden tabby cat, and soared into the sky, dashing towards the depths of the Red Moon Forest. Seeing this, Li Yuan quickly summoned a storm of lightning. The crackling bolts struck the fleeing sacred domain tiger beast. Already injured from his domain self-destruction, The tiger beast was caught off guard by Li Yuan's sudden attack. Ah, humans from another world. I will make you pay, I swear. The sacred domain tiger beast's anguished cries echoed as his figure and voice swiftly faded into the depths of the Red Moon Forest. At the castle gates, the recently annihilated shadows were formed, silently standing guard outside the Shadow Castle. Li Yuan turned to General IKA and said, IKA, take 3 ninth-rank shadows to the werewolf tribe. It seems Anijia is in trouble. Little monkey, you go too. Ika's face changed upon hearing this, and he immediately left with 3 shadows. These 3 shadows had advanced to the 8th rank during the Beast Tide and possessed 9th rank combat power within their domain: a ghostly shadow, a giant shadow, and a phantom shadow. The golden holy ape wanted to follow but was unsure of the direction, helplessly looking at Li Yuan. At this moment, General IKA returned, grabbing the golden holy ape's leg and pulling him into the shadow space. After IKA and his team departed, Li Yuan smiled and said, the Beast Tide is over. Clean up the battlefield. Indeed, the Beast Tide had long ended. The beast horde led by the sacred domain tiger beast was not a true beast tide, which was unexpected for Li Yuan. Although the initial beast tide was fierce, it failed to breach the Shadow Castle, marking a complete victory. The shadows had gained significantly from this battle. They had killed thousands of fierce beasts and magical beasts, greatly enhancing their strength. Even the 10 newly recruited shadows that night had advanced to the 7th rank. IKA and Anijia remained at the 9th rank, 2 ghostly shadows and 1 giant shadow reached the 8th rank, and the remaining 44 shadows all advanced to the 7th rank, with most already halfway to the 8th rank. This collaborative battle allowed for shared experience. Otherwise, the earlier recruited shadows might have already fully entered the 8th rank. Nevertheless, even in Anija's absence, they successfully repelled a mid-level sacred domain magical beast, which was quite an impressive achievement. From the sacred domain tiger beast's words, it could be inferred that there were many sacred domain magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest, and his strength was not the greatest. But for now, they could only take things one step at a time. At least for the moment, Shadow Town, yes, it should now be called a town, had overcome its first major challenge. If more sacred domain magical beasts attacked in the future, they would have to deal with it then. In any case, Shadow Town's continued development would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Red Moon Forest, something Li Yuan had long anticipated. Peaceful coexistence would be ideal, but if not, it would be a battle to the death. Unless the Red Moon Forest immediately dispatched stronger sacred domain forces, it would be difficult to pose a substantial threat to Shadow Town. Moreover, according to the sacred domain tiger beast, there were restrictions preventing them from freely slaughtering humans. This meant that the sacred domain magical beasts of the Red Moon Forest were limited in their actions in the outside world. Therefore, although the threat from the Red Moon Forest would always be present, it shouldn't pose a significant problem in the short term. Meanwhile, Shadow Town's strength continued to grow. In just a few days, they had managed to repel a sacred domain magical beast. Given more time to develop, even if a divine realm magical beast attacked, they might still stand a chance. This battle also made Li Yuan truly realize the formidable power of the shadows, almost invincible. Li Yuan was in a good mood. The castle had upgraded to a town. The shadow crystal could recruit 10 ghostly shadows daily, and the future looked promising. At Li Yuan's command, dozens of shadows quickly began cleaning up the battlefield. Beast corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed around the castle, forming streams. But for the shadows, cleanup was not difficult. They only needed to transport the bodies into the shadow space and send them elsewhere. Unfortunately, there were few intact beast corpses left. The reason was simple. The shadows' previous self-destructions had destroyed nearly half of the beast corpses. Despite this, the remaining corpses were still valuable, comparable to the total harvest of the previous days. Li Yuan temporarily set aside dealing with the surviving beast corpses and contacted the fairy Imo Shanshan. Although Imo Shanshan's fairy castle had upgraded to a town and had considerable strength, Li Yuan was still unsure if it could withstand the beast tide. Who knew if more beasts than usual would suddenly appear on Imo Shanshan's side? We're fine here. But Brother Shadow, many dwarves died. Imo Shanshan's reply left Li Yuan at a loss for words. After a long silence, Li Yuan replied, give them a proper burial. Casualties are inevitable in war, and there may be more sacrifices in the future. We've all come to this war-torn land, and we must be mentally prepared. Okay. Imo Shanshan briefly responded. Closing the chat window, Li Yuan shook his head gently. Not to mention those dwarves, even his shadow army, except for the absent Anijia, had died hundreds of times. After 2 successive waves of beast hordes swept through, the time quietly crept to 2 a.m. For all the surviving lords, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Li Yuan stood outside the castle, facing a battlefield in shambles. Although the shadows had cleaned up most of the corpses and bloodstains, the heavy scent of blood still lingered. Taking a deep breath, he began the task of collecting the spoils of war. The number of magical beast corpses was overwhelming, and Li Yuan decided to personally go out and gather them one by one, rather than have the shadows transport them back to the castle. As the collection progressed, the abundance of the harvest was astonishing. Energy stones piled up like mountains, the quantity of essence crystals was significant, and there were even several precious blueprints. This was just the result of harvesting half a circle of magical beast corpses. The overall gain was unimaginable. Half an hour later, Li Yuan completed the collection. However, he did not immediately inventory the resources, but instead fell into deep thought. Not far away, the defense towers were still continuously firing magical shells towards the werewolf tribe. Despite the distance, the attacks from the defense towers had formed a sort of indiscriminate carpet bombing. Frowning, Li Yuan pondered that the werewolf tribe was likely already in ruins. Yet, the continued attacks from the defense towers indicated that some werewolves were still stubbornly surviving. What worried him even more was that Enijia and Ika had yet to return. Had they secured the divine essence? After all, the true objective of this operation was not merely to fend off the beast hordes, but to seize the divine essence of the wolf god. At that moment, Li Yuan's expression changed drastically. He swiftly leaped to the top of the castle and saw a massive mushroom cloud rising in the northern sky. Simultaneously, he sensed that Enijia, Ika, and 3 shadows had all perished. This sudden turn of events made Li Yuan's heart tighten. Just as he was about to head to the scene, Enijia and Ika suddenly appeared before him, their expressions solemn as they knelt to apologize. It turned out that the semi-saint werewolf's spiritual power had been hidden within the divine essence, leading to the mission's failure. During the struggle, the divine essence had split into 3 parts, and Enijia had only managed to secure one. In the end, the semi-saint werewolf chose to perish along with the divine essence, causing the massive explosion earlier. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he took the half-wolf god skull that Enijia presented. The moment he held it, he felt a powerful fire element energy, as if he were holding a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. The strength of this energy was enough to level the entire Shadow Castle. As Li Yuan was about to turn and inventory the resources, he suddenly realized an important omission. Where was the golden sacred ape? It was supposed to accompany Ika and the others, but had not returned with the team. Li Yuan was certain he had not sensed the death of the golden sacred ape, and this question swirled in his mind. Sensing Li Yuan's confusion, Enijia began to explain. Nijia stepped forward and said, "That monkey should still be alive. It was up against that 9th-level werewolf mage and chased it out of the werewolf tribe's territory. It might have been caught in an explosion, but it should be okay." Despite the uncertainty in his voice, Nijia tried his best to defend the golden holy ape. Li Yuan already knew the fate of the golden holy ape. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he said to Nijia, "Go over there and see if you can find it." Li Yuan was calculating in his mind. If the golden holy ape was just injured, that would be fine. But if it had left its territory on its own, then this divine beast would no longer be necessary. However, Li Yuan believed it was unlikely that the little monkey had run away, considering it had the chance to leave before but chose not to. Nijia immediately disappeared, followed by Ika and the others. Li Yuan stopped thinking about it and turned towards the warehouse. Looking at the mountains of supplies in the warehouse, a delighted smile spread across Li Yuan's face. This haul was indeed substantial. There were over 2,800 energy stones, and with the previous stock, the total was close to 3,000. They were now 3/5 of the way to the 5,000 needed to upgrade the Shadow Crystal. The yield of primordial crystals was also impressive, totaling 108. With the previous reserves, they now had over 120, just 70 or 80 shy of what's needed to upgrade the barracks. Although the drop rate wasn't very high, considering not all elite magical beasts dropped primordial crystals, this number was quite satisfactory. Food and various magical beast materials took up most of the warehouse. Additionally, there were 3 blueprints, 1 for a basic house, and 2 for mid-level villas and walls. Although they didn't match the holy or advanced blueprints obtained before, they were still useful for beautifying the town. Li Yuan quickly started constructing the basic houses and villas. Soon, a cluster of well-arranged buildings appeared around the castle, forming the beginnings of several neighborhoods. Though all built from the same blueprints, the overall layout looked quite attractive, especially the villas, which were comparable to mid-level castles and particularly eye-catching. Just as Li Yuan finished these tasks, Nijia and the others returned, carrying the unconscious golden holy ape. Li Yuan stepped forward to check and found the little monkey severely injured. Its internal organs almost completely shattered, with only a breath left. Had it not been far enough from the werewolf tribe, it would have perished in the divine explosion. Without hesitation, Li Yuan activated the power of the horse talisman. Instantly, the golden holy ape's wounds vanished, its fur restored to its original state, and its shattered organs returned to peak condition. This wasn't just healing, it was complete restoration. Upon waking, the golden holy ape gratefully said, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life again." It recalled the despair it felt during the divine explosion, not expecting to be granted new life once more. However, Li Yuan didn't acknowledge the golden holy ape's gratitude at that moment. Instead, he stared intently at it, a sudden inspiration flashing through his mind. Since the horse talisman could restore any damaged material to its complete state, could it be used to repair the one-third fragment of the divine essence? Although Li Yuan initially told Nija that obtaining a third of a divine essence was a decent reward, he knew deep down that a complete divine essence would be the ultimate treasure. His eyes gleamed with desire as he began plotting how to seize this opportunity. A divine essence, the essence condensed after a god ignites their divine fire, represents another leap in the level of life. Li Yuan recalled a saying circulating in the world chat: "Those below the sanctuary are mere ants." Though it seemed extreme, the scene of a sanctuary tiger beast effortlessly killing IKA confirmed its truth. The power of the divine realm was even more unimaginable. One could say, those below the divine realm are all ants, with even sanctuary powerhouses being insignificant in their eyes. Li Yuan knew that a single divine essence did not equate to becoming a god. It was merely a key to entering the divine realm. While absorbing another's divine essence could expedite godhood, it limited one's potential to the original owner's level. As the future ruler of the Shadow Kingdom, Li Yuan disdained relying on another's divine essence. His goal was to condense his own. However, this divine essence presented a rare opportunity for others. A glint of calculation flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as he considered bestowing it upon an ordinary shadow soldier, instantly creating a divine realm powerhouse. This would greatly enhance the strength of Shadow Town, making them fearless in the face of sanctuary tiger beasts and black-crowned golden eagles. With this thought, Li Yuan could no longer contain his excitement. He turned to Nija and said, "Take me to the werewolf tribe immediately." Though puzzled, Nija obeyed without hesitation. He gently took Li Yuan's hand, and the two vanished, leaving the golden sacred ape bewildered. After traversing through the shadow space, Li Yuan and Nija arrived at the former location of the werewolf tribe. The sight that greeted Li Yuan made him gasp. A massive crater over 500 meters in diameter had replaced the tribe, as if wiped from the earth by a terrifying force. Without further observation, Li Yuan took out the fragment of a skull given to him by Nija. He knew that while the horse talisman could restore anything, it required some remnants of the shattered object. Though the divine essence had exploded here, leaving no physical debris, its energy likely lingered. With a sliver of hope, Li Yuan tossed the skull fragment into the air. The power of the horse talisman enveloped it, and its energy spread out, seemingly searching for the missing pieces. Minutes later, Li Yuan noticed a change. From around the crater, special particles, almost invisible to the naked eye, were drawn to the floating skull fragment, slowly forming around it. Though progress was slow, Li Yuan could see the skull gradually growing. Unable to suppress his excitement, Li Yuan intensified the output of the horse talisman's power. Over the next 3 hours, the skull became more complete, and the night sky turned to dawn. When the horse talisman could no longer find any dispersed energy, the restoration process ceased. Li Yuan retrieved the now almost complete skull and examined it closely. Though not entirely perfect, a noticeable dent remained at the top. Li Yuan quickly realized this might have been an original flaw. He chuckled softly, reminding himself not to dwell on such details, as the skull was merely a vessel for the divine essence. Flames erupted from Li Yuan's hand, heating the skull until it glowed red. With a gust of wind, the skull disintegrated into white powder and scattered. In its place was a red crystal, the size of a baby's fist, irregularly shaped and faintly resembling a flame. Inside the crystal, a tiny flame flickered, emitting powerful energy waves. Gazing at the fire element divine essence in his hand, Li Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. In this moment, he envisioned a stronger future for the Shadow Kingdom, bolstered by this divine essence. Li Yuan carefully compared the strength levels of divine powers mentioned in the world announcement. The fire godhood he held was classified as a lower-tier deity. The divine hierarchy was divided into upper-tier gods, middle-tier gods, and lower-tier gods. Above them were the main gods, and above the main gods were the supreme gods and the rulers of laws. From the godhood perspective, the wolf god's power wasn't particularly strong either, only a lower-tier deity. However, even the weakest gods were still exalted beings. Nijia gazed at the red glowing crystal in Li Yuan's hand, feeling the immense power within. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Such strong power! This godhood is truly extraordinary." Li Yuan smiled with satisfaction, carefully putting away the fire godhood. He then said, "Let's go back." Internally, he was calculating that this godhood was undoubtedly his greatest gain since arriving on the war continent, surpassing all the spoils from the recent beast tide. Of course, he owed this to the magical horse talisman. Without it, the godhood would be worth only a third of its current value. Upon returning to the castle, Li Yuan noticed that Yika and the others were nowhere to be seen. He had no intention of summoning them back. The sky was nearing dawn, and after a night of intense fighting, Li Yuan felt somewhat fatigued. He didn't bother with other matters, instructed Nijia to stand guard alone, and quickly took a bath before heading to the sacred source tower to rest. However, Li Yuan didn't sleep for long. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and bright, as if nothing had happened the previous night. With his enhanced abilities, Li Yuan's need for sleep had greatly diminished. 2 to 3 hours of rest were enough to restore his energy. After waking up, Li Yuan went to the castle for a quick wash and meal. Standing atop the castle, he overlooked the newly built houses around him. Though orderly, they seemed a bit deserted. But Li Yuan wasn't worried. The beast tide had just passed, and the real development period was about to begin. In his view, the upcoming War of the Races was the prime opportunity for territorial expansion. Li Yuan lightly jumped down from the castle and found a chair in the courtyard to sit on. He opened the trading market, which was bustling with activity compared to usual. The trade board was filled with posts about various food materials. Many lords had put up thousands of units of food, indicating that most surviving lords had reaped substantial rewards from the beast tide. Of course, this only applied to the lucky ones who survived. The beast tide had ravaged the entire war continent, and all lords faced attacks. At least 1/10 of the lords lost their castles and lives in this catastrophe, a testament to its severity. Those who successfully repelled the beast tide naturally acquired large amounts of food. Unable to consume it all in a short time, they chose to sell it, which was understandable. However, due to oversupply, prices were generally low, and transaction volumes weren't high. Besides ordinary food, some special beast and monster materials had a certain trading volume, though not much. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, speculating that other lords might have obtained treasures like furnaces during the beast tide, similar to the fairy Imo Shanshan. This made Li Yuan frown, as it was clear someone was trying to seize his market. Although he had long planned for Fairy Town to monopolize the weapon market, he couldn't stop others with the same ambition. His only option was to gain the upper hand in the upcoming competition. After browsing the market, Li Yuan also listed some special foods. These high-grade foods were naturally in high demand among other lords. As for ordinary food and materials, Li Yuan directly transferred them to Fairy Imo Shanshan. Knowing that her town was filled with dwarves skilled in crafting weapons, Li Yuan was confident they would soon make a name for themselves in the weapon market with undeniable competitiveness. Finally, Li Yuan counted his remaining wood and stone and found enough to build a wall. He immediately began construction, and the blueprint was consumed in an instant. A wall over 30 meters high and 10 meters wide rose along the territory's edge. The dark wall shimmered with a faint light, connected closely with the town's core. Simultaneously, the town's protective shield merged with the wall, making it nearly impossible for beasts below the 9th tier to breach the territory. With the wall completed, Li Yuan opened the chat channel to check on other lords. To his surprise, the channel was as lively as it was before the beast tide. Many lords were actively discussing. This is bad. The beast tide is over, but I only have 7 or 8 troops left. That's nothing. I only have 5, and they were just recruited. At least you're alive. Think of those lords who perished. My wife is dead. My wife is dead. She hasn't responded since last night. How did you contact your wife? How do you know it's her? Anyway, the beast tide is over, and we survived the first hurdle. But surviving on the war continent is just beginning. Our castle shields are gone, which means we're now fully exposed to local forces. Exactly. Our biggest enemy now is the local forces, so I suggest we form an alliance. Form an alliance to fight against the local forces. I agree. Should we have a leader to guide us? Sounds reasonable. We shouldn't fight among ourselves now. We need to unite against the local forces. We've had too little time to develop, and we can't handle the local forces alone. They're too powerful. By the way, did anyone notice the beast tide is still active? There's no movement yet. Right. Isn't the beast tide supposed to be over? Or is it not finished? What the heck? Another beast tide? The voice said it was the first beast tide. As these last few messages appeared, the previously lively atmosphere shifted drastically. Come on, we were just starting to enjoy ourselves. Why bring this up now? Seriously, talking about the beast tide at a time like this. Seeing these messages, Li Yuan remembered the beast tide event, where rewards were based on rankings, and the first place would receive a unique special reward. But since the voice hadn't appeared yet, was it still calculating the rankings, or was there another beast tide coming? Li Yuan closed the chat channel and brought up his town information panel. The data for Shadow Town appeared before him. A primary town with 9th level defenses, spanning a territory of 5 kilometers. The buildings included Shadow Crystal, a warehouse, a holy source tower, walls, 50 ordinary houses, and 10 villas. All the resources needed for an upgrade were ready. 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of wood, and 100,000 units of refined iron. His reputation stood at 12,000, surpassing the 8,000 of the fairy Emo Shanshan. However, this reputation was far from a good name. The prompt indicated that Li Yuan and his town were hated by the Dragon Clan, the Goblin Kingdom, and the Werewolves of the Peak. This animosity had seeped into Li Yuan's aura, causing him to face natural hostility whenever he encountered these groups. After resting for a few hours, Li Yuan felt refreshed and began to think about the town's defense. Although the aura of last night's slaughter still lingered, he knew that beasts and monsters would return sooner or later. What worried him more were the sacred domain tiger beast and the black-crowned golden eagle, along with any other sacred domain beasts that might be lurking behind them. Additionally, mentions of the Red Moon Forest in the chat channel suggested that other lords might be nearby. Li Yuan understood that on this war-torn continent, apart from the fairy town that had become his territory, other lords were potential threats. After careful consideration, Li Yuan decided to enhance the patrols around his town. He took stock of his forces. Ghost General Nija and Armor General IKA both 9th level, 14 ghost soldiers, 15 giant soldiers, and 6 each of armor, claw, and flying soldiers, totaling 49 shadows. There was also a 9th level golden sacred ape. Li Yuan quickly made his deployment. Nija and IKA would each take 15 shadows to hunt and scout, while the remaining shadows would patrol the town surroundings. He himself would stay back with the golden sacred ape to guard against any sneak attacks. Once everything was arranged, Li Yuan, with nothing else to do, took the golden sacred ape to explore the newly built villas. Casually, he asked, "How about staying in one of these villas?" The little monkey scratched its fur and politely declined. "No need, master. I'll stay in the Holy Source Tower. I'm not used to villas." Li Yuan nodded, contemplating having Nija and IKA choose a villa to add some liveliness. He regretted that, apart from the generals, the other shadows couldn't speak. He wondered if these shadows could speak like sacred domain beasts if they reached the sacred level in the future. An idea struck him. He teleported several kilometers to the town walls and signaled to the patrolling shadows. Pointing at a giant shadow, he commanded, "You, come with me to the castle." The chosen giant shadow followed Li Yuan without hesitation, showing no doubt in its eyes. For these shadows, Li Yuan's word was law, demanding absolute obedience. Back at the castle, the towering figure of Zhu Ying stood silently before Li Yuan. Li Yuan gazed at the expressionless shadow warrior and then took out the divine essence he had seized from the werewolf tribe. "Merge," Li Yuan commanded, his voice tinged with anticipation. Zhu Ying looked down at the fiery essence in Li Yuan's hand, but remained unresponsive. As a soulless tool, he lacked any semblance of human emotion. Li Yuan's objective in this experiment was clear. He wanted to see if empowering a shadow to the Saint Realm would grant it true life speech, emotions, independent thought, and not just the ability to follow orders. If successful, the strength of the shadow army would significantly increase. They would be able to handle various situations autonomously, rather than simply obeying Li Yuan or the 9 generals. Zhu Ying was chosen for this experiment because his defense was stronger than the other shadows. Merging with the divine essence would subject him to a forceful invasion of power, and a weaker body might not withstand the impact. Zhu Ying was originally at the 7th tier and reached the 8th tier with the support of the Sacred Source Tower. To ensure success, Li Yuan had even given him the dragon blood armor. After donning the self-adjusting dragon blood armor, Zhu Ying grabbed the flame-shaped essence and pressed it to his forehead. Instantly, the essence merged into his body, causing him to glow with fiery light. Zhu Ying's body swelled rapidly, and countless cracks appeared on his surface. In less than half a minute, Zhu Ying's body exploded, leaving only the essence and the dragon blood armor behind. "I was a bit naive," Li Yuan sighed, acknowledging the temporary failure of his experiment. The power of the divine realm, especially the divine essence, was not something to be used lightly. Attempting to merge with the essence at the 7th or 8th tier was akin to courting death. Li Yuan pondered that perhaps the shadows needed to grow to the Saint Realm before attempting to merge with the essence. Although the Nijiaka Golden Sacred Ape possessed Saint Realm power within the territory, Li Yuan was unwilling to waste their potential. Besides, he wasn't urgently in need of divine realm power. His primary goal was to grant the shadows true life. When Zhu Ying reappeared, reborn, Li Yuan waved him off, saying, "All right, you can go now." Though a bit disappointed, it wasn't a major issue. The shadows would eventually reach the Saint Realm, and they could try again then. The essence was in hand and wouldn't run away. Meanwhile, the team led by IKA was patrolling the territory. Although most of the wild beasts and fierce animals had been eliminated in last night's beast tide, some stragglers remained. They had already hunted down over a dozen low-tier magical beasts. The shadow team led by Nija had ventured beyond the territory, scouting the surrounding area as per Li Yuan's orders. Neither the shadows nor Li Yuan had explored beyond 5 kilometers. Their furthest reach had been the werewolf tribe 3 kilometers away. Now, with the passage of time and increased strength, it was time to understand the outer regions. In the forest outside the territory, The number of wild and magical beasts had slightly increased, but it wasn't enough to hinder Nija and his team's progress. They continued to eliminate any enemies they encountered while exploring further. An hour later, Nija's team discovered a castle about 3,500 meters from the Shadow territory and over 8,000 meters from the town. This close neighbor was also an advanced castle. Surviving the beast tide with an advanced castle indicated formidable strength. From a distance, they saw figures moving within the castle, though not many. The castle was surrounded by a wooden and stone fence, with a dozen towers each manned by a militia member armed with a musket. Nija sent a shadow to scout the castle specifics. Meanwhile, in the hall of this castle, a bearded, middle-aged man was frowning. Damn it, we lost nearly half of our 20-plus militiamen. He recalled the previous night's beast tide with lingering fear. Despite having an advanced castle and decent troops, even equipped with energy bullet muskets, they had almost been overrun by the beast tide. However, just as the castle was about to fall, the beast tide suddenly retreated. Especially the high-tier magical beasts, which seemed to have received some command, all withdrew towards the Red Moon Forest, sparing his precarious castle. The bearded man looked towards the Red Moon Forest with a puzzled expression. He remembered the loud explosion from that direction shortly after the beast tide retreated. The werewolf territory, he thought. Is there a lord over there too? Did they survive last night? Shaking his head, he realized that even if there were surviving lords over there, they were likely beyond his reach. Besides, the Red Moon Forest was a well-known forbidden zone. Suddenly, his gaze shifted in another direction, and a sly smile appeared on his face. I can't mess with that side, but this one might be worth a try. He calculated. Conquering another lord's castle would yield rich rewards, just enough to make up for this loss. The other side is just a mid-level castle, and must have suffered more. They'd never expect a sudden attack from me, would they? On the other side of the bearded man's castle lay another castle, which had now become his target. The bearded middle-aged man made up his mind and led the warriors out of the castle. Leave 2 militia to guard the place. The rest of you, come with me and bring those 2 cannons. At his command, several militiamen quickly moved 2 green cannons from the warehouse. Before leaving, the bearded man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to go with his men. Fortune favors the bold, he encouraged himself silently. Taking the lead now will put us far ahead of everyone else later. Just outside the castle, the bearded man glanced in another direction. Suddenly, his eyes were covered by a golden glow, a special ability called Golden Eyes he acquired after the barracks were upgraded. In the shadow under a tree, he saw a humanoid figure that ordinary people couldn't detect. Under the scrutiny of his golden eyes, it was a figure with blood-red eyes, cloaked in black. A demonic beast? No, it must be a dark-type demon, the bearded man thought to himself. 7th tier elite. I didn't expect to be targeted so soon after the beast tide. Although he himself was only at the 4th tier, and his strongest troops were at the 6th tier, the bearded man had a trick up his sleeve. His ace was those 2 cannons, not something he made, but something that came with recruiting artillerymen from the barracks. These cannons had 8th tier attack power and could track targets, comparable to guided missiles. The bearded man maintained a calm exterior while secretly communicating with his troops. Suddenly, he shouted, "Fire!" The 2 cannons instantly turned and aimed at the shadowy hiding spot. The shells roared out with long fiery tails and exploded, vaporizing the tree and leaving the area in ruins. As the smoke cleared, the bearded man and his men rushed forward, only to find nothing on the ground. Impossible, I clearly saw that demon get hit. He frowned and thought. Even a 7th tier elite should leave a corpse if killed. He activated his golden eyes again for a thorough search, but still found no trace of the demon. Damn, it escaped. The bearded man cursed inwardly, suspecting that the demon had some special escape technique. After a moment of hesitation, the bearded man decided to continue with the original plan. Leave 1 cannon here, the rest of you, come with me. Let's finish this quickly. He judged that the injured demon wouldn't return for revenge anytime soon. In the distance, Nija observed coldly. Beside him was the shadowy figure that had just been blasted by the cannon. You stay here and keep watch. The rest of you, follow them. Nija ordered before slipping back into the shadows and returning to the castle. Yuan was collecting beast carcasses when Nija returned. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What's the situation?" Nija gave a detailed report of discovering the castle. After listening, Yuan's expression turned serious. The fact that the other side could see hidden shadows posed a potential threat. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. A fierce look flashed in Yuan's eyes. When he returns to the castle, kill him immediately. Your will, my lord. Nija bowed and then sank into the ground, disappearing. The bearded middle-aged man, eager for a swift victory, led his troops to another nearby castle. Without giving the enemy any time to react, he ordered the cannons to open fire. After a round of bombardment, the enemy forces within the castle were nearly wiped out. Seizing the opportunity, his soldiers surged into the castle like a tidal wave, slaughtering the remaining enemies along with the castle's lord. The final cannon shot struck the heart of the castle, causing it to collapse and signaling the success of the raid. The victory was bountiful. The bearded man received rewards far surpassing those for slaying monsters. Not only did he seize all the supplies from the enemy's warehouse, but he also obtained a large number of energy stones and crystals, and even stumbled upon a rare blueprint. However, he was not carried away by his triumph. He knew the castle was weak and easily overrun, as expected. More importantly, he was still wary of the 7th-tier elite demon he had provoked on this campaign. "Return to the castle, quickly," he commanded, and the troops immediately began their journey back. Upon returning to his own castle and finding it intact, the bearded man finally felt a bit of relief. Grateful that the demon had not retaliated, he entered the castle with his spoils, feeling at ease. Reflecting on the beast tide from the previous night and the day's gains, the bearded man realized he was only a few energy stones and 2 crystals short of upgrading to a Tier 3 barracks. Given that the Tier 2 barracks had allowed him to recruit artillerymen, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about not being able to recruit even stronger units with a Tier 3 barracks. His thoughts drifted back to the escaped demon. A 7th-tier elite demon might drop crystals, he mused, almost hoping the demon would return for revenge. Unbeknownst to him, he was not dealing with a mere demon, but with a unit under the command of Yuan, a notorious Black Shadow Lord. Had he known this, he would have fled far away, abandoning any thoughts of confrontation. Just as the bearded man was lost in his thoughts, the alarm from the castle's guards suddenly rang out, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The shout was abruptly cut off. The bearded man perked up, thinking the demon had returned. "Since you've come, you won't leave this time," he declared, quickly assembling nearly 20 militia soldiers armed with muskets, with 2 cannons ready to fire. However, in the courtyard, apart from the bodies of 2 fallen militiamen, there was no sign of the demon. The bearded man paused, then remembered the demon's invisibility. He immediately activated his golden eye skill. What he saw made his face turn pale and his body tremble. It wasn't just one demon, but over a dozen. As they realized they had been detected, the demons revealed themselves. Leading them was a horned, ghostly general, Nija, a 9th-tier powerhouse. Among the demons were those similar to the previous one, some flying in the air, and others towering like giants, all at least 7th tier. The bearded man's legs went weak, and he could barely stand, filled with disbelief and deep despair. Trembling, he spoke, "Great demons, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. I will offer my soul and become your loyal servant." Nija ignored his plea and coldly ordered, "Kill." The shadows dispersed instantly, launching a ruthless slaughter of the bearded man's troops. The militia stood no chance against such powerful foes, and even the cannons were rendered useless at close range. At that moment, the bearded man finally noticed the system alert he had previously ignored. "Emergency warning. Your units are under attack by enemy units. Organize your units for defense." This alert had appeared when the first militiaman was attacked, but the bearded man had been too preoccupied with thoughts of slaying demons for energy stones and crystals to pay attention. Seeing the alert now, he was shocked once more. He had always thought these were native demons of the war continent or evil beings from the dark dimension. Now he realized they might be elite units of another lord. Seeing the black-robed figures lurking in the shadows, the bearded man suddenly thought of a possibility Black Shadow Lord. Could these be the units of the Black Shadow Lord? As he pondered this, a warm liquid splashed onto his face. Wiping it off, he saw his hand covered in red. Looking around, he saw that his troops were nearly wiped out. In utter despair, the bearded man knelt before Nija. "Great Lord, I am willing to submit. Please tell your master that Whitebeard Castle is willing to become your vassal territory." Nija looked at him coldly and said, "My king's orders are clear. Slaughter this castle, leave no one alive." Before the words finished, the blade was already upon him. The bearded, middle-aged man desperately wanted to escape, but he knew there was nowhere left to run. A flash of steel, and his head was severed, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. His wide-open eyes seemed to express his unwillingness to die. The beast tide had just passed, and the battles for city lord and race's supremacy were just beginning. Dying at this moment was a fate he could not accept. With the bearded man's death, his castle began to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. "He's dead, the lord is dead." The remaining 3 militia in the castle courtyard shouted, quickly discarding their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. This scene clearly indicated that their loyalty to the bearded man was low. According to the game rules, troops would only betray or leave the castle if loyalty fell below 50. If it were between 70 and 80, they would continue to fight even if the lord was dead. However, the surrendering militia soon met their end. A shadow swiftly ended their lives, as their king had ordered no survivors. Nija didn't care about this. He knew that to completely destroy the enemy's castle, he needed to shatter the castle's core crystal. For Nija, the sixth-tier defensive crystal was insignificant. With a single punch, he shattered the crystal, and the entire castle crumbled to ruins and vanished. Meanwhile, far away in the Shadow Town, Yuan received a system notification. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. Your troops have destroyed the enemy's castle crystal, securing victory in this Lord confrontation. Your rewards are being tallied. Please wait. Tally complete. You have received an advanced blueprint for a mobile turret. You have also acquired all the resources from the enemy's warehouse. 918 energy stones, 2 essence crystals, 700 units of food, 14,564 units of wood, 8,780 units of stone, 234 units of refined iron, and various other materials. You are the 1,136th Lord to destroy an enemy castle. Your reputation has increased by 600. Yuan raised an eyebrow at the last notification. Clearly, many lords had already attacked other castles in recent days. This was understandable, given the substantial rewards for destroying an enemy castle, especially for lords with advanced and top-tier troops. The resources gained were far more comprehensive than those from simply hunting beasts or monsters. With the beast tide just over, once the rewards were settled, the battles between lords would only intensify. Small alliances might form, but more often there would be standoffs and fights. Yuan's position, though not at the forefront, indicated that many lords were ambitious, hoping to amass resources in this early stage for future development. However, Yuan had anticipated this and wasn't too concerned. He was more focused on the bountiful rewards from this action. Nearly 2,000 energy stones, along with numerous other resources, and even an advanced blueprint. A mobile turret, with 8th-tier attack power. Such a clearly named blueprint didn't need further identification. Though this type of weapon couldn't be built directly from the blueprint and required craftsmen to create it, this wasn't an issue for Yuan. The dwarf craftsmen under the fairy lord Imoshanshan were experts in this field. At this moment, Yuan's warehouse inventory included 4,319 energy stones, 131 essence crystals, 21,800 units of wood, 14,500 units of stone, and nearly 50,000 units of refined iron. While these resources were abundant, they were still insufficient to upgrade to a mid-level town or a 4th-tier shadow crystal. However, the energy stones and essence crystals needed for the shadow crystal upgrade were nearly there, making it a primary development focus. After all, upgrading the barracks was, in some ways, more crucial than upgrading the town. With upgraded barracks, more and stronger troops could be recruited, making it easier to gather resources and further advance the town. After organizing the warehouse materials, Yuan immediately contacted Imoshanshan. Yuan, I've sent you a blueprint. Have your dwarf craftsmen take a look and then make it. Fairy Lord, got it, will do. Yuan, also, I'm sending over some food and monster materials. Fairy Lord, received. Yuan, that's it for now. Make sure to forge plenty of weapons and equipment, especially the ones from the blueprint I just sent. Taking advantage of the time before the beast tide rewards were distributed, Yuan decided to corner the refined iron market. He foresaw that refined iron would become a standard trading commodity for a long time, and he aimed to control this standard. After all, war always required substantial funding. Just as Yuan was about to end his conversation with Imoshanshan, she sent another message. Fairy Lord, Shadow Lord, check the world chat channel. Everyone's talking about your troops. Yuan was puzzled. While there had always been speculation about his troops in the chat, it was usually baseless. Why was it a topic again now? Curious, Yuan opened the chat channel. Indeed, the rapidly updating messages were mostly discussing his troops. Demons. Demons. Shadow Lord's troops are super demon troops. Aren't demons dark creatures opposed to gods? Can they be troops? Of course, anything can be a troop. Angels and demons. Wait, wasn't there a goddess who recruited angels? So it's normal for Shadow Lord to recruit demons. Shadow Lord is amazing. Recruiting demons? Does this mean the goddess who recruits angels and Shadow Lord are naturally opposed? Not necessarily. Our troops follow our commands. That's not certain. Our territories and castles have factions. Why hasn't this been divided into factions yet? Do we form factions ourselves, or are we assigned? By the way, how do you know Shadow Lord's troops are demons? Is someone trying to frame him? Someone said they had a friend being attacked by a group of demons, black robes, red eyes, moving in and out of shadows. They guessed it was Shadow Lord's troops. But then their friend's messages suddenly stopped, and they completely lost contact. Dead. So it's just a guess. But with a name like Shadow, it does seem possible. As he scanned the chat channel, Yuan's face darkened. His eyes swept over the screen, his brows furrowed. He had just destroyed a castle territory, and already there were discussions about his troops. There was no doubt that it was the work of that bearded, middle-aged man before his death. The world chat channel was a form of consciousness communication, requiring no actual typing. Otherwise, that man wouldn't have been able to send out information in a moment of crisis. Can't even rest in peace. Yuan snorted, resolving that his shadow troops would need to act even more ruthlessly from now on. However, this incident didn't affect him much. Were shadows considered demons? Maybe, but even if they were exposed, who could defend against them? Not everyone had golden eyes like that bearded man. Though other methods might exist to detect shadows, they were undoubtedly rare. Yuan thought to himself that as long as he attacked other castles, the shadows would eventually be exposed. So, exposure now was no big deal. If people wanted to label his troops as demons, so be it. He just wondered if anyone had truly recruited demons. Otherwise, they would be taking the blame for him. Thinking of demons, Yuan grew curious. He had shadow troops, talismans, and demonic energy. Could he recruit the 8 great demons? Their combat power was formidable, each one incredibly strong. However, demons didn't belong to the shadow system. As Yuan pondered, a fierce battle was unfolding on the Takken plains. On the vast grasslands, Yi Shui led her angel squad in a siege against a group of bear people. These half-beasts had attempted to raid Angel Castle during last night's beast tide, but had run into the newly evolved six-winged archangel, Cheryl, who had reached the 9th tier. The bear people had clearly bitten off more than they could chew, and were now fleeing in disarray, chased by the angel squad. Yi Shui seized the opportunity, leading her team to the bear people's tribal stronghold, determined to root them out completely. The angel squad's strength was now extraordinary, with Cheryl at the 9th tier and Yi Shui herself having advanced to the early 8th tier. Additionally, there were several angels at the 6th and 7th tiers, making their overall combat power surpass most lords. At this moment, under the divine radiance, the bear people's tribe was on the brink of annihilation. Yi Shui didn't even need to personally intervene, as she was focused on the chat channel. She had set up 2 keyword alerts, shadows and angels. Yi Shui carefully read through the discussions in the channel, her brows furrowed. The Shadow Lord had attacked other castles, revealing his troops? And they were demons? This news surprised her. Demons were top-tier troops, on par with angels. The chat channel continued to buzz with discussions. Some were convinced Yuan's troops were demons, while others were skeptical. But with the mention of relocation, the topic quickly shifted. When 30 billion Earth Lords, though now likely fewer, first arrived on the war continent, their locations were randomly assigned. Previously, they had no way to change locations, but this new feature gave them the ability to choose. Of course, not everyone had the means to relocate their castle. The chosen location might already be occupied by another force, and unless you were stronger, you'd be driven out. Additionally, relocation required extra resources to rebuild the castle, which most lords couldn't afford. As she watched the discussions about relocation, an idea sparked in Yi Shui's mind. She quickly typed into the chat. Angel Castle is located on the Takken Plains. Those interested in forming an alliance, please join my group for detailed discussions on location and other matters. When joining, please provide your troop type and strength data. Thank you. Yi Shui then attached a link to the group chat she had just created. This was part of Yi Shui's long-term strategy. As a former corporate executive, she was an ambitious woman who believed in the power of teamwork. Despite the strength of her angel squad, she knew that to dominate the war continent, she needed more than just her team. From the beginning, she had planned to recruit other lords to join her in conquering the land. Her angel troops were powerful enough to command respect and attract other lords to her cause. Meanwhile, the emergence of Yuan, a lord with top-tier demon troops, had instilled a sense of urgency in many lords, particularly those in Andira State and near the Red Moon Forest, who neither wanted nor could afford to confront Yuan. In this context, Yi Shui, a lord with angel troops, stepping forward would undoubtedly attract followers seeking protection, laying the foundation for her quest for dominance. When an opportunity presents itself, how could Yi Shui possibly let it slip by? She quickly sent out a message about forming an alliance, causing a stir among the lords. Many were eager to join her private group, but Yi Shui was selective. She had high standards and wanted only the strong, not the weak. In the state of Andala, there were countless lords, at least in the billions. Yi Shui knew that accepting everyone would render the alliance meaningless. Her angelic troops were powerful, on par with the Shadow Lord, naturally attracting many lords who wanted to align with her. But Yi Shui was clear about what she needed. Strong allies to conquer the world, not weaklings seeking her protection. Thus, Yi Shui set strict criteria for joining the group. While not necessarily as strong as her, applicants couldn't be too far behind. This move deterred most applicants, allowing only a few lords with high-level troops to join. Those who were rejected complained in the chat group, but there was nothing they could do. Her requirements were reasonable. Yi Shui's actions caused a significant ripple effect, especially combined with the stimulus from Yuan, sparking a wave of alliances. Many lords realized that going it alone was no longer viable in the current climate, particularly with the threat from local forces. Without banding together, they risked being wiped out in the ongoing conflicts among lords. Weaker, less ambitious lords were especially desperate for protection from stronger allies. This alliance frenzy spread beyond Andala to the other 6 continents. Leaders with top-tier troops, like Ishue, spearheaded these movements, while others who had been privately discussing alliances also began to act. Near the Red Moon Forest, a number of lords had gathered. Most of them had been rejected from Ishue's group. A lord named Huashan saw an opportunity and started recruiting these disheartened lords. His troops, the lava beasts, were high-level, and he was unwilling to become a subordinate, so he decided to form his own alliance. Huashan's strategy was to cast a wide net, accepting any lord near the Red Moon Forest, regardless of their strength. He didn't want to relocate just yet, but was concerned about the rumored Shadow Lord nearby, so he was eager to gather all available forces. Thus, the Huashan alliance was born, with Huashan as the leader. In the alliance group, discussions about how to deal with the Shadow Lord were fervent. Huashan used the Shadow Lord as a rallying point, urging everyone to unite to avoid being picked off one by one. Can we really take on the Shadow Lord together? His troops are demons, someone asked anxiously. Strength in numbers. Even if his troops are demons, their numbers are still limited. If we work together, we might stand a chance. Another voice replied confidently. Exactly, he has at most 50 troops. Everyone we kill is one less to worry about. With so many lords and troops on our side, what's there to fear? The discussion heated up, with some suggesting further expanding the alliance to boost strength. Others were worried about the dangers of the Red Moon Forest and proposed relocating. However, most agreed that since their territory hadn't encroached on the forest yet, there was no need to rush. By the way, should we try contacting the Shadow Lord? Maybe we could convince him to form an alliance too, someone suggested. Huh, that guy barely speaks in the chat channels. Haven't you tried adding him as a friend? I've tried hundreds of times, but he never accepts. It's obvious the Shadow Lord and the Angel Lord don't think much of us. Why bother? Exactly, being strong ourselves is the real deal. Huashan finally spoke up, organizing everyone to report their resources for unified allocation to quickly boost their strength. Everyone was eager and confident, dreaming of first defeating the Shadow Lord, then dealing with the Angel Lord. Meanwhile, Yuan also noticed the buzz about alliances in the chat channels. Many people contacted him through the trade channel, inviting him to form or join alliances. More messages treated him and Shadowtown as enemies. This made Yuan realize he had already surpassed many lords, inciting their fear. Am I the public enemy now? Yuan shook his head, unfazed. He knew the Shadow's power was beyond these people's imagination. Once the 9 Shadow battalions grew a bit more, these so-called alliances would be no more than paper tigers. Yuan closed the chat channel and cleared all private messages. He remembered something important he hadn't done yet, drawing the divine skill. When his advanced castle upgraded to a primary town, the system had awarded him a chance to draw a divine skill. He had forgotten about it amidst the sanctuary tiger beast attack and restoring the wolf god's divinity. Taking a deep breath, Yuan brought up the long-forgotten notification. Your advanced castle has upgraded to a primary town, granting you one chance to draw a divine skill. Would you like to proceed now? Proceed immediately. Yuan thought, filled with anticipation, wondering whether he would draw a talisman or demonic power. He already possessed the horse talisman, dragon talisman, and lightning demonic power. Would it be a new demonic power this time? Congratulations! You've won the Moon Demon Chi in the latest lottery. As the notification appeared, a mysterious force instantly merged into Yuan's body. He felt the surge of new energy and couldn't help but marvel at it in his heart. Moon Demon Chi, the power of the Moon Demon Zhulang, was immensely powerful, allowing its wielder to manipulate gravity. With just a thought, Yuan found himself effortlessly floating in the air. Although his 9th-tier combat strength, enhanced by the Holy Source Tower, already allowed him brief flight, the Moon Demon Chi granted him true and unrestricted flight. Control objects. Yuan muttered softly, extending his hand. Instantly, stones and branches in the courtyard levitated, eerily floating in midair. With a series of cracks, several stones were compressed into powder under the force of gravity. Feeling the new power coursing through him, Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Within my territory, even 9th-tier opponents might not be able to get close to me, he mused. One move of universal attraction for gravity suppression, combined with Thunder Demon Chi and Dragon Talisman, and my enemies will be sitting ducks. Smiling, Yuan withdrew his control over the Moon Demon Chi, and the floating objects in the courtyard gently settled back to their original places. Despite his joy at the newfound power, Yuan quickly shifted his attention to other matters. He listed all the equipment given to him by the Fairy Emo Shanshan on the trading plaza. The collection was considerable, including over 50 sets from before and more than 100 new sets obtained today, all of which were 3rd-tier or higher. Even his previously used 5th-tier battle blade was put up for sale. Yuan chose to auction these items, as there were still few lords able to trade weapons for other goods. This approach could drive up the final prices, maximizing his gains. Naturally, his desired trade item was refined iron. Despite ongoing discussions in the chat channel about Li Yuan's demon troops, it didn't dampen the enthusiasm for his listed equipment. After the Beast Tide, the lords had a heightened awareness of the importance of weapons and armor. With the Beast Tide rewards yet to be distributed, everyone was preparing for the potential next wave. Li Yuan calculated that these loader items were not the main attraction. The real gem was the turret he gave to Imo Shanshan. With an 8th tier attack power, it was a formidable weapon. If auctioned, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Although selling such powerful weapons could be seen as arming potential enemies, Li Yuan wasn't too concerned. For him and the Black Shadow, such weapons posed no real threat. Even if a weaker Black Shadow was killed by the turret, it could simply respawn elsewhere. Li Yuan's true goal was to amass refined iron. At this stage, refined iron was the most crucial resource, as most lords had not yet upgraded to towns. Both upgrading and developing towns required large quantities of refined iron. By then, most of the refined iron would be in Li Yuan's possession. This strategy allowed Li Yuan to suppress the development of other lords while preparing for the upgrade and expansion of the Black Shadow Kingdom. His Shadow Town, Shadow Crystal, and any potential special buildings would require more advanced resources. At that point, his stockpile of refined iron and weapons would give him the upper hand in resource trades. After quickly checking the auction prices, Li Yuan noted that the bids were already as high as before the Beast Tide. It seemed everyone truly understood the importance of weapons and armor. He closed the trading plaza interface and headed to the front yard. In the front yard, IKA and the others had returned with some more monster corpses. The quantity was small, indicating that the monsters within the territory were nearly wiped out. Li Yuan decided not to send them outside the territory or deeper into the Red Moon Forest for now, planning to wait until the Beast Tide rewards were distributed. For now, having Nija and the others scouting outside was sufficient. As Li Yuan was collecting materials from a dozen monster corpses, Nija suddenly returned to the castle alone. "Your Majesty, we have discovered another castle." Nija bowed, and then detailed the situation of the newly discovered castle. The new castle was also a high-level one, located more than 13,000 meters from the Black Shadow territory. Its troops were similar to those of the Bearded Lord, consisting of human warriors. Interestingly, when Nija found the castle, its lord was preparing to relocate. However, a group of zombies suddenly appeared, forcing the lord back into the castle and currently besieging it. Li Yuan was not surprised by the castle's ability to relocate. He had seen related messages in the chat channel and confirmed it via announcements. Considering that the Lord's castle was also near the Red Moon Forest, it was only natural to want to move away. Li Yuan recalled his own thoughts upon learning that castles could be relocated. He had considered leaving the Red Moon Forest due to the significant threats there. However, for now, relocating could be put on hold. Could there be an undead lair near the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan pondered. The Beast Tide had brought ghouls, and now zombies were appearing. Although zombies were more advanced and intelligent than ghouls, they were still undead. This led Li Yuan to suspect that there might be a large number of undead creatures near the Red Moon Forest. Just then, Nija asked, "Your Majesty, should we save this castle first?" Li Yuan understood Nija's intention. Saving the castle first, and then attacking it would allow them to capture its resources and rewards. If the zombies destroyed the castle first, they would only get energy stones, missing out on other material rewards. This was why Nija had come back to ask for instructions. After a moment of thought, Li Yuan nodded. "You can go alone. Change your appearance so as not to reveal your identity as a Black Shadow. Save the castle first. And don't kill all the zombies. Leave some for the other Black Shadows to follow and find their lair." "Yes, Your Majesty." With Li Yuan's command, Nija transformed into a shadow and swiftly departed. Li Yuan's decision to save the castle was not out of sympathy but for another purpose. After the Beast Tide, castles not only gained the ability to relocate but also an additional function. Saving the castle and its lord. Li Yuan had a clear goal: the opponent's castle core. He had just learned from the chat channel that castles could be relocated, and upon checking the announcement, he discovered the new feature of core devouring. Devouring an enemy's core not only strengthens one's own defenses but also offers additional rewards. This was undoubtedly another mechanism set by the officials to heighten the conflict between castles. Li Yuan calmly analyzed the situation. He wasn't merely after the core. If the lord and his troops had value, he wouldn't mind making them his vassals. He recalled the divine skill extraction opportunity he gained when he previously conquered Imo Shanshan's territory, pondering whether he could obtain such a chance every time he accepted a new vassal. But Li Yuan was no saint. He contemplated that if the other party was useless, they could always be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Even for his current vassals, if they lacked sufficient value, he wouldn't keep them around. Human hearts are unpredictable, and Li Yuan knew that even as vassals, absolute loyalty couldn't be guaranteed. This was why he sought a method of assimilation. Only by becoming a shadow could one ensure 100 loyalty. Moments later, Nija reported the task completed. Li Yuan, along with the disguised Nija, headed to the target castle, deliberately not bringing any other shadows along. Upon reaching the advanced castle, Li Yuan quickly assessed the opponent's strength. The Lord was at Tier 4, with the highest tier troops at Tier 5, totaling 24 individuals. In this brutal world, surviving until now was no small feat. The young lord named Zhou Dong greeted them warmly, clasping his hands in gratitude. Li Yuan directly proposed making him a vassal. Zhou Dong, though wary, could only accept with a bitter smile in the face of Nija's Tier 9 power. However, after signing the contract, there was no divine skill lottery opportunity, which left Li Yuan slightly disappointed. He then inquired about Zhou Dong's divine skill, and learned it was the ability to create clones. Zhou Dong demonstrated that he could create an identical clone, with both capable of communicating over long distances. Li Yuan was unimpressed. He walked straight into the castle and coldly ordered Zhou Dong's execution. Nija understood immediately and swiftly killed both Zhou Dong's main body and clone. Ignoring the terrified Zhou Dong, Li Yuan headed toward the trembling castle core, thinking coldly, "Cloning might be interesting, but it's irrelevant to me. Shadows can relay messages at any time. If you're useless, why keep you around?" Zhou Dong's death didn't cause any ripples among the 23 human warriors. Despite Zhou Dong once being their primary allegiance, with his passing, Li Yuan became their sole master. However, their loyalty to Li Yuan hovered around 50%, needing improvement. At this moment, Li Yuan had no time to concern himself with these warriors. He knew that simply sending them to the sacred source tower would easily boost their loyalty. These troops were mainly there to add some life to Shadow Town. Handling odd jobs would suffice. Since they couldn't access the chat channels, Li Yuan didn't have to worry about town information leaking. Li Yuan had already reached the top of the Great Zhou Castle, facing the castle's crystal core. This fist-sized crystal core was the energy hub of the entire advanced castle, supporting its defense system and providing energy for the castle's infrastructure. After Zhou Dong's death, the crystal core trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Without hesitation, Li Yuan reached out to grasp the crystal core. Initially, the core emitted a faint resistance, but soon recognized Li Yuan's identity and ceased its opposition. As the new lord of the territory, Li Yuan had the right to dispose of everything, including this crystal core. The moment he effortlessly took the crystal core, the Great Zhou Castle collapsed with a thunderous crash. However, the rubble and debris seemed to be controlled by some force, avoiding Li Yuan's body, allowing him to arrive safely in front of Nija. "Take them back with us," Li Yuan ordered succinctly. Nija nodded in agreement, and the power of shadows instantly enveloped all the human warriors, teleporting them back to Shadow Castle. Upon returning to the castle, Li Yuan immediately instructed Nija to send those human troops into the sacred source tower, waiting for their loyalty to reach 100% before releasing them. As for Li Yuan himself, he hurried to the location of Shadow Castle's crystal core. Compared to the fist-sized crystal core of the Great Zhou Castle, the crystal core of Shadow Castle was as large as a basketball. Looking at the white energy continuously flowing from the core, Li Yuan frowned slightly. Although the crystal core had many benefits, its biggest drawback was that it couldn't be carried around. This meant that once he left the castle, if an enemy attacked and destroyed the crystal core, he would face the risk of the castle's destruction and his own demise, regardless of where he was. Li Yuan couldn't help but ponder the irrationality of this design. It essentially tethered the lord to the castle, hindering free movement. He secretly hoped that the developers would improve this design soon, possibly allowing the fusion of the crystal core with the lord in the future. Glancing down at the Great Zhou Castle's crystal core in his hand, Li Yuan slowly brought it closer to the Shadow Castle's core. From previous experiences with castle migrations and core devouring, Li Yuan realized that the game mechanics were continuously being refined. Moments later, a prompt appeared before Li Yuan. Detected a devourable castle crystal core. "Devour now?" "Devour immediately," Li Yuan commanded decisively. As his voice fell, the Shadow Castle's crystal core extended a milky white energy, enveloping the Great Zhou Castle's core in Li Yuan's hand. The Great Zhou Castle's core gradually melted, merging bit by bit into the Shadow Castle's core. Although no new prompt appeared, Li Yuan could clearly feel an enhancement in the strength of the defensive shield above the castle. If the previous shield's strength was quantified as 1, it was now around 2. The increase wasn't significant, but it was progress nonetheless. Li Yuan roughly estimated that to raise the defensive shield strength to a sanctuary level, he might need to devour hundreds of advanced castle crystal cores of the same level. Of course, obtaining town-level cores would greatly reduce the number needed, as towns were 9th tier, while castles were only 6th tier. Returning to the courtyard, Li Yuan began inventorying the other resources acquired from the Great Zhou Castle. Zhou Dong's assets were indeed meager. Only 108 energy stones, not a single Yuan crystal. The wood was decent, with 27,000 units, and stone at 12,000 units. As for iron essence, like Yuan crystals, there wasn't a single unit. With such scarce resources, upgrading the castle to a town seemed a distant dream. Li Yuan mused silently, thinking that for Zhou Dong, death might have been a relief. With his strength, no matter where he moved, he couldn't escape the fate of his castle being destroyed and himself perishing. At that moment, a friend chat message suddenly popped up. Fairy Lord, haha, Shadow Boss, guess what good stuff I got this time? Seeing this, Li Yuan knew Imo Shanshan had been favored by luck again. He replied, did you get another sanctuary level expert to join you? Or did you find some rare blueprint or equipment? Fairy Lord, on my way to the iron essence mine with Uncle Green, I found a little puppy, which turned out to be a Cerberus with god-ear potential. Li Yuan thought, a Cerberus with god-ear potential was indeed impressive, but for someone as lucky as Imo Shanshan, it wasn't too surprising. However, Fairy Lord quickly sent another message. Fairy Lord, Shadow Boss, I haven't signed a contract with the puppy yet. Do you need it? It could boost your combat power. I've seen a lot of people talking bad about you in the chat channel. Imo Shanshan had previously browsed the chat channels, which were filled with discussions about the demon. Although she wasn't sure if Li Yuan's troops were demons, considering that Li Yuan was in the Red Moon Forest and had strong capabilities, she naturally assumed Li Yuan was the lord mentioned with demon troops. Therefore, she thought the god or potential Cerberus might be helpful to Li Yuan. Seeing this message, Li Yuan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Imo Shanshan to offer the Cerberus to him. Shaking his head, Li Yuan replied, even if you want to give it to me, you can't send it over. Keep it for now. Your town also needs strong protectors. This way, you can help me more in the future. Take good care of it. Fairy Lord, I guess you're right. The puppy can't be sent over, I'll take good care of it then. After ending the call with Imo Shanshan, Li Yuan's sharp gaze swept over the returning shadows. These shadows had been deliberately released and tracked back to their lair by Nija during the defense against the zombies attacking the Great Zhou Fortress. The shadows had silently relayed their gathered intelligence to Nija, though Li Yuan still found their communication methods mysterious. When Nija reported back to Li Yuan, his expression showed a hint of disappointment. What he had hoped would be a significant undead stronghold turned out to be a small gathering of fewer than 200 zombies, with the strongest being only a 9th-tier zombie. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan decisively ordered, kill them all. Nija bowed respectfully and immediately led the shadows out of the fortress. These zombies were vastly different from the ones in Li Yuan's homeland legends, more akin to Western zombies, rotting, foul-smelling, with thick, tough skin but low intelligence, even less valuable than magical beasts. If it were the blood clans of the war continent, they might be worth considering for subjugation, given their considerable power and the potential for future assimilation into the shadows. Despite Nija only taking a dozen shadows, dealing with a group of zombies, with the strongest being only 9th tier, was a breeze. The zombie horde was quickly annihilated, leaving behind a pitiful amount of energy stones and other meager spoils, highlighting the zombies' poverty. Li Yuan opened the trading channel, where weapon and equipment prices were still fluctuating slowly. With plenty of time before the auction ended, he turned to the chat channel. It was still dominated by discussions about demon units, with almost all other topics drowned out. Some alliances were even openly recruiting members under the banner of opposing Li Yuan, claiming that those with demon units must have ulterior motives. Li Yuan scoffed at these comments, knowing that explanations would only lead to more misunderstandings. He understood that his strength was the real reason people feared him. The type of units he commanded was just an excuse. Distant fortresses might have allied against him, but Li Yuan was unconcerned, confident in his and his shadow's abilities. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, followed by rolling thunder, and flashes of lightning filled the overcast sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. Li Yuan instantly flew to the top of the fortress, observing the 9th-tier defense shield trembling violently amidst the thunder. As the thunder subsided, the world seemed to fall into a brief silence. But soon, the roars of beasts echoed from the forest outside the territory, growing increasingly frequent. In the clear daylight, ancient trees swayed and fell thousands of meters away, and more flying magical beasts appeared in the sky. What shocked Li Yuan even more was the roar of a sanctuary-level beast from deep within the Red Moon Forest, including a familiar sanctuary tiger beast. Looking up, he also saw the black-crowned golden eagle soaring above the forest. However, these powerful creatures seemed to be fleeing, as if sensing a tremendous threat. In the depths of the distant forest, a red light flashed briefly before vanishing, suggesting the presence of some forbidden entity also retreating. Li Yuan frowned and thought, could the earlier thunder have triggered all this? At that moment, IKA and Nija led all the shadows back to the fortress urgently, their expressions grave. IKA looked around and asked, my lord, what happened? Li Yuan shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. It might be the real beast tide this time. He quickly opened the world chat channel, discovering that the thunder wasn't isolated to the Red Moon Forest but had echoed worldwide. The channel was filled with questions and speculation. What happened? Feels like something big is about to go down. Natural disaster? Or are the gods fighting? Don't overthink it. It's probably just a thunderstorm. Can your thunderstorm cover the whole world? I think it's another beast tide. Holy crap, not so soon. We just had the initial beast tide. Are you sure that was the initial beast tide? Why is the reward settlement delayed? This doesn't make sense. No way. I just barely survived. And now you're telling me there's another beast tide? Actually, the officials never announced the start of the initial beast tide. We might have misunderstood. Last night wasn't the real beast tide. Actually, some lords had questioned this from the beginning, and there might be more beast tides coming. Yuan had considered this possibility too, but he didn't expect it to become reality so soon. Just as the lords were wildly speculating in the chat channel, a familiar voice echoed in the minds of all surviving warlords. It was the mysterious voice that had appeared 3 times before. Greetings, lords. The voice was solemn and clear. The 7-day protection period is officially over. In 3 hours, the primary beast tide will strike your castles on time. Your task is simple. Protect the core of your castle and stay alive. The strength of the beast tide will be randomly assigned, so it's all down to luck. The top 1 million lords in the overall rankings will receive generous rewards, and the first place will get a unique, special reward. Everything will be based on the final overall points leaderboard. After a brief pause, the voice continued. For those who have no interest in competing in the Grand War of Races, we offer the chance to change your role to a wanderer. Once you change your role, the beast tide will no longer target you, but you will lose your castle and troops, becoming a free person wandering the war continent. Whether you choose to compete or become a wanderer is up to you. Lords, this is your new era, and the war continent will ultimately belong to one of you. Will you be the one to sit on the supreme throne? This announcement, loaded with information, sent shockwaves through the millions of lords. The real primary beast tide was only just about to begin. This meant that almost all the lords had been fooled into thinking last night's beast tide was the official one. The officials' unexpected move caught everyone off guard. The chat channel was instantly flooded with curses and panicked messages. Damn, it's really a beast tide. This is insane. We're doomed. I barely survived last night's beast tide. How can I fight another one now? Same here. I thought that was the primary beast tide and fought with everything I had. Now what? Use a hammer to stop a beast tide. It's not just you. Most of the lords are in the same boat. They're playing us, treating us like monkeys, watching us die one by one. Damn it. 3 billion Earth lords, how many will be left after this? Many were cursing the officials, spewing all sorts of vulgarities. After all, last night's beast tide had already caused massive losses, leaving them powerless against the real beast tide. Last night's beast tide alone had claimed the lives of over 1 million lords, and now another wave would likely result in even higher casualties, especially for those with weaker troops who saw no hope of survival. However, some lords tried to maintain a positive attitude, encouraging others in the chat channel. We still have a chance. The strength of the beast tide is random. We might face a smaller beast tide that's even weaker than last night's. We could survive. Isn't that just luck? Betting your life on the strength of the beast tide? Even the weakest tide would be too much for me. All my troops died last night, and I have no chance to recruit more. Could the strength of the beast tide be related to the environment? My area usually doesn't have fierce beasts, and last night's tide was small. Maybe the primary beast tide here will be small too? Who knows? It's a 50-50 chance of life or death. Except for the top lords, most of us lower-ranked lords are done for. It's all down to luck. Fair competition, my ass. Amid the discussions, many lords started cursing again to vent their frustration. But it was useless. No matter how much they cursed, the officials wouldn't show any mercy. From the moment they arrived on the war continent, their fate was sealed. Bad luck is just bad luck. At this moment, someone brought up another topic. Guys, aren't you being too pessimistic? The officials said we could opt out of the beast tide. We can change our role to a wanderer and leave the lord status behind. That's right. If you think you can't withstand the primary beast tide, just give up. Life is precious. I've already changed my role to a wanderer. Whether I live or die next is up to fate. Can you tell us what it's like after you become a wanderer? The castle is gone, the barracks are gone, but I still have my resources and the troops I've already recruited. I just can't recruit new troops anymore. Isn't that similar to the local forces? Not exactly. I can still level up by hunting beasts or other means. I'm just not bound by the castle territory anymore. Sounds pretty good. Maybe I should become a wanderer too, forget about the Grand War of Races. Either way, it's a lifeline from the officials. You'll just lose the chance to compete in the Grand War of Races. Who the hell wants to compete? We're all forced into this. Wanderer it is. I'm giving up. They'll change my role to a wanderer right now. In the chat, many lords learned what it meant to change their role to a wanderer. In just a few minutes, a large number of lords decided to give up resisting the upcoming primary beast tide and chose to become wanderers. Rather than dying in the beast tide, they preferred to become wanderers. Although they lost the chance to compete in the Grand War of Races, they could still enjoy leveling up by hunting beasts and might even become powerful in their own right. Among the 3 billion Earthlords, most were ordinary people back on Earth, with few having grand ambitions. Surviving was enough for them. Hey, wanderers, should we form an alliance? Great idea. A wanderer alliance. We can still build our own cities and become rulers, right? Forget about being rulers. Let's just stick together for warmth. Who's organizing? I'm in the northern part of the Endless Sea. Anyone nearby? Add me. With this suggestion, other topics were quickly overshadowed. In just a short time, many lords had already changed their role to wanderers. At this moment, wanderers might already outnumber lords. Although many lords have chosen to become free agents, the officials have not stripped them of basic functionalities like using the chat channels. Clearly, apart from losing control over their castles and barracks, they still retain other fundamental privileges. This is the officials' way of ensuring they have the means to survive in the war continent, so they aren't left with nothing. Over time, the chat channels gradually became dominated by the voices of these free agents. In Black Shadow Town, Yuan watched this unfold and sighed deeply. In the face of life and death decisions, retreat is a common reaction, and the instinct to survive is natural. In a short period, the Free Agents Alliance has grown into a significant force, with numbers even surpassing some Lord alliances. Despite this, Yuan wasn't worried. The more free agents there are, the more resources are left for the lords. Most who chose to give up were not strong to begin with. This indirectly weeded out a large number of weaker lords, providing better growth opportunities for the strong. Yuan knew that there was no time limit for becoming a free agent. Even after surviving this beast tide, people might still give up under pressure in the future. Only those who persist till the end can reign supreme. Regarding these free agents and their alliance, Yuan didn't think they could achieve much. Without troops, they only had the advantage of numbers. Against powerful troops, these free agents couldn't make much of a difference and were essentially a group of those who had been eliminated. This wasn't Yuan looking down on them, but simply the reality. The ownership of the war continent would ultimately fall into the hands of the lords or native forces, not these free agents. Their fate might be to depend on other territories. Human forces might accept them, but the chances of other races doing so were slim. Yuan took a deep breath and exited the chat channel. His primary goal now was to prepare for the upcoming initial beast tide and aim for the top spot on the comprehensive leaderboard. Although the top 1 million would receive rewards, who wouldn't want to strive for that unique, special reward? Although it was unclear how many lords had chosen to switch roles, the remaining number was still considerable. Lords with high-level troops wouldn't easily give up the chance for dominance. Even if 2/3 of the lords chose to switch, standing out among the remaining billion lords was no easy task. Yuan was confident in his strength. Unless a holy domain beast attacked, Black Shadow Town had a good chance of taking first place. Judging by the reactions of the holy domain beasts from the Red Moon Forest, they seemed unlikely to participate in this beast tide. At this moment, it was 2 hours and 40 minutes before the officials' initial beast tide attack. Fairy Imoshanshan sent a message asking about the strength of the beast tide. Yuan said he wasn't sure but advised her to prepare her defenses. Imoshanshan's territory was strong, with over 1,000 mountain dwarves and a holy domain expert, so she should be able to handle it. Imoshanshan hesitated about switching to a free agent. Yuan advised her to stay put and remain calm in the Amagobi Desert. After ending the conversation, Yuan began to set up his territory's defenses. Although he had wiped out many beasts the previous night, roars and shadows were still gathering in the distance, and no one knew how large the beast tide would be in 2 hours. Yuan adjusted the positions of the defense towers, placing them on the city walls. Although the newly obtained turret blueprints had not yet been used, 2 turrets confiscated from the Zhou Castle were also placed on the walls. Additionally, he summoned 23 captured human warriors from the Holy Source Tower, whose loyalty had improved. These warriors were stationed near the front gate to operate the turrets and defend. The Golden Saint Ape, as before, guarded the rear of the territory, ready to fend off any beasts that might attack from the Red Moon Forest. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The skies over the Red Moon Forest and the forest in front of the territory fell into a brief silence, like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. This thunder seemed like a command, and soon the forest and sky outside the territory were filled with roars. Here we go again, surprised or not. The roars of beasts echoed incessantly, shaking the entire territory. Meanwhile, a blank leaderboard suddenly appeared in the chat channel, catching the attention of many players. The chat channel instantly buzzed with activity, as players who had already switched to rogue professions began to speak up. Here they come. I can hear the beast roars. Haha, I switched to a rogue profession early on. The beast horde is scattered. Damn, the number of beasts is insane. At least 1,000. Way more than last night. Is it too late to switch to a rogue now? Switch to a rogue, brothers. No need to risk your lives now. Staying alive is what matters. However, these comments immediately provoked a backlash from players who insisted on being lords. Don't disrupt my focus, you trash. We came to the continent of war to be lords. Only lords are qualified to conquer the continent. The rogue faction wasn't about to back down. Who says rogues can't conquer the continent? Look at how many alliances we have. We're not afraid of you. Haha, a bunch of weak dropouts, and you dare say that? A lord named Lantion mocked. Members of the rogue faction fired back immediately. Lantion lord, right? We, the rogue house, will remember you. We'll wipe you out first if we ever meet. Bring it on. Think I'm scared? Lantion lord retorted without hesitation. Another rogue sneered, haha, you fool. Let's see you survive the initial beast wave first. Can you? Lantion lord replied confidently, you don't need to worry. My troops are top tier, and I've got a bunch of special buildings. This beast wave is nothing. As the chat channel continued to erupt in arguments, the beast horde began a fierce assault on Yuan's territory. Countless wild and magical beasts surged in, far outnumbering those from the previous night, their sheer scale terrifying. Yuan immediately issued orders. Execute the defense plan, don't disrupt the formation. Yes, my lord. Black Shadow and the Golden Holy Ape responded in unison, swiftly taking their positions. The Fortinine defense towers on the city walls were the first to open fire, raining magical projectiles down on the beast horde. Explosions echoed continuously as the beasts were blown apart, their blood and flesh flying everywhere. Yet, the beasts at the rear pressed on relentlessly, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades. The taller magical beasts were even more reckless, knocking aside both Black Shadow and their own kind. Their sole objective was to destroy the walls and shatter the castle's defensive core. From the sky, countless birds of prey swooped down, aiming for the castle. The entire territory was besieged on all sides, except from below ground. Despite Black Shadow's fierce resistance, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and some managed to crash into the territory's defensive shield. One or two were manageable, but the simultaneous impact of dozens made the shield waver. Some high-ranking elite beasts even chose to self-destruct, causing the shield to develop small cracks amidst the booming explosions. The city walls also suffered continuous damage, with parts already collapsing. Yuan had anticipated this. The 9th-tier defensive shield wouldn't hold off all the beasts forever, and some were bound to slip through. Standing atop the castle, Yuan calmly commanded, retract the defensive shield to protect the castle. Black Shadow, fall back to defend the territory. Following his orders, the 9th-tier defensive shield, spanning 5 kilometers, quickly retracted towards the castle. Under Nijia and Ika's leadership, Black Shadow fought while retreating, converging towards the castle. With the defensive shield gone, the 6th-tier fortified walls were quickly breached. A flood of magical and wild beasts poured into the territory. This appeared to be a retreat for Black Shadow, but it was a strategic withdrawal. Within the territory, Black Shadow could benefit from the Holy Source Tower's power boost, significantly increasing their strength. Yuan observed the battle from the castle, only occasionally striking down a few flying beasts that got too close. Compared to the previous night, the daylight provided a clearer view of the various battlefields. Among the beast horde were numerous elite 9th-tier magical beasts, but Yuan was most concerned about the potential appearance of a saint-level beast. So far, there were none, which was a relief. He believed that even without his intervention, Black Shadow could handle this beast wave. It was just a matter of time. Yuan mused, with so many beasts, Black Shadow's strength will likely increase after this battle. I might even break through to the 9th tier. The 2 beast waves from the previous night had already significantly boosted everyone's strength, nearly reaching a breakthrough point. Yuan himself was close to the peak of the 8th tier, with advancement in sight. Looking at the devastated walls and the beasts that had breached the territory, Yuan smiled slightly. Now that the beasts are inside, it's time to close the gates and deal with them. Repair the walls and defense towers. Yuan commanded. The power of the horse talisman pierced through the void, descending upon the damaged walls. In an instant, the shattered walls seemed to rewind in time, quickly returning to their original state. The destroyed defense towers were also rapidly rebuilt, once again bombarding the beast horde with magical projectiles. With Black Shadow fighting up front and the defense towers providing support from behind, the beast horde found themselves trapped in a pincer attack. Within the territory, Black Shadow's combat power surged by a tier. Particularly, Nijia, IKA, and the Golden Holy Ape now possessed saint-level combat strength. Each strike from them reaped a swath of magical beast lives. The strength of the other Black Shadows was not to be underestimated either, with most reaching the 8th tier and a few achieving 9th tier combat power. 20 or so human troops had retreated to the castle gates as per Yuan's orders. The 2 artillery units operated by the gunners kept firing, and although they had only 8th tier destructive power, they were still quite effective against the beast horde. In no time, hundreds of wild and magical beasts lay dead within the territory. No beast managed to breach the 500-meter radius around the castle, all held back by Black Shadow. The flying magical beasts also struggled to break through the defenses. Under the combined efforts of Flying Shadow and the 3 Saint-level combatants, they were firmly kept at bay. However, Yuan noticed that the aerial forces seemed somewhat lacking. There were only 6 Flying Shadows. He thought to himself, if I get the chance, I need to find a way to strengthen the Flying Shadows. Using divine cores is one option, but even the highly defensive Giant Shadow struggles with their power. The less defensive Flying Shadows would have an even harder time. I'll have to find another way or wait for their numbers to build up. Currently, the Flying Shadows had 7th tier strength, and with the Holy Source Tower's boost, they could exert 8th tier combat power, which wasn't too bad. The entire Beast Wave Assault was under Yuan's control. He remained composed, not needing to intervene personally. Just then, he sensed something and noticed that the comprehensive leaderboard in the chat channel seemed to have refreshed. The voices in the chat channel gradually quieted down for the lords, but the players who had transitioned to freelancers remained active. The chat box buzzed with their laughter and lively discussions. Without the threat of beast hordes, it's such a relief, one freelancer exclaimed excitedly. We can roam freely, go wherever we want. Absolutely, the air quality here on the war continent is even better than back home, another chimed in. There are so few ferocious beasts and magical creatures, they must all be attacking those castle lords. Let's form a team and go hunt some lone beasts to level up, someone suggested. The conversation soon shifted to the impending end of the initial beast horde. A lot of lords are going to die, aren't they? Someone said with schadenfreude. Serves them right for not transitioning to freelancers. Yeah, serves them right, another freelancer echoed. They look down on us freelancers. The more of them that die, the better. However, a more rational voice cautioned, don't just talk big. We're still not as strong as the other lords. We need to get stronger, or we'll end up serving those lords. Someone dismissively replied, haha, you guys go ahead. I'm planning to find a place to hide and live out my days in peace. Useless, someone immediately retorted. Who are you calling useless? If you're looking for a fight, count me in. Your whole family is useless. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Just as the argument was about to escalate, someone suddenly shouted, all right, cut it out. The comprehensive leaderboard has been updated. This announcement instantly drew everyone's attention. They stopped chatting and began scrolling through the leaderboard. Before long, the chat channel was buzzing again, this time focusing on the Shadow Lord, Yuan. Oh my god, there are so many new faces on the leaderboard. Lots of hidden experts, someone exclaimed. Ha ha ha, wasn't the Shadow Lord supposed to be amazing early on? How come he's only 8th? Someone mocked. Looks like this demon isn't as formidable as we thought. We underestimated the heroes out there. Clearly, other lords have units that are just as strong, if not stronger than demons. The Shadow Lord isn't all that. I thought he'd easily take first place, but oh well. Whether he takes first place or not doesn't concern me. Honestly, I'd be happy if he died in the beast horde. The points are close behind. The Shadow Lord might even drop out of the top 10. Haha, if that happens, it'll be a real joke. However, a cautious voice added, I warn you, be careful. The Shadow Lord holds grudges. Watch out if he comes after you. Come on, if he can find me, I'll admit defeat. Someone responded dismissively. Yuan, naturally, wasn't paying attention to the chat channel. Even if he knew about it, he wouldn't bother with these dropouts. At the moment, he was focused on the comprehensive leaderboard. Initial Beast Horde, comprehensive leaderboard top 1 million. 1. Dragon Nest, 34,735 points. 2. Shrouded Sanctuary, 32,178 points. 3. Mountain of the Gods, 31,643 points. 4. Golden Town, 30,123 points. 5. Angel Town, 28,767 points. 6. Temple of the Lord, 26,785 points. 7. Shadow Town, 25,623 points. 8. Necro Hell, 25,364 points. 9. Knight's Haven, 24,897 points. 10. Divine Town, 22,145 points. As Yuan reviewed the leaderboard, the numbers kept changing, indicating that everyone was still actively fighting the beast horde. Yuan didn't continue scrolling. He was somewhat surprised to be ranked 8th, not because it was too low, but because it was too high. He had expected more hidden experts among the lords, but their actual strength was disappointing. His Shadow Town had only been defending against the beast horde at the outskirts and hadn't even begun large-scale killing, yet it was already ranked 8th. The first place didn't seem so unattainable after all. After reviewing the leaderboard, Yuan exited with full confidence about securing first place. The constantly changing points showed that other lords were fiercely battling to climb the ranks. Similarly, those in the top ranks were closely watching Yuan's Shadow Town. Shadow Town being ranked 8th was unexpected for many lords, even though it was in the top 10 out of millions. For someone like Yuan, who had made a significant impact early on, this ranking seemed underwhelming. Given that demons were top-tier units, this performance was indeed surprising. Many lords speculated that the Shadow Lord had bad luck, encountering an exceptionally strong beast horde that even his demons struggled to handle. However, they didn't know that Yuan hadn't even exerted his full strength yet. The beast horde had just begun. Falling behind a bit now was no big deal and could be easily made up. The first wave consisted mainly of wild and ferocious beasts, with only a few magical ones. For high-tier and top-tier units, these were easy targets for mass slaughter. When the higher-tier magical beasts attacked, that would be the true test for the lords. And that would be Yuan's best opportunity to climb the ranks. Before closing the comprehensive leaderboard, Yuan took note of the top lords' faction names. Those who made it to the top 10, or even top 100 were clearly not weak. Achieving such rankings among billions of lords wasn't just luck. These factions were likely his future strong competitors. Among the top 10, only Angel Town and Divine Town were somewhat familiar. Yuan had seen them mentioned in the chat channel before. The others were new to him. He memorized their names and casually struck down a distant raptor with a bolt of lightning. As he looked at the magical beasts converging on his castle, Yuan's eyes narrowed. The real hunt was about to begin. First place was his to take. No one could wrest it from him. By the way, after reading, please give this book a 5-star rating. It's climbed from 8 points to 9, and I'd love to see it go even higher. Today, there will be 5 updates, and as long as it keeps climbing, there will be 5 updates every day. In the war-torn continent near the endless sea, a grand castle stood majestically amidst the mountainous terrain. Currently, it was under a fierce assault from a horde of beasts. Scattered around the castle were the corpses of numerous magical creatures, some torn to shreds, others frozen into ice sculptures, and still others burnt to a crisp. Dragons rampaged both on the ground and in the sky, leaving no magical beast able to withstand their might. They breathed elements of all kinds, and several high-flying dragons cast vast dragon magic from above. At the top of the castle, a 6th-tier white dragon stood proudly, with a young man on its back, his eyes filled with confidence and arrogance. Shadow Lord, demon troops, mere clowns. The top rank is mine, and so is the unique special reward. The young man's confidence stemmed from his army of dragons, red dragons, fire dragons, ice dragons, and even undead bone dragons. This was the current top-ranked dragon nest. The dragon army continuously racked up points, widening the gap between them and the other top contenders, Shadow Sanctuary and God's Realm. However, at that moment, several massive figures rapidly approached Dragon Nest. Leading them was a 9th-tier elite leopard, followed by several 8th-tier feline magical beasts. With a deep roar, the leopard leapt into the air, landing directly on a dragon's back. A powerful swipe of its claw sent both crashing to the ground. Amidst the roars and screams, the leopard tore the 7th-tier dragon to pieces. The other feline beasts launched their attacks on the dragon troops as well, quickly killing another fire dragon. The appearance of the high-tier beasts shifted the tide of battle, and the dragons were no longer the sole dominators. The young man on the white dragon's back turned pale and shouted, "Kill those high-tier beasts with everything you've got." The dragons immediately abandoned their slaughter of the lower-tier beasts and turned to confront the new threat. In the ensuing fierce battle, the dragons managed to kill the group of leopards, but not without sustaining injuries and losing 2 more dragons. It wasn't that the dragons were weak, but the magical beasts, under official orders, ignored the bloodline suppression and fought desperately. Additionally, most of the young man's dragons were only 6th or 7th tier, with only one 9th-tier dragon, so some losses were expected. The young man's face darkened. Although he could bear the loss of a few dragons, it undoubtedly affected his point accumulation, which noticeably slowed. He quickly checked the rankings of other forces. Shadow Sanctuary had dropped to 4th, Death Hell had risen to 5th, and Angel Castle had surged to 2nd place. He noticed that Shadow Town had fallen out of the top 10, but just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, it suddenly leapt to 5th place, then quickly climbed to 4th. This made the young man anxious. At this rate, Shadow Town could threaten his top position. At that moment, their internal chat group, Glory Alliance, erupted with messages. This alliance, formed by the young man and several others, had only a dozen members, but all were top-tier lords. Besides Dragon Nest, there was the currently 9th-ranked Holy Sanctuary, while the rest were mostly within the top 300. Messages flooded in. Holy Sanctuary, keep pushing. You're about to drop out of the top 10. Dragon Nest boss, hang in there. Hold the top spot. Our alliance only has you 2 in the top 10. You have to make it to the end. Go, go, go. Glory Alliance Invincible. Following the boss means getting the spoils. Whoa, that girl from Angel Town is fierce. She's in second now. Damn, did I see that right? Shadow Town is fourth. Are the other lords so weak that Shadow Lord overtook them so easily? This is nuts. Dragon Nest and Holy Sanctuary stopped replying, focusing on the Beast Horde assault. As the Pillars of Glory Alliance, if they could secure the top spot and a top 10 position, the alliance would gain immense fame. Meanwhile, the battle at Shadow Town was equally intense. The ground and sky were littered with the corpses of magical beasts. Li Yuan's points had surged because the Shadows had just executed a self-destruct attack, facing a beast horde numbering over 10,000, including dozens of 9th tier and several elite 9th tier beasts. They had no choice but to self-destruct to slow the assault. This round of self-destruction, including IKA and Ninja, wiped out over 2,000 magical beasts, earning Li Yuan a massive number of points. However, more beasts were gathering in the distance. Li Yuan had yet to make a move, staring at the distant silhouettes of the beasts, puzzled by their sheer number. If not for the timely self-destruction of the Shadows, the beast horde might have already breached the defenses and reached the castle. Facing such a massive horde, even the top-ranked Dragon Nest might struggle, but the Shadows offered a glimmer of hope. Li Yuan realized he was indeed facing a high-intensity beast horde. However, he also felt relieved at least there were no sanctuary-level beasts. As long as there were no sanctuary-level beasts, the others, no matter how many, couldn't truly threaten him. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. I see there are dozens of ratings now. There must be quite a few readers, probably a few thousand, with only 300 or 400 reviews. Please help out with a 5-star rating. It only takes a moment. Due to the continued onslaught of fierce beasts and monsters, the walls Li Yuan had previously repaired collapsed once again. Countless beasts charged towards the castle relentlessly. Once they flooded into the territory, Li Yuan used his old tricks to repair the castle and defense towers, creating a pincer attack on the beasts within the territory. The surge of thousands of fierce beasts and monsters overwhelmed the Shadows. Fortunately, not many beasts appeared from the direction of the Red Moon Forest, allowing the Golden Saint Ape to assist the other Shadows. Despite the large number of beasts, Li Yuan wasn't overly worried about the castle's safety. Without any saint-level monsters, as long as the Shadows self-destructed again to clear the area, these beasts were merely points to be collected. It's time for me to have some fun, Li Yuan thought, floating from the top of the castle. If he didn't make a move, Ninja and the others might start self-destructing again. While killing monsters could earn points, the overall ranking clearly included the performance of the castle's troops and the Lord. Therefore, Li Yuan chose to take the initiative and showcase his strength to the officials. Li Yuan walked in the air, arriving at the castle gate. The sight before him was astonishing. The sky and ground outside the castle were filled with beasts, held back 500 meters away from the castle. Shadows weaved through the beast horde, continuously dying and resurrecting, taking down one beast after another. At this moment, the beast horde received reinforcements, intensifying their assault. The Shadows were overwhelmed, with 2 8th-tier Shadows choosing to self-destruct, killing over a dozen monsters. The 6 flying Shadows in the sky struggled against the dense flock of flying beasts, relying on the assistance of Ninja and IKA, who had saint-level combat power. The Golden Saint Ape also roared occasionally, suppressing the flying beasts. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the beasts on the ground and the flying beasts in the sky. He slowly extended his hands, and an invisible force erupted from his body, spreading like countless threads across the entire territory. Come down, Li Yuan shouted, clenching his fists. Instantly, a terrifying pressure enveloped all the beasts within the territory. The flying beasts in the sky plummeted to the ground as if struck by a heavy blow. Even 9th-tier flying beasts could only slow their descent slightly, unable to resist the force. The beasts on the ground felt an immense weight, their momentum halting as if trapped in thick mud. The falling flying beasts crashed to the ground with thunderous impacts. Weaker beasts were crushed to death on the spot, with hundreds of beasts and 6th-tier monsters perishing. At the same time, blue lightning and numerous fireballs appeared in the sky, resembling a blooming blue lotus. The blue lightning formed the petals, and the fireballs were the stamens, creating a beautiful yet destructive lotus. The beasts on the ground roared uneasily, instinctively feeling fear. However, except for the 8th and 9th-tier beasts, the others were immobilized by the invisible pressure. Even the Golden Saint Ape had its movements partially restricted, while the 20 or so human soldiers were directly pressed to the ground. Only the Shadows, due to their intangible nature, were unaffected. Li Yuan's face turned slightly pale. Simultaneously controlling the Moon Demon energy, Thunder Demon energy, and Dragon Sigil was clearly exhausting. Although these divine abilities drew from external energy, using all 3 at once demanded immense mental strength. Only with the support of the Saint Source Tower and his 9th-tier combat power could he cover the entire territory. This was his meticulously planned ultimate move, capable of causing widespread, indiscriminate destruction. The moon demon energy not only suppressed the beasts below, but also compressed the thunderfire lotus in the sky. The lightning and fireball's power were rapidly condensed, their colors deepening. In just a few seconds, Li Yuan's gravity field began to falter. Dozens of 9th-tier beasts and several 9th-tier elite monsters broke free first, roaring skyward. Other beasts gradually tore through the gravity field, regaining their mobility. Despite the destructive power of the thunderfire lotus overhead, their officially controlled consciousness ignored it, charging at the castle once more. Retreat to the castle. Li Yuan's command reached all shadows, the golden saint ape, and the human soldiers. They immediately abandoned their opponents and quickly retreated into the castle or energy shield. Without any obstacles, the beast horde surged into the 500-meter range of the castle. At that moment, blue and red lights intertwined in the sky, illuminating the land. Bloom, Thunderfire Fury Lotus. Li Yuan gazed at the Thunderfire flower above, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. Thunderfire Lotus, Li Yuan casually named it. As soon as he said it, he struggled to remember it clearly. But at this moment, he had no time to dwell on such details. As Li Yuan's voice fell, the massive Thunderfire Lotus suddenly bloomed. The initially slightly closed blue petals shot outward, hurling nearly solid fireballs from within. Simultaneously, the blue petals shattered, releasing an incredibly violent energy, accompanied by a downpour of fireballs. In the sky, interwoven blue and red lights filled the shadow territory, with only the shadow castle excluded. At this critical juncture, the ferocious beasts and demonic creatures had already closed in within 100 meters of the castle. Just then, the Thunderfire Lotus exploded in midair. Fireballs, driven by the thunderous energy, emitted sharp whistling sounds as they tore through the air. They enveloped in lightning, continuously exploding among the beast horde. The deafening explosions and the agonized cries of the demonic beasts intertwined, creating a symphony of death. Inside the castle, the golden sacred ape was dumbfounded. General Ika and Nija, though expressionless, couldn't hide their shock at the scene unfolding before them. The 32 human soldiers kept swallowing nervously, thinking to themselves, forget the so-called Dezhou castle, this powerful lord is the one we should follow. Their loyalty, which was already over 80%, skyrocketed, nearing 100%. Boom! The explosions roared incessantly. Hundreds of fireballs compressed to their limits exploded one after another, their power unparalleled. The lightning spread with each fireball's explosion, linking the demonic beasts like a web of electricity. Beasts below the 6th tier were almost instantly reduced to ashes. Those above the 6th tier, if weaker, were first charred by the fireballs and then shattered by the lightning. Even the high-tier beasts of the 8th tier and above, when hit directly by the fireballs, couldn't escape severe injuries, their skins torn under the dual assault of fire and lightning. Half a minute later, the explosive aftermath of the Thunderfire Lotus began to gradually dissipate. The ground was littered with corpses, few of them intact, many reduced to black ash. Li Yuan twitched his mouth, thinking, that was overkill. The power of the Thunderfire Lotus was undeniable, but it seemed excessively strong. In this cataclysmic attack, at least 2,000 beasts were slain, yet there were hardly any complete corpses left. This meant Li Yuan lost the bodies of 2,000 demonic beasts. Despite this, the gains were still considerable. Besides bringing him infinitely close to the 9th tier in energy value, the overall score of Shadow Town surged by over 20,000 points. As a result, Shadow Town's ranking skyrocketed, surpassing Ishua's Angel Castle and leaping to second place on the leaderboard. Now, Li Yuan was only a few thousand points behind the Dragon Nest. The Dragon Nest score was 67,836, while Li Yuan's Shadow Town had reached 61,834, a negligible difference. The rapid rise in Shadow Town's ranking immediately caused a stir in the chat channel. Players exclaimed, "My God, my eyes must be deceiving me. The Shadow Lord, who you all mocked, has soared to the top, his score skyrocketing like a rocket. What did he do to get such a boost? No wonder the Shadow Lord's rank was so low. He was holding back a big move to amaze everyone. Damn, that's insane. Over 20,000 points in one go. Huh, where are those who belittled the Shadow Lord now? How's your face feeling, huh? Good thing I kept my mouth shut." Someone analyzed calmly. It's clear the Shadow Lord unleashed a big move, harvesting a wave of beasts. The question is, if he pulls off another big move, won't he surpass the Dragon Nest? Two conditions, another person responded. First, he has the ability to unleash another big move. Second, there are enough beasts attacking his castle. Such a big move can't be repeated easily, right? I agree. If he could do it multiple times, other lords might as well quit and go to sleep. Who knows, but look, he's only a few thousand points behind the Dragon Nest. He might not need another big move. The Dragon Nest score is also increasing. Seeing the fierce competition, someone started to egg on. This is getting exciting. Who's betting? I'll bet 100 energy stones that the Shadow Lord will take the first place. Even in another world, we encounter gamblers. Another responded, all right, I'll bet 100 energy stones that the dragon nest holds onto first place. A group of onlookers, after a brief shock, quickly shifted the topic. In reality, who took the top spot on the beginner beast tide leaderboard didn't matter much to them. They were just there for the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the Glory Alliance group, members were equally stunned by the Shadow Lord's surge in points. What the hell? Did he take drugs or get an injection? 20,000 points, just like that. The boss is in danger. Don't panic. The Dragon Nest boss might have a big move up his sleeve too. Hold steady, big guy. Speaking of which, the Shadow Lord's demonic troops, can they have such a big move, wiping out thousands of beasts at once? Impossible, right? No matter how strong the troops are, they couldn't have advanced to the Holy Domain in just a few days, right? The Dragon Nest boss's strongest troops are only 9th tier. Maybe it's some kind of magical scroll from a novel? Forbidden magic? Who cares? As long as the Dragon Nest boss holds steady, the first place must belong to our Glory Alliance. Go, Glory Alliance! The young man from the Dragon Nest had no time to chat in the group. He was equally shocked. He had just been over 30,000 points ahead of the Shadow Lord, but in just a moment, the gap had narrowed to a few thousand points. I can't lose, I can't lose. The young man gritted his teeth. Dragons, attack with full force, use all your area effect attacks. White Dragon, you go too. The young man jumped off the White Dragon's back, sending his favorite White Dragon into the fray. Back at the Shadow Castle, Yuan was slightly out of breath. The Thunderfire Lotus had indeed drained much of his energy, and he almost stumbled upon landing. But the Thunderfire Lotus's effect was evident, wiping out over 2,000 demonic beasts in one go. And this was without the help of the Shadow's contribution, solely relying on his own divine skill. In 7 days, not even 8, he had gone from a frail man on the brink of death to a powerhouse capable of annihilating thousands of demonic beasts in an instant. Frankly, Yuan felt a bit like he was in a dream. But the remaining beast horde, relentlessly attacking the castle, reminded him that this was no dream, it was real. Yuan snapped out of it, coldly gazing at the roaring beast horde, and commanded, no need to hold back, kill every last one of these beasts. At Yuan's command, the shadows appeared among the beasts like ghosts, no longer just intercepting but launching a brutal slaughter. Each shadow fought dozens of demonic beasts simultaneously, and when exhausted, they detonated themselves without hesitation, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. The Golden Saint Ape, once saved by Yuan and well aware of his master's extraordinary healing powers, also fought with abandon. Using its massive body, it held off several 9th-ranked demonic beasts, ignoring the wounds covering its body. Nija and Ika, transformed into grim reapers, ferociously hacked down the fierce beasts, leaving a trail of severed limbs and bodies in their wake. Over 20 human soldiers did not retreat either. They guarded the cannons at the castle gate, taking turns to keep firing continuously. Yuan temporarily refrained from joining the battle. On one hand, the unleashed shadows were sufficient to handle the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 beasts. On the other hand, another strike with his thunderous fire lotus could result in a backlash, potentially causing a concussion. With his 9th rank strength, not using a large-scale destructive move meant his presence wouldn't make much difference. The earlier thunderous fire lotus had already killed over 2,000 beasts, satisfying his craving for action. The roars of beasts and the explosions of self-detonating shadows echoed throughout the town. Yuan's overall score climbed rapidly. Although the scores of the 10,000 Dragon Nest were also rising, they couldn't keep up with Yuan. The gap of several thousand points gradually closed, and eventually, Black Shadow Town overtook them completely. In less than half an hour, Yuan successfully reached the top, securing the first place on the overall leaderboard. This change once again ignited the chat channels and internal alliance groups. We always said the Shadow Lord was the strongest, and now it's proven. If it weren't for the Dark Horse, Black Shadow Town would definitely be first. So powerful. Now Black Shadow Town has widened the gap by over 5,000 points. Some noticed that the voices praising the 10,000 Dragon Nest and mocking the Shadow Lord had suddenly disappeared. Others observed that Angel Town had dropped from 2nd to 5th place, sparking speculation. The Shadow Lord is so powerful. Angel Castle shouldn't be weak, right? Maybe the scale of the beast tide in Angel Town wasn't that strong. Could it be that the Shadow Lord's troops are not demons, but something even stronger than angels and demons? In the Glory Alliance chat group, the atmosphere grew tense. It seems the beast tide is almost over. 10,000 Dragon Nest leader, can you make a final push to reclaim the top spot? Such a pity. It feels like we're done for. Who would have thought that not only did the Shadow guy catch up, but he actually took the lead? Arguments erupted within the group, with some members even quitting the alliance. This alliance, established less than half a day ago, was already showing signs of fracturing. Meanwhile, in the anti-alliance group, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Goddess, keep it up, stay in the top 5. Purple Gold Lord, you too. You're about to break into the top 10. Come on, you too. The anti-alliance is counting on you. In Angel Town on the Tarkin Plain, Ishue, clad in blood-stained silver armor, had just driven back the beasts and returned to her castle. She checked the overall leaderboard and saw the Shadow Lord at the top, her expression turning bitter. Ishue knew that in the vast war continent, there were bound to be powerful troops capable of rivaling angels. But she hadn't expected that in this beast tide, giving her all would only secure her a position barely in the top 5. Her goal had been first place, envisioning a battle for the top spot against Li Yuan. However, the reality was that Li Yuan had indeed claimed the top, while she could only settle for 5th. Although Ishue had anticipated that Li Yuan might take first place, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment when the results were finally announced. 5th place was far below her expectations. The top 3 would have been acceptable, but 5th place was hardly satisfactory. Her angel troops were supposed to be top tier. In contrast, Li Yuan's Shadow Lord, despite its initially low ranking, had surged ahead and claimed the top spot. Ishue shook her head, her thoughts in turmoil. Demons, angels. She began to doubt that the Shadow Lord's troops were truly demons. Perhaps everyone had been misled from the outset. Even if they were demons, they shouldn't be significantly stronger than angels. The two should be evenly matched. The fact that she only placed 5th indicated that the other lord's troops were also formidable, not inferior to angels and demons. This suggested that Li Yuan's troops might indeed surpass the level of both angels and demons. Shadow Lord, what exactly are your troops? Ishue murmured, her curiosity about this mysterious opponent growing stronger. Despite the setback in the rankings, Ishue had not lost confidence. She had already formed the anti-alliance, fully aware that in the struggle among the various races, unity was far more effective than going it alone. A single finger is no match for a fist. The alliance members she had gathered were formidable, and together, they might not lose to Li Yuan's shadow territory. Ishue calmly analyzed the situation. The Shadow Lord's exceptional prowess would inevitably make him a target. Even with powerful troops, he might not laugh until the end when faced with a joint attack from multiple lords. Many ants can kill an elephant, especially when those ants are powerful lords. However, if Ishue had known about the Shadow Legion's extraordinary attributes, she wouldn't have held such thoughts. Once the shadows grew, a single shadow could challenge an entire territory. Each shadow was akin to an army of thousands. Meanwhile, the battle within the Shadow Town continued. The number of beasts had dwindled to just a few thousand, far less than their initial numbers. The shadows no longer needed to resort to self-destruction. They intercepted the remaining beasts effortlessly. The ground, previously struck by Li Yuan's Thunder Fury Lotus, was now covered with layers of beast corpses. The ferocious beasts had been annihilated in the earlier battles, leaving only the magical beasts. The 30 or so shadows, like tireless killing machines, showed no signs of fatigue or fear, only pure, mechanical slaughter. However, the 20 or so human troops lacked such characteristics. Though they were merely operating the turrets and hadn't expended much physical energy compared to the shadows, exhaustion was evident on their faces. Even the Golden Sacred Ape, a domain-level force, appeared somewhat fatigued from the continuous slaughter. After the initial onslaught of dozens to hundreds of magical beasts, the subsequent battles posed little challenge to it, with each opponent easily dispatched. Li Yuan hadn't initially noticed this, but upon seeing the state of the Golden Sacred Ape and the human troops, he frowned. "Let's finish this quickly," he muttered. As soon as he spoke, a mysterious force flowed into the Golden Sacred Ape and the human troops, instantly restoring them to peak condition. The shadows, following Li Yuan's command, redoubled their efforts in slaying the remaining beasts. As the sun set, its golden rays bathed the land, and the sky grew darker. Soon, the intensity of the remaining beasts' assault on the castle noticeably diminished. Li Yuan keenly observed that some of the beasts in the horde had begun to retreat. The madness in their eyes seemed to have faded, replaced by a hint of clarity, as if they had broken free from the official control. Li Yuan gazed at the darkening sky and murmured, "Is it coming to an end?" Some 6th and 7th tier beasts continued to fight the shadows, while the 8th and 9th tier elite beasts began to retreat. In fact, the number of high tier beasts was already dwindling, as the shadows had prioritized killing these formidable foes earlier. Only a handful of 9th tier beasts remained, having survived by staying in the rear. At this moment, there were only 5 9th tier beasts left, and just 1 9th tier elite. Li Yuan's eyes locked onto that elite two-headed serpent. One head was green, the other yellow, each as large as a millstone. Its body, over 100 meters long, was covered in scales of alternating green and yellow, with its tongues flickering in matching colors, giving it an eerie appearance. Suddenly, The serpent's heads dipped, and its massive body began to slowly slither backward. The other 5 ninth-tier beasts followed suit, using the still mad beasts as cover to inch away, avoiding the magic cannon fire from the defense towers as they retreated. After another 2 minutes, Yuan noticed that even some 8th-tier beasts had joined the retreat. Clearly, these beasts were gradually breaking free from official control, signaling the end of the initial beast wave. Yuan remained vigilant, recalling that the previous night's beast horde had come in 2 waves. He didn't want to be caught off guard again. He turned to the Red Moon Forest, where a faint half-moon had risen in the western sky, casting a reddish glow over the trees and clouds. The forest was eerily quiet, with no unusual movements. Satisfied, Yuan scanned the perimeter of his territory, finding no signs of disturbance or gathering beasts. There shouldn't be another wave, right? He pondered. Last night's second wave was orchestrated by the Red Moon Forest. Now that the forest's forbidden entities have been driven away by the officials, they likely won't cause more trouble. With this realization, Yuan allowed himself a moment of relief. But his gaze quickly shifted back to the retreating 9th-tier beasts and the elite 2-headed serpent. Think you can run? Not a chance. Yuan sneered. Since you came, you won't be leaving. Ikani, and you too, little monkey. Focus on killing the 9th-tier beasts and that elite serpent. Before he finished speaking, Yuan leaped over the castle walls, landing amidst the beast horde 100 meters away. Ikani and the others, hearing his command, immediately moved to engage the 9th-tier beasts and the elite serpent. Even with the 3 of them temporarily leaving the battlefield, Yuan's presence ensured that the remaining beasts couldn't breach the defenses or get within 100 meters of the castle. Most of the beasts had regained their senses and were retreating, making them easy targets for Yuan and his forces. Ikani and the others, all domain-level fighters, quickly dispatched the 9th-tier and elite beasts before returning to hunt down the fleeing horde. Yes, the battle had shifted from defending against the beast horde to pursuing and eliminating the retreating beasts. Soon, the last few hundred beasts were slaughtered, with none escaping the Shadow Castle. When I say kill every last one of these beasts, I mean it, Yuan said coldly, his tone filled with resolve. The official first wave of the beast tide has finally come to an end. After facing 2 consecutive waves, the lords are both physically and mentally exhausted, and their troops have suffered heavy losses. In the chat channel, the leaderboard data has stopped changing, and the top 10 ranks are now clear. 1. Shadow Town, 198,984 points. 2. Dragon Nest, 139,877 points. 3. Necro Hell, 127,863 points. 4. Angel Town, 108,765 points. 5. Night Realm, 102,345 points. 6. Celestial Town, 98,679 points. 7. Golden Town, 92,365 points. 8. Mountain of Gods, 91,234 points. 9. Heaven Sanctuary, 89,324 points. 10. Knight's Home, 87,564 points. Compared to the initial comprehensive leaderboard, significant changes can be seen. Most of the top 10 are familiar names, but the Glory Alliance's Temple of the Lord has dropped to 15th place. Dragon Nest, which initially held the first place, has been overtaken by Shadow Town but still maintains 2nd place. Necro Hell and Celestial Town have climbed from 9th and 11th to 3rd and 6th, respectively. Heaven Sanctuary has fallen from 2nd to 9th, barely staying in the top 10. Angel Town, after many ups and downs, secured 4th place with a narrow margin of less than 10,000 points. Although there are millions of lords on the leaderboard, all eyes are on the top 10. The rankings below are also shifting dramatically, with some low-ranked lords breaking into the top 100 or even the top 10,000. Many names have completely disappeared from the list, either falling out of the top million or being wiped out by the beast tide. After surviving the official first wave, the chat channel is no longer filled with only lone voices. Lords finally have time to join in the discussions. The channel is buzzing with various emotions. Surviving 2 waves in one day, thank heavens, I'm really grateful. Don't even mention it. I just bowed to my entire family, didn't even spare the 3 pure ones. Whatever, we survived. I feel like singing out loud, too bad I don't have any Baijio. The era of our lord castles is finally here. Careful with your words, we said the same thing last night, don't jinx it. Damn, don't jinx it again. If it happens once more, I'm done for. Only 2 troops left. This beast tide has some luck to it. I was about to give up, and then the tide retreated by itself. Scared me to death. Some expressed disappointment with their performance. I survived, but I didn't make it into the top million on the leaderboard. No rewards for me? Don't worry, there are billions of lords who won't get anything. If you didn't make it, you didn't make it. But the most disappointed must be the Lord of Dragon Nest. Ha, from first to second in a second. Yeah, I thought Dragon Nest was a sure first. Who could have predicted this? Kudos to Shadow Town, truly a master. Strongest territory, strongest lord, no doubt about it. Questions arose about the scoring system. Is the score based on the number of beasts slain? If so, the number of beasts Shadow Town faced must be terrifying, at least 10,000. Comprehensive score, there must be other factors. But the number of beasts is definitely a big part. 10,000 beasts? Even 1,000 would be too much for me. If you can't handle 1,000, you should thank your ancestors for surviving. Some tried to defend Dragon Nest. Maybe Shadow Town faced weaker beasts, all low-tier ones? Are you from the Glory Alliance, defending Dragon Nest? I'm just stating facts. Dragon Nest faced over 10 ninth-tier beasts and lost half its troops. Wow, that many ninth-tier beasts? One would destroy my castle. Dragon Nest is indeed impressive. Being second isn't easy, you know. If the beast tide scales were swapped, Shadow Town might not beat Dragon Nest. Who knows? But Shadow Town is getting the unique first-place reward. So envious. Fears about the future emerged. Stop praising them. Think about your own fate. Can you keep going? If not, join us in the Lone Wanderer Alliance. Screw that. I'm not quitting. Only losers quit. Idiot confirmed. Questions about reward distribution also came up. When will the rewards be issued? I'm ranked 89,000. Wait, it should be soon. The chat channel returned to its usual lively state, with most discussions revolving around the leaderboard and rewards. Lone Wanderers still spoke up, but lords rarely paid attention. In other alliance groups, discussions were equally intense. Members of the Glory Alliance felt particularly conflicted, especially the Lord of Dragon Nest. Unbelievable, I really lost. The Lord of Dragon Nest roared. Brother, a loss is a loss, it's done. If it was close, you'd have a point, but they beat you by thousands of points. What's there to dispute? Right, Dragon Nest, keep your head up. Admitting someone is stronger isn't shameful. You're still second. Like they say, the leaderboard isn't a true measure of power. If Shadow Town faced your beast tide, they might not be first. Focus on the bigger picture. Our goal is to dominate all races. The Lord of Dragon Nest was still bitter, but I lost so many dragon troops and the first place reward. Dragon Nest, you're the strongest in our Glory Alliance. Keep complaining and I'm out. Alright, my bad. Thanks for the support. Exactly, true strength will be shown in future battles. This is just a beast tide. Yeah, let's look ahead and keep pushing. Despite his words, the Lord of Dragon Nest couldn't shake off his frustration. The unique first-place reward was surely something powerful, and now it's out of his reach. He couldn't help but imagine how much stronger Shadow Town would become, envy and resentment boiling inside. But seeing several members quietly leave the alliance, he dared not say more, fearing the Glory Alliance might fall apart. Nevertheless, his strength was still recognized by many, offering some consolation. The Lord of the 10,000 Dragon Nest stood amidst the carcasses of magical beasts that littered his territory, his face as dark as iron. With a grim expression and gritted teeth, he muttered, Shadow Lord, just you wait. And those who mocked me, your turn will come. Without another word, he turned to command the remaining dragon troops to clear the battlefield, dragon claws tearing through flesh with ease. On the Tucker Plains, Ishua personally led the Angel Squad to clean up the remains of the magical beasts within the Angel Town's territory. The official beast tide had significantly strengthened the Angel Squad, with 2 ninth-tier archangels now standing proudly among them. The thousands of magical beast corpses provided not only a wealth of resources, but also a crucial means to further enhance their power. In her spare moments, Ishua tried once more to search for the Shadow Lord, hoping to add Yuan as a friend. However, since he had disabled the friend request feature, Yuan had not reopened it. With a sigh, Ishua thought to herself, the pressure from the Shadow territory was immense. If she could form an alliance with the Shadow Lord, it might not be long before the entire Andila state bowed to their anti-alliance. Unfortunately, the Shadow Lord was a lone wolf, refusing all communication. Ishua knew well that if the situation continued, a conflict between the anti-alliance and the Shadow Lord was inevitable. There can only be one king in Andila state. When two strong forces collide, one is bound to fall, providing an opportunity for other state lords. Ishua harbored grand ambitions of conquering the entire war continent. At this moment, she was inclined to form an alliance with Yuan. However, what she did not know was that Yuan had never considered forming alliances. In his eyes, there were only two choices, submission or death. Ishua's dream of an alliance was destined to be in vain. The battle between Yuan and the anti-alliance, Angel Town, was inevitable. In the Red Moon Forest, within the Shadow Town territory, the shadows finished off the last fleeing magical beast, marking the end of the battle. The territory finally returned to peace, but the shadows did not relax. they immediately began the intense task of cleaning the battlefield, gathering corpses, and dealing with severed limbs, bustling with activity. Li Yuan moved through the battlefield with a smile, collecting the relatively intact corpses of the fierce magical beasts. The thousands of magical beast corpses not only brought a massive amount of resources but also provided an enormous amount of energy, significantly boosting the Shadow's strength. Notably, the earliest recruited Shadow General, Nija, had finally truly stepped into the sanctuary, mastering the power of the domain fully. Unfortunately, the Holy Source Tower, as a holy level building, no longer provided any enhancement for holy level beings. Otherwise, Nija might have reached the terrifying semi-god level. Although IKA and the Golden Holy Ape had not broken through, they were on the brink. The number of 9th tier shadows had surged from 2 to 20, with half of the shadows now at the 9th tier. The remaining shadows had all advanced to the 8th tier. However, the most remarkable improvement was seen in the 23 human units, who had leaped from the 4th or 5th tier to the 7th tier, with one gunner even reaching the 8th tier. With such formidable overall strength, failing to secure the first place would be inexcusable. Li Yuan's smile grew broader at the thought of the massive resources he would gain from collecting these magical beast corpses, including energy stones, primordial crystals, and materials. The 2 beast waves last night had brought an immense amount of resources, leaving only a few materials needed to upgrade the Shadow Crystal to the 4th tier. The upcoming resources should be sufficient to meet the requirements. Despite the destruction of 1 or 2,000 magical beasts by Li Yuan's Thunder Fury Lotus and the self-destruction of the shadows, 7 to 8,000 corpses awaited processing. Even with Li Yuan collecting them in piles, it would take considerable time. During the collection process, Li Yuan had already obtained 3 blueprints, but he did not immediately identify them, focusing instead on the collection work. At that moment, Li Yuan suddenly looked up at the sky as the official voice echoed in his mind once again. Greetings, Castle Lords. The primary beast tide assault has officially ended. Congratulations to the 835,632,178 surviving lords. You have passed the test and will now truly embark on the era of the great race's struggle. Congratulations to the top 1 million castles on the leaderboard. You will receive corresponding rewards shortly. Lastly, congratulations to the Shadow Lord for achieving the highest overall score in this primary beast tide assault. You will receive the most generous reward, a unique special reward. Lords, the gate to the Supreme Throne has opened for you. Rest and prepare for your next slaughter. The term Supreme Throne reappeared in the official announcement, undoubtedly the ultimate goal for countless lords vying for supremacy. Ascending to the Supreme Throne might signify becoming the ultimate ruler of the war continent, the sole master of this land. However, the Supreme Throne was destined for only one. Most lords knew they had no chance at this position. Only top-tier entities like the Shadow Lord, ranked in the top 10, could compete for this seat. For ordinary lords, achieving godhood and enjoying eternal life was satisfaction enough. Lords from various regions began to discuss the Supreme Throne. Who can claim it? As long as it's not me, I'm fine. Honestly, I'm even considering becoming a freelancer. At least 2 billion lords died in this primary beast tide. It's too dangerous. Can my good luck continue? I don't think so. The Supreme Throne is too far out of reach. Just becoming a god and achieving immortality is enough. I wonder if we can return to Earth after becoming gods. The Shadow Lord must be even stronger now with that unique, special reward. The gap is widening. Those of you in the top million, what rewards did you get? Tell us. I'm ranked around 90,000. I got a treasure chest with a magical beast cub of holy tier potential. Not bad. Reporting from rank 72. I received a holy tier weapon. Wow, all holy tier rewards, and the ranks aren't even that high. The Shadow Lord might directly ignite his divine fire. What are you thinking? If he becomes a god directly, there's no need for a struggle. Just make him the predetermined Supreme Throne holder. But I'm really curious about the Shadow Lord's reward. Too bad I'm not in Andila state. Otherwise, I'd definitely visit the Red Moon Forest to see the Shadow Lord. That sounds weird. Like paying respects to a deceased person? Do you want to be slapped to death by the Shadow Lord? The sudden appearance of the officials was like a bolt of lightning, shaking all the surviving lords and wanderers to their core. Their attention was drawn to 2 key points: the longing for eternal life and the curiosity about the special rewards the Shadow Lord, as the top scorer, would receive. The name Shadow Lord, belonging to Li Yuan, spread like wildfire among the lords and wanderers, becoming universally known. His reputation soared, and if the news reached the native powers of the war continent, Li Yuan's name would resound across the 7 continents and the endless seas. Countless lords and wanderers began to seek out the location of Shadow Town, hoping to ally themselves with this rising power. However, the exact whereabouts of the Shadow Lord remained a mystery, with even the general area of Red Moon Forest being merely a speculative guess from a deceased lord's friend. The Shadow Lord's fame was immense from the start, yet shrouded in mystery, adding to his enigmatic allure. If Li Yuan were to announce the formation of an alliance now, he would undoubtedly attract millions of followers, instantly creating the most powerful coalition, capable of challenging the native forces of the war continent. But Li Yuan had no such intention. He believed a true king needed no allies, only conquest. After hearing the official notification, a message box appeared before Li Yuan. The system congratulated him for achieving the top spot in the comprehensive score ranking of the initial beast-tide assault, praising his personal strength and the prowess of his troops, and encouraging him to continue forward, establish a city, and build a kingdom to dominate the war continent. The rewards were divided into regular and unique special rewards. The regular rewards had 4 options: a set of divine level equipment, direct promotion to the sanctuary level, upgrading his town to an advanced city, or specialized troop buildings. The unique special reward was the inheritance rights to the Shadow World. Li Yuan's gaze lingered on the unique special reward, his breathing becoming heavy. The system then explained the significance of the Shadow World inheritance rights. The Shadow World is home to the 9 Shadow Legions, and having the inheritance rights meant having the qualification to become the master of this world. The requirement was to summon the 9 Ghost Generals and unleash the ultimate darkness, allowing the Shadow Barrier to envelop the entire war continent. Currently, Li Yuan's privileges included free access to the Shadow World, use of the Shadow Mark, and the ability to deploy the Shadow Barrier. Li Yuan was ecstatic. The reward seemed tailor-made for him. He took a deep breath, and his consciousness plunged into darkness, arriving in the Shadow World. In this world devoid of light, filled with boundless darkness, Li Yuan saw countless pairs of scarlet eyes belonging to massive shadow beasts. When he unleashed the moon's demonic aura, these eyes scattered. Suddenly, Li Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he cursed before quickly vanishing. It turned out he had been standing on the eyelid of a giant shadow beast whose power far surpassed his own. Back in Shadow Castle, Li Yuan was still shaken. This experience made him realize that although he had obtained the qualifications of an inheritor, he was not yet the true master of the Shadow World. To become the master, he needed to recruit all 9 generals and let the Shadow Barrier cover the entire war continent. Li Yuan was invigorated, realizing he had the potential to become the ruler of 2 worlds. After calming himself, he began to experiment with the Shadow Mark, the second privilege of the Shadow World inheritor. Li Yuan quickly grasped the secrets of the Shadow Mark. Raising his hand, runes formed from pure shadow energy appeared in his palm. These runes contained powerful abilities to transform other beings, a capability Li Yuan had long desired. The core function of the Shadow Mark is to assimilate other beings with shadow energy, granting them the characteristics of the Shadow Legion. This means that those assimilated can be reborn in the Shadow Realm and move freely within it. Apart from retaining their original thoughts and bodies, those bestowed with the Shadow Mark become almost indistinguishable from shadows in other aspects. More importantly, they develop absolute loyalty to Li Yuan. However, this process is not foolproof. The beings must be able to merge with the Shadow Mark and withstand the erosion of shadow energy. If they survive, they gain the unique attributes of the shadows. If not, they will be fully assimilated into shadow energy and return to the Shadow Realm with the mark. Li Yuan toyed with the runes in his hand, his gaze shifting to the 20-plus human warriors he had brought from the Great Zhou Fortress. He decided to test the effects of the Shadow Mark on them. "You, come here." Li Yuan casually pointed to one of the warriors and beckoned him over. The chosen warrior quickly jogged over and respectfully saluted. "My king." His tone was filled with reverence for his lord and admiration for Li Yuan's earlier feat of slaying thousands of beasts with the Thunder Fury Lotus. The title "My king" was evidently learned from Nijieka. Li Yuan nodded and asked, "What is your name?" "Your Majesty, I am Zhou Cheng, a name given by my former lord," the warrior replied honestly. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan said, "From now on, you'll be called Li Cheng." Li Cheng, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you for the name, my king." To him, receiving a name directly from Li Yuan was the highest honor. "Stand up," Li Yuan said, lifting his hand, and Li Cheng stood up involuntarily. "Now, I will grant you a gift. Whether you can handle it depends on you." Before Li Cheng could respond, a shadow mark flew from Li Yuan's hand and embedded itself in Li Cheng's forehead. Instantly, the mark transformed into a cloud of black mist, enveloping Li Cheng entirely. His screams echoed from within the mist. Li Yuan watched intently as Li Cheng underwent his transformation. The shadow energy was eroding Li Cheng's body, infusing every cell with shadow power. From Li Cheng's screams, it was clear the process was excruciatingly painful. About 10 minutes later, the shadow energy was fully absorbed. Li Cheng had successfully merged with the Shadow Mark. A black-shaped rune appeared on his forehead, and while his aura remained largely unchanged, his eyes turned crimson, with the whites still intact. "Not bad, the first one succeeded." Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction and announced, "Li Cheng, from now on, You are the general of the 10th Shadow Corps in Shadow Town, responsible for leading others like you? General Li Cheng at your service. Li Cheng knelt again, his face full of excitement. His loyalty to Li Yuan had now reached absolute levels. Li Yuan turned to the other human warriors and, without further ado, shot 22 marks into their foreheads. Screams filled the courtyard again. Despite Li Cheng's success, some might fail. But Li Yuan had no intention of showing mercy. As he had told Li Cheng, this was a bestowed gift, and whether they could handle it was up to them. Dying now or later made no difference to them. Temporarily ignoring the success rate of the human warriors, Li Yuan turned his attention to the golden holy ape beside him, now transformed into a small monkey. Before Li Yuan could speak, the golden holy ape stepped forward. Master! The golden holy ape lowered its head, evidently understanding Li Yuan's intentions. As a beast with the potential to ascend to the holy domain, it had recognized the changes Li Cheng underwent. Li Cheng's aura was now almost identical to Nijiaka's. Having spent time in Shadow Town, the golden holy ape had learned about their unique attributes and envied them, especially their ability to be reborn after death and their ghostly abilities. Now, the opportunity to gain similar attributes was right in front of it, and it couldn't refuse. Seeing this, Li Yuan asked with a faint smile, "Are you willing? If you accept this, you will never have a chance at freedom again." "I am willing." The golden holy ape answered without hesitation. This was its chance to become stronger. Only by growing stronger could it avenge its mother against the holy knights of the holy court. As for freedom, that was already an impossible dream. Although still young, with its mother's legacy mark, its wisdom rivaled that of any adult. It understood its master's character well. Even without accepting the mark, it would never be free. Li Yuan said no more and embedded a shadow mark into the golden holy ape's forehead. Instantly, the ape trembled violently, quickly enveloped by the shadow energy. However, due to its immense strength, the golden holy ape endured the erosion more calmly than Li Cheng, without screaming. Before long, the golden holy ape successfully merged with the shadow mark. Apart from its eyes turning crimson, there were no significant changes. "You should have a name too," Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Back home, there was a legendary monkey named Sun Wukong. "From now on, you'll be called Sun Wukong." "Thank you, master. I will be known as Sun Wukong." The golden holy ape accepted readily. "Very well, Sun Wukong. From now on, you are the general of the 12th Beast Corps in Shadow Town, responsible for leading other beasts like you," Li Yuan declared. "General Sun Wukong at your service." Sun Wukong knelt on one knee, mimicking Li Cheng and Nijiaka. Li Yuan smiled and turned his attention back to the human warriors. They had also finished absorbing their shadow marks. However, out of the original 21, only 12 remained. The rest had perished. A nearly 50% success rate was a decent outcome. By now, the shadows had almost finished cleaning up the territory, except for a pile of beast corpses yet to be collected. Li Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He had one more ability to test the shadow barrier. Golden Sacred Ape Sun Wukong commands the 11th Legion of Beast Shadows. Li Yuan stood atop the high walls of the Dark Shadow Fortress, overlooking his domain and contemplating the mysteries of the Dark Shadow Barrier. He had come to understand that the barrier was essentially a projection of the Dark Shadow world, enveloping individuals and objects in the War Continent. To become the true master of the Dark Shadow world, one condition was to extend this projection across the entire War Continent, consuming it. Closing his eyes, Li Yuan silently connected with the Dark Shadow world. In the next moment, shadows began to spread from beneath his feet, like ink flowing outward. However, the shadows soon halted, covering only half of the Dark Shadow Fortress. Li Yuan frowned and retracted the barrier, silently lamenting his lack of power. His gaze fell on the crystal core defense above the main castle, and a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. The crystal core defense, a feature he had often criticized, was the Achilles heel of every castle lord. The crystal core was linked to the lord's life but could not be carried around, limiting the lord's freedom of movement. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Yuan. He soared into the air, reaching above the main castle. The Dark Shadow Barrier unfolded once more, this time precisely enveloping the main castle. Seeing he had extra capacity, Li Yuan extended the barrier to encompass the Dark Shadow Crystal as well. As the shadows dissipated, Li Yuan sensed that the main castle had become a subsidiary world of the Dark Shadow world, over which he held absolute control. This meant that the limitations of the crystal core no longer applied to him. A confident gleam appeared in Li Yuan's eyes as he looked towards the Red Moon Forest, thinking that this threat might soon become his backyard. Landing back in the castle courtyard, Li Yuan began to plan his next steps. He considered collecting the corpses of magical beasts, upgrading the Dark Shadow Crystal, and extracting divine skills. He especially longed to obtain the dog talisman, granting him true immortality. Reflecting on the rewards from the recent beast tide assault, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel he had gained immensely. The ability to freely enter the Dark Shadow world, the dark mark, and the dark shadow barrier each granted him significant advantages. Now, he turned his attention to the standard rewards. After carefully weighing the 4 options, Yuan ultimately chose the unit attribute building. This structure would allow him to better optimize his troops, such as enhancing his aerial forces. Although upgrading to a mid-level town was tempting, he believed that troops were the foundation of everything. Firm in his decision, Yuan paved the way for future development. Once the rewards for the troop-specific buildings took effect, the 9 diamond-shaped crystals on the shadow crystal instantly merged, then split into 9 smaller crystals. This new structure consisted of 1 large, central crystal surrounded by 9 smaller ones, each bearing a unique mass design that corresponded to the 9 major shadow core. Yuan gazed at the newly transformed shadow crystal, feeling a twinge of regret. It was evening, and there were still hours to go before he could recruit more shadows. He was eager to test the new recruitment effects. Although the immediate benefit seemed minimal, in the long run, this reward would significantly enhance the overall strength and coordination of Yuan's shadow army. After collecting all the rewards, Yuan resumed his task of harvesting the corpses of the magical beasts. It wasn't until nightfall that he finished processing all the bodies. The haul was substantial: 3,072 energy stones and 123 primordial crystals, surpassing the yield from the previous night's 2 waves of beasts. The total could have been even greater if not for the destructive impact of Yuan's Thunder Fury Lotus and the Shadow's self-detonation, which obliterated some of the beast corpses. Additionally, he acquired 7 building blueprints, fewer than expected, but still a pleasant surprise. Yuan took a quick inventory of the resources in his warehouse. A total of 7,499 energy stones and 254 primordial crystals. These resources were sufficient to upgrade the shadow crystal to level 4. Without hesitation, he approached the shadow crystal and initiated the upgrade. A dark light engulfed the entire shadow crystal, and once it dissipated, the newly upgraded level 4 shadow crystal stood before him. The 9 masked designs on the crystal were vividly lifelike, almost touchable. The upgraded information panel showed that the daily recruitment capacity for shadow soldiers had doubled to 20, with the freedom to choose any corps. Although the recruitment chance for shadow generals remained at 1 in 1,000, Yuan was filled with anticipation for the upcoming midnight. Next, Yuan examined the 7 blueprints he had obtained from the Beast Tide. The first 5 were duplicates of ones he already had: 3 wall blueprints, 1 villa blueprint, and 1 standard residential blueprint. The remaining 2 were a primary teleportation array blueprint and a unicorn crystal blueprint. The primary teleportation array had limited use, being functional only within his territory. In contrast, his shadow realm served as a far more convenient transit hub. The unicorn crystal, however, piqued Yuan's interest. It was a barracks that could recruit high-level unicorn troops. After careful consideration, Yuan decided to attempt building the unicorn crystal. However, when he issued the construction command, the system alerted him that due to a faction mismatch, he could not possess both the shadow crystal and the unicorn crystal simultaneously. Stunned by this unexpected situation, Yuan was momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Yuan stood at the center of Shadow Town, his brow furrowed. In his hand, he held the blueprints for a unicorn crystal, but he couldn't build it. Incompatible factions, he muttered to himself, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yuan quickly pulled up the attribute panel for Shadow Town, his eyes locking onto the faction section. Sure enough, it clearly displayed the word dark. It dawned on him that his town had been classified as part of the dark faction without him realizing it. The attribute panel information was straightforward. Town name: Shadow Town. Town level: basic town. Town core: tier 9 defense. Territory range: 5 kilometers in radius. Buildings: Shadow Crystal, Warehouse, Holy Source Tower, 49 defense towers. Walls: 50 ordinary houses, 10 villas. Requirements to upgrade to intermediate town: 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of wood, 100,000 units of refined iron. Faction: Dark. Reputation: 36,788. Notice: you and your town are now hated by the Dragon Clan, the Goblin Kingdom, and the Werewolf Peaks. It all made sense to Yuan now. The faction was determined by the attributes of his troops, not by his own choice as a lord. The Shadow Legion belonged to the Dark faction, which was entirely logical. He quickly considered the implications of this discovery. Clearly, the buildings in his town also needed to align with the faction to be constructed. Neutral structures like walls and defense towers were unaffected, but special buildings like the Unicorn Crystal couldn't be built in his Dark faction town. Yuan sighed, looking at the 7 blueprints in his hand. The walls were already built, so there was no need for more. Villas and ordinary houses could continue to be constructed to accommodate the increasing number of Shadow and Beast troops. As for the blueprints for the basic teleportation array and the Unicorn Crystal, though he couldn't use them, they might be exchanged for other resources in the trading market. With this thought, Yuan opened the trading market. The trading market was bustling, filled with a variety of goods. Li Yuan headed straight to the auction area, where he discovered that building blueprints were the most popular auction items. He quickly scanned through the listings, but found nothing particularly enticing. Li Yuan decided to list his blueprints on the trading market. He carefully filled out the details and starting prices for each blueprint, especially setting a high starting price for the unicorn crystal blueprint at 5,000 energy stones or 50 essence crystals, confident that this rare second-tier troop blueprint would cause quite a stir. Just as Li Yuan was about to close the trading market, an auction listing for a building blueprint caught his eye. His gaze fixed on the information, and his heartbeat quickened. Li Yuan's attention was captured by a unique item in the auction listings. A holy tier ring called the Ring of Netherfire. This ring not only boasted an internal space of 2,000 cubic meters, capable of storing anything except living beings, but also had the ability to unleash a powerful spell called Netherfire Clone at the cost of energy stones. This clone retained the same strength as the original, but could only last for 3 minutes. The starting bid was 800 energy stones, or 8 Yuan crystals, and the auction was hosted by the Lord of the Shadow Sanctuary. Li Yuan carefully considered the ring's value. As a holy tier equipment, its ability to replicate the original strength below the holy tier made it a formidable combat tool. However, Li Yuan was more interested in its storage function. With the main castle protected by a shadow barrier, Li Yuan could now venture out without worry. However, carrying items and transporting resources after hunting magical beasts became a new challenge. Although he could return to the castle through the shadow world at any time, frequent trips would be too troublesome. A storage ring would solve this problem perfectly. Li Yuan quickly made up his mind to join the bidding. The current price was 850 energy stones, so he directly bid 900. Based on his estimates, the final price might reach around 1,000 energy stones. For most lords, the ring's utility wasn't very high. Its main attraction was the Netherfire Clone ability. But for Li Yuan, 1,000 energy stones was an acceptable price. As Li Yuan participated in the auction, the chat channels were buzzing again, thanks to the Unicorn Crystal Troop building blueprint he had previously listed. This was the first troop building blueprint to appear in the trading square, indicating that lords could potentially recruit multiple troop types. The unicorn, being a noble and powerful holy beast, caused an immediate sensation. The chat groups were abuzz with discussions. Some marveled at the Shadow Lord's luck, others analyzed his reasons for selling the blueprint, and some lamented their lack of energy stones to join the auction. Players familiar with the game mechanics pointed out that due to faction attribute restrictions, the Shadow Lord might not be able to use the light element blueprint. Meanwhile, in Angel Town on the Tarkon Plains, Ishua saw the news about the Unicorn Crystal blueprint. Although unicorns were just high-tier troops, not as powerful as her angel troops, their perfect compatibility excited her. She was determined to win the blueprint at any cost, even if it meant delaying her barracks upgrade plans. Across the war continent, many other lords were also determined to acquire the blueprint. The bidding for the Unicorn Crystal blueprint continued to soar, with competition growing increasingly fierce. As night fell, the auctions for the mysterious ring and the rare troop blueprint continued, with the lords of the war continent eagerly anticipating new twists and opportunities. The starting bid for the Unicorn Crystal was 5,000 energy stones, making it the crown jewel of the trading plaza. Li Yuan stood before the auction page, his eyes scanning the steadily climbing numbers, calculating silently. Compared to this, the few hundred energy stones for the city wall blueprints seemed insignificant. 5,500 now, Li Yuan muttered to himself, watching the price inch upwards. Despite the scarcity of energy stones after 2 beast tides, it was clear that some people could still afford this hefty sum. Li Yuan's mood began to lift. Even though he couldn't use the blueprint himself, trading it for a large amount of energy stones was a decent outcome. He was already planning how to use this wealth to upgrade the Shadow Crystal to level 5, compensating for the loss of the Unicorn Crystal. Exiting the Unicorn Crystal auction page, Li Yuan turned his attention to the Ring of Netherfire. To his surprise, the price had already surpassed the 1,000 energy stone mark within just half an hour. Without hesitation, he raised the price to 1,200, then logged out of the trading channel. He thought, I'll check the results tomorrow. In his friends list, messages from Imo Shanshan, the little fairy, were flashing incessantly. Li Yuan quickly skimmed through them. Imo Shanshan was excitedly congratulating him for securing first place in the Beast Tide and boasting about her own haul. Over 500 energy stones, 18 essence crystals, and 3 blueprints. What blueprints did you get? Li Yuan asked, curious. Imo Shanshan replied swiftly, 1 for city walls, 1 for a furnace, and 1 for doubling the recruitment of troops. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately requested the troop recruitment doubling blueprint from Imo Shanshan. Upon receiving it, he eagerly checked the detailed information. It was a one-time use, basic blueprint that could double the number of troops recruited in a single session, but it was only applicable to barracks below level 4. Li Yuan was thrilled, planning to use it tonight to recruit shadows. After dinner, just as Li Yuan was about to rest, he received a system notification. Stranger messages have reached the limit of 50 million. Please clear them promptly. He frowned. It seemed another task was waiting for him to handle. Private messages flooded in like a tidal wave as Li Yuan once again faced the deluge of messages from the trading plaza. Just like last time, he had disabled private chats in the communication channel, but he couldn't block the private messages from the trading plaza. Li Yuan recalled the last time he cleaned up his private chats and met the little fairy Emo Shan Shan, the female lord who provided him with iron essence. With a hint of anticipation, Li Yuan started browsing through the messages. Most were friend requests or inquiries about supplies, ranging from food to materials. In the aftermath of the beast tide, iron essence and weaponry had become hot topics. Following the demon troop incident, inquiries about his troop types and territory location poured in. Recent messages focused on beast tide rewards and unicorn troop crystals. Li Yuan noticed that the top 10 lords on the comprehensive leaderboard were also showing great interest in unicorn troops. Some offered low prices for purchase, while others suggested installment payments. Among these familiar names, the message from the Angel Town Lord stood out. The Angel Lord was a renowned figure among the lords. She was the first to implement a fair pricing policy for food and had formed an alliance, showcasing extraordinary ambition. It was said that she was a woman, respected by some lords as a goddess. Of course, Li Yuan was skeptical, as online identities were hard to verify. Li Yuan recalled the Angel Lord's location, the Takon Plains in the state of Andira, just a stone's throw from his Red Moon Forest. In the recently concluded primary beast tide, Angel Town had achieved an impressive 4th place. Undoubtedly, this neighbor would become the strongest future rival for the Black Shadow territory. The Angel Lord's messages kept coming. Black Shadow, you refuse all friend requests, I can't add you. Can you add me? I have something important. We can form an alliance. We're both in the top 5. Together, we can use Andira as a base and expand to other states. The other lords on the continent won't stand a chance against us. I know you're strong, but no one can go far alone. An alliance is the key to greater success. Even though you might not see my message, I hope you do. Add me, let's conquer together. Take down the unicorn crystal from the market. Let's trade privately. You can probably guess that my troop type is the top tier angel, and the unicorn can enhance my angel troops. It's crucial for me. Trade the unicorn crystal with me, and I'll owe you a favor. Plus, I have other blueprints to exchange. Black Shadow, Black Shadow, Black Shadow, Black Shadow, can't you see the private messages? The unicorn is really important to me. Black Shadow, please, please, please. Just respond. Please, I'm begging you. Just reply. Okay? Okay. The Angel Lord's desperation was evident. Her desire for the unicorn crystal unmistakable. She spammed dozens of messages to increase her chances of catching Li Yuan's attention. Li Yuan calmly analyzed the situation. Impressive strength and potential. She probably won't be content to become a subordinate territory. If we're destined to be rivals, why add me? Whether she gets the unicorn crystal depends on whether she has enough energy stones and primal crystals. He shook his head and mercilessly cleared the 5 million private messages. In his mind, there was only one principle: submit or die. Alliances? Non-existent. Time passed quietly as Li Yuan briefly slept and quickly woke up. It was just over an hour until midnight. Nija brought new intelligence. 2 more castle territories had been discovered in the direction of the Great Zhou Castle. Li Yuan decisively ordered an attack. Assimilate those who can be brought back into the Black Shadow. For stubborn lords and troops, send them to their graves. The primary beast tide had passed, ushering in the era of the Great Race War. Li Yuan had no qualms about attacking other castles. In this world, it was conquer or be conquered. Peaceful coexistence? Just wishful thinking. Even so-called alliances were temporary measures, with internal power struggles inevitable. Although these newly discovered castles had just endured the beast tide and might not be at their peak strength, Li Yuan remained cautious. He dispatched Nija's team, along with Ika's troops and Li Cheng's Black Shadows. This was not only to ensure victory, but also to prepare all units for the upcoming territorial battles. Li Yuan chose to stay by the Black Shadow crystal, awaiting the arrival of midnight. At this moment, he feared no beast attacks. Even if another beast tide occurred, even with holy domain beasts, he was confident he could handle it. In the worst-case scenario, he could retreat to the main castle, an impregnable fortress. As the time approached a new day, Li Yuan contemplated how to organize this recruitment. The Black Shadow crystal now allowed attribute-specific recruitment, meaning he could specify certain troop types. Coupled with the troop recruitment doubling blueprint in his possession, this recruitment was crucial and required careful planning to perfect various troop formations and address current deficiencies. Li Yuan took stock of his Black Shadow troops, a total of 14 Black Shadows, including 15 Ghost Shadows including Nija, 15 Giant Shadows, 6 Claw Shadows, 6 Wing Shadows, and 16 Helm Shadows including IKA. The Soft Shadows, Devouring Shadows, Pincer Shadows, and Scythe Shadows were still vacant. He pondered. Should he recruit existing troop types, or try for those he didn't yet have. If possible, Yuan certainly hoped to keep the numbers of each major core balanced. He gazed intently at the level 4 shadow crystal, calculating how to allocate the 20 shadows he could recruit this time. Should he distribute them evenly among the 4 core that hadn't recruited yet? Or should he bolster the existing 5 core, particularly the flying shadows and claw shadows, which only had 6 members each? However, the recruitment restrictions by unit type prevented him from doing so, as he could only choose one type at a time. This decision became even more challenging because Yuan planned to use the doubling blueprint. 40 shadows, nearly equivalent to the total recruited over the past 8 days. His eyes moved between the various core crystals, finally settling on the devouring shadows. Although in the original story, the devouring shadows were the only core with growth potential, this advantage no longer existed in the war continent. However, the devouring shadows still retain the ability to absorb shadows, giving them an additional path for enhancement beyond energy upgrades. Yuan then looked at the scythe shadows, soft shadows, and clamp shadows. Their combat abilities were no less formidable than the devouring shadows. He found himself in a dilemma. This is even worse than the previous random selection. Yuan muttered to himself, suddenly deciding to use a point and choose method to make the decision. He closed his eyes, drew a few circles in the air with his finger, and finally landed on the crystal representing the scythe shadows. Well, let's start with you then, Yuan said, staring at the scythe shadows crystal, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. He reassured himself that this was just one recruitment opportunity, and he could choose another tomorrow. Besides, in the original story, the scythe shadows were said to be the most powerful among the 9 major core. As the clock struck 12, a prompt box appeared. Without hesitation, Yuan gave the order. Recruit scythe shadows and use the unit doubling blueprint. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow slowly formed from the scythe shadows crystal, quickly splitting into 20, and then doubling again due to the blueprint, ultimately forming 40 scythe shadows. Their appearance became clearer, 2 sharp legs on each side, scythe-like arms, and bodies covered in sharp barbs. Their eyes formed a V shape, glowing with a sinister red. The 40 scythe shadows uniformly pounded their arms on the ground, showing their submission to Yuan. The system prompt indicated that the scythe shadows' soldier strength was at tier 5, with loyalty increasing through enemy kills, and a growth cap of 100. Although they were weaker compared to other shadows that had reached tier 8 or higher, Yuan wasn't worried. In the era of the Great Race War, leveling up won't be harder than before, he thought, though slightly regretting not recruiting a general. Yuan's gaze shifted to the Red Moon Forest. There were no suitable targets within his territory for the scythe shadows to level up, but the forest was still teeming with magical beasts. After the beast tide, the remaining beasts had returned to their habitats. Head to the forest and level up, he ordered. The scythe shadows, receiving the command, quickly sank into the ground and headed towards the Red Moon Forest. Although they could be sent to the Holy Source Tower, the efficiency of leveling up in the wild was evidently higher. With the protection of the shadow barrier, Yuan no longer feared the Red Moon Forest and even considered it his backyard. This vast mountain range, stretching tens of thousands of miles, housed nearly 1,000,000 ferocious magical beasts, making it an ideal leveling ground. While Yuan was busy recruiting new soldiers, most other lords on the war continent had already fallen asleep. After enduring a day and night of brutal battles against 2 beast tides, everyone was exhausted. The magical beasts around their castles had been mostly cleared, making their territories relatively safe. Only a small number of troops were needed for vigilance, allowing others to rest. However, in the dead of night, a message suddenly flashed in the chat channel, waking many tired lords and those who hadn't yet slept. The message contained the sensitive term, Shadow Lord, sent by a player named Steel Lord. Brothers, I've been attacked by what seems to be Shadow Lord units. Steel Lord's message quickly filled the screen. These units are cloaked in black robes, with blood-red eyes, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Some are as tall as trolls, others are human-sized, with horns on their heads, and some fly with clawed arms. At least 70 to 80 of them, all black with red eyes. Very strong, really strong. All of them are tier 8 or tier 9. Steel Lord continued to describe, my wall defenses couldn't stop them. These units appeared directly inside my castle. My troops are high-level, half-mechanical units, over 20 of them, including several tier 7s, and they were instantly wiped out. These units are similar to the demons described by the last lord who was killed. I don't know if they're demons, but I'm near the Red Moon Forest. Who else but the Shadow Lord could have such power near the Red Moon Forest? He added, wait, besides those demon-like units, there are also human units. Are these from other castles that have surrendered? These units want me to submit and make my territory a vassal state. I pretended to agree and am now being taken to sign the vassal contract. Haha, whether they're the Shadow Lord or not, we'll find out soon. Finally, Steel Lord left a message. Brothers, I'm risking my life to get this intel for you. If I die, avenge me. Remember my location. I'm in the northeastern foothills of the Red Moon Forest, about 20,000 meters from the forest edge. The news about the Iron Lord caused an uproar in the global chat channel. Prior to this, he had already sent out a distress signal within the internal group of the Vulcan Alliance. The surprise attack by the Shadow came too swiftly and fiercely. The Iron Lord's high-level castle was overrun in an instant, leaving no time for other Alliance members to come to the rescue. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Shadow, the Iron Lord opted for a feigned surrender. This was one of the pre-agreed strategies of the Vulcan Alliance. Infiltrate the enemy, gather intelligence, and simultaneously disclose the location of the Shadow's territory to the outside world. This tactic not only ensured the Iron Lord's survival temporarily, but also bought the Alliance time to organize a rescue, and most importantly, it sparked the covetous interests of other lords towards the Shadow's domain. However, this plan placed the Iron Lord in mortal danger. If Yuan, the Shadow Lord, discovered his intention to deceive, he would be doomed. According to the Alliance's internal rules, he had no other choice. His only chance of survival lay in receiving timely rescue before the territorial agreement was signed. The news about the Iron Lord stirred up a storm in the chat channel. The Shadow Lord's power was astonishing. 70 to 80 types of troops, most of which were 8th or 9th tier, and possibly even possessed saint-level troops. This revelation made many lords both envious and fearful. The news sparked heated discussions. Some questioned the feasibility of the Iron Lord's feigned surrender, others speculated about the exact location of the Shadow Lord, while many more expressed their intention to leave the Red Moon Forest as soon as possible. Only a few brave souls were still considering organizing an alliance to confront the Shadow. Meanwhile, members of the Vulcan Alliance were in urgent discussions. They were disappointed by the reactions of other lords, but were more concerned about the Iron Lord's safety. Upon learning that the nearby Troll Lord had been killed, they decided to regroup at the Vulcan Lord's location to avoid being picked off one by one. In the Shadow Castle, Yuan leisurely observed the trembling Iron Lord kneeling before him. Thanks to a tip from Imo Shanshan, Yuan was well aware of the Iron Lord's feigned surrender plan. He was unconcerned about exposing his identity once again. In the face of absolute power, these schemes were nothing more than the antics of a clown. Yuan sneered as he spoke. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me about your Vulcan alliance. If you can satisfy me, I might consider sparing your life. His tone carried an undeniable authority, and the Iron Lord knew that his fate was entirely in the hands of this terrifying Shadow Lord. As soon as the Iron Lord finished speaking, Claw Shadow's talons were already at his throat. In this life-or-death moment, he didn't hesitate to betray the Vulcan Alliance, casting aside all promises of mutual aid and espionage. The instinct for survival took over, making any hope of rescue from the Vulcan Alliance seem distant. Even if they did come, they would likely be no match for the overwhelming power of the Shadow Lord. Breathing heavily, the Iron Lord detailed the Vulcan Alliance's situation. The alliance consisted of 12 lords, with the Vulcan Lord as the leader, commanding a barely top-tier army of lava giants. The other lords each commanded advanced troops of comparable strength. These lords were scattered around the Red Moon Forest, forming a formidable force. After listening, Yuan's face showed a playful smile. Interesting. You formed this alliance just because of me? Cold sweat dripped from the Iron Lord's forehead as he hurriedly defended himself. Shadow Lord, you must be joking. It was our ignorance, my overthinking. He anxiously tried to sell the value of his half-mechanized troops, hoping to trade them for a slim chance of survival. Yuan gestured for the Iron Lord to stand up, speaking calmly. Relax, I keep my word. If I said I'd spare your life, I will. He gave a brief assessment of the Vulcan Alliance's strength, to which the Iron Lord quickly agreed, belittling his former allies. Yuan squinted, his tone mocking. You're still a member of the Vulcan Alliance, yet you turn coat so quickly? It's hard to trust you. The Iron Lord immediately knelt, pledging his loyalty. Yuan stood, sneering. Anyone can talk big. I only believe what I see. I want to see if your heart is truly in it. Before he finished speaking, the Iron Lord felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he came to, he was staring at his own still-beating heart. Terror washed over him, and his vision began to blur. Just as he thought he was about to die, Yuan shoved the heart back into his chest, the wound healing visibly. The Iron Lord awoke as if from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Yuan smiled and said, your heart looks good. By the way, what's your name? Tim Chu Feng. The Iron Lord stammered, his fear now 100 times stronger. Yuan casually commented on Chu Feng's name, then got straight to the point. The Vulcan Alliance wants to deal with me, so I can't sit idly by. Chu Feng, will you help me eliminate these threats? Chu Feng quickly responded, absolutely, no problem at all. From now on, I'm your loyal dog, Shadow Lord. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Yuan nodded in satisfaction and instructed Nika to summon all the scythe shadows. 40 scythe shadows appeared instantly in the courtyard, leaving Chu Feng speechless with shock. Li Yuan handed these troops over to Chu Feng, tasking him with using them to destroy the Vulcan alliance as proof of his loyalty. Though hesitant, Chu Feng could only agree under Li Yuan's repeated assurances. Before leaving, Chu Feng cautiously asked if they should first sign a territorial agreement. Li Yuan replied indifferently, "No rush. We'll talk about it once you've dealt with the Vulcan alliance." Chu Feng understood. If he failed, he wouldn't even have a chance to survive. With a mix of guilt for his former allies and a desperate will to live, he hurried away. Li Yuan stood by the window of the Holy Source Tower, watching Chu Feng's departing figure with a smile. Initially, he had planned to assimilate the Iron Lord into the Shadow, but since the Vulcan alliance had presented itself, why not take advantage? Clearing out the lords around the Red Moon Forest would start with the Vulcan alliance. As for why he didn't immediately assimilate Chu Feng, it was mainly due to the fact that the success rate of the Shadow Mark wasn't guaranteed. If Chu Feng couldn't withstand it and died, this pawn would be wasted. From Chu Feng's behavior, it was clear he was cowardly but somewhat clever. After the heart extraction scene, he should understand what his best choice is. Moreover, his identity as a member of the Vulcan alliance would undoubtedly expedite the resolution of this issue. Recalling the moment he extracted Chu Feng's heart, Li Yuan initially felt discomfort but then a thrill. He thought to himself with a wry smile, "Seems like I'm really cut out to be a villain." In the sacred source tower, Li Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the distant shadow crystal. At that moment, a system notification sounded, informing him that the warehouse had been replenished with 586 energy stones, 2 elemental crystals, and a small amount of stone, wood, and food. Although these resources were modest, they accumulated much faster than hunting wild beasts and magical creatures. Li Yuan recalled his previous decision, a slight smile playing on his lips. Instead of upgrading the city, he chose to build specialized unit structures. This decision, though making it harder to recruit troops, was not a matter of intelligence. Upgrading the city would indeed save resources and give him an edge over other lords, but it wouldn't significantly benefit the barracks or other buildings. With the shadow barrier in place, Li Yuan had no worries about the safety of the elemental crystals. On the contrary, if the shadow castle were upgraded to a city, the territory would expand significantly, and the current forces might struggle to manage it. More importantly, his reputation would skyrocket, potentially reaching tens or even hundreds of thousands. Such a rise would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful local factions, who would not stand idly by as an outsider built such a formidable city. Although Li Yuan wasn't worried about the safety of the elemental crystals, if multiple domain or divine realm experts besieged his territory, development would become extraordinarily difficult. A city with only the main castle and barracks would have a hard time, standing in the great struggle among the myriad races. Li Yuan firmly believed that choosing specialized unit structures was the wise decision. As night fell, Li Yuan peacefully went to sleep, temporarily putting all matters aside. Yika and Nija set out once again. The former continued to investigate other castle lords outside the territory, while the latter secretly followed Chu Feng, both to guard against this yet-to-be-assimilated uncertain factor and to ensure the Shadow Reapers could handle the Fire God Alliance. Meanwhile, Chu Feng led 40 Shadow Reapers far away from the Shadow territory. He neither returned directly to the already destroyed Steel Castle, nor rashly attacked the Fire God Lord's castle. After careful consideration, Chu Feng decided to adopt a more cautious approach. He knew that he not only had to prove his loyalty but also satisfy Li Yuan. Seeing no other lords had pledged allegiance to the Shadow territory, if he could demonstrate enough value, he might become the first to join, with limitless prospects. As he traveled, Chu Feng racked his brains for the perfect plan. He glanced back at the silent Shadow Reapers and shook his head helplessly. These demons, not even reaching the 6th tier, were not strong enough for a direct confrontation. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Fire God territory, Chu Feng opened the internal chat group of the Fire God Alliance and decided to be straightforward. "Brothers, gather around. I have something to say." As soon as Chu Feng sent the message, the group exploded with activity. "Holy crap, Steel. You finally spoke up. I thought the Shadow Lord had killed you since you've been silent for so long. What's going on? Why haven't you said anything? What happened when you reached the Shadow Town? Tell us in detail. Have you figured out the combat strength of the Shadow Town? Steel, hang in there. We are ready to rescue you. We just need your intel." Messages flooded in, and after a moment, Chu Feng replied, "Give it up, guys. We can't compete with the Shadow Lord. His strength is beyond your imagination. With just a dozen of us lords, we stand no chance." Sensing something amiss, the Fire God Lord asked directly, "Steel, did you betray us?" Chu Feng responded candidly, "You're right. I did betray you. The overwhelming power of the Shadow Lord left me no choice but to make this decision. I'm here now to give you a choice. The Shadow Lord isn't a wanton killer. As long as everyone is willing to pledge allegiance and become a part of the Shadow territory, we can all survive." When Chu Feng openly admitted his betrayal, The members of the Fire God Alliance were instantly enraged. The conference room erupted in a chorus of furious outbursts. Damn you, Steel Lord. One of the lords slammed the table. We had an agreement when we formed this alliance to help each other and resist our enemies together. You are one of the founding members of the Fire God Alliance. How could you betray us? Another lord clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Steel, you bastard. If I ever see you, you'll be the first I kill. Fire God Leader, use the agreement to destroy this bastard, someone suggested. I considered you a brother. Damn you. One lord roared, are you in the shadow territory now? If you have the guts, come back here, and I'll make sure you regret it. At that moment, Chu Feng quickly replied in the group chat, don't forget, everyone, our alliance agreement states that except for spying, there are no death restrictions. I pretended to surrender to the Shadow Town for your sake. If not for the Shadow Lord's mercy, I would be dead by now. So, I fulfilled my part of the agreement with the Fire God Alliance. I haven't wronged any of you. He continued, as per the Shadow Lord's orders, I've brought the Demon Squad to deal with the Fire God Alliance. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I'm right outside the Fire God Castle territory, and the demon troops have surrounded you. I haven't attacked you immediately out of respect for our alliance, giving you a chance to survive. Chu Feng's words were like a bomb, causing a huge uproar in the group chat. He went on, with my recommendation, the Shadow Lord can overlook past grievances, and you can all become part of his territory. If anyone is willing to surrender, message me privately. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just help me during the attack on Fire God Castle. Seeing the urgency, Chu Feng sped up his typing. I've only bought you 10 minutes. After that, the Demon Squad will launch an attack on Fire God Castle. So, make your decision quickly. Before he could finish, Chu Feng was kicked out of the group chat by the Fire God leader. Nevertheless, he had said almost everything he needed to. Standing at a distance, Chu Feng looked at Fire God Castle with a slight smile. This was his strategy to dismantle the fragile alliance from within. Chu Feng calculated silently, worried that 40 scythe shadows might not be enough to deal with so many lords. Fire God Castle had at least 400 troops. A hasty attack might cost him his life. Would the Shadow Lord save him if he didn't prove his worth? Clearly not. Chu Feng suspected that Li Yuan might have also come, but he hadn't noticed. Otherwise, how could 40 demon troops handle over 10 lords? Of course, Chu Feng misunderstood Li Yuan. Li Yuan had no intention of having Chu Feng prove himself. He merely needed him to lead the way. In Li Yuan's eyes, the scythe shadows could charge directly. Those who resisted would meet their end, and those who surrendered would be taken back. It was a simple matter. 40 scythe shadows against the Fire God Alliance wasn't a big challenge, just time-consuming. Moreover, with Nija accompanying them, the Fire God Alliance was insignificant, easily crushed. Li Yuan couldn't have imagined Chu Feng overthinking so much. But one had to admit, Chu Feng's plan was quite clever. The Fire God Alliance was hastily formed for survival, and the members barely knew each other. There wasn't much camaraderie. Therefore, his words in the group chat would inevitably take root in the hearts of the lords. Sure enough, Chu Feng's smile widened as multiple private messages came in. Inside Fire God Castle, in the main hall, 11 lords sat quietly. The Fire God leader sat in the center, flanked by 5 lords on each side, all recently arrived from other places. The Fire God leader's face was grim, and the other lords didn't look any better. The atmosphere was tense. Chu Feng's words had made their relationships awkward. Including the Fire God leader, everyone secretly mobilized their troops, closely watching the others. They couldn't see private messages, so who knew if anyone had already contacted Chu Feng? If someone had, who was it? Vigilance was necessary to prevent a sudden attack from a neighbor. Chu Feng's tactic was indeed devastating. A few words had sown discord among the lords. But their concern wasn't Chu Feng himself. It was the demon squad he mentioned. The demon squad had already surrounded Fire God territory. A minute later, a lava beast entered the hall and whispered something to the Fire God leader. Nodding, the Fire God leader announced, "My troops report no enemy presence around my territory." Hearing this, the other 10 lords had mixed reactions. So, the Steel Lord is bluffing? The Shadow's demons aren't here? What if it's true? Another lord clenched his fists. Let's fight. I don't believe they can handle all of us. My elemental firemen aren't pushovers. A lord pounded his chest. Steel isn't weak, but he betrayed us after meeting the Shadow Lord just once. Someone mused. Are you suggesting we surrender? A lord squinted. Have you contacted Steel? Contact your mother, the accused lord retorted. Maybe it's you. Pretending to be furious, while secretly colluding with Steel to join the Shadow. Screw you. Say that again. The other stood up. What's it to you, damn you? Whoever contacts him is a bastard. As the argument intensified, someone interjected, stop arguing. What do we do now? What else? Either surrender or fight. No shit, genius. As the lords argued, time ticked away. The more hot-tempered lords were at each other's throats. Their troops stood on edge, wary of backstabbing. Enough! The fire god leader's shout silenced the room. He coldly surveyed the lords and said, "Don't forget why we formed the fire god Alliancito. Fight the Shadow Lord. If you no longer believe in the alliance, hand over your castle cores to me for safekeeping." His words shocked the lords. "Fire god leader, what do you mean?" One lord demanded. "We are allies, not your subjects. Giving you our castle cores means letting you control us." Another lord said angrily. "Impossible. Don't even think about it. Our castle cores are tied to our lives. What are you thinking?" Seeing the situation deteriorate again, a calm lord spoke up. "Everyone, calm down. Let's hear what the fire god leader has in mind." The fire god leader looked around slowly and said, "Steel Lord's words are meant to sow discord among us, making us suspicious of each other. This also means they don't have the strength to take us all on at once. Otherwise, why not attack my territory directly? Kill our troops first, then negotiate. Don't be scared by this traitor." Clearly, the Fire Lord was no fool and quickly saw through Chu Feng's plan. However, for Chu Feng, this was not an issue at all, as his plan was meant to be transparent. Everyone was well aware of the Shadow Lord's strength. The only question was whether the demon troops that followed Chu Feng to the Fire Lord's territory could handle their combined forces. As soon as the Fire Lord finished speaking, the hall fell into a tense silence. The lords exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. Finally, one lord broke the silence, his voice laden with defiance. "Even so, there's no way I'm giving you my castle core. You can forget about it." "That's right," another lord echoed. "We can discuss other matters, but the castle core is safer in our own hands." The Fire Lord surveyed the room expressionlessly before speaking slowly. "I understand your concerns. I am willing to sign a life and death pact with each of you. Once I have your cores, I will not do anything to harm you. I am merely safeguarding them temporarily. Once we get through this crisis, I will return them intact. My only aim is to ensure that we can trust each other and fight as a united front." With that, he waved his hand and sent out the life and death pacts. "You can sign the pact first, then hand over your cores." The Fire Lord then fell silent, waiting for the others to respond. Though he didn't spell it out, everyone in the room understood. Handing over their cores meant allegiance to the Fire Lord's alliance. Refusal would mark them as traitors. As the lords hesitated, no one noticed that the shadows in the dark corners of the hall seemed to grow fainter. Meanwhile, outside the Fire Lord's territory, Chu Feng was conversing with a few lords who had contacted him. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "Tell those lords to follow the Fire Lord's orders and hand over their castle cores." Startled, Chu Feng turned to find that Enijia had silently appeared behind him. "General!" Chu Feng exclaimed, recovering from his shock and bowing respectfully. It was evident that the Shadow Lord had other plans, and this general, Enijia, had likely brought more demon troops. Enijia nodded briefly and said, "Do as I say." Before Chu Feng could respond, Enijia vanished, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Though Enijia had been following Chu Feng and his group quietly, he had no intention of intervening until he realized something. Yuan was integrating human troops from the Dezhou Castle, seemingly to expand the Shadow Legion. As one of the 9 generals, Enijia had his own intelligence and felt compelled to ease his king's burdens. Seeing this as a prime opportunity, he decided to appear and instruct Chu Feng to have the lords hand over their cores to the Fire Lord. Chu Feng was puzzled by this order. Asking the lords who had already contacted him to hand over their cores to the Fire Lord seemed like giving the enemy an advantage. However, since it was Enijia's command, and likely the Shadow Lord's will, he dared not refuse. Chu Feng speculated that the Shadow Lord might be planning to wipe out the Fire Lord's alliance in one fell swoop. Immediately, Chu Feng sent private messages to those lords, using all his persuasive skills to convince them to agree to hand over their castle cores to the Fire Lord. After the calls ended, Chu Feng shouted toward the Fire Lord's territory, "Everyone, you have 5 minutes left. The demon troops seem impatient, so make your decision quickly. To the 5 friends who have privately messaged me, once the time is up, act as planned. We'll coordinate from inside and out." Chu Feng's voice reached the castle, prompting the 11 lords to stand up almost simultaneously. Their troops swiftly moved to protect them, each wary of the others. 5 lords have already messaged Chu Feng. Though they suspected it might be a ploy, the lords couldn't afford to ignore it in this life-or-death situation. Human nature being what it is, they could only trust their own troops at this moment. The Fire Lord glanced in the direction of Chu Feng's voice and cursed the Steel Lord under his breath. He then yelled, "Still not handing over your cores? I'll give mine if everyone else does," one lord said. The others nodded in agreement, but no one was willing to be the first. The Fire Lord felt helpless. Though he could forcibly take their cores, even his powerful lava beasts couldn't handle so many lords at once. He decided to pay a significant price to persuade his closest ally to take the lead. Once one corps was handed over, the others would have no choice but to follow. Under the Fire Lord's suggestion, the young Elemental Lord stepped forward. "I'll do it," he said. "I trust the Fire Lord's judgment. There can't be many demon troops. We can win this." He handed his high-level castle core to the Fire Lord. "Your turn, everyone." The remaining lords exchanged looks before 4 more handed their cores to the Fire Lord. Now, it was 6 against 5. 5 lords had given their cores to the Fire Lord, while 6 had not. Those who had handed over their cores stood behind the Fire Lord, their troops ready. 6 pairs of eyes met 5, and the tension was palpable. Unexpectedly, the remaining 5 lords also handed over their cores. This made the Fire Lord uneasy. Chu Feng claimed 5 lords had contacted him, which could be exaggerated, but there must be some truth to it. This meant there were traitors among the 10 lords, likely within the 5 who had handed over their cores. Why would they do that? What was their purpose? But time was running out, and the Fire Lord couldn't dwell on it. With the cores in his possession, he could destroy their castles if necessary. For now, they were all in the same boat. The Fire Lord looked around, his expression serious. "Let's cut the chatter. Since you trust me, I won't let you down. Follow my orders. Each lead your troops and defend from the 4 cardinal directions. The Elemental Lord and I will guard the front gate." "Forget it," one lord said, stepping forward. "We'll guard the front gate. You can't afford to get harmed while holding all our cores." "Agreed." Another lord chimed in. "You stay here and let your troops handle it." The Fire Lord thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll rely on you all tonight. Together, we can shatter the Shadow Lord's legend. Let's just do it. Who's with me on the east side?" "I'm with you. I'll take the west." Moving out. Soon, everyone except the Fire Lord had left to set up defenses. Sitting in his chair with 2 lava beasts, one 7th tier, the other 8th tier guarding him, the Fire Lord listened to the noises outside and frowned. He glanced at the pile of castle cores on the table, feeling uneasy about how smoothly things had gone. Suddenly, the Fire Lord's expression changed dramatically. The Fire Lord abruptly stood up, causing his chair to topple backward. A large pink hand swiftly steadied the chair, while the flames of 2 lava beasts beside him silently extinguished, turning them into dark statues. The Fire Lord's Adam's apple bobbed as he was about to speak, but the hand was already pressing down on his shoulder, forcing him back into his seat. Cold sweat trickled down his face as he realized that any sudden movement could result in his head being crushed. "I thought you weren't afraid of death," Nija said playfully, standing beside the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord was about to respond when he noticed a shadow writhing in the corner. A bizarre creature with black skin and red eyes emerged. "That's a demon." His pupils contracted as he glanced at the figure beside him, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "Well played, Shadow Lord." Chu Feng looked bewildered. He had planned to order his Reaper Shadows to attack the Fire Lord's territory, but somehow found himself brought into the castle. He glanced around, his eyes darting between Nija, the Fire Lord, and the lava beast statues, finally settling on the Fire Lord. "Are you the Fire Lord?" the Fire Lord asked, puzzled. "You're not the Shadow Lord?" Chu Feng noticed the pile of crystal cores on the table and instantly understood Nija's plan. He respectfully bowed to Nija. "General, your strategy is brilliant. To outwit all the lords with just one type of unit truly worthy of being a demon general." Then, turning to the Fire Lord, Chu Feng smiled. "I'm not the Shadow Lord. I'm the Iron Lord." "Didn't expect to meet under these circumstances." The Fire Lord raised an eyebrow and glared coldly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng approached the pile of crystal cores, reaching out to take one, but a barbed black blade nearly severed his wrist. A Reaper Shadow appeared, snatching 10 crystal cores before vanishing. Chu Feng, terrified, bowed to Nija. "I'm sorry, General. I just wanted to help." The Fire Lord sneered. "Looks like you're not doing well under the Shadow Lord, groveling to a mere unit. It seems they don't trust you much either." Chu Feng shrugged it off. "It's an honor to serve the Shadow Lord." At that moment, another lord walked into the hall, cursing. He stopped mid-sentence, taking in the scene before him. His face turned pale as he stepped back, then recalled something. "Where are my castle's crystal cores?" "They took them." The Fire Lord pointed to Nija and Chu Feng, sighing. "Let everyone in." Soon, 10 lords gathered in the hall, none bringing their units. Chu Feng scanned the group, then invited the friends he had privately chatted with to come closer. Surprisingly, all the lords moved towards him, creating an awkward scene. Chu Feng smiled at the Fire Lord. "It seems no one wants to follow you to the grave. Our alliance is nothing but a joke." The Fire Lord chuckled bitterly. Indeed, a joke. He hadn't expected everyone to betray him. He had anticipated only 3 or 5. Chu Feng turned to Nija. "General, how should we deal with the Fire Lord?" Before Nija could respond, the Fire Lord spoke up. "No need to bother. I've already made arrangements for everyone." As he finished speaking, the entire castle began to shake, and the scene expanded. One lord exclaimed, "You actually gathered the resources to upgrade the town." The Fire Lord laughed. "Yes, I wanted to surprise everyone. Who knew a single Shadow Lord would scare you all like this? Since you won't follow me to the grave, I'll take you all with me." Chu Feng, horrified, demanded, "What are you doing? Taking you all to die? The town's self-destruct mechanism, can't you see?" The Fire Lord sneered. The other lords were terrified. Even the ever-confident Chu Feng showed despair. The self-destruction of a ninth-tier crystal core would be powerful enough to bury everyone and their units, including the demons. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. "Fire Lord, you're ruthless." The Fire Lord laughed maniacally. "You forced my hand. If you had followed my plan to deal with the Shadow Lord, I wouldn't have to do this. The Shadow Lord killed my brother. I have to avenge him. What's wrong with that? It's you who didn't help me." Chu Feng suddenly understood why the Fire Lord was so obsessed with fighting the Shadow Lord. The castle shook violently, and the entrance was blocked by lava beasts. The other lords' units were outside, fighting desperately to rescue their masters. The town's upgrade completed in an instant, and the self-destruct sequence initiated. Cracks spread across the ninth-tier castle crystal core, releasing immense energy. At that moment, Nija spoke. "I intended to spare your life, but you insist on killing my king. Your crime is unforgivable." The Fire Lord sighed. "It's a pity the Shadow Lord isn't here. Otherwise, we could have met my brother together. But even if your units die, it will be a significant loss for the Shadow Lord." Nija released the Fire Lord, and an overwhelming power surged from within him. A black mirror appeared, expanding rapidly to engulf the entire castle. Just as the Fire Lord's town was about to self-destruct, the mirror transformed into a small world, and the castle exploded within it. The Fire Lord was buried in the ruins. The mirror rippled but remained intact, with no energy leakage. When everything settled, only a flat expanse remained where the Fire Lord's town once stood. The 11 lords stared in shock, and their units gazed blankly at the mirror in the void. Only when the Fire Lord's castle completely dissipated did Nija reappear. He fixed his gaze on Chu Feng and ordered, "Take them back to see the king." Then he vanished into the night. The lords finally snapped out of their daze. One stammered, "Is this the Shadow Lord's demon unit?" "Yes, he is," Chu Feng replied dryly. "Is this unit 9th tier, or domain level?" "Probably domain level." Chu Feng swallowed hard. He had always thought Nija was 9th tier, but never expected him to be a domain level powerhouse. After all, it had only been 8 days since arriving on the war continent. How could someone cultivate a domain-level unit in such a short time? But the truth was undeniable. To withstand the self-destruction of a 9th-tier town crystal core and protect them unharmed, such power could only be domain-level. The other lords remained silent, filled with shock and relief. A domain-level unit under the Shadow Lord. Fortunately, they had agreed to Chu Feng's persuasion. Otherwise, following the Fire Lord to fight the Shadow Lord would have been a death sentence. From now on, they would obediently serve the Shadow Lord. The Fire Lord and his town were reduced to ashes, but his troops remained. Out of 36 lava beasts, 2 loyal ones were killed by Chu Feng and his companions, while the rest were suppressed. The resources of the Fire Lord's castle had long been plundered by Lian Ying. Chu Feng glanced around at the remaining 10 lords, his tone stern. "Given the current situation, I hope everyone can curb their selfish thoughts. Stop doing things that lead to your own demise, like spreading nonsense in the chat channel. Of course, if you wish to die, I won't stop you." Hearing this, the lords lowered their heads in agreement. Someone muttered quietly, "That's a given. Doing such things now is just asking for trouble. Rest assured, Iron Lord, we're all in this together now." Another lord chimed in, "We're not like the Fire Lord, who had a grudge against Shadow Master. We just want to survive." Speaking of which, the Fire Lord hid his intentions well. Someone grumbled, "That scoundrel wanted to drag us all down with him." But Shadow Master hid even better. Another lord sighed. "His troops are all at the Saint level." Saint level, for crying out loud. "Iron Lord, you've met Shadow Master. When we get there, please put in a good word for us." "Is Shadow Master easy to talk to?" Someone asked curiously. "By the way, he's a man, right?" Thinking of the scene when the Fire Lord's main castle self-destructed, the lords still felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the Saint-level expert, Nija, they would have been wiped out. They were both anxious and curious about meeting Shadow Master. After all, Shadow Master had always been mysterious, rarely appearing in the global chat channel. "You'll know what kind of person Shadow Master is when you meet him." Chu Feng interrupted their discussion. "All right, enough talking. Let's head to Shadow Town immediately." The group hurried towards Shadow Town with their troops. They arrived before dawn, and Nija appeared to lead them into the territory. "The king is resting. Wait here," Nija said briefly. "He will summon you when he wakes up." With that, he disappeared. Chu Feng and the others dared not show any dissatisfaction. They obediently stayed within the territory, not daring to move around. Although they could see the villas and houses, they didn't have the courage to enter. They could only stand in place, curiously and in awe, observing the town before them. So this is a town? Really impressive, someone whispered in amazement. My main castle isn't even as tall as that one. There are so many buildings, another pointed out. That tower over there, is it a special building? Look at the walls, someone gasped. Are those all defense towers? My God, with dozens of defense towers, Shadow Master wouldn't need a single soldier to keep us out. It's not just you, someone chuckled bitterly. Even with the entire Fire Alliance, we couldn't break in. This is the gap between us and the number one, someone sighed. I've decided from now on, I'll just follow Shadow Master. Who am I kidding about competing for dominance? I'm not even qualified. Exactly, clinging to a powerful ally is the way to go. Another agreed. Shadow Master is the ultimate ally. My troops aren't weak, someone said confidently. When I meet Shadow Master, I'll make sure to impress him. Just as the lords were discussing in hushed tones, a thunderous shout erupted. Silence. A golden holy ape appeared, tall and imposing. It merely scolded them before walking past, ignoring them entirely. Chu Feng quickly lowered his voice. Everyone, stop talking and don't disturb Shadow Master's rest. The group nodded repeatedly, promptly shutting their mouths. They feared that if they spoke again, the giant ape would crush them with a single blow. But from the expressions on their faces, they all felt a deep sense of fear. Shadow Master's troops were demons, so this beast was clearly one he had tamed. A beast at least at the 9th tier elite level could easily destroy their castles. The lords gained a new appreciation for the strength of Shadowtown and the depth of Shadow Master's power. And this wasn't even the full extent, as they hadn't yet seen the other demon troops. That night, the 11 lords stood silently like obedient children, not caring about their sore legs or fatigue, waiting quietly until dawn. They had no complaints and didn't dare to have any. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, Yuan emerged from the Holy Source Tower. After a few hours of rest, he felt rejuvenated. As he stretched, he noticed the various troops and lords outside the castle. Nija appeared beside Yuan at the right moment. Yuan glanced at him and asked, "Are these the people from the Fire Alliance?" "Yes, your majesty," Nija replied respectfully. "These are the 11 lords of the Fire Alliance." Yuan was a bit surprised. Didn't Chu Feng say there were only 12 members in the Fire Alliance? Why did he bring so many back? Nija then recounted the events of the previous night in detail. "I killed the Fire Lord's brother?" Yuan chuckled. Not many lords had died at his hands. Could it be the lord of the Great Zhou Castle? Or that bearded middle-aged lord? But at this point, it didn't matter who the Fire Lord's brother was, since the Fire Lord was dead and had joined his brother. Yuan didn't dwell on the matter further and instead asked, "All right, I got it. By the way, how's the situation with IK? Your Majesty, IKA did not return last night, so we don't know the current situation," Nija replied. Yuan thought for a moment and said, "She might still be scouting other castle lords. What about those scythes? Were they idle last night?" "No," Nija responded. "After we returned, I had the scythes go into the Red Moon Forest to fight monsters and level up." "Well done." Yuan wanted to pat Nija on the shoulder, but realized he was much shorter than Nija and decided against it. "Bring those lords in. I'll wash up and grab something to eat first." With that, Yuan headed towards the castle while Nija went outside to inform Chu Feng and the other Fire Alliance lords. Under Nija's guidance, Chu Feng and his group arrived at the castle courtyard. About an hour later, Yuan leisurely walked out of the castle. Upon seeing him, Chu Feng and the other 10 lords rushed to kneel on the ground, afraid of being the last to do so. "Greetings, Shadow Master," they called out in unison, their voices filled with reverence and flattery. All the lords stood before Yuan with their heads bowed, not daring to look up. They knew well that the once invincible Fire Godlord was now beckoning to them from hell, a stark and bloody lesson. Yuan coldly scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Chu Feng. Through Nija's report, Yuan was fully aware of Chu Feng's actions last night. Though cunning and deceitful, Chu Feng was undeniably talented. To others, someone like Chu Feng could be useful but difficult to control, always on the brink of betrayal. But Yuan didn't mind. With the shadow mark in his possession, as long as Chu Feng could withstand the assimilation of the dark mark, he might become Yuan's sharpest weapon. Of course, that was assuming he survived. Yuan shifted his gaze to the other lords and spoke calmly. "I hear that you all wish to integrate your territories into Shadowtown?" The lords responded in unison. "We are willing." "Good. Then send me the territory agreements," Yuan demanded directly, wasting no words. Whether these people could be assimilated into shadows was another matter, but the territory agreements had to be signed first, and before bestowing the shadow mark. After all, acquiring territories offered a chance to extract divine skills. If the shadow mark was bestowed first and someone couldn't survive the assimilation, It would be a wasted opportunity. Li Yuan thought to himself, 11 territories, there should be at least one chance at a draw this time, right? Last time, when Zhou City became a territory, there was no draw opportunity, which was quite disappointing. Chu Feng and the others had already decided to join Li Yuan, so there were no objections. They quickly sent over their respective territory agreements. Once Li Yuan received them, he signed his name on all 11 agreements. Instantly, all the information about these lords' territories and castles appeared before him. However, Li Yuan didn't immediately check this information. Instead, he eagerly watched the official prompt box. Half a minute later, a smile of excitement appeared on his face as the prompt finally appeared. Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory, granting you one divine skill draw opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Even more delightful was the fact that this prompt appeared twice. 2 draw opportunities. His luck was extraordinary. Overcome with joy, Li Yuan turned and walked towards the castle, ignoring Chu Feng and the others. The lords exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why everything ended so abruptly after signing the agreements. Soon, 2 black orbs of light flew out from the castle hall. Li Yuan's voice followed. In Shadow Town, we do not need useless people. Only after passing my test can you truly become part of Shadow Town. I hope you all survive. These words, especially the last 2 sentences, made the lords' faces pale. A test? Survive? Did this test involve danger to their lives? Fear quickly spread among them. Just as someone was about to ask, the 2 black orbs moved. One orb split into 11 parts, entering the foreheads of the lords. The other orb flew out of the castle, hovering above the territories, and shattered into hundreds of beams that shot into various soldiers. In an instant, the shadow mark began its assimilation. The castle courtyard and the territories outside filled with agonizing screams and roars. Li Yuan stood in the castle hall, ignoring the outside commotion, and said quietly, proceed with the divine skill draw, both at once. Moments later, the prompt box reappeared. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained Sky Demon Chi in this draw. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the Rabbit Talisman in this draw. Seeing the Sky Demon Chi, Li Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. Sky Demon Chi had 2 main functions, flight and limb regeneration. However, Li Yuan already possessed Moon Demon Chi, which allowed him to fly through gravity manipulation. Additionally, the Horse Talisman could instantly heal his body, far surpassing the limb regeneration of Sky Demon Chi. The functions were redundant. Li Yuan shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, the second draw yielded the Rabbit Talisman, which was quite good. The Rabbit Talisman represented extreme speed, allowing the bearer to move incredibly fast and bestow this speed on anything. Moreover, it could enhance thinking and reaction speed, making physical movements more agile. Li Yuan faced the 5 newly allied lords and, after careful consideration, made a decision. He didn't want these lords to rebuild their castles within his territory, as it would disrupt the ideal image of his Shadow Empire Palace. The Red Moon Forest should only have the Shadow Castle. That was his firm belief. So, Li Yuan gathered Chu Feng and the other 4 lords and issued clear instructions. You will head to the Takgon Plains in the east to rebuild your castles and barracks. Gather the necessary resources along the way, avoid powerful enemies, and report any other forces you encounter immediately. Your task is to find suitable locations on the plains to set up camp and gather information about all local lords and native forces. Remember, you must not only collect information but also develop your territories vigorously. Any new recruits you gather daily must be brought back here first. Understood? The lords responded in unison. Understood. At this moment, Chu Feng hesitated. Li Yuan noticed and gestured for him to speak. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment and then said quietly, Your Majesty, traveling to the Takgon Plains poses no danger to me. However, I currently have no castle or troops, and it might be challenging to gather the resources needed for rebuilding. Li Yuan thought for a moment and then decided, the Fire Lord still has 11 lava giants left. You can take them with you. Chu Feng immediately bowed in gratitude and said no more. Li Yuan continued to instruct, you must move quickly and rebuild swiftly. You already know each other and are now lords of my territories. You must work together and not fight alone. The lords replied in unison, we will work together and give our all for your majesty's empire. Good, then set off. I hope you can rebuild your castles and barracks as soon as possible. Li Yuan waved his hand, returning the castle cores to each lord. With the cores in hand, they could recreate their former castle structures at the new locations. Li Yuan was not worried that they would become disloyal after taking the cores. As territories of Shadow Town, they would always be under the loyalty influence of the Holy Source Tower, no matter where they were. The only concern was that if they encountered strong enemies during the rebuilding process and couldn't secure the cores in time to escape back to Shadow Castle, the destruction of the cores would lead to their downfall. This was a game rule that even their shadowed forms couldn't break. However, this was beyond Li Yuan's control, and he could only leave it to fate. As the other lords departed, Li Yuan called Chu Feng aside. You can build your castle further east, closer to the Imogo Desert. Keep an eye out for any lords with dwarf troops in that area, and report to me immediately if you find any. Chu Feng respectfully replied, "Understood, Your Majesty." Li Yuan nodded, signaling Chu Feng to leave. The reason for placing Chu Feng near the Imogo Desert was to locate the exact position of the fairy Imo Shanshan. There were thousands of mountain dwarfs there, including a saint-level warrior. It would be a great pity not to shadow them. The 5 lords left the castle and gathered outside their territories. After a brief discussion, they set off for the Tarkhan Plains. In this war-torn continent, moving groups like theirs were not uncommon. Traveling together provided mutual support and helped avoid many unknown risks. Li Yuan stood on the city wall, watching their figures gradually disappear into the horizon. Once they were out of sight, he turned and began to inspect his warehouse. Before the Fire God Castle was destroyed, the Shadow Reapers had moved all the supplies back to the warehouse. This included not only the reserves of the Fire God Castle, but also materials from 10 other lords temporarily stored there. Although Chu Feng and others needed materials to rebuild their castle, Li Yuan did not lend a hand. In his view, recruiting vassals was for his own benefit, not to be their caretaker. As for Imo Shanshan, while Li Yuan had given her quite a bit, it was always through mutually beneficial transactions, never free gifts. After taking inventory, Li Yuan found that his resources hadn't changed much. Energy stones had increased by over 2,000, but there was no significant increase in stone and wood. This was because the Fire God Lord had used up not only his own reserves, but also a large portion of the materials from the other 10 lords while upgrading his town. Without this, Li Yuan's stone and wood reserves would have increased by tens of thousands of units. Currently, he had just over 70,000 units of wood and just over 40,000 units of stone. His iron reserves were maintained at under 60,000 units. To upgrade the Shadow Territory to a mid-level town, stone and wood were still the most critical resources. The upgrade required 100,000 units of wood and 50,000 units of stone. Although iron required 10,000 units, it was not urgent, as Imo Shanshan would gradually gather it. Additionally, Li Yuan was clearing the Red Moon Forest, which would yield continuous returns. Including the newly acquired 2,000 energy stones, he now had a total of 4,980 energy stones. His crystal reserves had slightly increased to 62. There was still a considerable gap before reaching the 10,000 energy stones and 500 crystals needed to upgrade to a level 5 crystal. However, Li Yuan was not anxious. He had many items up for sale at the auction house. Just the unicorn crystal alone might be enough to gather the energy stones needed for the level 5 shadow crystal upgrade. Though crystals might still fall short, he was confident. After all, if he couldn't gather them, other lords had even less chance. As for stone and wood, Li Yuan could obtain them if needed. He just didn't want the shadows to waste time collecting them. The Red Moon Forest was rich in stone and wood resources, which could be quickly gathered if necessary. Li Yuan also checked the trading square and found the prices of his listed blueprints had significantly increased. Particularly, the unicorn crystal had a bid of 7,000 energy stones and another bid of 97 crystals. With more than 10 hours remaining in the auction, Li Yuan still found the price insufficient. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yuan contacted Imo Shanshan. "Get to work." Li Yuan sent a concise message. "What's up, Shadow Boss?" Imo Shanshan quickly replied. "Find my auction item, the unicorn crystal," Li Yuan instructed. "Got it, Shadow Boss." "Found it. Wow, is this a barracks blueprint? Are you really selling this?" Imo Shanshan asked in surprise. "We can't use it. Listen, follow my lead and place a bid." Li Yuan got straight to the point. "Haha, Shadow Boss, you want me to bid up the price?" Imo Shanshan laughed in response. "Exactly, bid up the price. Raise the energy stone bid to 10,000 and the crystal bid to 200, Li Yuan commanded decisively. "Isn't that too high all at once? Shouldn't we increase it gradually?" Imo Shanshan hesitated. "No worries, worst case it doesn't sell, and we keep it for later use," Li Yuan confidently replied. "All right, I'll do it," Imo Shanshan responded. Soon, the auction price for the unicorn crystal blueprint skyrocketed to 10,000 energy stones, or 200 crystals. Although the price seemed high, it was not excessive given the value of the unicorn crystal itself. Li Yuan's move was not only to raise the price, but also to signal to other lords that someone more powerful and eager desired this treasure. This high price also gave other lords time to gather resources. Even though such a high price was challenging for Li Yuan himself to bear alone, under the alliance system, resources could be shared. They could borrow or crowdsource. With determination, they could gather the required resources. Even if Imo Shanshan ended up buying it and causing a no-sale, Li Yuan had a backup plan. Recruiting vassals like Chu Feng had taught him that while the unicorn crystal couldn't be directly used for his castle, it could be used for vassal troops. He could conquer a neutral light faction castle, build a unicorn barracks, and then sign a vassal agreement, allowing the light unicorns to be shadowed. Of course, the value of the unicorn crystal should not be overstated. Li Yuan could always conquer a territory with advanced troops, achieving similar results. If it was auctioned off, he could later conquer the buyer's territory. Selling it now to upgrade the barracks was also a good choice, as it would eventually fall into his hands. Later, Li Yuan sent another message to Imo. Keep an eye on the auction. If the price stagnates, raise it a bit. Okay, got it. Seen this trick on TV. Imo playfully replied. Good. Also manage the dwarves properly. Some should refine iron, others forge weapons and equipment, Li Yuan continued. Understood. Imo responded crisply. Good. The official beast tide is over. Focus on these two tasks, Li Yuan summarized. No problem, Shadow Boss, you can count on me, Imo confidently promised. Not long after, Imo sent another message. Shadow Boss, someone placed a bid. Someone placed a bid. Li Yuan immediately opened the auction house and saw the unicorn crystal's price had slightly increased to 10,100 energy stones. The crystal bid remained at 200, as crystals were rarer than energy stones. Li Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Having a decoy bidder made a significant difference. Without some pressure, it was hard to tell how many resources other lords could gather. Time passed quietly, and soon it was noon. As Li Yuan leisurely basked in the sun, he suddenly received a notification. Shadow Lord, your troops have destroyed an enemy fortress crystal core. You have obtained all materials from the enemy's warehouse and an additional reward of 500 energy stones. Seeing this message, Li Yuan immediately understood that Yika and the others had found another castle in the Red Moon Forest. Apparently, the castle's lord refused to submit, resulting in Yika taking them down directly. The Red Moon Forest stretches endlessly, and Yika's shadow army continues its mission to clear other castle territories. Li Yuan has no plans to recall them just yet, given the significant energy cost required to upgrade these 8th and 9th tier shadows. Currently, the focus is on upgrading the 40 scythe shadows. After a day and a half of monster hunting, more than 10 scythe shadows have advanced to the 6th tier. At this moment, although the number of fierce beasts and magical creatures on the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest has somewhat rebounded, it has significantly decreased compared to before the 3 waves of beast attacks. Within Li Yuan's territory, their traces are almost non-existent, although many still linger in the direction of the Tarkon Plains. The scythe shadows don't need to travel far. The magical creatures in the Red Moon Forest are sufficient for their hunting needs. More importantly, every time IKA destroys a castle's crystal core, all shadows, including Li Yuan, receive an energy reward. Thousands of kilometers north of the Red Moon Forest, IKA and his team had just destroyed a lord's castle and discovered another one. This discovery further confirmed the high density of castles around the Red Moon Forest. Recently encountered lords include 12 from the Fire God Alliance, the Bearded Lord, the Troll Lord killed by his own troops, the Great Zhou Lord and his defeated opponents, and the Foolish Lord killed by goblins. Including the current one, that makes 16 in total. Clearly, many other lords have either perished in the beast tides, been wiped out by local forces, turned into wanderers, or even moved their entire families away. The Lord IKA encountered this time was in the process of moving. In the sky, a formation of black wolfbirds was flying away from the Red Moon Forest. About 30 height-tier black wolfbirds carried supplies, with one carrying a young man in gray. Their destination was evidently the Tarkon Plains, aiming to escape the dangers of the Red Moon Forest. IK smirked coldly. Since you've bumped into me, don't even think about leaving. Before he finished speaking, the shadows behind him dispersed like smoke. The first to attack were the flying shadows. A 9th tier flying shadow soared into the sky, sending out beams of light from both palms, instantly pulverizing a 6th tier black wolfbird. The light beams then split into smaller rays, entangling 3 other black wolfbirds. With a thunderous crash, the 3 black wolfbirds were slammed to the ground by the light beams. The young man in gray, shocked, shouted, "Protect me and run." The remaining black wolfbirds immediately reformed their formation, surrounding him and rapidly fleeing in another direction. Only then did the young man in gray see his attackers clearly, and his heart skipped a beat. What kind of magical beasts are these? No, I can't get any information on them. They must be troops from another lord. He cursed inwardly. Just moved and already being targeted. What rotten luck. However, he dared not command the black wolfbirds to turn and fight. The flying unit that had instantly killed the 6th tier black wolfbird was clearly stronger than him. As he fled, the young Mansky wolf lord of the Anti Alliance sent an urgent call for help to the Alliance. Help. I'm being ambushed by a powerful enemy while moving. They have flying units with exceptional strength. I'm currently east of the Red Moon Forest, just past Hualuo Lake. Any nearby allies, please come to my aid. Otherwise, I'm done for. He sent several distress messages in quick succession, panic gripping his heart. Responses soon flooded the Anti-Alliance chat. Some expressed sympathy but were too far to help, while others suggested sacrificing some troops for self-preservation. Suddenly, someone voiced a terrifying guess. Could it be troops from the Shadow Lord? Sky Wolf Lord looked back and was horrified. Black skin, red eyes, somewhat like bats. The chat fell silent, then erupted with sighs and apologies. No one dared to risk facing the legendary Shadow Lord. Sky Wolf Lord was in despair and made a final plea to the founder of the Anti-Alliance, Angel Lord Ishua. Angel Lord, won't you help me? Don't forget I lent you 600 energy stones. Ishua had already been following the messages. She was surprised by the Shadow Lord's actions, but understood the strategy of clearing out other lords. However, she couldn't fathom why the Shadow Lord chose to establish himself in the perilous Red Moon Forest. Faced with Sky Wolf Lord's plea, Ishua was torn. She did owe him a favor, but rushing to his aid now would be suicide. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, Sky Wolf, abandon the other supplies and have your strongest unit get you out of there. If you can reach the Tarkon Plains, I will provide all the resources you need to rebuild your castle. I'm sorry, but I'm too far away to save you in time. As soon as Ishua finished speaking, the Sky Wolf Lord fell into a state of panic. The Red Moon Forest was far away, and there was no way he could get there in time. However, he knew that this explanation would mean nothing to the Shadow Lord. Enraged, the Sky Wolf Lord unleashed a torrent of curses, but quickly fell silent. At that moment, he had no energy left to send any more messages. The battle took a sudden turn for the worse. The black wolf birds sent by the Sky Wolves to cover their retreat were falling like raindrops. Within a minute, his army of black wolf birds was reduced to just 20. This level of loss was even greater than the impact of 2 beast tides. Damn it, could it really be the Shadow Lord? The Sky Wolf Lord was terrified and ordered the remaining black wolf birds, all of you, hold them off. Go now. Surprisingly, these black wolf birds were incredibly loyal. More than 10 of them turned back without hesitation to confront the pursuing shadows, while 2 early-stage 8th-tier black wolf birds sped away, carrying the Sky Wolf Lord. Despite his resentment towards the Anti-Alliance, the Sky Wolf Lord had to admit they were right. Sacrificing troops was necessary to survive. As long as he could escape to the Taken Plain with the crystal core, there would still be a chance to rise again. However, at that critical moment, IKA and several 9th-tier shadows suddenly appeared in front of the Sky Wolf Lord, blocking his path. A sharp blade sliced through the air, instantly cutting the early-stage 8th-tier black wolf bird next to the Sky Wolf Lord in half. Blood rained down, splattering the Sky Wolf Lord's face. The black wolf bird beneath the Sky Wolf Lord was so frightened by the scene that it tried to flee, ignoring its rider. Fortunately, the Sky Wolf Lord reacted quickly, grabbing its fur to avoid being thrown off. He could clearly feel the loyalty of the black wolf bird plummeting, but he had no other choice at the moment. As long as I can escape, let its loyalty drop, he thought. This panic actually made the black wolf bird fly even faster, which was a small blessing for him. Watching the black wolf bird fly away, the Sky Wolf Lord couldn't help but mutter, Shadow Lord, you'll meet a terrible end. Though his curse was quiet, IKA caught it. A dangerous glint flashed in Ika's eyes. The next moment, a shadow appeared beneath his feet, carrying him swiftly in pursuit. The Sky Wolf Lord looked back and turned pale. He stood up and screamed in terror. Why are you still chasing me? I have no quarrel with you, and all the castle supplies have been intercepted. Spare me. Just then, a ray of sunlight cast a shadow behind the Sky Wolf Lord on the back of the black wolf bird. Ika's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in his ear. Insulting my king warrants death. Before the Sky Wolf Lord could react, IKA emerged from his shadow and beheaded him with a single stroke. The Sky Wolf Lord never imagined he would die because of a casual curse. If he hadn't insulted Li Yuan and had surrendered in time, IKA wouldn't have killed him according to Li Yuan's orders. But he had cursed Li Yuan. To IKA, Li Yuan was everything his sky, his earth, and no one could insult him. Insulting the king meant death without mercy. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. Not everyone can come back from the dead like shadows. With the Sky Wolf Lord beheaded, his black wolf birds fell into chaos. IK stomped on the black wolf bird beneath him, sending it plummeting to the ground. The Sky Wolf Lord's death caused the loyalty of the other black wolf birds to drop below 50%. Maintaining 50% loyalty after their master's death was already remarkable. However, the shadows didn't stop there. In a matter of minutes, they had brought down the remaining 17 black wolf birds. IK glanced at the sky and then at the dying black wolf birds, ordering, remember these coordinates. Return to the castle. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows, along with the black wolf birds and supplies, silently sank into the ground. Meanwhile, in the Anti-Alliance, the name of the Sky Wolf disappeared. As expected, he didn't make it. Over 30 black wolf birds couldn't save the Sky Wolf. The Shadow Lord is ruthless. Such bad luck, especially during migration. It's tough. Are there any others migrating from the Red Moon Forest? Hurry up, the Shadow Lord might attack. It's a pity. The Sky Wolf was a reasonable person. Don't worry, everyone. Facing the Shadow Lord alone, we wouldn't stand a chance either. That's why we formed the alliance, right? Once our anti-alliance is fully operational, with better coordination and mobility, we won't have to fear the Shadow Lord. Well said, this is just the beginning. Anti-alliance invincible. The news of the Sky Wolf Lord's death brought a sense of sorrow to the anti-alliance members. The pressure from the Shadow Lord was growing. Even though they had joined the anti-alliance, led by the Angel Lord, they still wondered if they could truly defeat the Shadow Lord. Angel Lord Ishue silently stared at the spot in her friend list where the Sky Wolf used to be. The anti-alliance had just been formed, and she had already lost a high-tier unit lord. This was a blow to Ishue, the initiator of the alliance, especially since she had been unable to do anything during this time. Ishue opened her private messages, but there was no response from the Shadow Lord. She thought to herself, Shadow Lord, it seems we are destined to be adversaries. After a long silence, Ishue sent a message in the group chat. The Sky Wolf Lord is the first leader to sacrifice for our alliance. He is a pioneer, and we will remember him. One day, I will avenge him. I will take the Shadow Lord's head to honor the Sky Wolf Lord's spirit. At this moment, Ishue had to make a statement, or she would lose her authority as the leader. As expected, her message ignited the fighting spirit of the other leaders. Yes, we must avenge the Sky Wolf. We will have our revenge. The Shadow Lord must die. With the Angel Lord leading us, we will grow stronger. I have confidence in our leader, in us, and in the anti-alliance. The Shadow Lord is nothing. Together, we can defeat him. Those demonic units will all die. Sitting in her castle, Ishue pondered for a moment before issuing another command in the alliance chat. All allies near the Red Moon Forest, come to me as quickly as possible. Do not give the Shadow Lord a chance to pick us off one by one. The Shadow Lord is currently clearing out the castle lords in the Red Moon Forest. Do not harbor any illusions. Once he's done with the Red Moon Forest, his next target will undoubtedly be the Taken Plain, as the other directions lead to the Endless Sea. If the Shadow Lord wants to dominate, his next move will be the Taken Plain. Therefore, we must consolidate all our allies' resources and grow stronger before he arrives. When that time comes, we will have our decisive battle with the Shadow Lord. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.